The Venerable Swordsman chapter 1777 to chapter 1832. He killed him. The expressions of everyone here had become solemn when they witnessed this scene. As for the inner court disciples, their faces were covered in disbelief. He killed an elder of the inner court. Xian actually dared to kill an elder of the inner court. That was an elder of the inner court. Killing an elder of the inner court wasn't as simple as breaking the rules of the palace. Only the enforcement hall had the authority to deal with an elder who broke the law. However, Xian had bypassed the enforcement hall and killed an elder, so it was equivalent to provoking the enforcement hall and the Great Spirit Palace. Of course, most importantly, Xian had actually been able to kill an elder of the inner court, and he'd done it with such ease. His strength was truly terrifying. Suddenly, a black-clothed old man appeared not too far away from Xian. There was a tiny Ji character inscribed on the old man's left chest, an enforcement officer. Li Xiuran's face instantly turned pale when he saw the black-clothed old man. The enforcement officer is here. The black-clothed old man glanced at the spot where Elder Qiu had vanished, and then he gazed at Xian. You killed him? Xian nodded. The black-clothed old man gazed at Xian. Are you coming with me, or do I have to take you with me? Xian smiled. I'm not leaving. The black-clothed old man's eyes narrowed slightly. He opened his palm, and then a black chain suddenly appeared in his palm. In the next moment, the black chain flew forward. Hiss, the sound of something tearing resounded. Meanwhile, Xian suddenly charged forward and slashed with his sword. Bang, an expanse of light suddenly erupted. In the next moment, the black-clothed old man was pushed over 3 kilometers back, and he just stopped when the chain in his hand shattered into pieces. Everyone was stunned once more. Even the enforcement elder isn't a match for him. The black-clothed old man was quite stunned. I was actually pushed back by that attack. Xian gazed at the black-clothed old man. You might not be able to take me with you. The black-clothed old man spoke furiously. How dare you? Are you trying to rebel? You. Xian opened his palm and a sword appeared in his hand. He then slowly walked towards the black-robed old man. Boom, a powerful sword aura enveloped the black-robed old man. The black-clothed old man's expression changed drastically. The man in front of him wanted to kill him. Right at this moment, Elder Guqing suddenly appeared before Xian, and Guqing hurriedly said, Don't act recklessly. In fact, he was also very shocked at this moment. He knew that Xian had been concealing his strength, but he never expected Xian's strength to be so terrifying. Not only did he kill Su Yan of the Earth Roll, but he also killed an inner elder. Even the law enforcement elder was no match for him. This was too terrifying. Xian thought for a moment and said, He wants to take me away. Guqing said in a low voice, I'll handle it. Xian nodded. All right. Guqing instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. Since Xian was willing to listen to him, it proved that Xian had never intended to betray the Great Spirit Palace. So, he could still be saved. Guqing turned around to look at the law enforcement elder. Elder, he's the most monstrous genius amongst our outer court disciples. The law enforcement elder suddenly interrupted Guqing. He killed an inner court disciple and an inner court elder. This is a monstrous crime and he must die. Xian suddenly said, Trust me, I'll kill you. The law enforcement elder spoke ferociously, Don't you dare. You. Xian suddenly laughed, I even dared to kill an inner court elder, so why wouldn't I dare to kill you? As he spoke, he was about to attack. Meanwhile, Guqing hurriedly stopped him and laughed bitterly, Don't be impulsive. Killing him is equivalent to poking a hornet's nest. None of those fellows from the enforcement hall are easy to deal with. Xian was about to speak when the law enforcement elder spoke abruptly, Let him kill me. Let's see if he dares to touch me, old man. Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. Hiss. The law enforcement elder's voice stopped abruptly. There was a sword stuck in the center of his forehead. Guqing's face turned pale when he witnessed this scene. We're finished. That fellow even dared to kill the law enforcement elder. We've poked a hornet's nest. The inner court disciples had extremely solemn expressions on their faces as well. It was too terrifying. Has he gone mad? He dares to kill on sight. The problem is that he can still kill. Is the law enforcement elder that weak? Guqing laughed bitterly. We're finished. Xian smiled. It's not finished. Guqing gazed at Xian. Xian grinned. The more I kill, the greater my chances of survival. Gu Qing frowned slightly, and he was slightly puzzled. Suddenly, a strand of formidable pressure appeared here. The expressions of everyone here changed when they sensed this pressure. It was the aura of a minor saint, a true saint. Yi Xian's brows knit together slightly as well. I probably can't kill this newcomer with a single strike of my sword. Meanwhile, a white-haired old man suddenly appeared not too far away from Yi Xian. Gu Qing hurriedly bowed respectfully when he saw the old man. Greetings, Elder Heng. The other inner court disciples hurriedly bowed respectfully as well. Heng, that was the grand elder of the inner court, and he was one of the strongest and most senior elders in the inner court. Heng's gaze descended onto Yi Xian. You killed someone. Yi Xian nodded. I did. Heng asked, why? Yi Xian smiled. I can't stand the sight of them. I can't stand the sight of them. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone here became strange. Damn it, this fellow is too arrogant. When did such a freak appear in the outer court? The white-robed old man stared at Yi Xian. You killed them because you can't stand the sight of them. But what if you can't stand the sight of me? Will you kill me as well? Yi Xian shook his head. I won't. The white-robed old man frowned slightly. Why? Yi Xian smiled. Because I don't offend those who don't offend me. The white-robed old man was stunned, and then he said, they offended you, so you killed them? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Heng stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Your actions are too extreme. Right and wrong are determined by the rules of the palace. How could you? Yi Xian suddenly shook his head. Elder, is right and wrong really important to all of you? The white-robed old man gazed at Yi Xian. What do you mean? Yi Xian smiled. Wang Shou insulted me and my outer court disciple, so why can't I kill him? The white-robed old man laughed. Wang Shou was in the wrong for insulting you, but you don't have the right to kill him. Yi Xian looked the white-robed old man in the eyes. Elder, I'm a swordsman. A swordsman? The white-robed old man's eyes narrowed slightly. Swordsmen were a group of stubborn and bad-tempered people, so most people weren't willing to offend a swordsman. Even the members of the battle pavilion wouldn't offend a swordsman for no reason. The white-robed old man suddenly said, then the inner court elder and Su Yan. Yi Xian suddenly said, Elder, I've already killed them. It's meaningless to say anything else. You can do whatever you want. In any case, it doesn't matter to me. If I can win, then I'll fight. If I can't, then I'll die. It's very simple. The crowd was speechless. The white-robed old man stared at Yi Xian for a long time, then nodded. You've got guts. Yi Xian shrugged. I don't bully people, but I'll kill anyone who dares to bully me. What a joke. At this moment, an angry roar suddenly resounded from the depths of the starry sky. The next moment, a terrifying pressure swept down from the depths of the starry sky. Another minor sage. The powerful pressure's target was Yi Xian. Yi Xian suddenly raised his head, and a ferocious look flashed in his eyes. He leaped up and slashed with his sword with both hands. Boom! The pressure was directly shattered by him. The white-robed old man, Zhang Heng, narrowed his eyes when he saw this. At this moment, he was slightly shocked. This guy isn't afraid of the pressure of a sage, he's a good seedling. At this moment, the sky suddenly split open, and a middle-aged man suddenly walked out. Zhang Heng frowned when he saw this middle-aged man. Yan Li. Yan Li, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall. Gu Qing's face sank again when he saw Yan Li. Yan Li looked at Yi Xian. First, you killed an inner disciple, then an inner elder, then an enforcement hall elder. I have to say, this is the first time in the great spiritual palace. You've got guts. Yi Xian said indifferently. I'll kill anyone who dares to humiliate me and my outer disciple. Yan Li stared at Yi Xian. There are many disciples who humiliated you. Not only are there many inner disciples, but there are also some true disciples. Why? Are you going to kill them all? Yi Xian looked Yan Li in the eye. Kill. If an inner disciple humiliates my outer disciple, I'll kill him. If a true disciple humiliates my outer disciple, I'll kill him. At Yi Xian's words, a lady in a purple dress suddenly laughed. This guy is extraordinarily smart. His words have elevated the grudge between the two of them to the inner and outer sect. He has always admitted that he is a disciple of the great spiritual god Palace. In this case, it is an internal matter. With his talent and battle prowess, the higher-ups will definitely cherish him. He should not die. There was a man next to the lady in purple dress. The man glanced at Yi Xian without saying a word. The lady in purple dress looked at the man next to her. Brother Xiaoya, can you see through him? Li Xiaoya, this man was the most monstrous genius in the history of the great spiritual palace. Li Xiaoya shook his head. I can't. Then, he looked at the lady, Miss Linlang, can you see through him? Xiao Linlang shook her head and smiled. I can't. This guy is interesting. Do you think the enforcement hall will take him away? Li Xiaoya looked at Yan Li. I'm afraid Elder Yan can't take him away. Xiao Linlang smirked. Why? Li Xiaoya said plainly, intuition. Xiao Linlang was stunned, then laughed. What a good intuition. As she spoke, she looked at Yixian in the distance and said with a smile, after all these years, an interesting guy has finally appeared. In the distance, Yan Li stared at Yixian. What if I humiliate your outer sect? Are you going to kill me too? Yixian pointed his sword at Yan Li and laughed. Kill. Why not? Not just you, I will kill anyone who humiliates the outer sect and the great spiritual palace. Even if he's above the sage level, I will still kill him. Yan Li looked at Yixian without saying a word. On the other side, Xiao Linlang suddenly shook her head and smiled. This guy is really interesting. He directly escalated the feud between the inner and outer sect to the great spiritual palace. Now, it seems like he killed to protect the great spiritual palace. At this moment, Yixian suddenly pointed his sword at Yan Li. Are you going to humiliate the great spiritual palace? How dare you insult my great spiritual god palace? I, Yixian, swear that I will not rest until you die. Everyone, Yan Li was a little confused. When did I humiliate the great spiritual palace? Everyone here had slightly strange expressions on their faces. Yixian is really good at talking nonsense. He's actually become someone who defends the great spirit palace. Yan Li gazed at Yixian, Wang Xiao and the others didn't humiliate the great spirit palace. Yixian laughed furiously. They didn't humiliate the great spirit palace? Then let me ask you, does the outer court belong to the great spirit palace? Yan Li fell silent when he heard this. The outer court does belong to the great spirit palace, no one can deny that, Yixian continued. Since the outer court belongs to the great spirit palace, then isn't he humiliating the great spirit palace the same as humiliating the great spirit palace? He humiliated the great spirit palace, so I killed him to protect the dignity of the great spirit palace. What's wrong with that? What wrong did I, Yixian, do? Everyone was speechless. The Grand Elder of the inner court shook his head repeatedly. Damn it, this fellow is really good at talking nonsense. It might seem like twisted logic, but it's useful. If Yixian didn't have the strength, then not to mention twisted logic, even the right logic would be useless. If he violated the rules of the sect, then he would have to die. But Yixian did have the strength. Yan Li suddenly said, you think you're a member of the Great Spirit Palace, right? Yixian replied, of course. He naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to say that he wanted to leave the Great Spirit Palace. If he did that, then he had no doubt that the entire Great Spirit Palace wouldn't let him off. Yan Li nodded slightly. Since you admit that you're a member of the Great Spirit Palace, then will you obey the rules of the Great Spirit Palace? Yixian hesitated for a moment and said, that depends. Depends. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone here was quite stunned, especially the inner court disciples. That depends, that's too fucking arrogant. Han couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Yan Li laughed from extreme rage as well. You say that depends? Do you think you're the palace lord? Yixian sighed in a low voice. Elder, I can see that you are a reasonable person. Let me ask you, if someone insulted the law enforcement hall, what would you do? Yan Li looked at Yixian without saying a word. Yixian continued, I am an outer court disciple. I have the responsibility to protect the outer court's dignity. Of course, I am also a member of the Great Spiritual Palace. If anyone insults the Great Spiritual Palace, I will also kill them with my sword. All right. Right at this moment, Gu Qing spoke abruptly. Well said. As he spoke, he bowed slightly to Yan Li. Elder Yan, I am willing to be punished together with Yixian. Yan Li looked at Gu Qing. He committed a crime punishable by death. The death penalty. Gu Qing's expression instantly turned slightly ugly when he heard this. Meanwhile, Yixian suddenly smiled and said, Elder Gu Qing, I, Yixian, am willing to bear the consequences myself. Yan Li suddenly said, Yixian, do you think that because you have strength, talent, and a future, the sect will definitely not punish you? as he spoke, he shook his head. You're wrong. He was gravely mistaken. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. There must be rules in the sect. If there are no rules, how can the great spiritual palace restrain the thousands of disciples? First, you killed an inner court disciple, then an inner court elder, and even the law enforcement elder. This kind of behavior is truly vile. No matter how monstrous you are, no matter how talented you are, the great spiritual palace will not tolerate you. Because in your eyes, there is no law enforcement hall, no sect rules. As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible pressure directly enveloped Yixian. Yanli looked at Yixian. I know you're good at talking and ting, but no matter how you argue, it's a fact that you killed them. Someone had to pay for the deaths of the three of them. I won't kill you on the spot, but you have to go back with me to be judged. Not only you. As he spoke, he glanced at Guqing. As an outer court elder, he has a responsibility as well. Both of you have to go back to the law enforcement hall to be judged. Guqing smiled bitterly. I'm willing to be judged. However, Yixian shook his head. I won't accept it. Hearing this, everyone was speechless. Zhang shook his head slightly. In fact, he cherished talent and had thought of recruiting Yixian into the inner court. However, what Yixian had done this time was too serious, and it even involved the law enforcement hall. It would be difficult for him to protect himself. Even if he did, he would have to pay a huge price. This was a price he didn't want to pay. Yanli looked at Yixian. It's fine if you don't accept it. Then continue killing. Kill me first, then destroy the law enforcement hall, and finally rebel against the palace master. Yixian opened his palm and a sword appeared in it. He looked straight at Yanli. I won't give up. If you want to bring me back to be judged, then you can only bring my corpse back. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the surroundings gasped. This fellow still wants to challenge a minor saint, a heaven ascension realm expert challenging a minor saint. Is he crazy? On the other side, Xiao Linlang chuckled. Brother Yao Yi, this matter doesn't seem to end so easily. Li Yaoya looked at Yixian and didn't say anything. Xiao Linlang grinned. This fellow really has balls. In the distance, Yanli nodded slightly in front of Yixian. All right. Come, let me see how monstrous you are. As he spoke, he suddenly took a step forward. Bang! In an instant, a thunderous aura swept towards Yixian like a wave. In the distance, Yixian stabbed with his sword. Bang! The thunderous aura was directly slashed into pieces. Yanli suddenly leaped forward and smashed his fist down. Bang! In an instant, the entire starry sky became illusory. Some of the inner court disciples weren't able to endure the aftershock of this punch at all, and they retreated explosively. Even Elder Guqing was forced to retreat repeatedly. A saint's punch, even though he was only a minor saint, this punch was still capable of destroying the world. In front of Yanli, Yixian slowly closed his eyes. Fist energy. At this moment, he finally felt threatened, the danger of death, a true expert. That was exactly what he wanted. Yixian suddenly opened his eyes, and then he swiftly drew his sword and slashed. Draw the sword to decide life and death. At the instant his sword descended, the sword in his hand shattered because it wasn't able to endure the force of that strike. However, the sword still fell. It was a head-on collision. Rumble, an expanse of sword energy suddenly shattered in front of Yixian, and in the next moment, his figure retreated explosively for over 10 km. On the other hand, Yanli had returned to where he stood earlier. The starry sky trembled while countless rays of sword energy shot into the surroundings. It was a complete mess. Yanli gazed at Yixian with a trace of seriousness in his eyes. This fellow had really blocked his punch. Actually, he hadn't used his full strength in that punch, only 70% of it. Not to mention Yixian, even a top inner court disciple wouldn't be able to block this 70% of his strength. Only an elite disciple might be able to block this punch of his. In other words, Yixian already had the qualifications to become an elite disciple. Most importantly, Yixian was only at the Heaven Ascension realm. The Heaven Ascension realm. Yanli gazed at Yixian from afar, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Monster. As he thought about it, he couldn't help but glance at Guqing with a hostile expression. Since Yixian had entered the great spiritual god palace, he should have been properly guided and guided. But now, Yixian had committed such a grave mistake. and this made it difficult for both sides to step down, make an exception for Xian. Then where were the rules of the sect? Would others imitate him in the future? This situation was too terrible, even if he cherished talent and even wanted Xian to join the enforcement hall and become a sword of the enforcement hall. Because Xian's character was very suitable for the enforcement hall, to join the enforcement hall, one needed a fearless person like him. But now, it was no longer possible, because what Xian was challenging was the rules of the enforcement hall and the great spiritual god palace. In the distance, Xian suddenly smiled and said, again. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and a sword appeared in his right hand. Xian directly charged forward. A ray of sword light tore through the battlefield. Nearby, Yanli suddenly punched out. Rumble. The ray of sword light shattered in front of Yanli, and Xian was instantly knocked back to his original position, while Yanli instantly retreated hundreds of feet. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings had become solemn when they witnessed this scene. Xian could actually fight a minor saint head-on. Was this really just the Heaven Ascension realm? A trace of seriousness appeared in Yan Li's eyes as well. Xian's strength had greatly exceeded his expectations. In the distance, Xian glanced at his right hand and laughed bitterly. Besides the green profound sword, no other sword was able to endure the might of his drawing technique and determine life and death with a single strike. In other words, he was utterly unable to bring forth his limits without utilizing the green profound sword. If he utilized the green profound sword, then he was confident in his ability to instantly annihilate Yanli, but he didn't want to use the green profound sword. He had to find a spare one. Right at this moment, Yanli suddenly said, "Come. Let me see exactly how monstrous you are." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly charged forward and smashed his fist forward, and the starry sky and the surroundings started to be obliterated. A martial technique. This wasn't a casual punch, it was a martial technique. Moreover, it was a formidable martial technique. In the distance, the dark space around Xian actually started to burn, because the strength of Yan Li's punch was truly too formidable. Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and his left hand held tightly onto the sheath of his sword. At this moment, he truly smelled the scent of death. Xian still didn't utilize the green profound sword. He suddenly took a step forward, drew his sword, and slashed once more. Draw the sword to determine life and death. A single slash. Rumble. Under everyone's gazes, Xian retreated explosively for 30 kilometers while Yanli retreated for a few kilometers as well. As soon as he stopped, his right hand split open and fresh blood flowed out. In the distance, as soon as Xian stopped, the sword in his right hand split open and transformed into nothingness. The sword shattered. There were two reasons for this. Firstly, Yan Li's strength was too great. Secondly, his own strength was too great. The sword couldn't withstand his own strength at all. Xian shook his head slightly. Because of the sword, he felt like he was being restrained, because he couldn't bring forth his full strength. In the distance, Yanli suddenly said, "You've slightly shocked me." Xian looked at Yanli, and Yanli chuckled and said, "You're indeed monstrous. What a pity." As he spoke, he was about to attack. However, Xian suddenly said, "Allow me to borrow a sword first." As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and opened his palm. Sword. His voice was like thunder, shaking the entire ancient God-star region. In the next moment, the entire ancient God-star field was filled with the sound of countless swords humming in response. Then, streaks of sword light pierced through the starry sky and shot towards Xian. Somewhere in the mountain range, a woman who sat cross-legged on a tree suddenly frowned. She looked at the sword in front of her, and it was trembling slightly. The woman said softly, "Someone is summoning the sword." As she spoke, she looked towards the horizon. Who is summoning the sword? The sword in front of the woman was still trembling. A moment later, the woman said softly, "I'm afraid it's not the Sword Alliance." As she spoke, she fell silent for a moment before she suddenly waved her right hand. "Go." The sword transformed into a ray of green light and vanished into the horizon. Countless rays of sword light streaked through the starry sky like shooting stars. In the end, all the rays of sword light converged above Xian's head, over 100,000 swords. This scene shocked everyone present. A swordsman, a top-notch swordsman. Yan Li's expression grew more and more solemn as he stood before Xian. On the other side, Xiao Linlong's expression became solemn as well. Underestimated. She'd greatly underestimated this swordsman. On the other hand, Li Yaoya's expression remained calm. In The distance, Yi Xian raised his head and glanced around. In the end, a sword suddenly fell before him. The sword was 1.3 m long and a finger wide. It was completely green, and there was a tiny red dot at the tip that seemed like fresh blood. Yi Xian frowned slightly. This was a sword with an owner, moreover, its owner was probably very strong. Why did he agree to lend me the sword? Yi Xian didn't think too much about it and immediately grabbed the sword because it was the best amongst the 100,000 swords. As for whether it could withstand his life and death strike, he would have to try it to find out. After he held the sword in his hand, Yi Xian glanced at the swords above him. Disperse. As soon as he finished speaking, the countless swords transformed into rays of sword light and vanished into the horizon. Yi Xian looked at Yanli again. One more time. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian suddenly charged forward with the sword in his hand. Hiss. A ray of light flashed through the battlefield. In the distance, Yanli's eyes narrowed slightly, and he took a step forward as well before blasting his fist forward. Rumble. An explosion suddenly resounded like a thunderclap in the deathly silent starry sky. As the sword light shattered, Yi Xian and Yanli retreated at the same time. Both sides retreated tens of thousands of feet. As soon as Yanli stopped, his right arm split open and disappeared bit by bit. In the distance, blood seeped out from the corner of Yi Xian's mouth. The eyes of everyone in the surroundings were extremely solemn when they witnessed this scene. Yi Xian broke one of the little saint's arms. What kind of power was this? Was he really only at the Heaven Ascension realm? Everyone had their doubts, because it was impossible for a Heaven Ascension expert to achieve this. The difference in their realms was just too great. At this time, Yanli looked at Yi Xian. I still underestimated you. Yi Xian smiled. Elder Yan, do you still want to come? If you come, we'll fight to the death this time. Life and death. Everyone fell silent. Was Yi Xian being arrogant when he said that? Obviously not. This guy could really kill a small saint now, and he dared to kill one. Yanli looked at Yi Xian. Even if I can't do anything to you, someone in the enforcement hall can. And you want to fight the entire enforcement hall and great spiritual palace? Yi Xian shook his head. That's not what I meant. I just don't want to be bullied. Yanli said in a low voice. Why didn't you report Wang Xiu to the sect? Yi Xian smiled. Is it useful? Yanli fell silent. Yi Xian smiled. Elder Yan, you can leave. Yanli nodded, turned around, and left. He couldn't take Yi Xian away. In the entire enforcement hall, only the two great saints could take Yi Xian away, but now, one of them was in closed-door cultivation, and the other wasn't in great spiritual palace. If they wanted to continue capturing Yi Xian, the palace lord would have to personally give the order. In fact, the enforcement hall was in an awkward position. They were supposed to maintain order in great spiritual palace, but now, no one could control Yi Xian. After Yanli left, Zhang Heng took a look at Yi Xian, then turned around and left. If Yanli couldn't do anything to this guy, then he couldn't. He had to hurry back to the inner sect to inform all the inner sect disciples not to provoke. This guy was a freak. Yi Xian turned to Gu Qing, smiled. Elder Gu Qing, it's fine now. Gu Qing smiled bitterly. Yi Xian smiled. I killed him, so I'll settle it myself. Gu Qing hesitated, then nodded. All right. Yi Xian turned to Li Xiuran and Dao Yi. Are you guys still going to participate in Glittering Jewels Pavilion's gathering? Dao Yi smiled. I don't care if I participate or not. Li Xiuran hesitated, then said, let's go back. He realized that it was a little awkward for him to participate in Glittering Jewels Pavilion's gathering, because the invitation wasn't for them. Yi Xian nodded. Then let's return to Great Spiritual Palace. Just as the three of them were about to leave, a voice suddenly sounded from the side. Young Master Yi, please wait. Yi Xian turned around. Not far away, a woman was walking towards him slowly. It's Miss Lin Lang. Li Xiuran, who was beside Yi Xian, suddenly exclaimed. Xiao Lin Lang walked to Yi Xian and smiled. Young Master Yi, since you're already at Glittering Jewels Pavilion, why don't you participate in this gathering before leaving? Yi Xian smiled. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Lin Lang, but let's forget about the gathering. Xiao Lin Lang suddenly said, I just found out that young Master Yi is interested in that sword skill, sword extinction, is that right? Yi Xian nodded, a little. Xiao Lin Lang smiled. I have something better here. Young Master Yi, are you interested in having an exchange? Yi Xian thought for a moment, then kept the green sword in his hand and said, sure. Xiao Linlang smiled, young Master Yi, Miss Dao Yi, and young Master Li, please. A moment later, everyone left. In the mountain range, the woman who was sitting cross-legged on the tree suddenly frowned. Don't you return the sword after using it? What kind of person is this? After saying that, she disappeared directly. Xiao Linlang brought Yi Xian and the others to the inner hall. She looked around and smiled. The things here are actually not that good. I'll bring the three of you to see something better. After saying that, she walked to a wall and lightly knocked on it. The wall disappeared and there was a small hall inside. The three of them entered the small hall. Inside the small hall, there were 6 crystal pillars. Xiao Linlang walked to the crystal pillar in the middle and opened her palm. On the pillar, a black scroll floated into her hand. Xiao Linlang took the scroll and walked to Yi Xian, then said, "This is an incomplete sword skill left behind by an ancient god-rank swordsman." Yi Xian looked at the scroll. Incomplete sword skill? Xiao Linlang nodded, yes. It's a bit incomplete. However, it was left behind by an ancient god realm master. It's priceless. Yi Xian asked solemnly, above the sages are the ancient gods? Xiao Linlang smiled, yes. Yi Xian glanced at the scroll, then smiled, what does Miss Linlang want? Xiao Linlang looked at Yi Xian, the sword drawing technique that young Master Yi displayed. Sword drawing technique, Yi Xian laughed heartily, Miss Linlang, you have good taste. Xiao Linlang smiled, young Master Yi, are you willing? Yi Xian looked at the scroll, then shook his head with a smile, Miss Linlang, you've seen the power of my sword skill, but I know nothing about your sword skill's power. Moreover, it's incomplete, in other words, whether it can be cultivated or not is a problem, what do you think? Xiao Linlang looked at Yi Xian, it was left behind by an ancient god. Yi Xian blinked, then do you know who left that sword skill of mine? Xiao Linlang smiled, could it be an ancient god? Yi Xian laughed heartily, ancient god, he had a feeling that the legendary ancient god was not as awesome as his dad. Yi Xian smiled, Miss Linlang, I'm not exchanging this sword skill. Because I feel that, not to mention it's incomplete, even if it's complete, it's not worth exchanging. Xiao Linlang looked at Yi Xian, looks like I've underestimated young Master Yi's background. Saying that, she put away the scroll, then said, young Master Yi, let's go to the main hall. Everyone should be here. Everyone can drink tea and discuss the Tao. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then said, Miss Linlang, you said that the sword skill is incomplete, right? Xiao Linlang nodded, yes. Yi Xian said with a smile, maybe I can complete it. Xiao Linlang looked at Yi Xian, what do you mean, young Master Yi? Yi Xian said with a smile, give it to me to study. Maybe I can complete it. If it's complete, TSK, then its value will increase by more than 10 times. And if it's not complete, Miss Linlang won't lose anything, what do you think? Xiao Linlang shook her head and smiled, young Master Yi, you're trying to get something without risking anything. Yi Xian smiled, Miss Linlang, in this world, there's no swordsman who's more powerful than me. If I can't complete it, then no one in this world will be able to do so. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, young Master, you said you're the most powerful swordsman, then Master and Sister Tianming. Yi Xian suddenly said in his heart, shut up. Xiao Ta, in front of Yi Xian, Xiao Linlang smiled, young Master Yi, you said there's no swordsman who's more powerful than you. This? Are you serious when you say this? Yi Xian said seriously, have you seen a swordsman who's more powerful than me? Xiao Linlang hesitated, then said, young Master Yi, I might have seen one before. Yi Xian, Xiao Linlang smiled, the other party is really powerful. Yi Xian laughed, Miss Xiao, you still don't understand me. If I use my full strength, can there be a swordsman in this world who can take a strike from me? Xiao Linlang looked at Yi Xian, I've seen a swordsman, he's very powerful. Yi Xian smiled, what's his name? Let him come out and fight with me. If I use my second strike, it's my loss. Xiao Linlang shook her head, I don't know what his name is, I only know that he's wearing a green robe, and he has a little girl and a little white guy with him. Yi Xian's expression froze. Xiao Linlang looked at Yi Xian, looking at young Master Yi's expression, you seem to know him? Young Master Yi, can he take a strike from you? Yi Xian's expression was a little unnatural, this. Yi Xian was speechless, this woman had seen his dad before, Could it be that his dad had some power in ancient god galaxy? No. Didn't they say that there were other forces stronger than Temple and Sword Alliance? Ancient god galaxy only had two super forces. One was Great Spiritual Palace and the other was Battle Pavilion. Could it be Battle Pavilion? Xiao Linlang suddenly smiled. Young Master Yi, do you know the swordsman I mentioned? Yi Xian collected his thoughts and smiled. I do. And I'm quite familiar with him. Xiao Linlang looked at Yi Xian. No wonder young Master Yi's swordsmanship is so strong. Yi Xian smiled. Miss Linlang, let's get back to business. Do you want to let me take a look at this incomplete sword skill? If I can recover, won't you be in luck? Xiao Linlang smiled. All right. With that, she directly handed the black scroll in her hand to Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not stand on ceremony and kept the scroll. He opened it and a black light entered between his eyebrows. Instantly, countless information surged into his mind. Nameless sword skill, no name. Gradually, Yi Xian frowned. This was because he realized that this incomplete sword skill did not have a front or a back. There was only a middle part. It was like it was divided into 3 parts. It was really incomplete. Xiao Linlang smiled. Young Master Yi, what do you think? Yi Xian shook his head. I have to study it. Xiao Linlang nodded. All right. Mo suddenly walked in. She walked to Xiao Linlang's side and said softly, everyone is here. Xiao Linlang smiled. Let's begin. Then she looked at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, let's go out. Yi Xian nodded. All right. Everyone left the small hall and came to the main hall. There were already more than 60 people gathered in the hall. Yi Xian glanced at them. Besides him and Dao Yi, the rest were at least mortal severing realm. Moreover, these people's auras were extremely profound. One look and you could tell that they were the kind that didn't contain any fake auras. Not only that, some of them were at space-time realm and 2 of them were unfathomable. A man and a woman. Not far from the platform sat 2 people, a man and a woman. Both of them were from the Great Spiritual God Palace. At this moment, Li Xiaoran, who was beside Yi Xian, said in a deep voice, they are the true disciples. The man should be Qingge from Guanlan Peak and the woman should be Mu Ling from Sanqing Peak. Cultivators. Yi Xian looked at the 2 again. He had to admit that the 2 of them were not easy to deal with. At this time, the surrounding inner disciples walked up to the 2 and bowed to them. Li Xiaoran hesitated for a moment, and then said, Brother Yi, according to the rules, outer court disciples and inner court disciples have to bow to elite disciples. Yi Xian said with a smile, forget it. Li Xiaoran thought for a moment and nodded. Since so many people bowed, they probably wouldn't notice if they didn't go. Some of the inner disciples' gazes fell on Yi Xian from time to time. Obviously, the news of what happened earlier had spread. Xiao Linlang suddenly appeared on the round table. She looked around and smiled. I'm glad everyone came to Glittering Jewels Pavilion. Next, we'll be having tea and discussing cultivation. Let's have some tea first. As she spoke, she clapped her hands, and a group of maidservants walked in. The maidservants poured a cup of spirit tea for everyone present. When Yi Xian picked up the cup, he was stunned. Such pure spiritual energy. He glanced at the spiritual tea in the teacup. The tea was crystal-like and very beautiful. Li Xiaoran, who was next to Yi Xian, said excitedly, this is Saint Grade spiritual tea. Saint Grade? Yi Xian was curious. Is it good? Li Xiaoran nodded. Of course it's good. This cup is better than years of cultivation for us. In the Great Spiritual God Palace, only the top inner disciples can have such Saint Grade spiritual tea. He drank it in one gulp. Li Xiaoran trembled as the spiritual tea entered his body. He revealed an intoxicated expression. Yi Xian frowned. Is it really that good? He drank it in one gulp as well. The moment the spiritual tea entered his body, a warm feeling spread from his heart. Feels good, that was Yi Xian's first thought. Soon, he noticed that his body had undergone some wonderful changes. His cultivation had increased. It could really increase his cultivation. Yi Xian looked at the teacup in front of him and sighed in his heart. Needless to say, cultivation really needed money. The more monstrous a person was, the more money he needed. The reason why he didn't have much of a concept of money was because he had never lacked money, just like now. Cultivation resources, he had a divine grade eternal life spring, cultivation techniques and martial arts techniques, he had the most awesome sword drawing technique and one sword to decide life and death, connections, his sister was invincible, his father was invincible, his big brother was invincible, if he wanted resources, he had resources. If he wanted connections, he had connections. Yi Xian suddenly felt a little ashamed. He seemed to be a second-generation heir. At this moment, Xiao Linlang suddenly smiled and said, "Everyone, the tea has been drunk. Who wants to come up first?" Not a single person in the surroundings moved. Xiao Linlang was about to speak again when a man suddenly stood up. He turned to look at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "Young Master Yi can fight a minor saint at the Heaven Ascension realm. Why don't you let young Master Yi explain it to us?" Xiao Linlang's eyes narrowed when she heard this, and a cold light flashed in the depths of her eyes. They were going to cause trouble in her territory. Li Xiaoran said in a low voice next to Yi Xian, "Brother Yi, this person is Karan, second on the earth rankings." Second on the earth rankings, all the inner court disciples looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian gazed at Karan and smiled, "Brother Ku, as far as I'm concerned, the matter between me and the inner court has probably come to an end." Karan roared with laughter, "You killed someone and said it's over. Don't you think that's laughable?" Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "This is Miss Linlang's territory. It's really inexcusable for us to cause trouble here." Karan turned around and bowed slightly to Xiao Linlang, "Miss Linlang, I have no intention of targeting you. I'm just slightly unhappy, and I have no choice but to speak up." Xiao Linlang smiled, "Since young Master Ku is unhappy, then speak up." Karan bowed slightly, "Thank you for your understanding." As he spoke, he turned around to look at Yi Xian. "Yi Xian, you killed an inner court disciple. Do you think it's over?" "No. Even though the enforcement hall can't punish you, my inner court won't let the matter rest. So long as you're alive, my inner court will never let the matter rest." Yi Xian picked up the teacup in front of him and took a small sip, and then he said, "Do all of you want to gang up on me or fight me one-on-one? If it's a one-on-one battle, then I can fight all of you. If it's a group fight, then all of you can come at me together." Whoosh, an uproar resounded in the surroundings. How arrogant, he challenged a group on his own. The expressions of the inner court disciples here had become unsightly. Right at this moment, Chengge, who sat at the front, suddenly stood up, and he gazed at Yi Xian. "Are all outer court disciples so arrogant now?" Yi Xian smiled, "So you asked an elite disciple to help you?" Chengge walked slowly over to stand not too far away from Yi Xian, and then he stared at Yi Xian and said, "I heard that you said that inner court disciples looked down on the outer court, so you killed inner court disciples. Elite disciples looked down on the outer court, so you killed elite disciples. Right?" Yi Xian nodded, "That's what I said." Chengge grinned, "I look down on your outer court. Come, kill me." As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. Even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. Chengge took another 2 steps forward, and then he gazed at Yi Xian and smiled, "I look down on your outer court. Please kill me." Yi Xian put down his teacup and smiled, "All right." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly drew his sword. He drew his sword to decide life and death. At the instant that he drew his sword, the expressions of everyone here changed drastically. A wisp of a ferocious expression flashed through Qin Ji's eyes, and then he suddenly smashed his fist forward, sky obliteration. A peak divine rank martial technique. That wasn't the main point. The main point was that Chengge was actually at the minor saint realm. He wasn't at the spacetime realm at all. At this moment, everyone here finally understood why Chengge dared to provoke Yi Xian like this. After all, Yi Xian had been able to go head-on against a minor saint just now, so he'd attained the minor saint realm. As expected, none of the elite disciples were simple. At the instant that Yi Xian's sword descended, bang, the entire glittering jade pavilion was instantly transformed into ashes. Yi Xian and Chengge retreated explosively. However, at the instant that they were blasted flying, Yi Xian drew his sword and slashed. This time, it wasn't the sword drawing technique, but the sword draw to decide life and death. Qin Ji's pupils constricted abruptly when he drew his sword, and then he swiftly raised his arms to block. World Guard. Bang, in an instant, a barrier of the river of time appeared in front of him. This was no ordinary river of time. This river of time was like a golden bell that enveloped him. Not only that, but there were strange golden runes flashing above the river of time. the energy of a saint, it was the energy of a saint, it was a formidable energy that only a saint could possess, but at this moment, Chenggu wasn't using it to attack, he was using it to defend. Under the gazes of everyone, Yi Xian's sword descended. Bang! With a slash of the sword, the barrier of the river of time trembled violently and then shattered. Chenggu instantly retreated 10,000 feet away, and as soon as he stopped, his body exploded. He'd shattered his body with a single strike. Xiao Linlong's expression instantly turned solemn when she witnessed this scene. At this moment, she'd noticed that Yi Xian possessed two types of sword-drawing technique. The first was a simple sword-drawing technique. The second was that the sword-drawing technique also contained an extremely terrifying sword skill. Two sword techniques, the might of the second technique was much more terrifying than the first. Even a saint couldn't resist it. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed at the instant they saw Chenji's body explode. Chenggu, who'd attained the minor saint realm, was actually unable to resist a single strike from Yi Xian. Yi Xian walked slowly towards Chenggu while the green sword in his hand trembled violently. Actually, it was mainly because of this sword. Otherwise, the might of his sword technique wouldn't be so terrifying. It wasn't that he wasn't capable, it was because the requirements of his sword technique were truly too great. Ordinary swords weren't able to bring forth his full strength. Moreover, even this green sword wasn't able to bring forth his full strength. While he was with Qing he didn't just eat and sleep every single day. Not to mention him, anyone who stayed with Qing for a period of time would probably become extremely terrifying, especially when the sword technique he utilized was a combination of Qing and his father's techniques. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to resist it at all. Suddenly, Yi Xian vanished on the spot. A moment later, a sword was pressed against the center of Chenji's forehead. At practically the exact same moment, a voice suddenly resounded from the depths of the starry sky. "Try and touch him." A savage smile arose on the corners of Yi Xian's mouth. "I'll try." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly pressed his sword forward. Hiss! Chenji's soul was instantly obliterated. Moreover, even his consciousness was obliterated. P.S. Why don't you try voting? He killed an elite disciple. Everyone in the surroundings fell silent when they witnessed this scene. He even dared to kill an elite disciple. Is there anything that this fellow doesn't dare to kill? Xiao Linlang shook his head slightly. This is bad. Qingge is an elite disciple. Whose disciple is he? It's Cao Xiu's disciple. The Great Spirit Palace had 6 peaks, and the peak masters weren't ordinary figures. They were the pillars of the palace. Cao Xiu would absolutely not let the matter rest since Yi Xian had publicly killed Qingge. Xiao Linlang looked up. Space suddenly split open in the starry sky, and then a woman walked out slowly. She wore a Taoist robe, had long hair that hung loosely on her shoulders, and held a jade fan in her hand. The peak master of Sige's peak, Cao Xiu. Cao Xiu's expression instantly became ferocious when she saw Qingge being eliminated. She turned to look at Yi Xian and spoke fiercely. "Who gave you the gall to do that?" Yi Xian pointed his sword at Cao Xiu and roared with laughter. "Didn't you ask me to give it a try? I'll give it a try now. Bite me. Die." Cao Xiu suddenly waved her fan, and a ray of white light swept down and slashed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian drew his sword and slashed down. Rumble! Yi Xian's sword light was instantly shattered, and he retreated explosively for over 10 km. A great saint. This isn't a minor saint, it's a true great saint. Yi Xian had just stopped when a wisp of blood seeped out of his mouth. Cao Xiu stared fixedly at Yi Xian, and she seemed to have gone slightly mad. "No one can save you." Yi Xian roared with laughter. "You?" As soon as he finished speaking, he shot into the sky. The howl of a sword shook the sky. A wisp of disdain flashed through Cao Xiu's eyes. "You think you're worthy of fighting me?" As soon as she finished speaking, she pointed her fan forward. The energy of a saint. The energy of a true saint. She was a true great saint. Her fan struck the tip of Yi Xian's sword. Bang! A wave of sword light suddenly exploded in the sky. The sword in Yi Xian's hand trembled violently, and then he retreated explosively for 3 kilometers along with his sword. However, Cao Xiu did not move at all. Many inner court disciples heaved sighs of relief when they witnessed this scene. Fortunately, this fellow could not kill a great sage, otherwise, it would be too heaven-defying. Great sage, even in the ancient God Star area, he would be considered as a super expert. Furthermore, how could Cao Xiu be an ordinary person since she was able to become the peak master of the 6 great peaks? in the past, she was also a proud daughter of the heavens, a super evildoer who reigned supreme in her generation. In the sky, Xiao looked at Xian. At this moment, she was somewhat shocked. This Xian took 2 of her moves and didn't die. This was beyond her expectations. Down below, Xian became a little excited. This was the kind of battle he wanted. At this time, Xiao suddenly took a step forward. Boom! A powerful force directly swept towards Xian, the force of a saint. Some inner court disciples weren't able to endure this force at all, and they retreated explosively. That was the force of a saint. Xian gazed at Xiao, and then he walked slowly towards her while powerful sword force swept out from within him. Bang! This sword force directly obstructed the force of a saint. Sword force? Xiao's brows knit together slightly, and then her eyes narrowed slightly. Slaughter force. Xian wasn't utilizing sword force at all, it was slaughter force. His slaughter force was actually so formidable. Xiao was rather shocked. At this moment, Xian suddenly dashed forward. Bang! His slaughter force directly destroyed Xiao's saint force. In the next moment, Xian appeared above Xiao, and then he swiftly drew his sword and slashed. He drew his sword to decide life and death. 400 overlapped attacks. This was the limit he could reach at the moment. However, he still hadn't utilized his bloodline energy. His bloodline energy and the green profound sword were his final trump cards, and he didn't want to use them rashly. At the instant that Xian drew his sword, countless cracks actually appeared on the green sword in his hand. Even the green sword found it slightly difficult to endure the power that determined life and death when he drew his sword. Heaven and earth were destroyed with a single strike. Xiao's pupils suddenly constricted when she sensed the powerful force within Xian's sword. Is this a sword strike from a Heaven Ascension stage expert? There was no time to think. Xiao suddenly put away her folding fan, and then she pointed forward with her right hand. Countless golden talismans condensed on her fingertips, the finger of a saint. Take it head on. She could only take it head on in the face of Xian's sword strike. Bang! Under everyone's gazes, a wave of sword light suddenly erupted, and in the next moment, both of them retreated explosively at the same time. Xian retreated nearly 30 kilometers before he stopped, and as soon as he stopped, his right arm split open and blood sprayed out. Not only that, but his body was splitting open bit by bit, and it was extremely shocking. In the distance, Xiao had retreated thousands of meters as well, and when she stopped, her body directly became illusory. Her body was about to shatter. The expressions of everyone present changed drastically at the sight of this scene. Xiao actually didn't manage to block Xian's sword strike. Under everyone's gazes, Xiao's body became more and more illusory, and in the end, her body vanished, leaving only her soul behind. Everyone present was petrified. The great saint's body was shattered by a single strike from Xian. Xiao Linling took another deep look at Xian. She realized that she had underestimated Xian from the beginning until the end. Is this guy really only at the Heaven Ascension stage? That's a saint. Xiao raised her head to look at Xian. What sword technique was that? The corners of Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Draw the sword to decide life and death. I created it myself. What do you think? He created it himself. Everyone was dumbstruck when they heard this. He created it himself. Xiao gazed at Xian. Are you insulting my intelligence? Xian roared with laughter. Have you seen anyone use such a sword technique? Xiao fell silent. Don't say it, she really hadn't. Not only had she never seen such a terrifying sword technique, she hadn't even heard of it. Xian walked towards Xiao with his sword in hand. We haven't decided life and death yet. Come, take another strike from me. As he spoke, he vanished on the spot. Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly, and she was just about to attack when an old man suddenly appeared in front of her. Xian slashed down with his sword. He didn't care who it was. In any case, he was going to slash. As soon as Xian slashed down, the old man pressed his fingers together and flicked lightly. Bang! The sword energy shattered, and then Xian returned to where he stood just moments ago. After he stopped moving, Xian's entire body was trembling. Xian gazed at the old man. The old man wore a wide gray robe and had a small wine gourd hanging on his waist. His hair was very long, and his face was slightly dark. He seemed quite unkempt. The expressions of some of the inner court disciples changed drastically when they saw him, and they bowed in unison. Greetings, young martial uncle. Xiao spoke softly. Junior brother. Young martial uncle. He was a legendary figure in the Grand Spirit Palace. All 6 peak masters came from the same master. but there were actually more than 6 of them. There were 7 of them, the youngest amongst them was the slovenly old man. He could have created a peak on his own, but he hadn't. As for the reason, no one knew. The young martial uncle gazed at Xian, withdrew his gourd, and took a sip before he said, "You're very good." "Very good." Xian glanced at the old man and said, "Old man, are you going to meddle in other people's business?" The young martial uncle shook his head. "She's my senior sister. Helping her isn't considered as meddling." Xian spoke solemnly. "How many senior brothers and junior sisters do all of you have?" The young martial uncle replied, 7. 7. Xian's eyelids twitched. "Damn it. There are 7. The young martial uncle gazed at Xian. "Do you want a one-on-one fight or a group fight?" "If it's a one-on-one fight, then you can fight all 7 of us. If it's a group fight, then we'll gang up on you." Xian was speechless. Everyone else was speechless. Xian said in a deep voice, "People only have one life, and what they fight for is their dignity. You can't be so shameless." The young martial uncle took another sip of wine and said, "You're too ruthless. You don't give us any room to negotiate." As he spoke, he shook his head. "I don't really like your extreme character." Xian smiled and said, "I don't need you to like me." The young martial uncle nodded slightly. "You think you're so outstanding that the temple won't kill you, so you're fearless?" Xian shook his head and smiled. "I don't have such thoughts. I'm just thinking that when Shinga comes looking for trouble with me, I don't believe his master doesn't know." As he spoke, he looked at Cao Xiu. "Am I right?" Cao Xiu looked at him and did not speak. Xian smiled and said, "You see, she knows. But she still asked him to come looking for trouble with me. To be honest, why should I indulge him? He came looking for trouble with me, why can't I kill him? Just because he's a true disciple? Just because he has a powerful master?" The young martial uncle was silent. He was also a little speechless. Even the old man from the law enforcement hall couldn't do anything to this guy. How could an ordinary true disciple do anything to him? Most importantly, this guy was obviously a hothead. Thinking of this, the young martial uncle couldn't help turning his head to look at Cao Xiu. Who didn't know that Xian was a spirit of the great spiritual god palace? Everyone was hiding and waiting for the law enforcement hall to deal with him. Why did he come out of Guanlan Peak? Xian suddenly said, "Old man, do you still want to fight?" The young martial uncle looked at Xian for a moment and turned his head. "Hall Master Yan, are you not going to come out to uphold the temple's rules?" Hall Master Yan. Xian turned his head and saw an old man slowly walking out from not far away. Yan Shi, the law enforcement hall master. Beside Yan Shi was Yan Li. Yan Shi looked at Xian. "I never thought that my great spiritual god palace would produce such a monster like you." Xian glanced at Yan Shi and secretly put up his guard. Inside his body, the Qingxian sword was ready to strike. Yan Shi looked at Xian. "You're a monster, a very, very monster. However, the temple's rules are the temple's rules. Not to mention you, even Li Yaoya can't violate the temple's rules. Therefore, you must die." Must die. This was the final decision. Beside Yan Shi, Yan Li's eyes flashed with a trace of complexity. In fact, they had discussed this matter before. What Xian did was too vile. If they let Xian go today, then the law enforcement hall's dignity and authority would be gone. Moreover, Xian had already incurred the wrath of the public. He must be killed. Yan Shi looked at Xian. "Outer disciple Xian has violated the temple's rules. Execute him on the spot." As his voice fell, boom, in an instant, an invisible barrier directly locked the space around Xian. "Kill Xian." A trace of surprise flashed through Shaolin Long's eyes. The great spiritual god palace's decision had exceeded her expectations. In her opinion, since Xian was so monstrous, the great spiritual god palace would definitely think of a way to protect Xian. After all, Xian was able to fight a saint at the Heaven Ascension realm. His monstrous talent might not be inferior to Li Yaoya. However, she hadn't expected that the great spiritual god palace would choose to kill Xian in the end. Shaolin Lang sighed softly and glanced at Xian. "This fellow is really too ruthless." Xian would kill at the slightest disagreement, and it was the kind that would directly erase one's existence. He didn't give any room for negotiation. In the distance, a mysterious aura suddenly appeared around Xian. The weakest was at the minor saint realm. Xian suddenly smiled and said, "I request to go to the ancestors' platform." The ancestors' platform, Xiao Xiu's expression instantly changed drastically. You're not allowed. Yi Xian blinked. According to what I know, the ancestor once said that no one from the great spiritual god palace is allowed to stop anyone who wants to go to the life and death arena. Am I right? Xiao Xiu stared fixedly at Yi Xian without saying a word. Because Yi Xian was right, in order to not let any genius go, the great spiritual god palace had set a rule that no one was allowed to stop anyone who wanted to go to the ancestors' platform. The expressions of Xianxia and the others were slightly unsightly. They hadn't expected that Yi Xian would request to go to the ancestors' platform. Could they let this fellow go? If they let Yi Xian go, then with Yi Xian's terrifying talent and strength, it was very likely that he would obtain the ancestors' acknowledgement. At that time, could they kill Yi Xian? If they didn't let Yi Xian go, then it would be equivalent to going against the ancestors' rule. This was no joke. Yi Xian smiled and said, I'm going to the ancestors' platform. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the distance. Wait. Right at this moment, the nearby young martial uncle spoke abruptly. Yi Xian stopped and looked at Little Uncle Master. Little Uncle Master stared back at Yi Xian. If you want to go up to the ancestors' platform, that's fine. We won't stop you. However, I want to challenge you first. Life or death challenge. A challenge to the death. All the spectators were stunned. A great saint challenging a heaven ascension expert? Was he serious? At the side, Xiao Linlong's brows also slightly furrowed. This was a little too much. This little martial uncle was a great saint, while Yi Xian was only at the heaven ascension realm. It was shameful for the strong to challenge the weak. Yi Xian suddenly laughed and said, Old man, are you serious? Little martial uncle nodded, I'm serious. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. I refuse. Rejected. Everyone in the surroundings looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled and said, Why should I fight you? Little Uncle Master stared at Yi Xian and said, Are you afraid? Yi Xian smiled and said, Don't try to provoke me like that. I'm just playing around. Old man, I won't fight you. Do you know why? Because I want to piss you off. You want to kill me, but I won't give you a chance. Are you angry? Everyone was speechless. Little Uncle Master stared fixedly at Yi Xian and was about to attack. Meanwhile, Yi Xian turned to look at the hall master of the enforcement hall, Xianxia, and said, Does it conform to the palace rules for an elder to attack a palace disciple? Xianxia looked at Yi Xian and said, It doesn't. Yi Xian smiled and said, In that case, if Little Uncle Master wants to attack me, Hall Master Yan, you will stop him, right? Xianxia said softly, If you didn't go to such extremes earlier, would it have come to this? Yi Xian smiled and said, I don't offend others if they don't offend me, but if they offend me, then I'll definitely kill them. Xianxia stared at Yi Xian for a short while before he said, Let's go to the ancestor platform. Little Uncle Master and Xiao Xiu gazed at Xianxia when they heard this. Xianxia spoke indifferently, These are the rules. Yi Xian can't break the rules, and we can't break the rules as well. Little Uncle Master and Xiao Xiu fell silent. Yi Xian glanced at Xianxia and said, Hall Master Yan, I'm quite surprised. I thought that you would stop at nothing to kill me just like that old geezer. Xianxia shook his head, Rules are rules. You can't break them, and neither can they. Let's go to the ancestor platform. Yi Xian smiled and said, All right. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. On the other hand, the others left successively. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the entrance of Grand Spirit Palace. At this moment, countless outer court and inner court disciples were gathered here as well. Someone had ascended the ancestor platform again. That wasn't a trivial matter. Moreover, it was Yi Xian who'd ascended the ancestor platform, because he'd just killed an inner court disciple and an elite disciple. Yi Xian walked slowly towards the ancestor platform before the entrance of Grand Spirit Palace. Meanwhile, Guqing suddenly walked over to Yi Xian's side. He gazed at Yi Xian, hesitated for a moment, and then said, Are you confident? Yi Xian smiled, I'm not. Guqing laughed bitterly, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were that strong. If I knew, then I would have directly recommended you to become an elite disciple. Alas. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled, It's fine. I think the outer court isn't bad. Guqing sighed once more, Yi Xian didn't say anything else, and he just walked towards the ancestor platform. Yanli, who stood by Xianxi's side, suddenly said, "You want to give him a chance?" Actually, he knew that Yi Xian wouldn't be able to do anything if Xianxi refused. It should be known that some rules were dead. Xianxi looked at Yi Xian in the distance and said softly, "The enforcement hall can't protect him." Not only the enforcement hall, but even the palace lord might not be able to protect him. Yanli fell silent. If Yi Xian had only killed an inner court disciple, then there would still be room for negotiation. But the problem was that Yi Xian didn't just kill an inner court disciple, he also killed an inner court elder, and then he killed an elite disciple. His behavior was truly too vile. Yi Xian had practically incurred the wrath of the masses. He knew that Hall Master Yanxi actually didn't want to kill Yi Xian, because Yi Xian's talent and terror weren't inferior to Li Yaoya. Moreover, Yi Xian's character was suitable for the enforcement hall. The enforcement hall needed such a strong person, otherwise, how could he intimidate so many experts in Grand Spirit Palace? It should be known that the internal affairs of Grand Spirit Palace were extremely complicated, and many people had backers and connections. Most of the time, the enforcement hall had their hands and feet tied. If Yi Xian entered the enforcement hall, with Yi Xian's character and strength, he could definitely intimidate countless people. Therefore, he agreed to let Yi Xian go to the combat ring. After all, it was too much of a pity to get rid of Yi Xian just like that. Moreover, the most important point was that Yi Xian hadn't taken the initiative to provoke anyone. If Yi Xian was really that kind of person who devoured and killed Yan, she wouldn't give him a chance no matter how monstrous he was. Yanli suddenly said, "If he gets the ancestors' protection, I'm afraid Peak Lord Cao Xiu won't let it go." Yanxi glanced at Cao Xiu in the distance and said indifferently, "What can she do if she doesn't let it go? You and I both know how Chen chose Yi Xian. Even if Yi Xian doesn't kill him, I will punish him." Looking down on the entire outer court? What right does he have to look down on the outer court? Didn't you and I also become outer court disciples back then? Yanli smiled slightly, "That's true." Yanxi continued, "Cao Xiu asked for it when she allowed Chen Ge to provoke Yi Xian." Yanli sighed softly, "Things shouldn't have turned out this way." As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian in the distance. "If the ancestor doesn't protect him, what will you do?" Yanxi was expressionless, "Kill him at all costs." Yanli nodded, "Understood." On the other side, Cao Xiu stared at Yi Xian in the distance. "Little junior brother, will the ancestor protect him?" Little martial uncle shook his head, "I don't know." Cao Xiu stared at Yi Xian and said fiercely, "Even if the ancestor protects him, I want him dead." Little martial uncle hesitated for a moment, then said, "I'm afraid it's not that simple." Cao Xiu turned to look at little martial uncle, her eyes scarlet. "My disciple can't die in vain." "He absolutely can't die in vain." Little martial uncle sighed softly. He could actually see it very clearly. Great Spirit God Palace didn't want to miss out on a monstrous genius like Yi Xian. Of course, it all depended on the ancestor's attitude. In the distance, under everyone's gaze, Yi Xian slowly stepped onto the ancestral platform. As soon as he stepped foot onto the ancestor's platform, it started trembling violently. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings turned cold. A trace of an aura gradually appeared on the ancestor's platform, and it grew stronger and stronger. In the end, an invisible pressure appeared in the surroundings. On the other hand, a shadow was silently condensing in front of Yi Xian. Everyone in the surroundings hurriedly bowed respectfully when they saw this figure. Even Yanxi, Cao Xiu, and the others bowed slightly. That was an ancestor. Even though it wasn't the true body, it was still an ancestor, so they had to respect it. The shadow in front of Yi Xian grew more and more material. In the end, an old man appeared in front of Yi Xian. The old man wore a simple white robe, and he looked extremely thin. However, his eyes were extremely spirited. Yi Xian sized up the old man in front of him. This old man's soul was extraordinarily powerful. If the azure sword devoured it, Yi Xian hurriedly shook his head when he thought up to this point. What am I thinking? Not to mention whether I can devour it. Even if I can, won't the Great Spirit God Palace fight me to the death? Meanwhile, the old man in front of Yi Xian sized up Yi Xian and frowned slightly. Heaven Ascension Stage? Yi Xian nodded. The old man looked at Yi Xian. Why are you so weak? Yi Xian was speechless. Suddenly, the old man seemed to have noticed something, and a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. Wait, as he spoke, he suddenly appeared in front of Xian and sized up Xian. There's something wrong with you. Xian glanced at the old man, but did not speak. The old man stared at Xian. Your bloodline is so strange. I've never seen it before. Xian was about to speak, when the old man suddenly opened his palm. The azure sword in Xian's body flew out and landed steadily in his hand. When he saw the azure sword, the old man's expression instantly changed, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. You, who made this sword? Xian hesitated for a moment, then said, I made it myself. The old man looked at Xian in shock. You. I wonder which big shot you are the reincarnation of. Xian was speechless. P.S. I'm late, I haven't thought of a reason yet, I'm a little panicked now. Number 15 exploded. The reincarnation of a big shot, Xian fell silent. Did this old man misunderstand something? No, Xian suddenly came to his senses. Who forged this green profound sword? It was Qing. How could a sword forged by Qing be an ordinary sword? Of course not, putting everything else aside, just the power of the supreme laws within the green profound sword was not something that just anyone could get their hands on. This old man must have seen how extraordinary this sword was. At the thought of this, Xian smiled. You may not know me. The old man fell silent for a moment before asking, May I know your purpose in coming to the great spiritual palace? Xian looked around and smiled. I want to find a place to stay. I think the great spiritual palace is a good choice. However, I ran into some trouble in the great spiritual palace. The old man frowned. Trouble? Xian nodded. I am now an outer disciple of the great spiritual palace. Some people in the great spiritual palace want to kill me. This makes things difficult for me. The old man was confused. How is that possible? Xian pointed at Xiao in the distance. It's her. She wants to kill me. The old man turned to Xiao. You want to kill this little friend? Xiao's expression turned ugly. She bowed slightly. Ancestor, this person killed an inner disciple. Not only that, but he also killed an inner elder and a legacy disciple. He violated the palace rules first. The old man looked at Xian. Xian smiled. Ask her why I want to kill them. Xiao stared at Xian. Xian, don't distort the truth. You, how dare you? The old man suddenly looked at Xiao. Be polite to this little friend. Be polite. Xiao was stunned. It wasn't just Xiao, everyone else was slightly stunned as well. The elder looked at the azure profound sword in his hand. After a long while, a complicated expression flashed across his eyes. He handed the azure profound sword over to Xian. Little friend, why have you come to my great spiritual god palace? Xian smiled and said, I just want to find a place to stay, but now it seems that the great spirit god palace does not welcome me. The old man nodded slightly. Understood. As he spoke, he turned and looked towards the depths of the great spiritual palace. Where is the current palace lord? The current palace lord. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared not far from the old man. It was the current palace master of the great spiritual palace, Lin Jiang. Lin Jiang looked at the old man and bowed slightly. Ancestor. The old man looked at Lin Jiang. From now on, this little friend is my great spiritual god palace. As he spoke, he looked at Xian. What do you want? Xian blinked. I can do anything? The old man said, apart from the position of palace lord. As soon as this was said, everyone present was shocked. Apart from the palace lord, Xian could choose any position in the great spiritual palace. At this moment, at the side, Xiao said in a trembling voice, Ancestor, why is this? The old man glanced at Xiao. Do you have a question? Xiao was shocked and hurriedly lowered her head. I dare not. The old man looked at Lin Jiang. What about you? Lin Jiang glanced at Xian and then sent a voice transmission with celestial qi. Ancestor, can you see that this person is extraordinary? The old man asked in response. Can't you see? Lin Jiang said in a deep voice, this person can fight a saint as a heaven ascension state, so he is indeed extraordinary. However, even so, he is not qualified to be treated like this by the ancestor. Did the ancestor notice something? The old man glanced at Yixian. Do you see the sword in his hand? Lin Jiang looked at the sword in Yixian's hand. This sword is? The old man stared at Lin Jiang. This sword contains the power of the supreme law of origin. The supreme law. Hearing this, Lin Jiang's pupils suddenly shrank. He is related to the supreme law. The old man nodded. Not only that, this sword also contains the power of time. This power of time is not ordinary, but the power of the main meridian of the universe. As he spoke, he slowly closed his eyes. Even if this sword was not forged by him, the relationship between the person who forged this sword and him is not ordinary. This kind of person is not someone the great spiritual God Palace can provoke. Lin Jiang nodded slightly. Understood. The old man turned to look at Yixian. Young friend, have you thought it through? Yixian smiled. I will continue to be an outer sect disciple. The old man was slightly taken aback. An outer sect disciple? Yixian nodded. I think being an outer sect disciple is not bad. The old man thought about it and nodded. As you wish, young friend. As he spoke, he glanced at Lin Jiang and then gradually became illusory. After a long silence, Lin Jiang looked at Yixian. You will be an outer sect disciple? Yixian nodded. Lin Jiang nodded slightly. All right. Don't worry, no one will look for trouble with you in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and vanished. On the ancestor platform, Yixian put away the green profound sword and turned to leave. Chao Xiao stared fixedly at Yixian. No one knew what she was thinking. Meanwhile, young martial uncle appeared by her side. He hesitated for a moment and said, Let's go and hear what senior brother has to say. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them vanished on the spot, on a certain mountain peak. Chao Xiao and Lin Jiang arrived behind Lin Jiang, and Chao Xiao said coldly, Eldest senior brother, are we going to let him off just like that? Lin Jiang turned to look at Chao Xiao. Don't look for trouble with him again. Otherwise, no one can save you. Chao Xiao was shocked and hurriedly asked, Why? Lin Jiang said softly, This person is definitely more terrifying than we imagined. Chao Xiao said solemnly, Who exactly is he? Lin Jiang shook his head. Who he is isn't important anymore. What's important is that even the ancestors are afraid of him. Understand? Chao Xiao's expression was slightly unsightly. Could it be that Qingge died for nothing? Lin Jiang gazed at Chao Xiao. If you continue, then it won't just be Qingge who dies, it'll be you who dies as well, and it might even drag the entire great spiritual divine palace down with you. Chao Xiao's eyes were filled with disbelief. How could this be possible? Is he really that terrifying? Young martial uncle spoke as well. Senior brother, what exactly did you and the ancestors discover? Lin Jiang said, He has a sword in his hand, and that sword contains the energy of a supreme law. Moreover, it's an quintessence law. A supreme law. Chao Xiao and young martial uncle were stunned when they heard this. Chao Xiao was filled with disbelief. He's related to a supreme law? Lin Jiang nodded. Chao Xiao's expression grew even more unsightly. A supreme law. Even though the great spiritual divine palace was very strong and was the strongest power in ancient God galaxy, it was truly nothing before a supreme law. Why had the minor spiritual divine palace become a top-rate power all those years ago? It was because their ancestors were related to a supreme law, and the minor spiritual divine palace had relied on this to develop into an extraordinary power. Because no matter if it was the great spiritual divine palace, the battle pavilion, or the Sky Demon Kingdom, all of them would give way to the minor spiritual divine palace, a supreme law. No one was unafraid of it. Meanwhile, Lin Jiang spoke again, Don't go looking for trouble with him. Otherwise, no one can save you. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished. Chao Xiao's expression gradually calmed down, and no one knew what he was thinking. Young martial uncle spoke solemnly, Don't act recklessly. He turned around and left as soon as he finished speaking. A supreme law, not to mention that Yixian had killed Qingge. Even if he had killed Li Yaoya, the great spiritual divine palace would not take revenge. What if this fellow's backer was a supreme law? Yixian returned to the outer sanctum and continued cultivating. As for Yixian, he could be considered to be famous in the great spiritual divine palace. First, he killed inner sanctum disciples, then inner sanctum elders, and then he killed true disciples. However, the great spiritual divine palace did not punish him. Some inner sanctum disciples wanted to protest, but they were all suppressed. The hall master of the tribunal council, Xianxia, only had one sentence: if you don't like Xian, then go and challenge him, a life and death challenge. For a moment, those inner sanctum disciples were silent. That fellow could even fight a sage head-on, so how could they beat him? Gu Qing and the other two felt a little complicated, because now, the inner sanctum would no longer accept Xian's assessment. In other words, there was no way for Xian to participate in this inner sanctum assessment. Of course, it was not a bad thing. Now that Xian was in the outer sanctum, everyone in the outer sanctum straightened their backs. Looking down on the outer sanctum? Never mind, go and look for Xian, Yi. Xian was now the face of the outer sanctum. As for Xian, he continued to cultivate the heaven ascension state and his sword skills. He did not cultivate his physical body anymore. The main reason was that he did not have a good physical body cultivation method. The cultivation methods that he had in the past could not keep up with his current realm, therefore, he was now focused on cultivating the heaven ascension state and his sword skills. Not only did he want to achieve limitless, but he also wanted to reach the limit, whether it was his realm or his sword skills. Small heavenly abode. In front of the bamboo house, an old man sat by the lake, his eyes slightly closed, his right hand lightly tapping on the bamboo chair. At this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared not far in front of the old man. The shadow bowed slightly. Cave master, we have searched all over the heavens and realms, but still have not found any trace of the plain-dressed woman. She may be hiding. He was hiding. After a long silence, the old man said, what about those forbidden areas? The shadow said in a low voice, we have already sent people to inquire. Those forbidden areas all said that they have not seen this person. The old man frowned slightly. If she is not in those forbidden areas, then where is she hiding? The shadow shook his head, I don't know. We have already searched all the places that can be searched, and there is no trace of her. Why don't we contact the supreme laws? As long as the supreme laws appear, no matter how strong that woman's concealment technique is, she will still appear. But the old man shook his head, forget it. How can we trouble a supreme for such a small matter? As he spoke, he looked into the distant horizon. Isn't that Xian close to him? Then we will kill this Xian. I believe that if this Xian wants to die, she will definitely appear. The shadow hesitated, then said that Xian is now an outer court disciple of the great spiritual god palace. It is not easy for us to kill him. The old man said indifferently, he is just an outer court disciple, not a true disciple. Even if he is a true disciple, the great spiritual god palace cannot protect him. Moreover, do you think the great spiritual god palace will become enemies with my small cave for a heaven ascension state? The shadow thought for a moment, then said, probably not. The old man nodded, send someone to the great spiritual god palace, tell them that Xian killed someone from my small spiritual god palace, ask them to hand over the person. The shadow nodded, understood. As he finished speaking, he turned and left. A place of cultivation in the starry sky, Xian sat cross-legged in the starry sky with his eyes closed. He'd been studying the space-time Tao every single day during this period of time. Presently, he was able to condense 38 rivers of time, even though it wasn't a lot. He'd grasped the trick of it. Attaining limitless was only a matter of time for him now. Moreover, he noticed that with every river of time he formed, his strength would increase greatly. Presently, he was able to overlap 400 sword drawing techniques. He was able to overlap 400 sword drawing techniques without utilizing the energy of his bloodline. In other words, he could go head-on against a saint even without using the green profound sword. However, he wasn't completely confident in his ability to defeat a great saint, but a minor saint wasn't a threat to him anymore. Space-time, Xian opened his hands and waved them lightly. Gradually, the space around him started to tremble. Countless strands of time energy converged towards him. Gradually, the power of time surged around him like a river. The energy of time, Xian opened his palm, and then countless strands of time energy converged towards his palm. Gradually, a river of time condensed within his palm. It might seem small, but the space within it was extremely large. Because he'd utilized the energy of space, Xian gazed at the river of time in his hand. After a short moment of silence, he issued a command in his heart. In an instant, the river of time in his hand transformed into a translucent sword, the sword of time. As he gazed at the sword in his hand, a thought silently appeared in Yi Xian's mind. He glanced at the rivers of time around him, and then he closed his eyes slowly. The rivers of time around him started to tremble, and then they gradually condensed into swords, translucent swords of time. Yi Xian instantly felt quite excited when he saw this scene. He opened his palm, sheathed the sword of time in his hand, and then suddenly pulled it out. Bang! As soon as he pulled it out, the sword of time in his hand shattered. Yi Xian was struck dumb at the sight of this. Is it so brittle? I'm unwilling. He tried a few more times, but the sword condensed from the energy of time was truly too brittle, and it couldn't endure his drawing technique at all. Yi Xian frowned. After trying many times, it still didn't work, but soon, another thought appeared in his mind. Yi Xian opened his palm and the sword in his hand flew out. Yi Xian was stunned. That was because the sword was too fast. How fast? It was so fast that he couldn't even catch a glimpse of it. How could it be so fast? Yi Xian was puzzled. After studying it for a moment, he understood. The reason why the time sword was so fast was because it wasn't just condensed from the power of time, it also contained the power of space. To be precise, it was the sword of time and space. His river of time was different from others, because his river of time was built on space. He did not separate the two, but instead combined them, and precisely because of this, his heaven ascension boundary was different from other heaven ascension boundaries. Although he was still in the same realm, he was no longer walking the normal realm. He was walking the path of the Qing'er, flying swords. Yi Xian decided to study flying swords. With the spacetime sword, if he cultivated flying swords, then the flying swords would become very terrifying. Not to mention a little saint, even a great saint might not be able to withstand it. Drawing the sword to determine life and death was explosive, and flying swords were about speed, about surprise, and killing in one move. As if thinking of something, he took out the nameless sword technique that he obtained from Shaolin Lang. This nameless sword technique was also a sword technique, and it seemed extraordinary. Yi Xian began to study the nameless sword technique. After studying it for a moment, Yi Xian was a little surprised, because he found that some of the sword techniques in the nameless sword technique were worth learning, such as drawing the sword. There were a total of 9 ways to draw the sword in the nameless sword technique. Among them was drawing the sword, similar to his father's sword drawing technique. Drawing the sword was about explosive power, that instant of explosive power. However, the drawing of the sword in the nameless sword technique was simply drawing the sword, and there was no superposition method. Without superposition, no matter how powerful the drawing of the sword was, its power was limited, and in addition to drawing the sword, there was another way to draw the sword, finger sword, finger sword. Yi Xian opened his palm, and a scabbard appeared in his hand. He held the time box sword in his right hand and put it into the scabbard. After a moment of silence, he suddenly flicked his thumb. A ray of sword light flashed across the field. The ray of sword light was so fast that it could not be seen by the naked eye. Yi Xian was a little shocked. This was because he realized that after he used the finger sword technique, his speed had really become faster. Finger sword, it was all about one word, fast. Drawing the sword at the fastest speed, he didn't need to use his right hand at all. Holding the sword with his left hand, he could draw the sword with his left hand, and it was a surprise attack. Yi Xian continued to study the nameless sword technique. He found that there were other powerful swordsmen in this world besides Qing'er and his father, and these swordsmen were all worthy for Yi Xian to learn. While Yi Xian was practicing, no one came to disturb him. Dowie came twice, but seeing that he was practicing, he chose not to disturb him. Yi Xian, who was concentrating on his practice, was also clear about the path he wanted to take now, take the path of Qing'er. As for the sword technique, he only had one thought, kill. It was best to kill the enemy with one move. He didn't need any fancy tricks, the simpler the better. Whether it was the life-terminating sword technique or the flying sword technique, there was only one goal, and that was to kill faster. 3 days later, the incomplete nameless sword technique had been fully understood by Yi Xian. It was actually a powerful sword technique, but in terms of power, it was much weaker than life-terminating sword technique. Not to mention that it was incomplete. Even if it was complete, it would be far inferior to his life-terminating sword technique. It should be said that there was no comparison at all. However, there were many things worth learning from the nameless sword technique. His father and Qing'er were qualified to look down on swordsmen in the world, but Yi Xian was not qualified. there were many swordsmen that Xian could learn from. In the following days, Xian mainly studied the flying sword. He did not look for a powerful flying sword technique, he was preparing to create his own powerful flying sword technique. The process was not that easy, but he enjoyed it very much. While Xian was practicing, an elder from the small grotto heaven came to the great spiritual palace. Spiritual palace. Inside the palace, Lin Jiang glanced at the elder from the small grotto heaven. Elder Jiao, why did you come all the way to the great spiritual palace? Elder Jiao smiled. Palace Master Lin, Cave Master asked me to send his regards to Palace Master Lin. Lin Jiang nodded. It has been 1,000 years since we last met. Is Cave Master Cho doing well? Elder Jiao smiled. Cave Master is doing well. He fishes and sleeps every day. His life is very comfortable. Lin Jiang nodded. Since he asked you to come here, he must have something to say. Just say it. Elder Jiao nodded. Palace Master Lin, to be honest, I am here for something. Palace Master Lin, did you recently recruit a young man named Xian? Xian, Lin Jiang narrowed his eyes. You are here for him. Elder Jiao nodded. Yes. Lin Jiang looked at Elder Jiao. He is indeed in the great spiritual palace. Elder Jiao said, Palace Master Lin, to be honest, this man is wanted by the small grotto heaven. Lin Jiang frowned. Wanted? Elder Jiao nodded. This man killed my men. We have been looking for him for a long time. He stood up and bowed. Palace Master Lin, please hand this man over to me. I will bring him back. Lin Jiang asked in a deep voice, did he kill someone from your grotto heaven? Elder Jiao nodded. Yes. Not only him, but there is also a lady behind him. She has gone into hiding and we can't find her. As for Xian, please hand him over to me. I will bring him back. Lin Jiang kept quiet. He did not expect Xian to have a grudge against the small grotto heaven. This fella is not easy to deal with, he even killed people from the small grotto heaven. He is now an outer disciple of the great spiritual palace. Lin Jiang said after a moment of silence. Elder Jiao said, Palace Master Lin, this man is not easy to deal with. Moreover, he killed someone from the small grotto heaven. We will not rest until he is dead. Not rest until he is dead, Lin Jiang kept quiet. He was in a dilemma. If he protected Xian, he would be making enemies with the small grotto heaven. Of course, the great spiritual palace was not afraid of the small grotto heaven. However, was it worth it for Xian? Although Xian was an outer disciple, he believed that someone like Xian would leave sooner or later, therefore, he did not treat Xian as one of his own. However, if he were to hand Xian over just like that, Xian would definitely not cooperate. He might even view the great spiritual palace as an enemy. Elder Jiao suddenly said, Palace Master Lin Jiang, this man and the lady must be killed by the small grotto heaven. He could see it, Lin Jiang was hesitant. Therefore, he showed his determination to the small grotto heaven again, not far away. Lin Jiang still had not made a decision. Suddenly, a voice rang in his mind. Why don't you let him and Xian deal with it themselves? Lin Jiang said after a moment of silence, someone, summon Xian. Bika Dao. XYZ, Xian, in the starry sky cultivation ground. Xian, who was cultivating, suddenly stopped. He turned around and saw Guqing walking towards him slowly. Xian smiled. Elder Guqing, what's the matter? Guqing smiled. I hope I didn't disturb your cultivation? Xian shook his head. No. Guqing nodded. The palace master is looking for you. Xian frowned. The palace master is looking for me? Guqing nodded. Yes. Xian asked. Did he say what's the matter? Guqing shook his head. No. Xian thought for a moment and said, Can I not go? Guqing smiled bitterly. Xian smiled. Never mind. I won't put you in a difficult position. He was about to leave when Guqing suddenly said, Someone from the small grotto heaven is here. They might be looking for you. Be careful. Small grotto heaven, Xian was stunned, and then he smiled. I understand. Then, he vanished on the spot. Spirit God Palace. As soon as Yi Xian walked into the palace, Elder Jiao's gaze descended onto Yi Xian. Lin Jiang looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Yi Xian, this person is Elder Jiao from the small grotto heaven. He said that there's some enmity between you and the small grotto heaven, and he wants to take you back. Elder Jiao stood up and stared at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, you, Yi Xian raised his thumb that held the sword in his left hand. Hiss, Elder Jiao's head flew into the air. Yi Xian looked at the stunned Lin Jiang. Is there anything else, Palace Master? Lin Jiang. Instant kill. Needless to say, Qin Jiang was extremely shocked at this moment. This fellow killed Elder Jiao in an instant. Elder Jiao is a minor saint as well. Moreover, the speed of Yi Xian's flying sword was so fast that even he was a little shocked. It was too fast. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly smiled. Palace Master, if there's nothing else, then I'll be leaving. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. However, he suddenly stopped when he arrived at the door and said, Palace Master, I have no ill intentions towards Great Spiritual Palace, and I don't want to have any bad karma with you. Don't worry, Palace Master, the matter between me and the minor cave heaven won't involve Great Spiritual Palace. Qin Jiang looked at Yi Xian. When are you leaving? All he wanted was for Yi Xian to leave. He felt uneasy that Yi Xian was in Great Spiritual Palace. Yi Xian said with a smile, I can leave now. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and a wooden token floated before Qin Jiang. It was the identity token of an outer court disciple. Yi Xian said, from this moment onwards, I have nothing to do with Great Spiritual Palace. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished. Qin Jiang was silent in the hall. Meanwhile, Yanxi suddenly appeared by Qin Jiang's side, and he looked at Yi Xian who was leaving. The ancestor intends to rope him in. Qin Jiang nodded. I know. Yanxi turned to look at Qin Jiang. He's not a bad person. Qin Jiang said softly, he makes me feel uneasy. Moreover, if we choose to keep him, it's equivalent to becoming enemies with the minor cave heaven. Are we going to start a war with the minor cave heaven because of him? Yanxi wanted to say something but hesitated. Qin Jiang said, I know you think he's worth it. But have you ever thought that he has no sense of belonging to Great Spiritual Palace? Perhaps he has other motives for coming to Great Spiritual Palace, or perhaps he just wants to have some fun. Anyway, he's going to leave. Isn't that right? Yanxi sighed softly. Qin Jiang continued, previously, I thought there was still a chance for him to reconcile with the small grotto heaven. However, since he killed Elder Jiao of the small grotto heaven, it means there's no way for them to reconcile. If we let him stay in the divine palace, it would be equivalent to making an enemy out of the heavenly abode. Once the two superforces started a war, the consequences would be unbearable. Therefore, letting him leave is the best choice. Yanxi nodded slightly. If the small grotto heaven and the great spiritual god palace were to start a war, the consequences would be terrifying. Sigh. Yanxi sighed again, feeling that it was quite a pity. Yi Xian was no less talented than Li Yaoya. Moreover, Yi Xian was too suitable to enter the enforcement hall. However, as Qin Jiang had said, the price of keeping Yi Xian alive was too great. Moreover, Yi Xian's heart was clearly not with the great spiritual palace. At this moment, Qin Jiang suddenly said, send an order to the entire great spiritual palace. Yi Xian is no longer a member of the great spiritual palace. Then, he paused for a while and added, everyone in the great spiritual palace is not allowed to provoke this person. He was a little afraid of Yi Xian now. This guy is a freak, he will kill anyone who dares to provoke him. This elder doesn't even know how to teach him. He will get into big trouble in the future. Yi Xian did not leave the great spiritual palace immediately. Instead, he went to Exquisite Beauty Peak. In the courtyard, Dowie looked at Yi Xian. You're leaving? Yi Xian smiled. Yes. Dowie said, I'll go with you. Yi Xian shook his head. Stay here and cultivate. This place is not suitable for me, but it is suitable for you. Dowie shook his head. If you're not here, what's the point of me staying here? Yi Xian smiled. Stay here first. When the time comes, I'll find you a powerful master. Dowie was a little curious. A powerful master? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Dowie blinked. How powerful? Yi Xian said, the very, very powerful kind. And it suits you the best. In fact, he wanted to find the supreme law now. Unfortunately, he could not find it. He could not sense the existence of the supreme law at all. After a moment of silence, Dowie said, "Then I'll wait for you." Xian smiled. "All right. Stay here and cultivate. If you're bullied, come and find me." Dowie shook his head. "I came in with you. No one will dare to bully me." Xian nodded. "Take care." After that, he was about to leave. At this moment, Dowie suddenly said, "Be careful." Xian smiled. "I will." After that, he rode on his sword and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Dowie looked at the sword light in the sky. After a long time, she shook her head and smiled. Then, she turned and left. After leaving the great spiritual god palace, Xian went straight to Glittering Jewel's pavilion. He wanted to continue studying flying swords. Although he had killed a minor saint in an instant, he felt that it was not enough. His flying swords could be faster. He wanted to find powerful sword techniques, especially those flying swords. He wanted to push his flying swords to the limit. As soon as he arrived at Glittering Jewel's pavilion, Miss Amo appeared in front of Xian. Xian smiled. "Miss Amo, is Miss Glittering Jewels here?" Amo shook her head. "No." Xian asked. "Where can I find her?" Amo hesitated. "I'll contact her." Xian smiled. "Thank you." Amo shook her head. "You're welcome." As she spoke, she took out a voice transmission talisman and crushed it. After a few breaths of time, the space beside Xian suddenly trembled. In the next moment, a woman walked out. It was Xiao Linlang. Xiao Linlang looked at Xian and smiled. "Young Master Yi, we meet again." Xian smiled. "Miss Glittering Jewels, I don't come to you for no reason. I came to look for you this time to ask for your help." Xiao Linlang looked at Xian. "What help?" Xian said in a low voice. "I want to find a powerful sword technique. It's best if it's the flying sword type." It wasn't easy to create a sword technique that belonged to him. Although his flying sword was fast enough, it wasn't fast enough. Therefore, he wanted to use the strengths of others to improve his own sword technique. Xiao Linlang frowned. "Sword technique?" Xian nodded. "Do you have one?" Xiao Linlang thought for a moment. "I don't. But I know a place that has it." Xian hurriedly asked, "Where?" Xiao Linlang looked at Xian. "One of the forbidden areas, North Cliff Sword Ruins." Xian frowned. "North Cliff Sword Ruins?" Xiao Linlang nodded. "That's a forbidden area. That nameless sword technique was obtained from there. However, even a great sage doesn't dare to go too deep into that place." Xian asked in a low voice. "Is it very dangerous?" Xiao Linlang nodded. "It's not an ordinary kind of danger. Not only does that place have a powerful sword formation, but it also has a strange and mysterious corrosive power. Even a sage's body can't withstand it. The level of danger there is second only to the other forbidden area, God's Graveyard." Xian was curious. "God's Graveyard?" Xiao Linlang smiled. "Legend has it that an ancient god fell there, so it's also called God's Graveyard. In any case, it's very dangerous." Xian was silent for a moment. "Miss Linlang, what kind of place is this North Cliff Sword Ruins that you mentioned?" Xiao Linlang said, "There used to be a swordsman sect there. However, for some reason, it gradually declined. In the end, it became a forbidden area. As for the history of that place, very few people knew. That's because they're not from the same era as us." Xian smiled. "I know." Xiao Linlang looked at Xian. "You're going?" Xian nodded. "I'm going to look around. By the way, Miss Linlang, where is that place?" Xiao Linlang asked in a low voice. "You really want to go?" Xian smiled. "Do I look like I'm joking?" Xiao Linlang said, "I'll go with you." Xian was stunned. "You're going with me?" Xiao Linlang smiled. "Am I not welcome?" Xian smiled. "Of course not. I'm going to look for sword techniques." "What are you going for, Miss Linlang?" "To look for treasures?" Xiao Linlang smiled. First, to look for treasures. Second, I'm very curious. I want to know more about the North Cliff Sword ruins. What do you think? Yi Xian laughed. Of course. Let's go now. Xiao Linlang nodded. All right. With that, the two disappeared into the horizon. In the starry sky, Yi Xian flew on his sword with Xiao Linlang beside him. Yi Xian suddenly smiled. Miss Linlang, they say that you and Li Yaoya are the most talented people in the great spiritual god palace. Xiao Linlang shook her head. I'm nothing. The real geniuses are Li Yaoya and Wang Zhan from the Battle God Pavilion. Yi Xian frowned. Wang Zhan? Xiao Linlang nodded. A hot-tempered person. However, he's very strong. I heard that he's the most talented person in the history of the Battle God Pavilion. With that, she smiled. In this era, there are many geniuses. Young Master Yi too. Yi Xian was about to speak when Xiao Linlang suddenly smiled. Young Master Yi, do you want to spar? Spar, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. No. Xiao Linlang smiled. Why? Yi Xian smiled and said, my sword skills are all for killing. If I don't have a murderous intent, the power of my sword skills isn't that strong. If I had a murderous intent. Miss Linlang and I have no enmity, why would I have a murderous intent? Xiao Linlang glanced at Yi Xian. I understand. Sword techniques, just to kill, Yi Xian asked again, Miss Linlang, is there a strong swordsman in the ancient god galaxy? Xiao Linlang said, yes. A female swordsman from the outside world. She's very strong. A female swordsman, Yi Xian frowned. Could it be the Sword Heart from the Sword Alliance? At this moment, the two suddenly stopped. Yi Xian frowned. He turned his head and looked in the distance. In the depths of the starry sky, there was a sword ray tearing the starry sky, as Yi Xian was puzzled, the sword ray landed in front of him. The sword ray dissipated and a woman appeared in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at the woman. You are? The woman stared at Yi Xian. Why are you like this? Don't you return what you borrowed? Yi Xian was stunned. He said, I borrowed something and don't return it? Miss, I don't know you. Don't talk nonsense. The woman looked at Yi Xian. You still don't want to admit it. I really don't know you. Yi Xian said solemnly. The woman said, if you borrow it. What do you want? Yi Xian was speechless. Miss, I really don't know you, and I've never borrowed anything from you. I, Yi Xian, may be shameless at times, but my character is still all right. I've never borrowed something and not returned it. The woman stared at Yi Xian. If I did, what would you do? Yi Xian smiled and said, if I borrowed something from you and didn't return it, I will compensate you 10 times. The woman nodded. I'm relieved to hear that. As she spoke, she opened her palm and a sword flew out from Yi Xian's body. It was that azure sword. The girl held the green sword and looked at Yi Xian, 10 times. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before he said, you were too hasty. Yi Xian did not expect that the woman in front of him was the owner of the green sword. That was really awkward. The woman looked at Yi Xian. Why didn't you return the sword? Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. Miss, this is a misunderstanding. The woman was expressionless. If I didn't come looking for you, you wouldn't have returned it. Am I right? Yi Xian hurriedly shook his head. I didn't think so. The woman sneered. You didn't think so? You might not have thought so, but you've already done so. Yi Xian, the woman sheathed her sword and said, you're from the Sword Alliance. Yi Xian sized up the woman and said in shock, you're Jianqin? The woman frowned. You know me? Yi Xian hurriedly said, so it's senior sister. Hello senior sister, I'm Yi Xian, I just joined the Sword Alliance. The woman glanced at Yi Xian and quickly frowned, your bloodline. With that, she walked in front of Yi Xian and placed her right hand on Yi Xian's shoulder. Boom, in an instant, the blood in Yi Xian's body boiled. The woman glanced at Yi Xian, you're the sword master's son. Yi Xian nodded, yes. Jianqin was silent for a moment. Remember to return the things you borrow next time. Yi Xian hurriedly nodded, all right. Jianqin nodded, it's fine. I'm leaving. With that, she turned and left. At this moment, Xian suddenly said, "Senior sister, are you interested in going to the Northern Cliff Sword Mausoleum?" Jianxin frowned. "You want to go to the Northern Cliff Sword Mausoleum?" Xian nodded, "Yes." Jianxin shook her head, "It's dangerous there. It's better not to go." Xian smiled, "I'll go and explore." Jianxin thought for a moment and said, "All right." As she spoke, she glanced at Xiao Linlang. "Miss Linlang." Xiao Linlang laughed, "Miss Xianxin, long time no see." Xian was a little surprised. "You know each other?" Xiao Linlang nodded, "I once invited Miss Xianxin to be my guest." Xian smiled and said, "I see." Xiao Linlang smiled and said, "Let's go." The three of them continued on their way. An hour later, the three of them arrived at the North Cliff Sword Mausoleum. The Mausoleum of Swords was at the bottom of a cliff. The cliff was so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen, and it was shrouded in clouds and mist, causing it to reveal a mysterious feeling. Next to the cliff, Xiao Linlang looked down and said softly, "The Mausoleum of Swords is below us. And in these clouds, there is an extremely powerful sword formation. Even a great sage wouldn't dare to barge in." Xian said softly, "This place used to be a powerful sect." Xiao Linlang nodded. "Yes. And it might have been a swordsman sect. However, the sword chi here is too strong. We don't dare to go deep into the underground mountain range." The sword chi was too strong. Xian blinked. "Are you sure?" Xiao Linlang nodded, her expression grave. "Even I wouldn't dare to go deep into it." The corner of Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Damn it, what was he least afraid of? It was sword chi, the invincible sword physique. Although he no longer cultivated his physical body, the invincible sword physique was still there. Moreover, with his current mastery of the sword Dao, the invincible sword physique was extraordinarily strong. He had never fallen behind on the invincible sword physique, nor had he given up on it. This was what Qing'er had taught him. At this thought, Xian could not help but want to go down and absorb it. Not much. Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Xian's position as crown prince shall be replaced by Yilang. The speaker was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a young man with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yilang. On both sides were the Yi clan's elders. "Why?" At this time, a timid voice suddenly rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yiling, Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yiling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yiling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, "Great elder, my brother Xian is a crown prince, why do you want to remove him for no reason?" The great elder looked coldly at Yiling. "This is a matter of the clan, why are you interrupting? Leave." Yiling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look directly at the great elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed again to the elders on both sides. "Elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and his life is uncertain. But the clan is using a groundless excuse to remove him from the crown prince position. This is really unfair. Impudent." The great elder suddenly roared, "It's not up to a little girl like you to decide whether to remove him or not. Men, drag her away." At this moment, the new crown prince Yilang suddenly laughed. "You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The great elder said coldly, "Then flog 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yiling clenched her fists, and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now he is fighting for the clan, but the clan is so unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince Yilang, and he knew that this was his chance to show off. The guard sneered, "Young master Yilang inherits the crown prince position, and it is everyone's wish. What are you shouting for?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yiling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up, but she did not cry, and only covered her cheek tightly. Yi Ling looked at the guard, and smiled. What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. I'm Zhang Mu, greeting the crown prince. Yi Ling nodded. You're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply. I'm willing to go through fire and water for the crown prince, even if I have to die 10,000 times. Yi Ling nodded slightly. Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall, don't show any mercy, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Ling, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Ling's eyes, he understood. Immediately, he grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from the South Mountain. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Ling's mouth curled into a cold smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his expression was frighteningly dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Ling, and was about to speak, when Yi Xian suddenly leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there, and charged towards Zhang Mu once more. At this time, Yi Ling suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Ling's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him, and snarled, your man? As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's appearance, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being cut by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed out, brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage, and in the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Ling. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Ling. On both sides, there were the Yi clan elders. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian from his position, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is a prince, why did you discard him for no reason? The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly, this is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting for? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the great elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and entered the ancestral hall. She bowed again to the elders on both sides, Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to discard his position. This is unfair. Impudent. The great elder suddenly raged, whether he discards his position or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new prince, Yi Ling, suddenly laughed, you should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder replied coldly, then flog her 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Ling. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard laughed coldly, "Young Master Yi Ling inherits the title of prince, and it's the wish of everyone. What are you shouting about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Ling looked at the guard, and smiled, "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed, "Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince." Yi Ling nodded, "You're not bad. After I become the prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply. This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the prince, even if it means death. Yi Ling nodded slightly, "Drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall, don't show mercy, understand?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Ling, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Ling's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to see something, and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Ling's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his face darkened. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Ling, and just as he was about to speak, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there, and charged towards Zhang Mu once more. At this time, Yi Ling suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you!" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Ling's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him, and snarled, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed out, "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! Sword Dao Intent. After Yi Xian withdrew the green-clothed man's sword Dao Intent, the mysterious sword Dao Intent in the distance started trembling slightly, and it seemed to be fearful. Yi Xian was quite shocked as he gazed at the mysterious sword Dao Intent. How formidable! This sword Dao Intent wasn't as strong as his father's, but it was much stronger than his own. So, he couldn't devour it at all. There really was always someone stronger in this world. Xiao Linling, who stood by Yi Xian's side, took a deep and long glance at Yi Xian. The sword Dao Intent in Yi Xian's hand made her feel even more dangerous. Meanwhile, Yi Xian walked towards the mysterious sword Dao Intent in the distance, but the sword Dao Intent immediately retreated. This wasn't fear any longer, it was fear. Yi Xian stopped and gazed at the sword Dao Intent in his hand. "Father, you're amazing." As he spoke, he gazed at the sword Dao Intent. "I presume you have a spirit. Can we have a chat?" Meanwhile, the mysterious sword Dao Intent had suddenly transformed into a woman. The woman wore a white dress and had a petite figure. She just stared at Yi Xian with a vigilant gaze. Yi Xian smiled. "Miss, what's your name?" The woman glanced at the strand of sword Dao Intent in Yi Xian's hand and didn't speak. Yi Xian smiled. "I'm Yi Xian." As he spoke, he put the sword Dao Intent away. After he did, he noticed that the woman's expression had become much more relaxed. Yi Xian asked, "Miss, what's your name?" The woman glanced at Xian. "I don't have a name." "I don't have a name," Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, "Then I'll give you one. You'll be called Lingxi. What do you think?" The woman was speechless. Jianqin and Xiao Linlang gazed at Xian as if they were looking at a monster. Xian grinned. "Miss Lingxi, are you alone?" The woman looked at Xian. "Outsiders are not allowed in here." Xian was puzzled. "Why?" The woman said nothing. Xian glanced at the mountain range in the distance. "Can I go in?" The woman immediately shook her head. Xian thought for a moment, then he walked in front of the woman. He took out a stick of candied hawthorn and gave it to the woman. "Try it?" Leng Xinxin and Xiao Linlang were dumbfounded. What was going on? The woman glanced at the candied fruit in Xian's hand and said, "What's that?" Xian said seriously, "An ancient god-grade spirit item, have a taste." The woman hesitated for a moment, then took the candied fruit. She opened the wrapper and gently licked it. She frowned slightly, as if she felt that it was not bad. She licked it again. Xian asked softly, "Is it delicious?" The woman took a look at the tonghulu and then looked at Xian. "Delicious." Leng Xinxin, Xiao Linlang, Xian said with a smile, "Lingxi, how long have you been here?" Lingxi licked the candied hawthorn, and then she shook her head. "I don't remember." Xian smiled. "Then have you ever thought of leaving?" Lingxi shook her head. Xian was puzzled. "Why?" Lingxi said, "Master asked me to stand guard here and not let anyone in." Xian was slightly curious. "Where's your master?" Lingxi turned to look at the mountain range. "In there." Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "Is she still alive?" Lingxi shook her head. "I don't know." Xian glanced at the mountain range. "Can I go in?" Lingxi immediately shook her head. "Master said that no one can go in." Xian blinked. "Did she say that your friends can't go in?" Lingxi looked at Xian. "Friends?" Xian nodded. "We're friends, right?" Lingxi hesitated for a moment, and then she said, "What's a friend?" Xian was speechless. This little girl has probably never been to the outside world at all. She's like a blank piece of paper. Xian thought for a moment, and then he withdrew a skewer of candied hawthorn and passed it to Lingxi. She didn't refuse and just took it. Xian smiled. "What do you think of me?" Lingxi gazed at Xian and didn't speak. Xian withdrew another skewer of candied hawthorn and passed it to her. Lingxi hesitated for a moment, and then she took it and said, "A good person." "A good person." The nearby Leng Xinxin and Xiao Linlang were dumbstruck when they heard this. "She's a good person? That's possible?" Xian smiled. "Lingxi, do you want to meet your master?" Lingxi immediately nodded. "Yes." Xian grinned. "Then let's go see him." "All right?" Lingxi hesitated for a moment, and then she shook her head. "He asked me to stand on guard here." Xian asked. "Did he say that he wouldn't allow you to leave?" Lingxi's brows knit together slightly. After a short moment, she shook her head. "No." Xian roared with laughter. "Then let's go look for him." As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed Lingxi's arm and walked towards the distance. Lingxi was slightly resistant at the beginning, but she didn't continue after she struggled to no avail. Leng Xinxin and Xiao Linlang were stunned behind them. Xiao Linlang remained silent for a short moment before she said, "Is it done just like that?" Leng Xinxin gazed at Xian who stood in the distance. "Amazing." Xiao Linlang laughed bitterly. Every time they came here, they would be suppressed by the sword Dao intent here. It wasn't just her, many others were stopped here as well, because the sword Dao intent was truly too strong, and even a great saint didn't dare go head-on against it. Yet at this moment, Xian had resolved it with a few skewers of candied hawthorn. Xiao Linlang's smile grew even more bitter when she thought up to here. "If I knew this would happen, I would have bought some candied hawthorn." Meanwhile, Leng Xinxin suddenly said, "Let's go. Let's go take a look at this mysterious place." As she spoke, she started walking towards the distance. Xiao Linlang shook her head and followed her as well. Lingxi was slightly anxious in the distance. Xian smiled, "Your master won't blame you." Lingxi turned around to gaze at Yi Xian. She hesitated for a moment before she said, Master's temper isn't really good. I'm very afraid that she'll get angry. Yi Xian spoke softly, you've definitely been standing guard there for a very long time, right? Lingxi shook her head. I don't remember. Yi Xian sighed softly in his heart. Once anything had intelligence, it was equivalent to having a life of its own, even if it was a strand of sword Dao intent. Presently, Lingxi wasn't merely a strand of sword Dao intent, just like Qing'er had merely been a clone all those years ago, but what happened in the end, her strength had far surpassed her main body. Once she possessed intelligence, then she would have a limitless future. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the depths of the mountain range. There was a door there, and there were 3 words inscribed on it, Ruins of Sword Sect. The Ruins of Sword Sect. Up the door was a limestone staircase that stretched on endlessly. Yi Xian was just about to enter, but Lingxi stopped on the spot and didn't dare enter. Yi Xian smiled, it's fine. If your master gets angry, then I'll stop him for you. Lingxi glanced at Yi Xian, Master is very strong. You won't be able to stop him. Yi Xian said with a smile, do you want to see your master? Lingxi nodded. Yi Xian said, then let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled Lingxi up the mountain. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the peak of the mountain. There was an enormous palace there, and there were countless other halls in the mountain range behind the palace. The Ruins of Sword Sect was clearly extraordinary based on its scale. On the other hand, Yi Xian sensed numerous remnant strands of sword qi and sword Dao intent in the Ruins of Sword Sect. However, they weren't as strong as Lingxi. Yi Xian led Lingxi towards a hall in the distance. Meanwhile, Lingxi suddenly stopped and spoke in a trembling voice, Master's aura. Master's aura. Yi Xian gazed at the hall in the distance, he's in there? Lingxi nodded, yes, yes. Yi Xian grinned, let's go take a look. As he spoke, he pulled Lingxi towards the hall. Lingxi spoke with a trembling voice, I'm afraid. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Something isn't right, logically speaking, the sword Dao intent belongs to that mysterious expert, so it shouldn't be so afraid of him. Meanwhile, Xiao Linlang suddenly spoke solemnly, be careful. Yi Xian nodded. At this moment, he felt that the atmosphere was slightly off as well. He gazed at the hall in the distance, and he fell silent for a short moment before he said, we're already here. Let's go take a look. As he spoke, he led the 3 of them over to the hall. There was an incomplete statue before the hall. The upper half of the statue had fallen to the ground, and the cut was smooth like a mirror. Obviously, it had been slashed apart by a sword. A woman was sitting on the ground within the hall. Her long hair hung loosely on her shoulders, and she just sat there without moving at all. Her hair was white. Besides that, a man was lying on the ground in front of her, and he was completely devoid of any aura. Lingxi spoke in a trembling voice when she saw the woman, Master. Master. The woman didn't answer her. Yi Xian spoke softly, Senior? Right at this moment, the woman suddenly opened her palm. The green profound sword flew out from within Yi Xian's body and fell into her grasp. She gazed at it for a long time before she said, who forged this sword? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, my younger sister. The woman stood up, turned around, and walked over to Yi Xian, your younger sister? Yi Xian nodded, yes. The woman stared at Yi Xian for a short while before she said, do you need something? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, I came here to look for a master. The woman said, I don't teach anyone. As soon as she finished speaking, she let go of the sword, and it returned to Yi Xian's grasp. After that, she turned around, walked over to the meditation cushion, and sat down without speaking another word. Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, Xiao Linlang suddenly said, why don't you try using candied fruits? Yi Xian's face darkened, try using candied fruits. He didn't want to be beaten to death. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, then I'll be taking my leave. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Since she didn't want to teach him, then he would definitely not shamelessly beg her. The main reason was that she didn't seem like someone who was easy to talk to. He might be able to deal with her if she was a single woman, but she clearly had a close relationship with the man on the ground. Suddenly, the man in front of the woman said, young friend, save me. Save me. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Xian was stunned. He turned around to look at the man on the ground, but the man's eyes were slightly closed and didn't move at all. There was no aura. Meanwhile, another voice resounded from within the man's body, "Young friend, save me." Xian glanced at the man. He was sure this man did not have any aura. Xiao Linlang suddenly exclaimed, "Soul." "Soul." Xian looked at Xiao Linlang. Xiao Linlang stared fixedly at the man. "His soul is sealed inside his body." Xian turned his head to look at the man. He took a closer look at the man. Soon, he found that there was indeed a soul in the man's body. The white-haired woman beside him remained calm, not saying a word. Xian felt awkward. This was obviously done by this woman. Why would she do that? He did not dare to ask too many questions. Xian collected his thoughts. "Let's go." It was better not to meddle in other people's business. Xiao Linlang nodded hastily. She also wanted to leave. This white-haired woman's sword was already so terrifying. How could her body not be heaven-defying? Up until now, she still could not sense this white-haired woman's aura. She might have already reached the ancient god realm. Just as the three of them were about to leave, the man's voice sounded again, "Little friend, please wait." Xian quickened his pace. What a joke. He did not want to meddle in other people's business. At this time, the body suddenly trembled violently, and the man's voice sounded again, "Little friend, please save me. I beg you. If little friend is willing to help, I am willing to give you all the sword skills and mantras of the ruins of Sword Sect." Xian pretended not to hear. The white-haired woman suddenly said, "Wait." Xian's footsteps halted, and he turned to the white-haired woman with a smile, "Senior, this is your business, it has nothing to do with me." The white-haired woman looked at Xian. "Wait." Xian, the white-haired woman looked at the man in front of her, and she lightly tapped his forehead. Boom, a soul floated out from the body. The white-haired woman looked at the man's soul. "Do you really not want to be with me?" The man smiled bitterly. Can you let me go? You've already imprisoned me for tens of thousands of years. What else do you want?" The white-haired woman glared at the man. "Didn't you tell me that you would always be with me? Aren't we together now?" The man spoke in a deep voice. I know that I have let you down. But you've already imprisoned me for 10,000 years. Isn't that enough?" "How is that enough?" the woman suddenly roared. Boom, the entire hall exploded, and Xian and the other two were sent flying several thousand zhang away. The powerful sword qi wreaked havoc between the heavens and the earth, as if it wanted to cut the heavens and the earth into pieces. It was extremely terrifying. Xian stared at the woman in the distance, completely dumbfounded, so fierce. At this moment, there were no less than a dozen sword wounds on his body. His invincible sword body actually failed at this moment. This woman's attainments in the sword Dao were more than 10 times more terrifying than he had imagined. Beside Xian, Xiao Linlang's expression was solemn like never before. This woman's cultivation was at least ancient god realm. Not only that, but she was also a swordsman. In the distance, the woman glared fixedly at the man, her eyes scarlet. 10,000 years? Do you think that's enough? Do you think it's enough? The man roared, "If you think it's not enough, then kill me. I beg you, kill me. Don't torture me." The woman sneered, "Kill you? Isn't that too easy for you?" The man roared, "What do you want?" The woman glared at the man, "I want you to wish you were dead." The man spat venomously, "I betrayed you. I betrayed you. Because I don't love you, I never loved you. I was only with you because I wanted to toy with you." The woman's expression was strangely calm. "Don't worry, I won't kill you." Ah. The man completely collapsed. At the side, Xian hesitated for a moment before saying, "Senior, I still have matters to attend to. We'll be taking our leave." With that said, he turned and ran. It was better not to get involved in such matters of the heart. Right at this moment, a strand of sword force locked onto Xian. Xian said helplessly, "Senior, I don't really want to interfere in your matters." The white-haired woman gazed at Xian. "I didn't ask you to interfere." Xian was slightly puzzled. "Then what do you mean, senior?" The white-haired woman took a step forward, and she'd arrived in front of Xian as soon as her foot descended. Xian was secretly on guard. The white-haired woman stared at Xian. "Help me do something." Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, "Tell me what it is." The white-haired woman opened her palm, and a wooden token appeared in her hand. Yi Xian was slightly curious, what's this? The white-haired woman gazed at the wooden token in her hand, soul wood. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, there's a soul in there? The white-haired woman said, my son's. Yi Xian, in the distance, the man suddenly said in a trembling voice, you, what did you say? The white-haired woman turned to look at the man, her expression unusually cold, surprised? Surprised? The man said in a trembling voice, you didn't kill our son back then. Yi Xian was speechless, damn it, what kind of weird family was this? It was comparable to Tianyi's family. Thinking of Tianyi, Yi Xian couldn't help but curse, what kind of stupid thing is this? Tianyi, out of so many enemies, only Tianyi had left a deep impression on him. The white-haired woman looked at the man, that's my son. The man walked in front of the white-haired woman, his throat rolling, I was wrong. I was really wrong. You can do whatever you want to me, just let our son go, okay? The white-haired woman looked at the man in front of her, I used to love you so much, for you, I gave up the position of the family's heir, and was willing to roam the world with you, but what about you? When I was pregnant, you hooked up with your junior sister. Saying this, she smiled sadly, I was really blind. Hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but look at the man, damn, this man was too much of a scumbag, how could he do such a thing? The man hurriedly said, it's my fault, I let you down. Thousands of mistakes, it's all my fault, you, just let our son go, okay? The white-haired woman looked at the man, I feel that his life in this world is a kind of pain. The man directly knelt down, you, please let him go. He's innocent. This is an adult's matter, not a child should be involved. Saying this, he fiercely kowtowed. At the side, Yi Xian couldn't help but say, Senior, can I say a few words? The white-haired woman turned to look at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian said in a deep voice, I can understand your feelings, but the matter between adults really shouldn't involve a child. I know a friend, his name is Gaji, and his father is just like this man in front of you, a real bastard. And because of his parents, his life has been miserable. Worse than mine. So, if you want to punish this heartless man, I don't think it's a problem. But it shouldn't involve the child. Parents quarrel, the child suffers, with all due respect, such parents are simply trash. The man at the side quickly said, this little brother is right. If you're angry, punish me. I'm willing to be imprisoned by you forever, just let the child go, okay? After a long silence, the white-haired woman placed the soul tablet in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian was a little puzzled, this? The white-haired woman looked at Yi Xian, help me find a good home for him, let him rebuild his physical body, and live an ordinary life. Hearing that, the man at the side suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, and his entire body went limp. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Senior, won't you accompany him to grow up? The white-haired woman slowly closed her eyes, I don't want to, and I don't dare. Because when I see him, I can't stop the hatred in my heart. I'll hurt him. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. He suddenly thought of Gaudia's mother, Yi Ling Tian. She was also a woman who had been hurt by love, and she was also so extreme. Do all women become extreme after being scum? Yi Xian sighed again. I have to pay attention to my relationships in the future, otherwise, it might be a big problem in the future. I can't have too many wives, 10 or so should be enough. At that moment, the white-haired woman suddenly said, in return, I'll teach you everything I've learned in my life. Yi Xian smiled, Senior, even if you don't teach me your sword techniques, I'll still help you. The white-haired woman nodded slightly, and then she pressed her fingers together and pointed, and a ray of white light entered the space between Yi Xian's brows. Boom, in an instant, countless pieces of information surged into Yi Xian's mind. A moment later, the white-haired woman withdrew her right hand, looked up at the horizon, and said, started cultivating the sword at the age of 20, and was invincible at the age of 30. I've never met a worthy opponent in my entire life. With a sword in hand, I'm invincible. As she spoke, she looked at the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand, and a strong desire to fight flashed in her eyes. After seeing this sword today, I finally know that such a powerful swordsman exists in the world. I want to fight the person who created this sword. Fight Qing Er, Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Senior, I don't know where she is. The white-haired woman smiled. I'll do it. As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her palm, and the green profound sword appeared in her hand. She slowly closed her eyes, and the green profound sword trembled violently in her hand. A short moment later, the white-haired woman suddenly looked up at the horizon. I found her. Found her? Yi Xian looked up into the sky, but he saw nothing. At some unknown place, a woman had suddenly stopped. It was the woman in a plain dress. She tilted her head slightly, and she seemed to be looking at something. The white-haired woman smiled proudly in front of the mausoleum of swords. No one has ever been able to withstand a single strike of my sword since I achieved success in the Tao of the Sword. Be careful, Your Excellency. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly took a step forward and slashed with her sword. The sword splits the universe. Hiss! In an instant, an enormous rift with no end in sight appeared in the sky. This sword strike couldn't be stopped by time, space, or the laws of the universe. It had directly split the entire universe apart. Meanwhile, a shadow slashed down from the sky above the woman in a plain dress. As soon as the sword slashed down, the star region around the woman in a plain dress started to burn. P.S. It erupted prematurely. Because of yesterday's update, I was cursed so badly. It's fine if they scolded me. They even scolded my family, and they scolded me viciously. That kind of feeling is really hard to understand. It only takes 2 minutes to read a few chapters, but it takes a whole day to write. I can really understand if they're unhappy with it and complain a little. But scolding my whole family, I really can't understand it. How much hatred does one have to scold people with such vicious words? Some people's hearts are really scary. If you don't do what they want, they really want you to go to hell. Yi Xian's expression changed at the instant the white-haired woman attacked. At this moment, he finally realized that he'd underestimated the white-haired woman. He'd severely underestimated her. Her attainments in the sword Dao were much more formidable than he'd imagined. Yi Xian looked up, but he couldn't see Qing at all. With his current strength, it was impossible for his naked eye to traverse through stellar regions. The woman in a plain dress gazed at the image that slashed towards her. And a wisp of disdain arose on the corners of her mouth. What a waste of my time. As soon as she finished speaking, she drew her sword and slashed, and then she turned around and left. Hiss! The image shattered. In the next moment, not too far away from Yi Xian, a ray of light pierced through the center of the white-haired woman's forehead. Bang! The white-haired woman's figure vanished bit by bit. Instant kill. The white-haired woman's gaze was slightly dazed as she stood before Yi Xian. She'd been instantly killed. Yi Xian remained silent. Qing had won. Moreover, it was the invincible Qing. On the other hand, Leng Xinxin and Xiao Linlang were beyond shocked. The person behind Yi Xian had instantly killed the white-haired woman. Moreover, they were countless stellar regions apart. Right at this moment, the white-haired woman who stood before Yi Xian spoke softly. What's her name? Yi Xian glanced at the white-haired woman. Tianming. Tianming. The white-haired woman muttered, how formidable. Yi Xian glanced at the ray of light between her brows, and he hesitated for a moment before he said, would you be able to live if I retract that ray of light? The white-haired woman shook her head. I'm already dead. Yi Xian sighed softly. He knew that Qing wasn't like his older brother. He knew that Qing was different from his older brother. The white-haired woman suddenly smiled. That's fine as well. Yi Xian looked at the white-haired woman. The white-haired woman softly said, as a swordsman, dying by the sword is the best ending for a swordsman. As she spoke, she looked at the soul wood token in Yi Xian's hand. Please. With that, she slowly closed her eyes. At this moment, her body was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, the man beside her suddenly said in a trembling voice, I'm sorry. The woman did not open her eyes, nor did she reply. Directly ignored, gradually, the woman disappeared bit by bit. Soon, the woman completely disappeared. After she completely disappeared, a jade hairpin slowly fell to the ground. When he saw the jade hairpin, the man felt as if he had suffered a heavy blow. In an instant, countless scenes surged into his mind. Do you like this jade hairpin? I like it. Yi is the most beautiful person in the world. I don't deserve you, Lin Lang. I will only marry you in this life. But uncle doesn't agree, then I'll go with you. You're the crown prince, not even 1/10,000th of Lin Lang. I will not let you down in this life. In front of Yi Xian, the man looked as if he had lost his soul. After a while, he started laughing, and crying. Xian sighed softly. Perhaps the two of them had really been in love. However, the man in front of him had still let Ai down in the end. At this moment, the man suddenly looked at Xian. He opened his palm, and an illusory Xiao Ta floated in front of Xian. Xian was a little puzzled. "Senior, this is?" The man said, "All the treasures of the ruins of Sword Sect. Little brother, it's yours now." After a moment of silence, Xian said, "She didn't kill you, which means that she..." The man shook his head. "You don't understand. She didn't kill me not because she still loves me, but because she has let go of me." Xian sighed again. The man glanced at the wood soul token in Xian's hand. "Little brother, please." As he spoke, his soul directly ignited. Seeing this scene, Xian's expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly said, "Senior, you..." The man looked at the jade hairpin in his hand and said softly, "I owe her." As he spoke, his entire soul directly ignited. In less than a few breaths, it was completely incinerated, dead. Xian and the other two were silent. After a long time, Xiao Linlang suddenly said, "This is not a bad thing for them." Leng Xinxin nodded. "The two of them are torturing each other as long as they are alive." Xian nodded slightly. "Indeed." At this moment, Leng Xinxin suddenly looked at Xian. "You have to be careful." Xian was a little confused. "What about me?" Leng Xinxin said, "It's very easy for you to win a woman's heart with your flowery ways. Don't deceive a woman's feelings for no good reason in the future." Xian was speechless. Xian was just about to speak when he seemed to have thought of something, and he suddenly turned around. Lingxi was standing not too far away, and tears were flowing incessantly from her face. "Lingxi," the white-haired woman soared Dao intent. Xian walked over to Lingxi, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Don't cry. To her, she has been freed." Lingxi lowered her head slightly, and her voice trembled as she said, What should I do now?" Xian smiled, "Why don't you come with me?" Lingxi gazed at Xian. Xian smiled, "Are you willing?" Lingxi was slightly hesitant. Xian added, "You have as many candied haws as you want." Lingxi immediately nodded, "Yes." Xian was quite speechless. "I'm actually not as charming as candied haws." Xiao Linlang was even more speechless. This fellow actually tricked a little girl who's comparable to a great saint just like that. Even though Lingxi was only a strand of sword Dao intent, her strength was sufficient to kill a great saint. Ordinary great saints couldn't compare to her at all. Besides that, this fellow had even obtained the inheritance of the white-haired woman's sword Dao. Most importantly, Xian had obtained all the treasures of the ruins of Sword Sect. How terrifying were the treasures of an entire sect! What a huge profit! Even though she wanted it as well, she didn't have the qualifications. After all, those two only acknowledged Xian. Meanwhile, Xian suddenly smiled, "Miss Xinxin, Miss Linlang, let's go." Both of them nodded. Right at this moment, Xian suddenly withdrew a spatial ring and passed it to Xiao Linlang. "Miss Linlang, this is for you." Xiao Linlang glanced at it, and there were over 1,000,000 eternal divine crystals within the spatial ring. Those were eternal divine crystals. Even a great saint would need them for cultivation, not to mention an individual. Even a super force like the great spiritual god Palace might not be able to gather over 1,000,000 eternal divine crystals in a short period of time. Xiao Linlang looked at Xian, "You're giving them to me?" Xian smiled, "We're friends, aren't we?" After looking at Xian for a long time, Xiao Linlang smiled, "I understand." Then, she put away the spatial ring. Xian laughed heartily. At this moment, Leng Xinxin suddenly extended her hand, "What about mine?" Xian was speechless. "You're really not holding back." Xian looked at Leng Xinxin and smiled, "Xinxin, I need you to do something for me." Leng Xinxin asked, "What is it?" Xian said in a deep voice, "I need you to return to the Sword Alliance." Leng Xinxin asked, "For what?" Xian smiled, "To bring things back." He had just obtained all the treasures of the entire ruins of Sword Sect, including all the cultivation methods and sword skills. These things were too suitable for the current Sword Alliance. Although the Sword Alliance was his father's, he was just a hands-off boss. He let the Sword Alliance roam freely, therefore, the people of the Sword Alliance could only rely on themselves. Now, the cultivation methods and martial skills of the ruins of Sword Sect were extremely top-notch. If they were given to the Sword Alliance, it would definitely produce a large number of minor saints and even great saints. Currently, the strength of the ruins of Sword Sect was definitely above that of the Great Spiritual God Palace, and the ruins of Sword Sect was obviously destroyed by the white-haired woman. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. The white-haired woman was the strongest swordsman he had seen so far apart from his father, Qing and his big brother. He felt that if the sword she used to challenge Qing had been aimed at the ancient god galaxy, the entire ancient god galaxy would have been destroyed. Unfortunately, the person she had challenged was Qing the invincible Qing Yi Xian collected his thoughts and handed a storage ring to Jianqin. I've already kept everything that suits me. Bring the rest to the Sword Alliance. Then tell Sword Maniac and Sword Jew to quickly improve. I have a lot of enemies in the ancient god galaxy. Ask them to help me fight in the future. Xiao Linlang was speechless. Jianqin glanced at Yi Xian. You're giving them all to the Sword Alliance? Yi Xian rolled his eyes at Jianqin. What do you mean? Do I still need to differentiate between the Sword Alliance and myself? Jianqin put away the storage ring. Take care. Then, she turned and left. After a few steps, she seemed to have thought of something and stopped. Then, she turned to look at Yi Xian. The sword you took out just now is not bad. Do you want to give it to me? Yi Xian was stunned. Then, he took out the green profound sword. This one? Jianqin nodded. Do you want to give it to me? Yi Xian's face darkened. This woman actually wanted his green profound sword. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. He pointed his finger and the green profound sword appeared in front of Jianqin. Jianqin did not stand on ceremony. She held the sword and waved it lightly. However, nothing happened. Jianqin frowned. What's going on? She held the sword as if it was an ordinary sword. Yi Xian smiled. When Qing forged this sword, he told me that only I can use it. Jianqin pouted. Then, she threw the sword to Yi Xian. Remember, you still owe me a sword. Then, she turned and flew away on her sword. Yi Xian suddenly said, there are many good swords in the storage ring. You can choose first. At the end of the horizon, Jianqin said, do I need you to tell me? Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, Xiao Linlong's expression suddenly changed. She looked into the distance. A lot of people are coming. Yi Xian looked into the distance. Indeed, there were many powerful auras rushing over. Xiao Linlang said solemnly, without the suppression of Sword Dao willpower, anyone can enter this place. Yi Xian said, Miss Linlang, please cooperate with me later. Xiao Linlang looked at Yi Xian. What do you mean? Yi Xian suddenly punched himself in the chest. Pooh. Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood essence. Xiao Linlang was shocked. You, Yi Xian suddenly roared, little grotto heaven, you actually stole all the treasures. With that, he punched himself in the chest again. Puff, another stream of blood sprayed out. Xiao Linlong's jaw dropped as he watched on. Suddenly, a group of people appeared here. The weakest amongst them was at the space-time realm. The black-robed man who led the group possessed an unfathomable aura. Xiao Linlang frowned slightly when she saw the black-robed man, Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan, an extraordinary genius of the Battle God Pavilion who was equally famous as Li Yaoya. Wang Zhan was slightly stunned when he saw Xiao Linlang, and then he said, Miss Linlang, you're here as well? Xiao Linlang grinned, I never expected that Brother Wang would be here as well. Wang Zhan glanced at Yi Xian, Miss Linlang, this is. Xiao Linlang replied, he's Yi Xian. Yi Xian, Wang Zhan was slightly stunned. He'd naturally heard of Yi Xian's name. After all, Yi Xian had killed inner court disciples and elite disciples in the Great Spirit God Palace, but now, Yi Xian had been expelled from the Great Spirit God Palace. Wang Zhan sized up Yi Xian and said, Brother Yi is injured? Yi Xian wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth and nodded, yes. As he spoke, he clenched his fists tightly and had a ferocious expression on his face. The tiny abode is truly detestable. They actually took all the divine artifacts from the ruins of Sword Sect and kept them to themselves. How infuriating. Wang Zhan and the others behind him had quite unsightly expressions on their faces. They were too late. They'd rushed over as soon as they found out that the intent of the Sword Dao had vanished, but they hadn't expected that they would actually be too late. Meanwhile, Wang Zhan suddenly asked, someone from the tiny abode came? Yi Xian nodded, yes. Quite a few came. They seized all the treasures of the ruins of Sword Sect. They even wanted to kill me to keep me quiet. I would have been dead if Miss Linlang hadn't arrived in time. Wang Zhan turned around to gaze at Xiao Linlang. She hesitated for a moment before she nodded. She'd just taken 1,000,000 eternal divine crystals from them, so she had no choice but to cooperate. The faces of Wang Zhan and the others fell when they heard Xiao Linlang. They were really too late. Right at this moment, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly swept over from the horizon. Great Sage, everyone turned their heads to look at the sky. The sky had suddenly split apart, and then an old man walked out slowly. As soon as the old man appeared, his gaze immediately fell on Yi Xian. Yi Xian! Yi Xian shouted angrily, Little Cave Heaven. Aren't you going to let it go after snatching the treasure? The old man frowned. What are you talking about? Yi Xian glared at the old man. You're still playing dumb. Meanwhile, everyone in the surroundings gazed at the old man. Although the old man was a great sage, they were not afraid of him. After all, there were many people. In the sky, the old man stared at Yi Xian. What are you talking about? Yi Xian said angrily, Old man, you're still playing dumb. As he spoke, he tore off his clothes. Beneath his clothes, his chest had already split open and was still bleeding. Yi Xian stared at the old man and spoke with grief and indignation. I don't want the 100,000,000 eternal divine crystals and 50 divine rank springs of eternal life from the ruins of Sword. I don't want them, alright? Why do you have to be so ruthless? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the surroundings was stunned. 100,000,000 eternal divine crystals, 50 divine rank springs of eternal life, everyone's heads were buzzing. Meanwhile, Yi Xian continued, and those divine weapons and treasures that surpass the ancient god rank. I don't want them anymore. I don't want them anymore. They belong to your little cave heaven. You. Please let me go. The old man spoke angrily, Kid, what are you playing at? When did my little cave heaven obtain those things? You. Yi Xian hurriedly said, No. I misspoke. Yes, your little cave heaven didn't obtain those things. I misremembered. I'm sorry, I misremembered. The old man was speechless. At this moment, the gazes of everyone here had shot towards the old man. Wang Zhan gazed at the old man. I never expected that the little cave heaven would be able to destroy that sword Dao intent. Amazing. The old man looked coldly at the website. Are you brainless? He's clearly framing you, yet you believe him? The corners of Wang Zhan's mouth curled up slightly. Are you saying that I'm brainless? The old man stared at Wang Zhan. If you are, then would you believe him? Wang Zhan gazed at the old man. He's a swordsman, and swordsman cultivates the heart. I don't believe that a swordsman would go against his conscience and lie. Of course, that's not important now. The important thing is that I don't like you at all. As he spoke, he suddenly leaped up and smashed his fist forward. The aura of his fist instantly enveloped the entire world. The old man's expression instantly changed when he saw this punch. He didn't dare act carelessly, so he took a step forward and smashed his fist forward. The power of a saint. With this punch, the entire world became illusory. Bang! A world-shaking explosion suddenly resounded in the sky, and then the old man retreated explosively. However, Wang Zhan hadn't taken a single step back. Wang Zhan had won this collision. The old man was extremely shocked as he gazed at Wang Zhan. Who are you? A wisp of a cold smile arose on the corners of Wang Zhan's mouth. I'm your fucking ancestor. As he spoke, he charged forward. Bang! As soon as he charged forward, a strand of powerful aura enveloped the old man, and then the space around the old man instantly started burning. The old man was horrified, and he hurriedly took a step forward while he clenched his right hand into a fist, and then he smashed his fist forward. Bang! A golden image flashed into appearance on his fist. Meanwhile, Wang Zhan's fist had arrived. Rumble! In an instant, the entire world trembled violently. The spectators watched as the old man retreated explosively by over 3 kilometers. Moreover, his entire body split apart as soon as he stopped moving, and only his soul remained. However, Wang Zhan hadn't taken a single step back. Yi Xian glanced at Wang Zhan. He had to admit that the super geniuses of the ancient god galaxy were all extremely terrifying. Wang Zhan was at the minor saint realm, but his strength had completely crushed the old man who was at the saint realm. In the distance, the old man who only had his soul left was slightly stunned. My body is gone, it's gone just like that. As if he had thought of something, he suddenly looked at Wang Zhan and roared furiously, do you know who I am? I'm from the small cave world. Wang Zhan was about to speak when Yixian suddenly said, old man, do you know who this person is? He's the #1 super genius in the ancient god galaxy, Wang Zhan. As he spoke, he looked at Wang Zhan with eyes filled with admiration. I've heard that Brother Wang is the #1 genius in the ancient god galaxy. It's my honor to meet you today. At the side, Xiao Linlang glanced at Yixian with a trace of vigilance in her eyes. She was very clear about Yixian's strength, and he was absolutely not weaker than Wang Zhan. However, in front of Wang Zhan, he acted as if he was not as good as Wang Zhan. He was too scheming, he was so good at playing dirty tricks. Was this guy really a swordsman? Not far away, when Wang Zhan heard Yixian's words, he was slightly stunned, then he smiled and said, Brother Yi, you're too polite. As far as I know, Brother Yi is also a super genius. Yixian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Before I met Brother Wang, I also thought I was a super genius, but now, as he spoke, he sighed in a low voice. After meeting Brother Wang, I finally understood that there's always someone better than you. If there's a chance in the future, I'd like to learn from Brother Wang. Wang Zhan laughed, I don't deserve to learn from you, but we can exchange some pointers. Yixian quickly said, I don't dare to exchange pointers. If Brother Wang can give me some pointers, I'll benefit a lot. Xiao Linlang stared at Yixian. How can you be so pretentious? In the sky, Wang Zhan smiled and said, Brother Yi, previously the people from Great Spiritual God Palace said that you're extremely arrogant, but I feel that you're quite an honest person. It seems that the rumors can't be trusted. Yixian smiled slightly. In this world, no one has the qualifications to be arrogant in front of Brother Wang. Everyone, this bootlicking. Xiao Linlang's eyes were slowly closing, she couldn't stand it anymore. Wang Zhan, on the other hand, laughed out loud. Being flattered by ordinary people made him feel disgusted. However, if he was flattered by a monster, then it would be a different story. What he, Wang Zhan, loved to do the most was to subdue the monstrous geniuses of his generation, because of the sense of achievement. At this moment, Yixian suddenly said in a deep voice, Brother Wang, let this old man go. Wang Zhan frowned slightly, why? Yixian glanced at the old man, this old man is from the minor abode. Brother Wang, if you kill him, then the minor abode will probably put a bounty on your head. Xiao Linlang glanced at the old man's soul when she heard Yixian, and then she shook her head. The old man is gone. Sure enough, Wang Zhan smiled proudly when he heard Yixian. Why would I, Wang Zhan, fear the minor abode? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. The old man's expression instantly changed drastically, and he was just about to flee when a fist smashed against him. Bang! The old man's soul was instantly obliterated, and even his consciousness was obliterated. He was killed. Some of the others here fell silent when they witnessed this scene. Wang Zhan represented Halberd, so, how could the minor abode tolerate him killing someone from the minor abode? Of course not. However, the battle pavilion would never give up on Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan was the future of the battle pavilion. Meanwhile, Wang Zhan waved his right hand, and one of the old man's spatial rings floated into his grasp. There were only some ordinary treasures and divine crystals within it. Wang Zhan turned around to gaze at Yixian. Brother Yi. Yixian spoke solemnly, they probably moved. Moved? Wang Zhan's face instantly fell when he heard this. Meanwhile, Yixian suddenly said, Brother Wang, the minor abode will definitely take revenge on you. You. Wang Zhan smiled proudly, let them. Yixian smiled bitterly, Brother Wang, I have to flee. The minor abode will probably not let me go as well. I have to hide. I'll seek guidance from Brother Wang if I have the chance in the future. Wang Zhan hesitated for a moment before he nodded, all right. Yixian cupped his fists, Brother Wang, we'll meet again. As soon as he finished speaking, he gazed at Xiao Linlang, Miss Linlang, we'll meet again. Xiao Linlang gazed at Yixian, young Master Yi, take care of yourself. Yixian nodded, and then he transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the horizon. Wang Zhan gazed at Yixian who'd vanished into the horizon, and he spoke softly, Brother Yi isn't a bad person. Why is the Great Spiritual God Palace badmouthing him? The Great Spiritual God Palace is really despicable. Xiao Linlang was speechless. P.S. I forgot to ask for votes yesterday. I lost a few thousand monthly votes. After leaving the ruins of Sword Sect, Xian went straight to a mountain range. Somewhere by a river, Xian sat on the ground with his legs crossed. In front of him were 3 storage rings. One of the storage rings contained over 100 million eternal divine crystals. There were originally more than 150 million of them. He let Lin Xinxin take more than 50 million eternal divine gems away, and these 50 million eternal divine gems were enough to raise the strength of the entire Sword Alliance by a large level. Especially when Lin Xinxin brought back some cultivation methods and sword skills, they were too useful for the Sword Alliance. It wouldn't be long before the overall strength of the Sword League would reach the level of a super force in the ancient God Star region. Because the Sword Alliance's swordsman's innate gifts were terrifying, Xian collected his thoughts and looked at the second storage ring. With a thought, a sword floated out from the storage ring. The sword was 4 feet long and 3 fingers wide. There was a lightning-like shape on the blade. It was the best sword among all the swords in the ruins of Sword Sect. Xian sized up the sword. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from within the sword. Are you the new master? It had a spirit. Xian smiled and said, yes. What's your name? The sword said, my name is Sword Mausoleum. I am the strongest sword in the history of the Mausoleum of Sword Sect. There is no sword more powerful than mine in this world. His voice was filled with pride. Xian blinked. Really? The Sword Mausoleum said proudly, of course. Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword appeared in his hand. What about this one? The Sword Mausoleum suddenly trembled and said in shock, this. Xian smiled and said, how are you? Wow. Sword Mausoleum started crying, you bullied me. Xian's face darkened, damn it, could this sword belong to a child? The sword ruin suddenly said, Master, quickly put it away. I'm afraid. Xian was puzzled. Why are you afraid? Sword Mausoleum said in a trembling voice, aura. That sword has a terrifying aura. Xian was silent. The other party might be talking about Qing'er. This green profound sword was personally forged by Qing'er, so it was normal for it to have her aura. The Mausoleum of Swords was afraid of Qing'er. Xian sheathed the Qingxian sword. He looked at the Mausoleum of Swords and smiled. How about you follow me from now on? This Sword Mausoleum's level should be at peak ancient god realm, just right for him. The Sword Mausoleum hesitated for a moment before he said, can I refuse? Xian laughed. Why? The sword ruin said, you don't look like a good person. Xian's face darkened. As a sword, do you still need to differentiate between good and bad masters? The sword ruin said, of course. What if I choose someone who doesn't have a conscience and doesn't treat me well? Xian smiled and said, I will treat you well. The sword ruin said, then can I make a request? Xian said, tell me about it. The sword ruins hurriedly said, I need to be nourished with powerful sword chi and sword intent. Are you willing to nourish me every day? Xian laughed. That's not a problem at all. The sword ruin said, then I'll follow you. Xian smiled. Then we're friends from now on. The sword ruin said, you're the master. Xian shook his head. We're friends. The sword ruins was silent for a moment before he said, is there any difference between friends and masters? Xian was speechless. This chapter is not over, please continue to the next page. He really didn't know how to answer this question. The sword ruin said, since there's no difference, then I'll call you master. Xian said with a smile, as you wish. At this moment, Xiaota suddenly said, young lord, let it play with me and soul. Xian said in a low voice, Xiaota, don't lead them astray. Xiaota was a little displeased. Am I that kind of tower? Xian said indifferently, you're not serious. Xiaota. Xian didn't talk nonsense with Xiaota anymore. He put away the sword ruins and looked at the third storage ring. There was only one sword technique in the third storage ring, sword kinesis technique. The ruins of Sword Sect definitely had more than this sword technique. However, even the powerful ruins of Sword Sect's sword techniques were far inferior to the sword drawing technique and life and death with one sword, therefore, he didn't choose to learn those. However, this sword kinesis technique was very helpful to him. He wanted to create a flying sword technique of his own now. As for the other sword techniques and mental cultivation techniques in the ruins of Sword Sect, as well as the good swords, he let Ling Xinxin bring all of them back to the Sword Alliance. He couldn't fight alone, he had to nurture the Sword Alliance. A moment later, Yi Xian disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in an unknown dead starfield. Cultivate the flying sword technique. Yi Xian opened his palm, and a sword condensed from the power of time and space suddenly appeared in his hand. The next moment, the sword appeared thousands of feet away. Speed, the core of the flying sword was speed. He wanted to cultivate this speed to the extreme. The moment he wanted to kill, the enemy had to die. Just like that, Yi Xian combined the advantages of the sword kinesis technique and kept increasing the speed of his flying sword. There was no limit, only an even higher limit. Small Grotto Heaven. The small Grotto Heaven master sat on a rock beside the bamboo house with his eyes closed. He seemed to have become one with heaven and earth. At that moment, a shadow appeared in front of the old man. The shadow bowed slightly. Grotto Heaven Master, Elder Yu who went to look for Yi Xian was killed by the battle pavilion. Hearing that, the old man frowned slightly. Killed by the battle pavilion? Elder Yu nodded. He was killed by that monster from the battle pavilion, Wang Zhan. As for the reason, that Wang Zhan said that Elder Yu insulted him. A cold glint flashed across the elder's eyes. This battle pavilion is so impressive. How dare you kill the people of my little Grotto Heaven? The virtual figure nodded. They are indeed disrespecting my small cave. However, I still feel that there is something fishy about this matter. However, the old man shook his head. I don't care. Since they killed our people, we naturally have to return the favor. Send someone to kill one of their great sages. The figure hesitated for a moment, and then he said, doing so might cause hostility between us, and it might even lead to war. The old man glanced at the phantom. If they aren't afraid, why should we be? If we don't return the favor, the world will think that we are afraid of the battle pavilion. Kill. The phantom thought for a moment, then said, if the war starts, the old man said indifferently, then let's fight. The small Grotto Heaven was not afraid of the battle pavilion at all. Moreover, the small Grotto Heaven was backed by the supreme laws of the universe. With the supreme laws of the universe, the small Grotto Heaven was not afraid of any forces in this world. The phantom turned around and left. At this moment, the old man suddenly said, what about Yi Xian's whereabouts? The phantom said in a deep voice, he is hiding. The palace master of the Great Spiritual Palace has already made it clear that they have expelled Yi Xian from the Great Spiritual Palace, and they will not interfere in the matters between us and him. The old man was silent. This chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page. After a while, he asked again, is there still no news of the lady in the plain dress? The phantom shook his head. Still no news. The old man said, issue a universal bounty. Anyone who knows where this lady is will be rewarded with 300,000 eternal divine crystals. Since she is severely injured, there will be many extraordinary people who will help us find this lady. The phantom nodded. All right. After that, he turned around and left. The old man lay on the bamboo chair and slowly closed his eyes. Those who offend my small cave will be killed no matter how far they are. The battle pavilion. The battle pavilion was located on a lonely mountain in the north of the ancient god galaxy. On this day, a corpse suddenly fell from the sky above the battle pavilion. In front of a palace, a middle-aged man looked at the corpse and said, the small cave has made a move. This man was the current pavilion master of the battle pavilion, Zhu Xiao. An elder of the battle pavilion spoke in a low voice, the tiny abode is declaring war against us. Zhu Xiao was expressionless. Where is Wang Zhan? At this moment, Wang Zhan suddenly appeared. He glanced at the corpse on the ground and his face darkened. The small cave did this. Zhu Xiao looked at Wang Zhan, why did you kill him? I am not blaming you, but I feel that there is something fishy about this. After a moment of silence, Wang Zhan said, this man insulted me, so I attacked him. As for killing him, he was too arrogant and I couldn't control myself. Couldn't control himself, everyone was speechless, this was the small cave. No matter what, they should have left some leeway. Of course, they did not blame Wang Zhan, what a joke, he was the future of the battle pavilion. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man in a white robe suddenly said, Pavilion Master, if we fight back, then it's equivalent to declaring war. If we don't fight back, then our battle pavilion will be humiliated. Zhu Xiao looked at the middle-aged man in a white robe. Elderly, what do you think? Elderly shook his head. It's not worth it to start a war like this. It's even more meaningless. Because once we start a war, it won't just be one or two of us who will die. But if we don't start a war, the world will think that the battle pavilion is afraid of the small cave. As he spoke, he smiled. I have an idea. Let Wang Zhan fight the geniuses of the small cave's younger generation and have a life-and-death battle. A life-and-death battle. As soon as he said this, everyone nodded their heads. That's a good idea, but if Wang Zhan can't defeat them, everyone looked at Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan laughed. I, Wang Zhan, am not afraid of anyone in the younger generation. Meanwhile, Elderly shook his head. Little fellow, I know you are a genius, but don't underestimate the geniuses of the world. Putting everything else aside, Li Yaoya, Xiao Linlang, and that guy from Sky Demon Nation are not any weaker than you. And that Yixian who just appeared, this person is not simple. Wang Zhan suddenly laughed. Yixian? Elderly nodded. You know him? Wang Zhan smiled and said, I met him before. This person's character is not bad, but his strength is a little weak. He even said that he would come to me for guidance in the future. Elderly frowned. He said that? Wang Zhan nodded. This person is not bad. He didn't know why the great spiritual god palace kept badmouthing him. How unethical. After a moment of silence, Elderly said, in short, don't look down on anyone, understand? Wang Zhan nodded. I understand. Zhu Xiao suddenly said, fighting against the monstrous geniuses and geniuses of the small caves, not only does it concern the reputation of the battle pavilion, it also concerns your life and death. Are you confident? Wang Zhan laughed, yes. Zhu Xiao nodded. Send the letter of challenge to the little paradise. A letter of challenge. End of chapter. A dual invitation. Soon, a dual invitation was sent to the small cave. The news spread across the entire ancient God Star area and the small caves like a plague. The battle pavilion's action was equivalent to a public challenge to the small cave. The small cave would definitely accept it, because it was related to the small cave's reputation. How embarrassing it would be if it didn't accept it. Soon, the small cave replied, accept the dual invitation. The two sides agreed to have a duel. In the ancient star field 3 days later, it would be a battle of life and death. This duel had undoubtedly attracted the attention of countless people. Some people rushed to the ancient star field. At this moment, Yixian was still cultivating. In the dead silent starry sky, countless flying swords were flying around. They were all space-time swords created by Yixian. At this time, Yixian suddenly opened his palm. In an instant, all the space-time swords flew back to his palm. In the surrounding starry sky, there were many residual shadows of the flying swords. Their speed was simply too fast. Now, the speed of his flying swords was so fast that even he was a bit afraid of them, especially if they were used for a sneak attack. Even he would find it difficult to resist them, let alone others. His flying sword art could be considered to have reached the initial level. In terms of power, the current flying sword art was not as terrifying as drawing the sword to decide life and death. However, in terms of speed, it was much faster. It could be said that even a great sage would find it difficult to resist his flying sword art. Yixian put away the space-time swords and looked around. The residual shadows of the flying swords were still around. Yixian laughed and waved his right hand. The residual shadows of the flying swords instantly disappeared. At this time, the space in front of Yixian suddenly trembled. Soon, Dao Yi's voice was heard in front of him. Are you going to the ancient star field? Ancient star field. Yixian took out the Qingxian sword. With a thought, he appeared right in front of the Taoist side of Lingxiu Peak. Seeing Yixian's sudden appearance, Dao Yi was stunned. You. Yixian smiled. You mentioned the ancient star field just now. What's going on? Dao Yi said, don't you know? The battle pavilion has issued a dual invitation to the small cave. Send a letter of challenge. Yixian was taken aback. Challenge? Dao Yi nodded. Yes. Yixian was silent. He didn't expect that the battle pavilion and the small heavenly abode would start a war. Dao Yi continued, but it won't be an all-out war. The battle pavilion had sent out Wang Zhan. Both sides had sent out the younger generation. The kind that decides life and death. Xian asked in a deep voice, who did the small grotto heaven send? Dao shook his head. I don't know yet. As she spoke, she paused for a moment before she continued, no matter what the final outcome of this battle is, both sides will probably become mortal enemies. Xian nodded. The battle pavilion had sent out Wang Zhan. He was the future of the battle pavilion, and the little cave world would definitely not send an ordinary person. No matter which one of them died, the other would not accept it. Therefore, both sides had completely turned against each other. Dao said, let's go. Xian nodded. As both of them were about to leave, a man appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. When the man saw Xian, he was stunned. Who are you? Xian frowned. Who are you? The man stared at Xian. I am an inner disciple, Guyun. Inner disciple, Xian looked at Guyun. What's the matter? Guyun took a glance at Dao and narrowed his eyes. What's the relationship between you and Miss Dao? Xian held Dao's hand and smiled. What's the relationship between us? Dao took a glance at Xian and said nothing. On the other hand, Guyun flew into a rage. How dare you? How can an outer disciple like you be worthy of Miss Dao? You. This chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page. At this time. Brother Yi, why are you here? Xian turned his head. Not far away, Li Xiaoran was walking quickly towards him. Li Xiaoran was obviously happy to see Xian. He quickly walked towards Xian and smiled. Brother Yi, long time no see. Xian smiled. Brother Li, you seem to have become stronger. Li Xiaoran was about to speak when Guyun suddenly said in a trembling voice. Yi, you are Xian. Xian looked at Guyun and smiled. I am Xian. Do you have a problem? Guyun's face turned pale. Xian looked at Guyun. Dao is my woman. Do you understand? Guyun hurriedly said. Yes. I understand. I will never appear in front of Miss Dao again. Xian smiled. It's not that serious. Just don't harass her. Guyun trembled. Yes, yes. Then he turned and ran. Xian, who doesn't know Xian's name, this is a person who dares to kill a true disciple. He actually knows about Xian. But he has never seen Xian. He didn't expect Xian to come again. Wasn't he expelled from Great Spiritual God Palace? In the courtyard, Xian looked at Li Xiaoran. Brother Li, have you entered the inner sect? Li Xiaoran laughed. I don't want to enter the inner sect anymore. Xian was puzzled. Why? Li Xiaoran smiled. Outer sect disciples are treated very well now. Moreover, the inner sect is still ostracizing us. So, it's fine if we don't go. Xian said. Is it because of me? Li Xiaoran smiled. Actually, we still have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, the palace wouldn't even care about the outer sect. The treatment of outer sect disciples is no worse than that of inner sect disciples. Xian smiled. It's good that I didn't cause you any trouble. Li Xiaoran smiled. Brother Yi, are you and Miss Dao going to Ancient Star Sector? Xian nodded. You're going too? Li Xiaoran laughed. Such a big event, of course I have to go. Xian smiled. Then let's go together. After saying that, the three of them disappeared. In space, Xian flew on his sword. Beside him were Dao and Li Xiaoran. Although his Azure Profound Sword can teleport across Star Sector, he needs to know the exact location of Ancient Star Sector, otherwise, he can't teleport. At this time, Dao suddenly turned to look at Xian. Am I your woman? Xian blinked. I'm afraid that he will harass you frequently. Dao stared at Xian. Is that so? Xian said seriously. Of course. You know that I'm a very pure person. Dao shook her head. You told me that the world is too bitter. Now it seems that it's complete nonsense. I think that you should suffer a little more. Xian, Dao said. The speed at which your strength grows is too terrifying. In the past, she could suppress Xian. But now, Xian can suppress her, And how long has it been? This guy's cultivation speed is too ridiculous, Xian smiled. I've never forgotten those days. How hard was it for him? Fuck, I feel like crying when I think about it. His enemies were always abnormal, and they were always several levels higher than him. How can I win? I can't win at all. At that time, it's not that I'm too weak. It's that my enemies are too strong. Dowie looked at Xian. What do you plan to do next? Plan, Xian smiled. Become stronger. If this chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page, Dowie asked again. How strong? Xian was silent for a moment. Then, he smiled. Stronger than Qing'er and Dad. Dowie looked at Xian. Are you serious? Xian smiled. I've never been so serious. He knew that if he doesn't become stronger than Qing'er and Dad, he can't stop them from competing. Dowie said softly, do your best. Xian smiled. I will. Half an hour later, the three of them arrived at Ancient Star Sector. Ancient Star Sector is an abandoned star sector. However, this place is not completely dead. There is life in this star sector. However, only some rogue cultivators live here, Ancient City. When the three of them arrived in front of the Ancient City, Xian looked at the Ancient City. It is very old and dilapidated. However, from the size of the city, it must have been glorious in the past, Li Xiaoran suddenly said. There are many people here. Xian looked inside the city. Indeed, there are many people here. The three of them were about to enter when a figure suddenly fell from the sky. Bang! That figure fell directly in front of Xian's group. Xian looked at the person in the pit. When he saw that person, he was stunned. He knows the person in the pit. It's that old Li who tried to fool him when he first arrived at Ancient God Star Sector. At this time, a young man suddenly appeared in front of Xian's group. The young man glanced at Xian's group and did not speak. Inside the pit, old Li climbed up. When he saw Xian, old Li was stunned. Then he said, Young Master Yi. Xian looked at old Li. Didn't I tell you to stop? Old Li smiled bitterly. Cultivation requires resources. I sigh. Xian shook his head and sighed. You deserve it. Old Li's smile became more bitter. If I can't improve further, I will become older and older. I've made a fool of myself in front of young Master Yi. Xian thought for a moment. Then he turned to look at the young man beside him. Brother, how should I address you? The young man looked at Xian. You want to save him? Xian was about to speak. Then he thought of something and shook his head. No. Then he looked at Dowie and Li Xiaoran. Let's go. Dowie glanced at it and nodded. The three of them walked into the city. At the side, old Li's face turned pale. Young Master Yi. Xian stopped and looked at old Li. Old Li, if you're just fooling people to earn some money, I will save them. But you're not. Not only are you fooling people, but you also want to kill them. All these years, many people have died in your hands, right? Old Li quickly said. I will turn over a new leaf. Xian shook his head. I didn't kill you back then because I wanted to give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. But you didn't listen. If I save an evil person, many innocent people will die in the future. Then he pulled Dowie and walked into the city. Old Li's face was ashen. He collapsed on the ground. When he saw Xian, he saw hope from despair. Now, that hope turned into despair. The young man looked at Old Li and waved his hand. Boom, Old Li was wiped out. In the distant city, Xian suddenly stopped. In his body, the green profound sword trembled slightly. His sword truth aura was released uncontrollably. Sword truth transformation. Xian was stunned. P.S. The weather is getting colder. Everyone, please keep warm, it's too cold, especially those with children. Many children around me have caught a cold. Everyone, please be careful. End of this chapter. Heart. A swordsman cultivates the heart, and this heart is not easy to cultivate. Follow one's heart. He, Xian, has always followed his heart. If following one's heart is wrong, why should he follow it? He did want to save Old Li from the start, because he felt that he knew Old Li, so he wanted to save him. But on second thought, what did Old Li do? He killed him and robbed him. If he saved this kind of person, then in the future, more innocent people will die. He must follow one's heart, but he must also subdue it, because most of the time, one's heart is evil, one can be confident, but not egotistical. At the city gate, Xian's sword aura was getting stronger, and the reaction of the green profound sword in his body was also getting stronger. It was not only the transformation of the sword, it was also the transformation of the heart. At this time, Xian opened his eyes, he opened his palm, and the sword aura on his body flowed back into his palm. Next to Xian, Daoyi said softly, "Breakthrough?" Xian nodded, "Breakthrough in the sword." Breakthrough in the sword. He did not know what level he was at now, but he knew that he was much stronger than a few breaths ago. At this time, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, you are now a real swordsman." Xian smiled, "A real swordsman?" Xiao Ta said, "Master once said that it is not difficult to follow one's heart, but to subdue it. It is not difficult for a swordsman to do as he pleases, but it is difficult to restrain oneself. Humans are humans because they can restrain themselves, and have a set of standards in their heart. Good is good, evil is evil." Xian suddenly said, "That's not right." Xiao Ta asked, "What's not right?" Xian said in a deep voice, "Qing'er seems to do whatever she wants." Xiao Ta was silent for a moment, then said, "Young master, can you not compare yourself to her? Is it hard to have an idea?" Xian was speechless. Xiao Ta continued, "Young master's current sword Dao realm should be at the descent realm." Xian frowned. "Lower your realm?" Xiao Ta nodded, "Yes. Listen to the inner heart, know the inner heart, and descend to the inner heart. The young lord is now in a subduing state. If we're talking about ordinary realms, the current you is equivalent to a great saint." Xian said in a deep voice, "In other words, I can be considered a great sage now?" Xiao Ta said, "You can say that. Moreover, after subduing his heart, the power of the young master's sword techniques will be much stronger. Your sword drawing to decide life and death and flying sword technique will be much stronger than before." Xian nodded. "I know. The power of his sword draw to determine life and death was at least 40% stronger than before, and so was the speed of his flying sword." Xian shook his head and smiled. Most of the time, enlightenment was better than bitter cultivation. He did not expect that his previous action would directly cause his state of mind to break through. However, this also made him understand that following his heart did not mean that he could act recklessly. Subduing his heart, as if thinking of something, Xian suddenly asked, "Xiao Ta, do you know what's above the descent realm?" Xiao Ta said, "I don't know." Xian blinked. "You don't know?" Xiao Ta was a little helpless. "Young master, I'm just a tower." Xian's mouth twitched. "Damn, now you know that you're a tower." At this time, Daoyi suddenly said, "Let's go in." Xian collected his thoughts and nodded. Along the way, Xian and the other two kept looking around. It had to be said that the city was really dilapidated. There were ruins everywhere, and the smell of decay was also emitting. This city must have been ravaged by something in the past for it to be in its current state. At the end of prosperity was decline. At this time, Li Xiaoran suddenly said, "According to the ancient records, this ancient star sector was once very prosperous, even more prosperous than ancient god sector. However, for some reason, it declined later." Xian nodded slightly. He could see that this city must have been very prosperous in the past. Li Xiaoran said again, "Now, this place has become a slum." Xian frowned. "Slum?" Li Xiaoran nodded. "Although the spiritual qi in this place is not completely exhausted, the spiritual qi in this place is no longer suitable for cultivation. Some of the people here have very low cultivation realms, and their lifespans are not particularly long. Because the spiritual qi here is slowly drying up, the air here has been polluted." Xian sensed his surroundings. Indeed, not only was the spiritual qi here pitifully small, the air was also mixed with some bad substances. As if thinking of something, Xian suddenly asked, "This place is not a dead star sector. They arranged Biwu in here, will it affect this place?" Li Xiaoran shook his head. "No one will care about this." Xian was silent. At this moment, a little girl carrying a backpack suddenly ran in front of the three of them. The little girl wore a floral shirt and cotton pants. The shirt and pants were full of patches. Moreover, it was obviously not in line with the little girl's figure. The shirt and pants were too small, which looked very incongruous. The little girl had too small braids. Her petite face was full of mud, and only a pair of quick-witted eyes could be seen. On the little girl's feet, she wore a pair of grass shoes weaved from vines. They were also very small, and the little girl's thumbs were already above the toes of the shoes. As she ran, the little girl's thumbs were bent. Because if she was not careful, her thumbs would come into intimate contact with the ground. The little girl looked at Xian and the other two and bowed respectfully. "Three immortals, are you here to watch the competition?" Xian said with a smile, "Yeah." The little girl hurriedly said, "The competition will only start 2 days later. During this time, you need a place to stay. Do you want to go to my house? Even though it's small, it's very clean. 1 low-grade spirit stone is enough." Xian glanced at the little girl's backpack. There were some medicinal herbs in the backpack. The little girl continued, "3 immortals, my home isn't just clean, it's very quiet as well. No one will disturb you." Xian smiled and said, "Only 1 low-grade spirit stone?" The little girl hurriedly nodded. Xian smiled. "All right. Then let's go to your home." The little girl was overjoyed when she heard this. She hurriedly said, "3 immortals, please come with me." She turned around and walked away. Xian smiled, and then he followed her with Dao Yi and Li Xiaoran. It didn't take long for the 3 of them to arrive at a small courtyard. Needless to say, the courtyard was really small. There were only 3 small rooms, and it was extremely run down, but it was really very clean. After entering the courtyard, the little girl pointed at a small courtyard on the side. "3 immortals, you can stay here. If you need anything, just let me know. My name is Xiaoan, and I'll be at your service at any time." Xian smiled. "All right." Xiaoan bowed slightly. "I won't disturb you anymore." Then she turned around and walked towards a small room on the right. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoran suddenly said, "Brother Yi, Miss Dao Yi, both of you rest here. I'll go ask around in the city. I'm afraid there are quite a lot of people coming this time, so I need to understand the situation first." Xian said with a smile, "Great." Li Xiaoran turned around and left. Dao Yi suddenly said, "Who do you think will win, Wang Zhan or the genius from the small grotto heaven?" Xian shook his head. "It's hard to say. Since the small grotto heaven dared to accept the challenge, they definitely won't send an ordinary genius." Dao Yi nodded. "That's true." Just as Xian was about to speak, an angry roar came from the small room next door. "Xiaoan! Where the hell have you been?" Hearing this, Xian frowned. He walked slowly to the small room on the other side. A man was lying in the room. The man's face was pale and he looked very weak. Xiaoan was cooking by the side. Seeing Xian and Xian, Xiaoan quickly ran to them and said with a trembling voice, "Did I disturb you immortals?" Xian smiled. "No." Then he looked at the young man on the bed. "Who is he?" Xiaoan said softly, "He's my brother." Xian looked at the young man. "He looks very weak." Xiaoan lowered his head. "My brother smokes." "Smokes?" Xian frowned. Of course, he knew what smokes were. That was something harmful, especially to ordinary people. It was a slow poison. Suddenly, the young man shouted angrily. "Haven't you cooked anything good? Do you want to die?" Hearing this, Xian and Dao Yi frowned. Xiaoan said quickly, "It's almost ready." Then she ran to the stove and started cooking. Soon, she brought a bowl of porridge to the young man. "Brother, be careful. It's hot." The young man looked at the bowl of porridge and his face changed. He knocked the bowl of porridge down and shouted angrily. "You want me to drink this? Where's the meat? Where's the meat?" Xiaoan said softly, "I didn't sell any herbs today, trash." The young man suddenly shouted angrily. "You're a trash. Stupid trash." Xiaoan lowered his head. "Brother," the young man looked at Xiaoan angrily. "Why aren't you selling the herbs?" Scram. Xiaoan lowered his head and tears flowed down uncontrollably. The young man continued to shout. "Cry. You only know how to cry. You're a trash. Wait till I recover. I'll sell you." At this moment, Dao Yi suddenly walked to Xiaoan's side. She gently rubbed Xiaoan's little head. "Don't cry." Xiaoan's body trembled slightly. "Sorry." Immortal, I'm disturbing you. Dowie smiled. No. Then, she pulled Xiaoan's hand and said. I'll bring you to buy some meat. Xiaoan shook his head. I don't have money, Dowie smiled. I do. With that, she pulled Xiaoan out. Yi Xian took a look at the man lying on the bed and followed him out. Outside. Yi Xian smiled. Xiaoan, your brother treats you like this. Why do you still take care of him? Xiaoan was silent for a long time. He's the only family I have. Yi Xian and Dowie were silent. Inside the house. The young man was still shouting madly. Useless bitch, trash. Yi Xian looked at the young man who was still roaring in the room and his eyes gradually turned cold. The young man was beyond cure and his body was rotten. If not for Xiaoan's care, he would have been dead. At this time, Xiaoan wanted to say something but stopped. Dowie smiled and said, You want us to save your brother? Xiaoan lowered her head slightly and said, I don't dare. Dowie turned to look at Yi Xian and Yi Xian smiled and said, Even if you save him, he will not treat you well. Xiaoan turned to look at the room and said softly, But I still want him alive. Yi Xian said, We can save him. Xiaoan suddenly looked at Yi Xian and knelt in front of Yi Xian and said with a trembling voice, Immortal. Yi Xian helped Xiaoan up and said with a smile, But I have a condition. Xiaoan quickly said, I will agree to anything. I will agree to anything. Yi Xian looked at Xiaoan and said, We can save him but you have to come with us. Hearing this, Xiaoan was stunned and said, I go with you. Yi Xian nodded and said, Yes. Xiaoan clenched her fists and her eyes were full of disbelief and said, Immortal, you want to take me away? Yi Xian nodded and said with a smile, Yes. Xiaoan said with a trembling voice, But I don't have any talent. She was in disbelief because sometimes some immortals would come to this place and those immortals would take away some people. However, they were all people with great talent. As long as they were taken away, it was equivalent to changing their fate, but she had never dared to think like this. Yi Xian gently patted Xiaoan's head and said, You don't need any talent. Just come with me and I will arrange a good home for you. Xiaoan quickly knelt and kowtowed and said, Thank you, Immortal, thank you. Yi Xian helped him up again. But we won't take your brother away. Xiaoan glanced at Yi Xian and said in a low voice, Immortal, please spare his life. Hearing this, Yi Xian was slightly stunned. He gently patted Xiaoan's little head and shook his head with a smile. Smart girl. This little girl had already seen through his murderous intent towards the young man. Not simple at all. Yi Xian turned around and walked into the house. Xiaoan wanted to follow him, but she hesitated and decided not to. She didn't beg Yi Xian and Dowie to take her brother away because she knew that she wasn't qualified to do so. Before long, Yi Xian walked out, looking at Yi Xian, and was a little nervous. Yi Xian smiled and said, He has recovered. Xiaoan immediately wanted to kneel down but was stopped by Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at Xiaoan and said, You don't have to kneel in front of us in the future. This sister beside you is Dowie. I am Yi Xian. You can call her sister Dowie and call me brother Yi Xian. Understand? Xiaoan hesitated and nodded. Okay. Brother Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled and said, Let's go. Xiaoan blinked. Are we leaving now? Yi Xian smiled and said, Are you saying goodbye to your brother? Xiaoan was silent for a moment. She looked into the house and said softly, Brother, I can't take care of you anymore. Take care of yourself. After that, she turned around and held Yi Xian's hand. However, she instinctively pulled her hand back. Yi Xian held Xiaoan's hand and smiled. Let's go. After that, he pulled Xiaoan and walked into the distance. At this time, he suddenly frowned and opened Xiaoan's palm. There was a black lotus mark on Xiaoan's palm. Yi Xian looked at the black lotus mark and said softly, What is this? Xiaoan shook her head. I don't know. They said it was a birthmark. Yi Xian gently touched the black lotus mark. At this time, something strange happened. Yi Xian's finger suddenly started burning and the next moment, the flame spread to his whole body. Boom, Yi Xian turned into a man of fire. At this moment, the power of bloodline in Yi Xian's body suddenly erupted. Rumble, Yi Xian's power of bloodline forced the flame out of his body and the flame returned to Xiaoan's palm. At this moment, cold sweat slowly dripped from Yi Xian's forehead. At that moment, He was almost burned to ashes. If it wasn't for his power of bloodline, he would have been dead, even his consciousness would have been erased. At this time, Xiaoan's face turned abnormally pale. She said in fear, "Brother Yixian." Yixian smiled. "I'm fine." After that, he looked at the black mark on Xiaoan's palm. "Damn it, this Xiaoan is not an ordinary person." At the side, Daoyi suddenly shook his head. "You're simply a pervert." Yixian looked at Daoyi. "What do you mean?" Daoyi looked at him and said, "I realized that your sister is not an ordinary person. Even if she's just an adopted sister." Yixian, at this moment, he was really speechless. This Xiaoan is definitely not an ordinary person, but is it really so coincidental? I just randomly adopted a sister, and this sister is not an ordinary person. Should I go and adopt a few more sisters? At this time, Daoyi suddenly squatted down and held Xiaoan's hand. At this moment, the black lotus mark had returned to normal and there was no aura. Xiaoan said in a low voice. "This is not simple." Yixian nodded. With his current strength, it was difficult for anything to hurt him. But just now, this thing almost killed him. This is too perverse. Even now, he still has some lingering fear. Daoyi said in a low voice. "What do you plan to do now?" Yixian smiled. "What else can I do? Of course, I will bring her along. When I have the chance to meet Qing'er, I will ask Qing'er to help me." Xiaoan's background is definitely not simple. Daoyi thought for a while and nodded. "That's the only way." At this time, Xiaoan suddenly said in a low voice. "Brother Yixian. Are you still willing to have me?" Yixian laughed. "Of course. Who knows, you might be able to protect me in the future." Xiaoan blinked. He didn't quite understand. Yixian said with a smile, "Let's go." As he spoke, he walked to the other side of Xiaoan and held Xiaoan's left hand. He didn't dare to hold Xiaoan's right hand anymore. He was still a little afraid of the flame. The group left the courtyard. Along the way, Xiaoan kept introducing the ancient star city to Yixian and Yixian. There were also some forces in the ancient star city. One of them was called the Gate of Heaven, which was the strongest force in the ancient star system. In Xiaoan's words, there were many people in the Gate of Heaven who could fly. However, when the battle pavilion and the small grotto heaven arranged the arena here, these forces quickly moved out. Obviously, they were afraid of being affected by the battle. After all, once such experts entered into battle, then if they didn't have the protection of a formidable sect, then the entire ancient star city would probably be destroyed in an instant. The ordinary people in the city obviously didn't know about this. For example, Xiaoan, until now, she still didn't know what the competition meant. Right at this moment, Li Xiuran suddenly appeared in front of Yixian and the others. Yixian said with a smile, "Did you find out who the small grotto heaven sent this time?" Li Xiuran shook his head, "No. It's very mysterious." Yixian frowned slightly. "Are there any monstrous geniuses in the small grotto heaven?" "The very famous ones." Li Xiuran said in a deep voice, "There are a few, but they are much weaker than Wang Zhan." "I'm afraid this matter isn't that simple." Yixian said, "What about the battle pavilion? Are they here?" Li Xiuran nodded, "They are. They are now in the north." Yixian asked again, "What about the small grotto heaven?" Li Xiuran said in a deep voice, "They are here too. In the south. But we can't get close." Yixian looked towards the south and said with a smile, "It seems that the people the small grotto heaven sent to fight Wang Zhan are not simple." Li Xiuran nodded. "The battle pavilion is in a bad situation now because the small grotto heaven knows that they are sending Wang Zhan, but they don't know who they are sending." Yixian suddenly asked, "How many people are coming from the small grotto heaven this time?" Li Xiuran said, "About a dozen. There are 3 great sages among them." 3 great sages, Yixian smiled, and a murderous intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. "Haha." Right at this moment, roaring laughter suddenly resounded in the sky. The crowd looked towards the source of the laughter and saw a man standing in the sky. His body was emitting a terrifying aura. Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan looked towards the south and said with a smile, "Small grotto heaven, I'm getting impatient. Why don't we fight today?" Li Xiuran, who was standing next to Yixian, said with a smile, "This Wang Zhan is really hot-tempered." Yixian turned towards the south and said, "Will the small grotto heaven accept the challenge?" Li Xiaoran said in a deep voice, after being challenged like this, I believe they will accept the challenge. Right at this moment, an old man suddenly appeared in front of Wang Zhan. The old man glanced at Wang Zhan and said calmly, we've agreed to fight tomorrow, so let's do it tomorrow. Why are you in such a hurry? Wang Zhan laughed, I'm just thinking that since we're already here, why wait until tomorrow? Let's fight to the death now. The old man looked at Wang Zhan and said, sure. As he spoke, he turned around and saw a man walking out from not far away. The man wore a simple grey robe, his hair was tied behind his head, and he held a sheathed saber in his hand. Yi Xian turned to look at Li Xiaoran who was standing next to him. Li Xiaoran shook his head, I've never seen him before. Yi Xian frowned slightly as he looked at the man. He couldn't sense the man's aura. It's strange, Daoyi said softly, he's not simple. Yi Xian nodded, he could sense Wang Zhan's aura, but he couldn't sense the man's. Right at this moment, the saint of the small grotto heaven suddenly said, let my small grotto heaven deal with one thing first. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian below, my small grotto heaven wants to kill this person first. Right at this moment, Yi Xian flicked his thumb lightly. Pissed, the old man's head was sent flying, everyone present was dumbfounded. Yi Xian looked around and said, kill me? As he spoke, he shook his head slightly, let your small grotto heaven's old ancestor do it. Call your old ancestor. Everyone was speechless. P.S. Thank you to the alliance leader of One French Fry Friend for tipping. I'm really ashamed that I only saw it now. There are also many readers who tipped and voted for me. Thank you for your support. To be honest, although my updates are stable, there aren't many. I'll reflect on myself. Thank you all for your support. I'll read it every day. I really want to thank all the readers who silently supported me. Some of the readers only voted for me and didn't even post anything. Some of them didn't even speak. Thank you all for your support. Instant annihilation, everyone in the surroundings was stunned. That old man was a saint, even though he was only a minor saint, he was still a saint. He was instantly annihilated just like that. Most importantly, many of them hadn't even seen how the old man had died. His sword was too swift. The man from the minor abode turned around to look at Yi Xian, and no one knew what he was thinking. Wang Zhan glanced at Yi Xian as well, and he was slightly shocked in his heart. That attack from Yi Xian just now was truly swift, and it was swift to the point of posing a threat to him. He wasn't simple at all. Yi Xian raised his head to look at Wang Zhan, and then he grinned, Brother Wang, we meet again. Wang Zhan smiled, Brother Ye's sword is so swift. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled, it isn't that my sword is swift, but the saints of the minor abode are truly too weak. The expressions of the experts from the minor abode instantly became unsightly when they heard this. That's an insult to the minor abode. A middle-aged man from the shadows spoke softly, this kid is even stronger than before. It was the palace master of Great Spiritual God Palace, Lin Jiang. The hall master of the enforcement hall, Yan Shi, was by his side. There was a trace of fear in Yan Shi's eyes as he gazed at Yi Xian, he's much stronger. That attack from Yi Xian just now was so swift that even he felt quite fearful. Lin Jiang suddenly said, the enmity between him and the minor abode is growing bigger and bigger. Yan Shi said, but he doesn't care at all. Looks like his background isn't simple at all. Lin Jiang spoke indifferently, let's wait and see. Right at this moment, a white-haired old man suddenly appeared not too far away from Yi Xian. As soon as the old man appeared, the space in the surroundings trembled slightly, and then it started to become more and more ethereal. A great saint, the white-haired old man gazed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, do you think the people behind you can protect you? Yi Xian smiled, aren't the two of you going to have a battle today? Why don't you fight first? We'll settle our problems after the competition. Meanwhile, Wang Zhan suddenly smiled and said, Brother Yi is right. As he spoke, he looked at the white-haired old man. Geezer, let's fight first. The white-haired old man was expressionless. Since you want to die so much, I'll fulfill your wish. As he spoke, he looked at the young man at the side. Situ, kill him. The young man slowly walked towards Wang Zhan and slowly placed his left hand on the hilt of his saber. In the distance, Wang Zhan heard Zhu Zhao's voice in his mind, don't be careless. Wang Zhan laughed. Come. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly leaped up and smashed his fist down towards the young man. Rumble. This punch was like a thunderclap, and the entire ancient star city started to collapse. Countless people in the city were shocked. Beside Yi Xian, Xiaoan's face instantly turned pale. She hurriedly turned her head to the right. Yi Xian rubbed her little head lightly. Your big brother will be fine. Xiaoan held tightly onto Yi Xian's hand with her left hand and spoke with a trembling voice, Big brother Yi Xian. He's so terrifying. Yi Xian looked up into the sky. Wang Zhan's punch had exceeded the scope of their understanding. On the other hand, the man called Situ's expression was extraordinarily calm when facing Wang Zhan's punch. When Wang Zhan's punch arrived before him, he suddenly took a step forward, drew his saber, and slashed. His saber was swift like a bolt of lightning. Bang! As a wave of saber light erupted, Wang Zhan instantly retreated explosively by 3 km. Seeing this, Yi Xian, who was below, frowned. Situ's saber Dao had attained the descent realm. Moreover, Situ was a great saint. Right at this moment, the battle pavilion's master, Zhu Xiao, appeared in the sky. As soon as Zhu Xiao appeared, the white-haired old man from the small abode appeared as well. Zhu Xiao stared fixedly at Situ with a gloomy expression. The white-haired old man spoke indifferently, What? We've only exchanged a single blow, yet your battle pavilion can't help but bully the weak? Zhu Xiao gazed at the white-haired old man and was about to speak when Wang Zhan spoke abruptly, Pavilion Master, I'm fine. Zhu Xiao spoke solemnly, He's not simple. Wang Zhan smiled, So what? I, Wang Zhan, fear no one in the younger generation. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. Bang! An afterimage shot straight at Situ. In an instant, the space before Situ was set ablaze. Meanwhile, Situ slowly closed his eyes, and he suddenly drew his saber when Wang Zhan appeared around 3 m away from him. Hiss! A wave of saber light erupted. Bang! Wang Zhan retreated another few kilometers. He was suppressed. Zhu Xiao's face fell when he witnessed this scene. Wang Zhan had been suppressed twice in a row. At this moment, he felt slightly regretful. If Wang Zhan died, then it would be a huge loss to the battle pavilion. The white-haired old man from the small abode suddenly laughed coldly and ridiculed, What? Pavilion Master Zhu doesn't have confidence in your own genius? Zhu Xiao's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. Suddenly, Wang Zhan laughed ferociously, It's not over yet. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly soared into the sky, and a powerful force swept out from within him. The force was like a tsunami as it smashed down towards Situ as if it intended to tear him apart. Situ's expression was still calm. When Wang Zhan's force arrived a few meters away from him, a powerful force suddenly surged out from within him. Hiss! Everyone watched as the force slashed through Wang Zhan's force, and it smashed straight towards Wang Zhan with irresistible force. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Wang Zhan's eyes, and then he suddenly smashed his fist forward. Rumble! The force was instantly shattered. Meanwhile, a ray of saber light flashed. Hiss! The spectators didn't even have the chance to react before Situ had appeared behind Wang Zhan, and he slowly sheathed his saber. Behind him, there was a deep saber wound on Wang Zhan's chest. He'd lost. The surroundings suddenly fell silent when they witnessed this scene. In just 3 rounds, Wang Zhan was defeated. Who exactly is this fellow? Everyone in the surroundings was looking at Situ Yen with eyes filled with curiosity. Right at this moment, the white-haired old man suddenly said, Situ, kill him. At this moment, Wang Zhan had lost, but he wasn't dead. Situ immediately turned around and drew his saber when he heard the white-haired old man. Zhu Xiao couldn't be bothered about anything else and was about to attack. However, the white-haired old man suddenly laughed coldly, You want to save him? You're dreaming. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. Bang! Zhu Xiao was forcefully stopped. At this moment, Situ had appeared behind Wang Zhan. So how could Wang Zhan resist Situ? Situ's eyes suddenly narrowed slightly at the critical moment, and then he swiftly turned around and slashed. Bang! An expanse of saber energy shattered while Situ retreated 300 m. After Situ stopped moving, he gazed at Yi Xian. It was Yi Xian who'd attacked just now. Yi Xian walked over to Wang Zhan, and then he glanced at Wang Zhan. How do you feel? Wang Zhan was slightly dazed. I lost. Yi Xian patted Wang Zhan on the shoulder. Victory and defeat are common. There's no need to mind it. Wang Zhan fell silent. Yi Xian gazed at Wang Zhan. Are you a sore loser? Wang Zhan immediately replied, I, Wang Zhan, am naturally a sore loser. Yi Xian smiled. It's good that you're a sore loser. Wang Zhan continued, but I've already lost. Since you helped me, then I'm a sore loser. Yi Xian blinked, I didn't help you. Wang Zhan frowned slightly, Brother Yi, you. Yi Xian smiled, there's enmity between me and the tiny abode. Now, I intend to resolve that enmity. So, it can't be considered as me helping you. Wang Zhan had a slightly complicated expression on his face, Brother Yi, you. Right at this moment, Zhu Xiao said abruptly, aren't you going to thank Yi Xian? Wang Zhan hesitated for a moment before he said, thank you. Yi Xian smiled, we're friends, so there's no need to be so polite. Friends, Wang Zhan glanced at Yi Xian, Brother Yi, I'll definitely repay your kindness today. Yi Xian smiled, and then he turned around to gaze at the white-haired old man, didn't all of you want to kill me? I'm right here right now. The white-haired old man stared at Yi Xian, Situ, kill him. Situ, the man with the blade looked at Yi Xian. Then he dashed out immediately, he was swift like a bolt of lightning, however, Situ retreated explosively by over 300 m in the next moment, everyone here was stunned, what's going on? The white-haired old man's face had turned gloomy, Yi Xian's sword was even swifter than Situ's saber, a trace of a solemn expression appeared in Situ's eyes as well, how swift? Yi Xian said with a smile, again. Situ was about to attack, but his pupils suddenly constricted. He'd just drawn his saber when a sword had stabbed right into the center of his forehead, it was an instant kill, the expressions of everyone here had changed, it was too swift, it wasn't flashy at all, it was just swift, at this moment, Situ wasn't dead yet, but his soul and consciousness had been locked onto by Yi Xian's sword, the flying sword hold, he'd combined the flying sword with the soul hold technique, suddenly. The white-haired old man roared furiously, how dare you? As he spoke, he was about to attack. However, his pupils suddenly constricted, and he was just about to dodge when a sword stabbed right into his head, hiss, a strand of blood sprayed from the back of his head, everyone here was stunned, including the white-haired old man himself, he was a great saint, but he'd actually been instantly killed by a single strike, the eyes of everyone here were filled with fear, including Zhu Xiao and the others. Yi Xian's sword was truly too swift, Situ's saber was very swift as well, but it was like a child. Before Yi Xian's sword, their speeds weren't on the same level at all. Meanwhile, Yi Xian had arrived in front of Situ. Situ gazed at Yi Xian in silence. Suddenly, an anxious voice resounded from afar, Brother Yi, he's from the god's graveyard. You can't kill him. You absolutely can't. Yi Xian turned around and saw a woman tearing through space towards him, it was exactly Xiao Linlang. The white-haired old man who still hadn't died spoke ferociously, Yi Xian, he's from the god's graveyard. If you kill him, then even the supreme laws might not be able to protect you. Yi Xian suddenly slashed with his sword, hiss, Situ's head flew into the air, directly erased, Yi Xian turned to look at the white-haired elder. The necropolis of the gods? Can you take one of my swords? The white-haired elder was dumbfounded. The god's graveyard, what was that place? It was the #1 forbidden area in the entire ancient god galaxy, even extraordinary powers like the great spiritual god palace and the battle pavilion were extremely fearful of that place, but Yi Xian had actually said that he couldn't take a single attack from him, a single attack, is he that arrogant? The palace master of the great spiritual god palace, Xianxia, stared fixedly at Yi Xian. He isn't even afraid of the god's graveyard. Yan, she spoke solemnly, I never expected that the minor spiritual god palace would actually invite the help of a genius from the god's graveyard. No wonder Wang Zhan wasn't a match for him. What surprised me even more was that Situ was actually killed by a single attack from Yi Xian. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian, who was not far away, with fear in his eyes. How strong is this guy? Chen Jiang fell silent as well. How strong is Yi Xian? Suddenly, the white-haired old man spoke ferociously, Yi Xian, how dare you kill a genius from the god's graveyard? You. Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and the green profound sword directly sank into the white-haired old man's forehead, instantly absorbing his soul completely, however, that wasn't the end of it. Yi Xian turned around to look at the experts from the minor spiritual god palace. With a command in his heart, besides the two remaining great saints, the heads of all the experts from the minor spiritual god palace flew into the air, instant kill. At this moment, the expressions of everyone here changed drastically, killing a saint was like killing a chicken, it was too terrifying, even the eyes of Chen Jiang and the other senior great saints were filled with fear. Even they were extremely afraid of the speed of Yi Xian's flying sword. Yi Xian gazed at the two remaining great saints from the minor spiritual god palace. He was just about to attack when the two great saints vanished. They fled. Yi Xian was stunned. They fled just like that. Yi Xian fell silent as he watched the two great saints vanish into the sky. It wasn't that he didn't want to give chase, but he couldn't catch up at all unless he used the green profound sword. His flying sword could only reach that terrifying speed within a certain range. If it exceeded that range, his flying sword would not be able to reach that terrifying speed. What a pity! Yi Xian shook his head and sheathed his green profound sword. The souls of the two great sages were a great supplement for the Xianxia sword. His green profound sword was a growth-type sword. If it could devour the souls of those great sages, it would have a great chance of reaching the next level. If the Xianxia sword broke through again, Yi Xian didn't even dare to think about it. This sword itself was very abnormal. Right at this moment, Xiao Linlang, who was beside Yi Xian, suddenly said in a low voice, "Brother Yi, you're being impulsive." Yi Xian looked at Xiao Linlang and asked, "Kill the small caves?" Xiao Linlang shook her head. "It's the Godslayer's cemetery." Yi Xian smiled. "Can you tell me more about the graveyard of the gods?" After a moment of silence, Xiao Linlang said, "It's an extremely terrifying place. It's even more terrifying than the ruins of Sword Sect. We still dared to go to the ruins of Sword Sect, but we don't even dare to go to the graveyard of the gods." Yi Xian asked softly, "Is it that mysterious?" Xiao Linlang nodded. "It's mysterious and powerful." With that, she looked at Yi Xian with a complicated look in her eyes. "I was really being impulsive," Yi Xian said with a smile. "I want to kill you. It was difficult for me to retract my sword." Xiao Linlang said softly, "Brother Yi is much stronger than I imagined." Yi Xian laughed and said, "Miss Linlang, how much do you know about the graveyard of the gods?" Xiao Linlang shook her head. "I don't know much, but there's a place that I should know a lot about." Yi Xian asked, "What place?" Xiao Linlang said in a low voice, "Xiaolu." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Xiaolu?" Xiao Linlang nodded. "It's also a somewhat mysterious place." With that, she pointed with her finger, and a white light entered the space between Yi Xian's eyebrows. Xiao Linlang withdrew her finger and said, "This is the address to Xiaolu. However, young Master Yi should be mentally prepared. That place is very dark. If you want to obtain information, you'll have to pay a huge price." Yi Xian smiled. "Understood." Xiao Linlang said, "Brother Yi, I still have things to do, so I'll be taking my leave." With that, she turned around and disappeared into the horizon. At this moment, Zhu Xiao walked over with Wang Zhan. Zhu Xiao cupped his fists at Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, thank you for today." These words of thanks were sincere and sincere. If it weren't for Yi Xian, Wang Zhan would have died, and that would be an unbearable loss for the battle pavilion. Nurturing a Wang Zhan was not an easy task. Yi Xian smiled. "There's no need to thank me. Brother Wang and I are friends." Wang Zhan glanced at Yi Xian with a complicated expression. Yi Xian said, "Brother Wang, today's setback isn't a bad thing. What do you think?" Wang Zhan nodded. "There's always someone better out there." Yi Xian laughed. "It won't be long before Brother Wang Zhan's strength reaches new heights." A smile appeared on Zhu Xiao's face as well. Today's defeat wasn't a bad thing for Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan no longer had any arrogance in his heart. To Wang Zhan, today's setback was equivalent to a rebirth. Zhu Xiao suddenly said, "Little friend Yi, we'll be taking our leave." Yi Xian nodded. "Take care." Wang Zhan cupped his fists. "Brother Yi, take care." With that, he, Zhu Xiao, and the rest of the battle pavilion experts disappeared. At this time, Li Xiuran also said, "Brother Yi, I'm going back too." Yi Xian looked at Li Xiuran. With a tap of his finger, a spatial ring landed in front of Li Xiuran. Li Xiuran's expression changed drastically when he glanced at it. There were a total of 100,000 fortune divine crystals in the spatial ring. Li Xiuran looked at Yi Xian in astonishment. "Brother Yi, this is?" Yi Xian smiled. "The outer disciple's salary is small, keep it." Li Xiuran shook his head. "No. I can't take it." Yi Xian said with a smile, "Take it. This is not charity. I treat you as a friend. Do you understand what I mean?" Li Xiuran was silent. Yi Xian smiled. Don't be so wishy-washy. Take it quickly. Oh right. He took out another spatial ring and handed it to Li Xiaoran. This is my gift to Elder Gu Qing. Give it to him for me. After a moment of silence, Li Xiaoran said, Brother Yi, how good would it be if you were still in the outer disciples? Yi Xian laughed. Li Xiaoran did not say anything else. He kept the 2 spatial rings. Brother Yi, we'll meet again. After saying that, he disappeared into the horizon. Around them, the experts that came from other places also left. Yi Xian's name spread like a plague across the heavens. Instant kill of a great sage. The current Yi Xian could be said to be the #1 prodigy in the heavens, small grotto heaven. Beside the lake, in front of the small grotto heaven lord, a shadow was whispering something. After a long time, the old man said softly, instant kill of a great sage? The shadow nodded. The speed of this person's flying sword is unprecedented. It's terrifying. The old man narrowed his eyes. A cold light flashed in his eyes. When did he become so terrifying? The shadow shook his head. He wasn't this terrifying before. After he came out of the mausoleum of swords, his strength became so terrifying. The old man said in a low voice, he had a fortuitous encounter there. The shadow nodded. I think so. The old man fell silent for a long time. We can't let him live. The shadow nodded. He has already matured. If we allow him to continue growing, the consequences will be unimaginable. The old man suddenly said, What did the god's graveyard say? The shadow shook his head. They haven't responded yet. The old man said, Yi Xian killed Sidu. They won't let it go. Of course, we are responsible for this as well. He paused for a moment before he said, Ask second brotherly to go there. Ask him to bring a few more people. The shadow hesitated for a moment before he said, This person already has the strength to instantly kill a great sage. The old man glanced at the shadow. I don't believe that he can even kill second brotherly. Just ask them to be careful. The shadow nodded. All right. After saying that, he turned and left. After the shadow left, the old man fell silent for a long time. After a long time, he suddenly stood up and walked towards the distance. It didn't take long for the old man to arrive at the peak of a mountain. There was a luxurious palace there, and there was only a single statue in the palace, a statue of a woman. This woman was the supreme law of the world, and this statue had been built by the ancestors of the small abode. The old man walked to the statue in the palace and bowed slightly to it with an extremely respectful expression. He would come here every once in a while to pay his respects. The supreme law of the universe, this was the faith of the small abode. After a long time, the old man bowed again. Supreme, please bless my small abode for 10,000 years. After Yi Xian left the ancient star region with Daoyi and Shaoan, he arrived at a lake according to the address Xiao Linlang had given him. There was a small pavilion by the lake. The pavilion was built by the lake. It wasn't large, but it was very exquisite, a small pavilion. When Yi Xian and the others arrived not far from the pavilion, a woman in a green dress came to greet them. The woman in the green dress bowed slightly to Yi Xian. You must be young Master Yi? Yi Xian looked at the woman and smiled. You knew I was coming. The woman nodded. Master said young Master Yi would come. Yi Xian smiled. Your master is very resourceful. Does your master know why I'm here? The woman smiled. Master said young Master Yi is here to inquire about God's graveyard. Yi Xian nodded. Yes. The woman shook her head. Yi Xian smiled. What do you mean by shaking your head? The woman looked at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, Master means that young Master Yi is too late. Yi Xian was puzzled. What do you mean? The woman said, in the entire ancient God star sector and outside of it, there is no force that can compare to God's graveyard. In other words, young Master Yi, you will die for sure. Yi Xian blinked. This is what your master said? The woman nodded. Yes. Yi Xian smiled. I understand. Having said that, he looked at Daoyi. Let's go. Daoyi nodded slightly. He took Shaoan and left with Yi Xian. After a few steps, the woman behind Yi Xian suddenly said, "Young Master Yi." Yi Xian stopped and turned to look at the woman. The woman said, "Young Master Yi, you know nothing about God's graveyard. When you come into contact with them, all your confidence will vanish, and only fear will remain. Now, death is getting closer and closer to you. Can you feel it?" Yi Xian was speechless. P.S. You know nothing about the use of monthly tickets. Do you know what monthly tickets are for? Monthly tickets can be exchanged for bonuses, but in your hands, you can't exchange them. But I can. So, do you understand? Needless to say, Yi Xian was speechless at this moment. This woman is saying that I will definitely die. Without a word, Yi Xian left with Dao Yi and Xiaoan. At this time, the woman said, "Young Master Yi, you." Yi Xian suddenly raised his middle finger. "Get lost." With that, he disappeared into the distance with Dao Yi and Xiaoan. Behind him, the woman watched Yi Xian and the other two leave with a calm expression. On the other side, Dao Yi said, "This god's graveyard is not simple." Yi Xian smiled. "Let's not bother about them." Dao Yi nodded. "What's your plan now?" Yi Xian looked at the sky. "If I'm not wrong, the people from the small cave heaven are coming for me." Dao Yi looked at Yi Xian. "This time, the people from the small cave heaven are coming for me." Yi Xian said, "I know." Dao Yi asked, "Can you handle it yourself?" Yi Xian laughed. "With the sword in my hand, I am invincible." Dao Yi patted Yi Xian's head. "Have you forgotten how miserable you were in the past?" Yi Xian was speechless. Dao Yi said, "I know you are strong and you will not underestimate your enemy. But you still have to be careful, understand?" Yi Xian nodded. "I know." He would not underestimate his enemy. He had not reached the level of Qing and his father, who could look down on everyone in the world. As if he thought of something, Yi Xian said, "Are you going back to the great spiritual palace?" Dao Yi nodded. "There are many things I want to learn from them." As she said that, she glanced at and Yi Xian smiled and said, "Let her follow me." Dao Yi nodded. "She's not simple. I can't let her follow me. It's best if she follows you." Yi Xian nodded. He took out a storage ring and handed it to Dao Yi. "For you." Dao Yi glanced at Yi Xian and accepted the gift. Yi Xian was a little speechless. "Aren't you going to see what it is?" Dao Yi replied, "There's no need for that." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "Then take care. If anyone bullies you in the great spiritual god palace, contact me." Dao Yi looked at Yi Xian. "And then?" Yi Xian blinked his eyes. "I will destroy the great spiritual god palace." Dao Yi shook his head and laughed. "You're very arrogant now." With that, she turned around and left. Yi Xian suddenly said, "Don't let yourself be bullied." Dao Yi waved her hand lightly. "I know." After saying that, she disappeared. Xiaoan turned to look at Yi Xian. "Brother Yi Xian, where are we going now?" Yi Xian smiled. "I have something to do." With that, he took out the Xianxia sword and was about to leave with Xiaoan. At that moment, a terrifying aura suddenly swept down from the sky. "It's here." Yi Xian turned to look at Xiaoan and said with a smile, "Let's go and play with Xiao Ta first." With that, he put Xiaoan into Xiao Ta's body. At that moment, an old man appeared not far away from Yi Xian. The old man had his hands behind his back. He stood straight and his eyes were extremely sharp. "Great sage." The old man was oldly from the small grotto heaven. Behind Li Lao Air, there were 3 people, all of them were great sages. Oldly looked at Yi Xian. "I heard that you can kill great sages in seconds." "You." Just as he said this, his pupils suddenly shrank, and his right arm suddenly blocked in front of him. Bang! An expansive sword light shattered as second brotherly retreated explosively by over 1 kilometer. As soon as he stopped moving, the layer of golden armor on his right arm shattered into pieces. Seeing that, if this chapter is not over, please continue to the next page. Old Li's expression became extremely serious. However, at that moment, another sword radiance slashed at him. It was so fast that it could not be seen by the naked eye. Old Li's expression changed drastically. He quickly raised his left arm to block. Bang! Another wave of sword light erupted, and Old Li's second brother was forced to retreat repeatedly. In the distance, Xian slowly walked towards Li Lao Er. He did not make a move, but Li Lao Er retreated rapidly, because one after another, the flying swords slashed at Old Li. The speed of the flying swords was too fast, they were so fast that Old Li could not dodge them and could only block them. At that moment, he could only block them with his physical body. No, he could only block them with the relic armor he was wearing. Just like that, Xian walked toward Old Li slowly. With every step he took, Old Li retreated hundreds of feet away. At the side, the other two great sages were dumbfounded. Just as they were about to attack, two flying swords slashed at them and sent them flying. They did not even have the strength to fight back. Fast, Xian's flying swords were not particularly powerful, but they were fast. After Xian had taken 10 steps, the divine armor on Li Lao Er's body directly exploded, and almost in an instant, a sword directly stabbed into his chest. Defeated, he did not even have the time to attack. Old Li raised his head and looked at Xian in the distance. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Xian walked to Old Li's front and took out the green mysterious sword. He raised his hand and slashed. The green mysterious sword sank into Old Li's forehead. In an instant, Old Li's soul was absorbed. After absorbing Old Li's soul, the green mysterious sword trembled violently. Xiao Han said excitedly, "Young master, this sword is very nourishing." Xian smiled. "Xiao Han, how long will it take for you to break through?" Xiao Han thought for a moment and said, "I need to devour at least 100 experts of this level before I can break through." 100 great sages. Xian was speechless. Were there 100 great sages and a few super forces? They could not possibly slaughter the entire ancient God Star field. As if thinking of something, Xian suddenly said, "Xiao Han, can you devour those artifact spirits?" Xiao Han said, "I think so." Xian said, "Devour Xiao Ta. I think if you devour him, you will definitely break through immediately." Xiao Han. Xiao Ta suddenly jumped up. "Damn, young master, you are not human." Xian laughed. Of course, he was joking. However, if Xiao Han really devoured Xiao Ta, he might really break through. Of course, he would not dare. His father would definitely skin him alive. There was still a little gap between him and Dad. He could not fight Dad head-on. At this time, Xiao Han suddenly said, "Young master, can you use me next time to kill someone?" Xian smiled. "Why, you want to kill someone?" Xiao Han said excitedly, "Yes." Xian laughed. "I want to hide and nurture the sword." The sword was the green mysterious sword, and the sword was also the green mysterious sword. The green mysterious sword and the power of the bloodline were his last trump cards. No, there was also the sword will of Dad. Xian withdrew his thoughts and looked at the other two great sages of the minor heavens in the distance who were locked by his sword light. With a thought, the green mysterious sword directly absorbed the two people. Xian opened his palm, and the green mysterious sword appeared in his hand. The next moment, his whole body disappeared. In an instant, the space-time in front of Xian split, and the next moment, Xian appeared in a palace hall, Qingqing. Inside the hall, a woman in a dragon robe was reading memorials. "This chapter is not over, please continue." As if sensing something, the woman suddenly looked up. When she saw Xian, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. This smile made all flowers pale in comparison. The woman was Tuoba Yen. Xian walked up to Tuoba Yen, grabbed his hand, and said with a smile, "Did you miss me?" Tuoba Yen said softly, "Didn't you say you would come back once a month? How many months has it been?" Xian gently hugged Tuoba Yen. "It's my fault." Tuoba Yen suddenly said, "Give me a child." Hearing this, Xian was stunned. Tuoba Yen looked up at Xian, blushing. "Can you do it?" Xian blinked. "Don't you know if I can do it or not?" Tuoba Yen pinched Xian's waist hard and said shyly, "You're asking for a beating." Xian laughed. He carried Tuoba Yen and walked toward the inner hall. In the room, Xian wrapped his arms around Tuoba Yen's slender waist, and his hands slowly moved downwards. It's not suitable to write in detail here, so I've automatically omitted 10,000 words. Everyone, fill in the blanks. 5 days later. Early in the morning, Xian lay in front of the stone steps of the hall. A warm sun slowly rose in the sky. The sunlight shone on his body, warm and very comfortable. At this moment, Tuoba Yen walked to Xian's side. At this moment, she was no longer wearing the dragon robe, but white pajamas. and her graceful figure was unmistakable. Tuoba Yan sat beside Yi Xian and said softly, I really want you to stay here. Yi Xian smiled. I want that too. All these years, I'm a little tired of the days of fighting and killing outside. But the current me is not qualified to live an ordinary life. An ordinary life, in times of peace, that was not a difficult thing, but in a universe like this, it was too difficult. Did Qing and I do anything wrong back then? We did nothing wrong, but Tendo destroyed the world, and countless people died tragically. In troubled times, being weak was wrong. Tuoba Yan said softly, I know. But I can't bear to part with you. Yi Xian suddenly smiled. Yan what do you like about me? Tuoba Yan blinked, then smiled. I like your shamelessness. Yi Xian was struck dumb. Then he burst out laughing. Tuoba Yan said softly, will I have children? Yi Xian said with a smile, if you're worried, then I'll have to work hard and stay for a few more days. With that, he disappeared on the spot with Tuoba Yan. 5 days later, Yi Xian left behind a spatial ring and went to Azure Water Academy. He gave Mo Yunqi the soul wood that the swordsman woman, Ai, had given him in the Mausoleum of Swords. Ai only wanted this child to live an ordinary life, and the academy was more suitable for him. At the very least, he must have the ability to rely on himself. Yi Xian also stored the cultivation methods, martial techniques, and swordsmanship insights that Ai had given him in a storage ring, and he gave this storage ring to Mo Yunqi. The child's future depended on his own choices. After handing over everything, Yi Xian left Azure Province. In front of the palace hall, Tuoba Yan looked at the horizon, her eyes filled with reluctance. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in the distance. Your Majesty, everyone is waiting for you to attend court. The reluctance in Tuoba Yan's eyes disappeared. She turned and left. At this moment, she became the aloof empress again. Her gentleness was only for Yi Xian. After leaving Azure Province, Yi Xian went straight to the small grotto heaven. He did not like to be passive. He wanted to take the initiative. Didn't your small grotto heaven want to mess with me? Don't look for me, I'll do it myself. End of this chapter. Building. A woman in a green dress walked slowly to the front of the building and bowed slightly. Master, we have received news that Yi Xian is going to the small grotto heaven. Small grotto heaven. At this moment, the door suddenly opened and a man walked out slowly. The man wore a simple black robe and held a feather fan in his hand. The man smiled. This young Master Yi is going to the small grotto heaven of his own accord. The woman nodded. I think so. The man smiled. There's going to be a good show. The woman stood behind the man respectfully and did not speak. The man looked up at the sky and said softly, Yi Xian is not afraid of the small grotto heaven or the god's graveyard. The person behind him is definitely not ordinary. As he spoke, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. But I have observed the universe and there is no force that can compare to the god's graveyard, the woman suddenly said. According to our investigation, Yi Xian disappeared for a period of time, but we can't find out where he went. The man turned to look at the woman. Even our people can't find him? The woman nodded. He disappeared very strangely. We can't find him even after entering the spacetime tunnel. Not only did he disappear strangely, but he also appeared strangely. The man frowned slightly. This person is so mysterious. The woman suddenly said again, I have received news that someone came out of the god's graveyard. Hearing this, the man narrowed his eyes. Do you know who it is? The woman shook her head. I don't know yet. But our people are already looking for him. We should be able to find him. The man smiled. Prepare a big gift. If you know his whereabouts, inform me immediately. The woman said in a low voice, Master, you don't think Yi Xian can do it? The man shook his head. It's not that I don't think he can do it, but I think the god's graveyard is better. As he spoke, he gently waved his feather fan and a trace of seriousness flashed in his eyes. This is the god's graveyard. Even the supreme laws of the universe have to show some respect. At this point, he turned to look at the woman and said with a smile, Can Yi Xian make the supreme law of the universe give him face? Can he? Haha. In just a short while, the building's master disappeared with the woman. War Pavilion. Inside the main hall, all the experts had gathered. The master of the War Pavilion, Zhu Shao, said in a deep voice, Xian went to the small grotto heaven. What do you think of this? Everyone fell silent. Zhu Xiao looked at Elderly, what do you think? Elderly pondered for a moment and said, the person behind this person is definitely not weaker than the small cave heaven. But we don't know who the person behind him is. This boy is seriously too mysterious. Zhu Xiao turned to look at an old man. Still haven't found out his background? The old man said in a deep voice, we only found one thing. He seems to be related to the swordsman who came to the ancient God Star region before. Those people are from the All-Heaven City, which is very far away from us. They seem to belong to a force called Sword Alliance. Sword Alliance? Zhu Xiao frowned. What kind of force is that? The old man shook his head. I don't know the details, but they don't seem very strong. Those swordsmen are not weak, but most of them are only at the Great Qin realm. Zhu Xiao said after a moment of silence, continue to investigate this Sword Alliance. The old man nodded. Understood. At this moment, Elderly suddenly said, Yi Xian helped the war pavilion before, but now he is looking for the small grotto heaven. What do you think of this? Zhu Xiao said after a moment of silence, if it's just a small grotto heaven, the war pavilion will definitely help. This chapter is not over, please continue to the next page. We will help, but there is still God's graveyard. God's graveyard, everyone in the main hall was silent. The war pavilion was also afraid of that place, that was the number one forbidden area. At this moment, Elderly suddenly said, then we can only wait and see. Zhu Xiao nodded. That's the only way. Elderly said again, God's graveyard has sent someone. Should we show our support? Zhu Xiao said after a moment of silence, prepare a big gift. I will deliver it personally. Great Spiritual God Palace. Chen Jiang, the palace master of Great Spiritual God Palace, immediately summoned Yan Shi when he learned that Yi Xian was going to the small grotto heaven. Chen Jiang said in a deep voice, what is he trying to do? Yan Shi said, based on his personality, I'm afraid he is going to fight to the death with the small grotto heaven. Chen Jiang frowned slightly. Why? Yan Shi said softly, that's the most terrifying thing because we don't know what he is relying on. Chen Jiang said indifferently, the sword in his hand contains the power of the supreme law, and the support of the small grotto heaven is also the supreme law of the universe. Then, he sneered. He is seeking his own death. Yan Shi glanced at Chen Jiang. Palace Master, do you want him to die? Chen Jiang said after a moment of silence, of course. Yan Shi sighed in his heart. Yi Xian's relationship with Great Spiritual God Palace was not very pleasant. Previously, Yi Xian had killed several people from Great Spiritual God Palace, which was quite embarrassing for Great Spiritual God Palace. At this moment, Chen Jiang suddenly said, let's see how he is going to fight to the death with the small grotto heaven. Also, as far as I know, the God's graveyard has also sent someone out. Then, he paused and said, prepare a big gift. I want to meet him personally. Don't neglect it. After that, he disappeared on the spot. Sky Demon Kingdom. In a certain luxurious hall, an old man squatted in front of a brazier. Opposite him sat a woman with a whip. The woman wore an animal skin dress. Although it was not as beautiful as a human's dress, it exuded a sense of wildness and had a different kind of elegance. Both of them were roasting meat. The woman turned the wooden stick on the meat. Grandpa, I heard that there is a super monster called Yi Xian recently. This person defeated a genius from the god's graveyard. The old man smiled. Xiao wants to fight him? The woman nodded. Yes. The old man thought for a moment and said, he is a swordsman. The woman's lips curled up slightly. Can his sword break through my body? The old man fell silent. The woman glanced at the old man. Grandpa, you know him? The old man nodded. I know Dowie well. This person is not that simple. The woman was even more interested. She tore off a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. Then I want to fight him even more. The old man thought for a moment and said, you can go look for him. But don't become enemies with him. Understand? The woman nodded. Yes. After that, she carried the piece of meat and left. The old man suddenly said, aren't you going to leave some for Grandpa? The woman disappeared into the distance without looking back. The old man shook his head and smiled. Foodie. At this moment, a middle-aged man appeared not far away from the old man. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice, "Father, what do you think about Xian going to the small grotto heaven?" The old man replied indifferently, "Not really. This chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page." The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before he said, "According to what I know, Xian has sent someone out from the god's graveyard. Their target seems to be Xian." The old man remained silent. The middle-aged man said, "According to what I know, the great spiritual palace, the battle pavilion, and Xiaolu have gone to look for that person from the god's graveyard. They want to build a good relationship with him." The old man suddenly said, "What do you think of Xian?" The middle-aged man fell silent for a moment before he said, "A genius." As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed slightly. "Father, don't tell me you intend to stand on his side?" The old man said indifferently, "Are you afraid?" The middle-aged man hurriedly nodded. "Father, this is not a joke. If we choose to stand on Xian's side, then it's equivalent to becoming enemies with the small grotto heaven and the god's graveyard. I'm afraid we can't bear the consequences." The old man remained expressionless. "So, you want to stand on the small grotto heaven and the god's graveyard?" The middle-aged man spoke in a low voice, "The small grotto heaven is fine, but I think that we have to make friends with the god's graveyard." The old man gazed at the middle-aged man. "What do you think of Xian?" he asked again. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before he said, "He's a monstrous genius." The old man stared at the middle-aged man. "What else?" The middle-aged man laughed bitterly. "Father, just speak your mind." The old man sighed softly. "Do you know why I haven't passed on the throne to you?" The middle-aged man spoke in a low voice, "Father isn't satisfied with me." The old man said, "I'm very dissatisfied with you. It wasn't easy for our Sky Demon Kingdom to develop to its current scale. Our Sky Demon Kingdom is very strong, but that's exactly why we have to be even more careful. Let me ask you, why did Xian dare to go to the small grotto heaven?" The middle-aged man said, "He had something to rely on." The old man continued, "Why did he dare to kill someone from the god's graveyard? Was it because he was ignorant?" The middle-aged Nji's expression gradually turned solemn. "He isn't afraid of the god's graveyard." The old man nodded. "That's the main point. Xian, isn't afraid of the god's graveyard at all. Also." As he spoke, he slowly clenched his right hand. "This person can instantly kill a great saint. Think about it, can an ordinary person or an ordinary force nurture such a genius?" The middle-aged man fell silent. The old man continued, "The god's graveyard is very strong, but can this Xian be any weaker?" The middle-aged man said in a low voice, "Make friends with Xian?" The old man shook his head. The middle-aged man was stunned. The old man suddenly spoke again, "Make friends with both sides. You go see the people from the god's graveyard, I'll go see this Xian." The old man stood up and left. When he reached the door, he said, "We'll only be friends, not enemies. They can fight their battles, we'll fight ours." With that, he disappeared. Inside the hall, the middle-aged man smiled bitterly. In an unknown mountain range, a sword light suddenly descended. The sword light dissipated, and Xian appeared at the top of a mountain. At this moment, an angry shout suddenly sounded from afar. "Who dares to trespass into my small grotto heaven?" As the voice fell, the space in front of Xian suddenly split open, and an old man walked out. The old man looked at Xian. "Who are you? What are you doing in my small grotto heaven?" The corners of Xian's mouth curled up slightly. "Xian." As he spoke, he paused, then said, "I'm here. Tuzong. Tuzong. P.S. Asking for votes, end of this chapter, Tuzong." As soon as these words were spoken, the old man was instantly infuriated, and he was just about to speak when a ray of light flashed through his throat. Hiss! Before the old man could react, his head flew into the air along with a wisp of blood. Instant kill. After killing the old man, Xian walked towards the grotto heaven. During this time, numerous powerful auras shot towards Xian. Xian kept walking into the distance with a calm look on his face. and with every step he took, a bloody head would fly into the sky in the distance, a flying sword with every step he took, and a head with every flying sword. In less than 10 breaths of time, more than 10 heads fell from the sky. Some of them were minor saints, they were all instant kills. No one could stop Xian's flying sword. The experts that had rushed over in secret were extremely shocked when they witnessed this scene. It was too terrifying, even a great saint couldn't stop Xian's flying sword. The great spiritual palace master stared at Xian. Why is his flying sword so fast? Yanxi shook his head. I don't know. Looking at Xian, the fear in the depths of the great spiritual divine palace's eyes became more and more intense. So did their killing intent. The speed of Xian's flying sword was too terrifying. In the distance, Xian had arrived at the other side of a mountain. During this time, no one came out to stop him. When Xian stopped, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of Xian. Kujia! Someone exclaimed in the dark. Kujia, he was the guardian of the Grotto Heaven. No one had expected that the Grotto Heaven would send out a guardian, however, it was normal. Ordinary people weren't a match for Xian. Even a great saint couldn't stop Xian's flying sword. Kujia looked at Xian. You came to Tuzhou? Xian smiled. Do you have a problem with that? Kujia looked Xian in the eye. Let me see you. Just as he finished speaking, a flying sword suddenly slashed towards him. Kujia raised his right arm. Boom, a streak of sword light shattered as Kujia retreated 1,000 feet, however, he forcibly blocked Xian's flying sword. Xian glanced at Kujia's right arm. Under his right sleeve, there was a dark armguard, another divine item. Xian shook his head. I look down on people who use external objects the most. How boring. Shata, in the distance, Kujia glanced at his bracer, and there was a deep gash on it. A trace of seriousness appeared in his eyes. If it wasn't for this bracer, he might have been instantly killed just now. Right at this moment, Xian suddenly took another step forward. Kujia immediately raised his arm to block. Boom, when the sword light appeared, Kujia retreated another 1,000 feet. As soon as he stopped, another flying sword slashed at him. Boom, Kujia retreated another 1,000 feet. Just like that, every time Xian took a step forward, Kujia would retreat 100 feet. The countless gazes in the surroundings had become extremely solemn when they witnessed this scene. This was too terrifying. Kujia was not an ordinary great sage. He was a veteran great sage who had become a great sage tens of thousands of years ago. This was a true great sage. However, even such a super expert was not a match for Xian. He was hung up and beaten by Xian. Finally, when Xian took the 10th step, the bracer on Kujia's right arm exploded, and at practically the same time, a flying sword slashed straight towards him. Kujia's pupils shrank, and he stamped his right foot down. Condense. As his voice fell, the space around him suddenly condensed into a spatial barrier. Not only that, there was also a temporal dimensional barrier. At this moment, the area where Kujia was located was practically impregnable. However, under everyone's gaze, Xian's sword landed on his right arm. Hiss, Kujia's right arm flew into the air. It was like the spatial barrier and temporal barrier didn't exist at all. The eyes of countless experts in the surroundings were filled with disbelief when they witnessed this scene. Why is Xian's flying sword able to disregard both space and time? Kujia's eyes were filled with disbelief as well. Right at this moment, a flying sword suddenly slashed towards him. It was extremely swift, and he didn't even have the time to react before it was already standing on his head. Bang! Kujia was pushed over 1 kilometer back. However, he didn't die, because a ray of dark golden light had obstructed Xian's flying sword. Xian frowned when he witnessed this scene. You're using external forces again. Don't you think it's shameful to use external forces? Kujia stared fixedly at Xian, and the fear in his eyes had transformed into a trace of terror. Xian's flying sword is too terrifying. Right at this moment, Xian suddenly took a step forward. This step caused Kujia's expression to instantly change drastically, and he was just about to strike with his fist. However, he was still too late. A flying sword had slashed down directly against his head. Bang! Light erupted from the sword, and then Kujia was pushed over 1 kilometer back. However, he just retreated when numerous flying swords slashed down towards him. Bang! 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 Kujia retreated explosively. When he'd retreated for an entire 30 kilometers, the dark barrier of light around him had suddenly shattered, and a sword had pierced through the space between his brows at practically the exact same moment. Hiss! Kujia's figure instantly became illusory. Everyone here was stunned. He's dead. A great saint has perished just like that. Kujia, who hadn't died yet, stared fixedly at Yixian. Who exactly are you? At this moment, he finally realized that they'd been underestimating Yixian all along. They'd greatly underestimated him. Earlier, they'd even sent some mortal severing realm experts to kill Yixian. Now that he thought about it, it was truly too laughable. Yixian walked over to Kujia and gazed at him. I'm Yixian. As soon as he finished speaking, he withdrew the green profound sword and stabbed it into Kujia's body. Bang! At the instant that the green profound sword entered Kujia's body, Kujia's expression instantly changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with terror. He swiftly turned around to look towards the direction of the heaven abode. He wanted to say something, but he didn't have the chance. The green profound sword had directly absorbed his soul. It was completely gone. Yixian put the green profound sword away and continued forward. Right at this moment, an old man suddenly appeared in front of Yixian. Bang! In an instant, the space around Yixian had started to burn. Yixian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. As the sword slashed down, a wave of sword radiance instantly shattered the flames, and he himself was forced to retreat several hundred feet away. After stopping, Yixian looked at the old man. At this moment, Shaolin Long's voice suddenly rang out in his mind. This person is the cave master of the heaven abode, Musu. He reached the great sage level hundreds of thousands of years ago, and now he's even more unfathomable. The cave master had come out. Yixian looked at Musu and smiled. So you're the one who's been chasing after me and trying to kill me? Musu looked at Yixian coldly. I admit that I've underestimated you. Yixian laughed out loud. I have no grudges with your small grotto heaven, but your small grotto heaven kept chasing after me. As he spoke, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. You don't have to chase after me everywhere, I'll do it myself. Right now, I, Yixian, am standing in front of your heaven abode. I, Yixian, beg for your life. Beg for his life. His voice was like thunder, shaking the heavens. Someone was begging for his life in front of the heaven abode. Muxuhi stared at Yixian. As you wish. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. In the distance, Yixian shifted his consciousness, and a flying sword slashed towards Musu. Musu, on the other hand, did not dodge and allowed the flying sword to strike his chest. Bang! Space instantly shattered into pieces, but Musu was completely unharmed. At the same time, he'd appeared in front of Yixian, and then he smashed his fist towards Yixian. With this punch, the space around Yixian instantly ignited. Yixian did not retreat. He rushed forward, drew his sword, and slashed. Draw the sword to decide life and death. As soon as the sword was drawn, a wave of sword light swept out from Yixian's scabbard like a tide. Rumble. A world-shaking explosion resounded as both Yixian and Musu retreated explosively at the same time. As they retreated, countless flying swords struck Musu, but Mushui was completely unharmed. After he stopped moving, Yixian gazed at Musu, and he noticed that there was a palm-sized black mirror on Musu's chest. His flying sword had been stopped by this black mirror. Meanwhile, Shaolin Long's voice resounded once more in his mind. This is the heavenly abode mirror, and there's an abode within it. It's the number one precious treasure of the minor abode. It's a superb ancient god-rank treasure. A divine treasure. Yixian instantly flared up with rage when he heard this, and he gazed at Musu. How shameless. It's fine if you're bullying the weak, but you're actually using an external treasure. How shameless of you to even use an external object. As he spoke, he glanced at the surroundings. Does everyone think he's shameless? The others were speechless. Musu's expression was extremely unsightly. He wanted to be shameless as well. However, the flying sword's speed was so terrifying that even he wasn't confident that he could block it. That wasn't the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that Yixian didn't expend much effort to send out these flying swords, and he could send out as many as he wanted, even if he blocked one flying sword. What about the second and third? He had no choice but to use an external treasure. At this moment, Yixian suddenly looked at Musu. Do you dare not use an external treasure? Let's have a fair fight. Musu stared fixedly at Yixian. Why should I not use an external treasure? Yixian said angrily. I'm only at the Heaven Ascension realm. What about you? You're already a great saint. How many realms higher are you than me? But now, we're fighting one-on-one, and you still want to use an external treasure? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Musu's expression grew increasingly unsightly, and he couldn't help but curse. Heaven Ascension Realm, you're only at the Heaven Ascension Realm, which Heaven Ascension Realm cultivator is like you can kill a great saint at the drop of a hat. In fact, he was also extremely puzzled. This guy was indeed only at the Heaven Ascension Realm, but why was he so terrifying? Not only Musu, but everyone present was puzzled. This was killing someone who was several realms above him. At this moment, Yi Xian still wanted to say something, but Musu suddenly said, Yi Xian, don't talk nonsense. If I use an external treasure, you can use it too. Yi Xian stared at Musu. I usually don't use external treasures. Musu looked coldly at Yi Xian. Don't you want to be fair? Isn't it fair if you use an external treasure? Come on, use an external treasure. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, I don't think it's good to use external treasures. Let's have a fair fight. Musu said angrily, if you use an external treasure, then it's a fair fight, quickly use it. Yi Xian nodded, as you wish. As he spoke, the sword in his hand turned into the green profound sword, and he casually swung it. A sword light directly slashed at Musu's chest. Boom, the heavenly abode mirror directly turned into nothingness, and at the same time, Musu's physical body also disappeared in an instant, and the green profound sword was already stabbed into his chest. Everyone present was petrified. Musu looked at Yi Xian in a daze. Your external treasure is so strong. He was instantly killed. Everyone in the surroundings was petrified. Even Qin Jiang and the others from the great spiritual divine palace were stunned on the spot, and their minds were blank. Why would Musu need anyone? He was the current master of the small heaven, the peak of the great saint realm, the kind that didn't rely on anything, but now, he was instantly killed by Yi Xian with a single strike of his sword. The scene in front of him was as unreal as a dream. Actually, Yi Xian was quite shocked as well. It was the first time he had used the azure sword. He hadn't expected the azure sword to be so terrifying. Not only did he destroy an ancient god-rank super treasure with a single strike, but he had also instantly killed Musu. That was too terrifying. Moreover, he hadn't executed any sword technique just now. It was just a casual strike. If he had executed the sword of life and death or the flying sword technique, after all, the azure sword was more suitable to be used as a flying sword than the spacetime sword. Suddenly, Musu, who was still alive, spoke with a trembling voice. That's impossible. Yi Xian looked at Musu with a helpless expression. I didn't want to use external objects, but I had no choice. You forced me to use them. See, now you're in an awkward situation. The battle is over in an instant. How boring. Everyone was speechless. Musu roared furiously, that's impossible. Your sword, Yi Xian interrupted Musu. Nothing is impossible. Summon the ancestor. Summon the ancestor. The expressions of everyone here had become strange. Is he going to fight the ancestor of the small heaven? That's not a great saint, but a true ancient god realm expert. Suddenly, Xiao Linlong's voice resounded in Yi Xian's mind. Young Master Yi, the ancestor of the small heaven is a true ancient god realm expert. A great saint can't compare to such an expert. Don't underestimate him. Yi Xian turned to look at her and smiled. Thank you for your kindness, but I can only fight ancient god realm masters now, can't I? Xiao Linlang fell silent. Great saint, even if Yi Xian didn't use that terrifying sword in his hand, he would still be able to kill him instantly. If he used that sword, the great sage would be like an ant in front of Yi Xian. Only an ancient god realm master was qualified to be Yi Xian's opponent. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly gazed at Musu and said, It's fine if you don't want to summon your ancestor. Just watch and see how I slaughter your tiny abode. With that said, he took a step forward. With this step, more than a dozen flying swords suddenly flew down in all directions. Chi 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 chi. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 bloody heads shot up into the sky. Slaughter the sect. The expressions of the experts in the surroundings changed when they witnessed this scene. When Yi Xian said that he wanted to slaughter the sect, it was not a joke. He really wanted to slaughter the sect, slaughter the small grotto heavens. In the small cave, how could those experts resist Yi Xian's flying swords? As soon as Yi Xian issued a command, countless experts in the small cave were killed. Musu's expression changed drastically when he witnessed this scene, and he roared furiously, Yi Xian. Don't you dare. Yi Xian did not pay any attention to Musu. He took another step forward. and a beam of sword light flew down and went straight into the small cave below. Hiss, a single flying sword instantly killed over a dozen experts. Those ordinary experts in the small cave didn't even have the chance to dodge before Xian's flying sword. They were instantly killed. Suddenly, a huge beam of light shot into the sky from the small cave below, and it blasted towards Xian, a formation. Moreover, it wasn't just a single formation. Over a dozen formations were activated at the same time, and more than a dozen beams of light shot towards Xian like sharp arrows. However, these beams of light hadn't even gotten close to Xian before they were slashed into pieces by the flying swords. When the flying swords entered the small cave below, another dozen heads flew into the air. Suddenly, another dozen or so heads flew out. He was suppressing the entire small cave by himself. The experts in the dark had extremely solemn expressions when they witnessed this scene. Is Xian really only at the Heaven Ascension realm? The slaughter continued. Every time Xian took a step forward, a few bloody heads would fly into the air. He was invincible. Chen Jiang, the palace master of the great spiritual god palace, stared fixedly at Xian. At this moment, his right hand was trembling. He was both fearful and glad. He was glad that he didn't fight to the death with Xian that day. Otherwise, the great spiritual god palace would be finished. Who could stop Xian? Only an ancient god realm master could do that. A great saint was like an ant before Xian, and they couldn't even withstand a single blow. On the other side, Xiao Linlang was staring at Xian. At the moment, she was also extremely shocked. She hadn't expected that Xian's strength would be so strong. At this moment, she was curious about the green-robed man. Because Xian was the green-robed man's son, she had seen the green-robed man before, but only once, therefore, she didn't know the green-robed man's strength. But now, it seemed that the green-robed man's strength was much stronger than she had imagined. If he wasn't strong, how could he cultivate a monstrous genius like Xian? At this time, Musu suddenly roared, Xian. Xian stopped and looked at Musu. Musu snarled, do you want to die together with us? Xian shook his head and smiled. Die together? You're so funny. Didn't you want to kill me first? How did it turn into me wanting to die together with you? Musu stared fixedly at Xian. You've killed enough. Xian smiled. Is it a lot? No. I don't think it's a lot at all. Xian continued to walk away. I, Xian, am a person. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll definitely kill them. Today, I, Xian, will slaughter this small grotto heaven. As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen sword lights slashed down from the sky. In a split second, more than a dozen heads flew into the air. Musu suddenly roared, then we'll die together. He turned to look at the deepest part of the small grotto heaven. Summon the ancestors. Summon the ancestors. As soon as he finished speaking, a white light pillar shot up to the sky from the deepest part of the small grotto heaven. Boom! In the depths of the clouds, a giant black vortex suddenly appeared, and in the next moment, a terrifying pressure swept down like a tidal wave. In an instant, the entire world was boiling. An ancient god realm master. Below, countless people's faces turned solemn. A true ancient god realm master. Xian raised his head to look at the black vortex. Meanwhile, an old man stepped out slowly from within the black vortex. As soon as the old man's foot descended, the entire world seemed to become illusory. The world here couldn't endure the old man's strength at all. Countless people had solemn expressions on their faces. This was a true ancient god realm master. Countless experts of the small grotto heaven knelt to the old man. Greetings, ancestor. Even Musu, who wasn't completely dead, bowed deeply. Actually, he didn't really want to summon the ancestors, because it was the small grotto heaven's final trump card. It would be gone after he used it once. However, he had no choice but to use it. If he didn't, then Xian would really slaughter the entire small grotto heaven. The old man who stood before the black vortex glanced at the surroundings, and a trace of bewilderment flashed through his eyes. It had been too long. Moreover, it was only a strand of his soul, so his memories were slightly blurry, but it didn't take long for the old man's bewilderment to clear up, and he looked down at the small grotto heaven. Is my small grotto heaven in danger? Next. Musu hurriedly said, yes. As he spoke, he turned around and pointed angrily at Xian. He wants to destroy my small grotto heaven. The old man looked at Xian, and he frowned slightly when he saw Xian. Heaven Ascension Realm? Heaven Ascension Realm. Musu's expression was slightly unsightly. He's at the Heaven Ascension Realm, but his strength is slightly strange. The old man stared at Xian for a long time, and then he suddenly said, "May I know if you can hold back?" Xian shook his head and smiled, "I can't." The old man nodded lightly, "Then bring it on." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly took a step forward. A terrifying aura enveloped Xian as soon as his step descended. At the same time, a footprint descended from the sky in a straight line, and everywhere the footprint passed, space was instantly obliterated. This footprint was truly capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. The expressions of all the experts here had changed. This was an ancient god realm expert. This wasn't something a great saint could compare to. Even a strand of his soul wasn't something a great saint could compare to. Could Xian stop it? Everyone turned to look at Xian. As he watched the footprint descend, Xian became excited. An expert. This was a true expert, a great saint. What's that? Xian, wanted to fight against a powerhouse at this level. Xian suddenly laughed, "Bring it on." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly took a step forward, drew his sword, and slashed. Draw the sword to decide life and death. As the sword slashed out, a sword cry instantly shook the heavens. Boom! Under everyone's gazes, Xian's sword slashed at the footprint. Draw the sword to decide life and death that was stacked over 400 times. Rumble! The footprint instantly shattered, and Xian retreated nearly 10,000 zhang in the blink of an eye. As soon as he stopped, a smear of blood slowly flowed from the corner of his mouth. Xian was defeated. Everyone looked at Xian. Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He raised his head to look at the old man, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Again. As soon as his voice fell, he suddenly dashed forward, drew his sword, and slashed again. Draw the sword to decide life and death. At this moment, the killing intent in his eyes swept across the world like a tidal wave. He didn't use the profound azure sword, but the mausoleum of swords. With a swing of his sword, the entire world was annihilated inch by inch. The old man's eyes flashed with astonishment. The power of Xian's sword was a little beyond his expectations. After all, Xian was only at the Heaven Ascension realm. Without hesitation, the old man took a step forward and punched out. Rumble! The space in front of him directly turned into a groove vortex, and Xian's sword was directly shattered. But at this moment, more than a dozen flying swords directly slashed at the old man at an extremely fast speed. However, the old man merely flicked his finger. Boom! The dozen or so sword lights directly exploded and turned into nothingness. At this moment, Xian's flying swords lost their effectiveness. At this moment, Xian had already retreated thousands of zhang away. As soon as Xian stopped, the old man said, "You're very good, but for me, you're still far from it." "Is that so?" The corners of Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He slowly walked toward the old man, and the next moment, the blood in his body directly boiled. The power of the bloodline. Boom! The moment the power of the bloodline was activated, the mausoleum of sword in Xian's hand directly trembled violently, and then it directly turned blood red. The mausoleum of sword suddenly said, F***ck, what a terrifying killing intent. "Master, you're not a good person." Xian. The expressions of everyone here changed when Xian's killing intent surged out. Killing intent. The strength of Xian's killing intent exceeded their expectations. The first ancestor of the lesser heaven who stood before Xian stared fixedly at Xian. Bloodline energy. Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. Hiss! A ray of blood-red light flashed through the battlefield. Life and death were decided by drawing the sword. However, it wasn't 400 overlapped this time, it was 480 overlapped. This sword strike caused the entire world to explode. The old man's expression changed at this moment. What a terrifying attack. The old man didn't even have the time to thank Xianxia before he smashed his fist forward. It was a head-on attack. Rumble! As a ray of blood-red light erupted, the old man was instantly pushed 30 kilometers back. Moreover, Xian was pushed back as well. However, he'd only been pushed back by a few kilometers. The countenances of the experts from the lesser abodes instantly turned pale when they witnessed this scene. The eyes of the experts in the surroundings were filled with disbelief as well. Xian had actually repelled an ancient god realm expert. Even though it was only a strand of his soul, it was still an ancient god realm expert. But Xian was only at the Heaven Ascension realm. Their minds were in chaos. The old man stared fixedly at Xian as well. "You. How could this be possible?" In theory, it was absolutely impossible for Xian to injure him, because the gap between them was too huge. No external force could make up for that gap. However, Xian had injured him. Meanwhile, Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. Hiss! A ray of blood-red light flashed and slashed down towards the old man. A trace of seriousness flashed through the old man's eyes, and then he took a step forward and pressed his finger against the tip of Xian's sword. Bang! The ray of blood-red light shattered, and then both of them retreated explosively. As they retreated, over a dozen blood-red flying swords slashed down towards the old man. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly as he smashed his fist forward. Boom! The dozen or so blood-colored flying swords instantly shattered, but his soul became even more illusory. Every time he attacked, it consumed a great deal of energy. After all, this wasn't his main body. Murderous intent appeared in the old man's eyes. He had to kill Xian. If he didn't kill Xian, once he disappeared, the small grotto heaven would really be gone. Sensing the killing intent in the old man's eyes, Xian laughed. You want to kill me? Come, I beg you to kill me. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward again. A ray of sword light tore through the battlefield. In the distance, the old man stomped his right foot, and the space in front of him suddenly distorted. Space-time strangulation. When Xian's sword entered the distorted space, the sword light instantly shattered. Xian was shocked. He quickly retreated and looked at the strange space-time in front of the old man. A trace of astonishment flashed through his eyes. An ancient god realm master was not as simple as he thought. Looking at Xian, the old man was even more shocked. Is this guy really only at the Heaven Ascension realm? This guy's cultivation realm is indeed only at the Heaven Ascension realm, but his battle strength far exceeds that of a saint. If this guy becomes a great saint, the old man didn't dare to continue the thought. Great saint. This kid must die. The murderous intent in the old man's eyes intensified. He looked at Xian, opened his palm, and a black square seal appeared in his hand. Xian glanced at the black square seal in the old man's hand and frowned slightly. You want to use a foreign object again? The old man looked at the black square seal in his hand and muttered a few words. In the next moment, the black square seal trembled. Not far away, Xian suddenly disappeared. A ray of sword light instantly appeared in front of the old man. The old man suddenly raised his head, and the black square seal in his hand turned into a ray of black light and shot out. Boom! Under everyone's gazes, Xian's sword light was shattered in an instant, and he himself was sent flying hundreds of thousands of feet away. Not only that, in the process of retreating, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and when he stopped, the sword ruins in his hand was directly covered with countless cracks. Seeing this scene, everyone present looked at the black seal in the old man's hand. What is this? Everyone was curious and puzzled. In the distance, the old man slowly raised his hand, and on the black square seal in his hand was a thumb-sized figure. The figure's right hand was behind his back, and although it was small, it had an extraordinary bearing. At this moment, the figure suddenly laughed. Wen Xiao, you were actually forced to this extent by a Heaven Ascension little boy. How interesting. The old man called Wen Xiao was expressionless. 10 directions, this person is not simple. The figure looked at Xian in the distance, and then he sized up Xian, and then said, he is indeed not simple. To have such battle strength at such a young age, even in my era, he would be considered a monster. At this moment, Zhu Xiao suddenly walked out from the darkness in the distance. Zhu Xiao looked at the figure, and said in a trembling voice, are you the 10 Directions Martial Saint? 10 Directions Martial Saint. As soon as these words were spoken, the palace master of the great spiritual god palace and the monarch of the sky demon kingdom looked at the figure. At this moment, the figure laughed. I never thought that in this era, there would actually be someone who knows of me. Zhu Xiao hurriedly bowed respectfully when he heard the figure admit it. I am the pavilion master of the battle pavilion, greet Senior Shifeng. 10 Directions Martial Saint. This was a legendary figure. Moreover, he was a super monster. It was said that he started martial arts at the age of 5, attained the saint realm at the age of 10, attained the ancient god realm at the age of 20, and became a martial saint at the age of 25. His entire life was like a cheat. There was no one in the past, and no one in the future could surpass him. Most importantly, Shifeng was the only person who had entered the god's tomb and come out. The reason why Zhu Xiao was so excited was that the ancestor of the battle pavilion had once received guidance from the 10 Directions Martial Saint. Shifeng glanced at Zhu Xiao. Battle pavilion. You are Mochi's successor. Zhu Xiao hurriedly said, yes. Shifeng glanced at Zhu Xiao, and then shook his head, you are too weak. You are much weaker than your martial ancestor. Zhu Xiao felt slightly embarrassed when he heard this. Naturally, he was much weaker than the martial ancestor of the battle pavilion. Shifeng looked at Yi Xian, and then he glanced at Yi Xian and said with a smile, you possess such combat strength at such a young age. You are really not simple. However, I'm afraid it will be impossible for you to destroy this small abode today. Yi Xian was about to speak when the ancestor of the small abode, Wen Xiu, suddenly said, Shifeng, you owed me a favor all those years ago. If you kill this person today, I will forget about that favor. Shifeng fell silent for a moment, and then he said, if I attack, I will be bullying the weak. Wen Xiu shook his head, this person cannot be allowed to live, or my small abode will be in danger. Shifeng glanced at Yi Xian, and then he said with a smile, indeed. Wen Xiu looked at Shifeng, please. Shifeng laughed, then I will kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Yi Xian, little fellow, there is no enmity between us, but I owe this old fellow a favor. Today, he wants me to return the favor, but there is nothing I can do. So, Yi Xian suddenly laughed, what nonsense are you talking about? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly slashed out with his sword. Before anyone could react, the small black seal had been shattered, and Shifeng had instantly retreated hundreds of thousands of feet away. Everyone was stunned again, including Wen Xiu. Soon, Wen Xiu looked at the sword in Yi Xian's hand. It was no longer the mausoleum of swords, but the azure mystic sword. When he saw the azure mystic sword, Wen Xiu's expression instantly changed. This sword actually contains the power of the law of the universe. How is this possible? Yi Xian ignored Wen Xiu, and he looked at Shifeng in the distance. Didn't you want to kill me? Come on. At this moment, Shifeng's body was very illusory. That sword had almost destroyed him. If it wasn't for the black seal that had resisted most of the force, he would have been dead by now. Shifeng stared fixedly at the azure mystic sword in Yi Xian's hand, supreme law quintessence energy. Yi Xian smiled, didn't you want to kill me? Come on. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword again. Hiss, a strand of sword light tore through the air. In the distance, Shifeng's expression instantly changed, and he suddenly charged forward and blasted his fist forward. A powerful force instantly swept through the heavens and the earth, and the mountains in an area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers collapsed at this moment. A single punch shattered the heavens and the earth. However, even such a terrifying punch hadn't been able to stop Yi Xian's sword. Bang! Everyone watched as Shifeng retreated explosively by tens of thousands of zhang, and when he stopped, he was almost translucent. Shifeng gazed at Yi Xian with slight disbelief. Who forged that sword of yours? Yi Xian didn't waste his breath at all, and he was just about to attack again when Wen Xiu spoke abruptly, how dare you? Yi Xian turned around to look at Wen Xiu, and Wen Xiu stared fixedly at Yi Xian. How dare you steal an exalt's quintessence energy? Steal? Yi Xian frowned slightly, and he was just about to retort when he thought about it again. The Qing'er didn't seem to have been stolen, it was taken by force. Taking by force seems to be worse than stealing. That's quite embarrassing. Meanwhile, Wen Xiu spoke abruptly, the person behind you actually dared to steal an exalt's quintessence energy? How audacious. Yi Xian gazed at Wen Xiu, do you have a problem with that? Wen Xiu stared fixedly at Yi Xian, you're courting death. Yi Xian nodded, I beg you to kill me. Beg you to kill me. Everyone was speechless. Wen Xiu was just about to attack when he seemed to have thought of something, and he glanced at the sword in Yi Xian's hand. He was extremely fearful of that sword, regardless of whether it was Shifeng or him. They weren't a match for Yi Xian right now. Yi Xian's sword was too terrifying. Wen Xiu fell silent for a short moment, and then he gazed at Yi Xian. He withdrew an incense stick and lit it up. If it was anyone else, then perhaps they wouldn't be able to deal with you. Unfortunately, you encountered me. Because I was once acquainted with an exalt. As soon as he finished speaking, the space in the sky suddenly split apart, and then a strand of terrifying pressure swept down. In an instant, it wasn't just the minor abode, even the distant ancient god galaxy was trembling. The supreme laws of the universe. At this moment, the expressions of everyone here changed drastically. The minor abode can summon the supreme laws. Suddenly, the emperor of the great spiritual god palace stepped forward. and he gazed at Yi Xian and roared furiously, "Yi Xian! You've indiscriminately slaughtered the innocent. From this moment onward, my great spiritual god palace will fight you to the death." Obviously, he wanted to choose a side as soon as possible. The master of the battle pavilion, Zhu Xiao, was clearly hesitant. He wanted to choose a side as well, but the battle pavilion owed a debt to Yi Xian. Zhu Xiao didn't hesitate for long before he stood behind Wen Xiu in the end. The supreme laws of the universe, he could only choose to stand with the minor abode and draw a clear line between himself and Yi Xian. Otherwise, if the minor abode mistakenly thought that the battle pavilion was on Yi Xian's side, then it would be a huge problem. On the other side, the emperor of the heavenly demon kingdom hesitated for a moment, but he didn't choose a side in the end, and he just silently retreated to the side. He was afraid of the supreme laws of the universe as well, but it was exactly why he didn't choose a side. Why, damn it. The supreme laws of the universe are so terrifying. Who could possibly steal the energy of her laws? Isn't that nonsense? Therefore, he decided to wait and see. Under everyone's gaze, a woman slowly walked over from the horizon. When he saw the woman, Wen Xiu immediately bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Supreme Master." Behind him, the experts of the minor abode also bowed respectfully. As for Shifeng, he hesitated for a moment before bowing slightly. Xinjiang was extremely excited. He quickly bowed respectfully and said with a trembling voice, "Greetings, Supreme Master." Zhu Xiao hesitated for a moment before bowing deeply as well. "Greetings, Supreme Master." The woman didn't look at anyone. She only looked at Yi Xian. At this moment, Wen Xiu suddenly said, "Supreme Master, this person stole the energy of your origin law." The woman ignored Xinjiang and looked at Yi Xian. "You." At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly wiped away his tears. "You bullied me. Where's my sister?" "Qing'er, someone bullied me." Hearing this, the woman's expression changed drastically. P.S. Thanks, Xianxiang Diamond Tool Factory's reader, a Alliance Master's gift. There are also many gifts from friends. For the first time in a year, I'm in the top 10 of the monthly votes ranking. I'm really touched. Thank you, everyone, for your support. With so many people supporting me today, even with my thick skin, I'm embarrassed to upload 2 chapters. I won't say much. I'm really grateful to all my friends who support me. I still want to write for another 10 years. Oh, no, I still want to write for another 10 years. I'll always be with you. Qing'er, a woman in a plain dress. When the supreme law of the universe heard Yi Xian say this name, she was horrified. She hurriedly said, "When did I bully you?" Yi Xian glanced at Wen Xiu and said with slight grievance, "You're with them." The woman immediately said, "Nonsense." As she spoke, she turned to look at Wen Xiu. "Is there something wrong with you?" As soon as these words came out, Wen Xiu and the others were stunned. "What's going on?" The woman stared at Wen Xiu. "Are you retarded?" Everyone, Wen Xiu was stunned. "Supreme Exalt, you." The woman flew into a rage. "What? Do I know you that well? Huh?" At this moment, she was really about to go mad with anger. She had almost been killed by the people of the small grotto heaven, yet now, the small grotto heaven had actually summoned her to kill Yi Xian. Kill Yi Xian, damn it, can this fellow be killed? He can't even move. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned. This Supreme Exalt knows Yi Xian. That was what they were thinking. The Supreme Law suddenly shook his head. "When I met you, I thought you were a good person and wanted to form a good relationship with you. But I never expected you to be as brainless as your descendant." Wen Xiu said with a trembling voice, "Supreme Exalt, you know him?" The Supreme Law looked at Wen Xiu. "I do." "No." As soon as he spoke, the faces of Xinjiang and Zhu Xiao instantly turned ghastly pale. "So Yi Xian knows the Supreme Law." Wen Xiu immediately bowed deeply. "Supreme Exalt, this is a misunderstanding." Yi Xian suddenly said, "It's not a misunderstanding." Everyone looked at Yi Xian while Yi Xian looked at the Supreme Law. "Senior, do you want to protect this small grotto heaven?" The Supreme Law fell silent for a while before saying, "Can you let them leave their inheritance?" "I owe you a favor." Yi Xian smiled, "I can't defeat you, so I'll leave it if you say so." With that, he turned around and left. Meanwhile, the Supreme Law's expression changed, and she hurriedly said, "Wait." Yi Xian stopped and smiled. "Is there anything else, Senior?" The Supreme Law hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "Do you have resentment in your heart?" Yi Xian shook his head. No. Because I can't beat you. Hearing that, the Supreme Law sighed softly. You call this no resentment, Xian smiled and said, Senior, with your protection, I won't be able to destroy them, but, as he spoke, he shook his head and smiled. Let's not talk about it anymore. With that, he turned around and left. The Supreme Law suddenly appeared before Xian. Xian looked at the Supreme Laws without saying a word. The Supreme Law sighed softly. Can you just leave behind a legacy? Xian looked straight at the Supreme Law and didn't say anything. The Supreme Law was just about to speak when Xian suddenly withdrew the green profound sword. The Supreme Law's expression instantly changed when she saw this sword. She wasn't afraid of this sword, she was afraid of the person who'd forged this sword. Xian smiled, Senior, the tiny abode has sent people to kill me time and time again. If I didn't have some strength, it would be impossible for me to stand before you. I, Xian, am a person who repays kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity. I won't be able to destroy the tiny abode today. That's because I'm weak, and I don't blame anyone. But in the future, I'll definitely destroy their entire sect. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked towards the distance. Everyone was slightly stunned by this scene. This fellow doesn't even give face to the Supreme Law. Wen Xiao was stunned as well. It doesn't seem like the Supreme Being and Xian just know each other. Right at this moment, the Supreme Law of Nature at the side suddenly sighed. Forget it. I won't interfere in this matter anymore. However, Xian still didn't stop. At the sight of this, the Supreme Law blocked Xian's path again. This time, Xian frowned. The Supreme Law looked at Xian. I won't interfere anymore. However, Xian shook his head. I won't kill them anymore. The Supreme Law was puzzled. Why? Xian said calmly, if they call for help, I'll call for help as well. I'll let Qing'er handle this matter. As he spoke, he took out the green profound sword, and the green profound sword in his hand started vibrating violently. At the sight of this, the Supreme Law's expression changed drastically, and she hurriedly said, Wait. Xian looked at the Supreme Law, and the Supreme Law said solemnly, I've said it. I won't interfere in this matter anymore. If you want to kill me, go ahead. However, Xian didn't care about her at all. Instead, he continued to activate the green profound sword. Numerous sword hums shot into the sky and shook the clouds. The Supreme Law was greatly alarmed, and she hurriedly said, Why bother her for such a small matter? I'll help you deal with it. Xian looked at the Supreme Law. Aren't you in cahoots with them? The Supreme Law said angrily, Nonsense. As she spoke, she looked at Wen Xiao. The latter said in a trembling voice, Supremacy, this. The Supreme Law's expression was calm. She waved her right hand, and the entire grotto heaven below instantly turned into nothingness. With just a wave of her hand, the entire grotto heaven was directly wiped out. It was simple and direct. At the sight of this, everyone's expression changed drastically. As for Wen Xiao, he looked at the Supreme Law in a daze. This? Why? The Supreme Law glanced coldly at Wen Xiao. Think about it in your next life. As she spoke, she waved her sleeve. Bang! Wen Xiao was instantly wiped out, truly wiped out. On the other side, Musu, the master of the grotto heaven who hadn't completely died, suddenly said in a trembling voice, Supremacy, you. The Supreme Law waved casually. Bang! Musu was instantly turned into nothingness. Subsequently, the Supreme Law turned to look at the great spiritual divine palace's palace master, Xinjiang. The latter's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, Supremacy, we have nothing to do with the grotto heaven. Xian suddenly said, Didn't you just say that you'll fight me to the death? Xinjiang hurriedly bowed to Xian. Young Master Yi, the great spiritual divine palace. Xian turned to look at the Supreme Law. I'm not familiar with him. The Supreme Law waved casually. Bang! Xinjiang was instantly wiped out. After killing Xinjiang, the Supreme Law looked at Zhu Xiao, who was at the side. Zhu Xiao smiled bitterly. Little friend Yi, my battle pavilion, Xian said again, we're not familiar with each other. The Supreme Law waved again. Bang! Zhu Xiao was directly wiped out. The Supreme Law looked at the heavenly demon nation's monarch. The latter bowed slightly, then looked at Xian. Xian smiled and said, Senior, you may leave. It was the heavenly demon nation's monarch who did not pick a side just now. the heavenly demon nation's monarch cupped his fists. Thank you. After saying that, he turned around and left. He did not want to stay here even a moment longer. Only the martial saint of 10 directions was left in the field. The Supreme Law looked at the martial saint of 10 directions who had been silent all this while. The latter smiled faintly. Supremacy, there's something I don't understand. The Supreme Law looked at the martial saint of 10 directions. You're not qualified to make me explain anything. As she said that, she flicked her sleeves. In the distance, the martial saint of 10 directions' expression changed drastically. He suddenly put his palms together. Boundless heaven and earth. As soon as he said that, a huge figure suddenly appeared in the sky. The next moment, the figure directly punched down. It was going head-on against the laws of the universe. Rumble. As soon as the two powerful forces came into contact, the huge figure instantly crumbled, and the martial saint of 10 directions was sent flying hundreds of thousands of feet away. As soon as he stopped, his wisp of soul began to disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye. He still could not block the Supreme Law's attack. Xian could not help but look at the Supreme Law. Damn it, this woman is so terrifying. The current him was no match for this woman at all. Even if he used the green profound sword, he might not be a match for her. The Supreme Law looked around. There were still some people hidden in the surroundings. She frowned slightly. At this moment, Xian suddenly pointed at Xiao Linling in the distance. I know her. The Supreme Law nodded and waved her right hand. Boom, within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, all the experts hidden in the dark were wiped out. They were all killed. Xian looked at the Supreme Law. His intuition told him that she was angry, because there was absolutely no need to kill the others, but she still killed them. It must be because he did not give her face just now. At the thought of this, Xian cupped his fists. Thank you, Senior. The Supreme Law looked at Xian and did not say anything. Xian smiled awkwardly. Senior, I don't have anything against you. It's not that I didn't give you face. The main thing is that this small grotto heaven is too much. They said people to kill me again and again. I really can't tolerate it. After a moment of silence, the Supreme Law said, What do you plan to do next? Xian said, I'll work hard to become stronger. The Supreme Law looked at Xian. Take care. After saying that, he was about to leave. At this moment, Xian suddenly said, Senior. The Supreme Law looked at Xian. What's the matter? Xian hurriedly nodded. Senior, I have a friend who is talented and intelligent. She has admired you for a long time and wants to learn the laws of the universe from you. I wonder if you are willing. The Supreme Law shook his head. I don't accept disciples. Xian nodded slightly. All right. I can only let her learn from Qing'er. It's just that her foundation is a little weak now. It'll be a little slow to learn from Qing'er. If there's a transition. The Supreme Law suddenly said, Can you convince your sister to accept a disciple? Xian smiled. She's my sister. She definitely won't refuse if I ask. The Supreme Law was silent for a moment before saying, Let her learn from me first. Xian hurriedly said, Really? The Supreme Law nodded. Actually, she also wanted to ask the plain-dressed lady some questions. However, the plain-dressed lady did not care about her at all. She finally realized something, that mysterious lady was only nice to Xian. Other than Xian, she would not give face to anyone else. If she accepted the person recommended by Xian and Xian recommended that person to the plain-dressed lady in the future, it would be very beneficial to her. Xian hurriedly said, Senior, please wait a moment. With that, he turned around and disappeared. It didn't take long for him to appear once more, and Daoyi was by his side. The Supreme Law took a glance at Daoyi. Her? Xian nodded. Yes. As he spoke, he tugged on Daoyi's sleeve. Quickly acknowledge him as your master. Daoyi hesitated for a moment before bowing slightly. Greetings, master. The Supreme Laws of Nature nodded slightly. You'll follow me from now on. Xian chuckled, all right. Then the three of us are a family from now on. The two girls looked at Xian at the same time. A family? The Supreme Law looked at Xian. How did we become a family? Yi Xian said with a straight face, Senior, you're Dao Yi's master, so you're my master too. As the saying goes, a master for a day, a father for life. We're definitely a family. The Supreme Law was speechless. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, Senior, can I ask you a question? The Supreme Law looked at Yi Xian. What is it? Yi Xian moved his mind, and a flying sword instantly slashed 10,000 feet away. A flying sword, Yi Xian said, Senior, what do you think of my flying sword? The Supreme Law said calmly, it's not good at all. Yi Xian was a little embarrassed. Is it not powerful at all? The Supreme Law nodded. It's very weak. Yi Xian's face darkened. The Supreme Law said calmly, do you think it's very powerful? Yi Xian smiled embarrassedly. This should be okay. After all, it can even kill a great sage in an instant. The Supreme Law was expressionless. An ant-like existence like a great sage can be killed in an instant. Do you have a sense of superiority? Yi Xian said solemnly, Senior, a great sage is a top-notch expert in this ancient God Star sector. The Supreme Law looked at Yi Xian. Those people I killed just now, do they think I'm very powerful? Yi Xian nodded. They worship you like a god. The Supreme Law said again, but in my eyes, your sister is even more terrifying. Yi Xian was speechless. The Supreme Law said softly, vision. Many times, strength limits vision. Because you're not strong enough, you can't see a bigger world and stronger people. If you're not strong enough, you won't understand how terrifying some circles are. Just like an ordinary person, he doesn't know that his entire life's work might not even be worth a meal from someone else. As she said that, she looked at Yi Xian, you think that your sword is very strong, but that's because the person you're facing now is very weak. What if you face me? Do you think this sword of yours is strong enough? After a moment of silence, Yi Xian nodded. I've learned something. The Supreme Law nodded slightly. Do you know why I asked you to spare the small grotto heaven? Yi Xian looked at the Supreme Law. It's not just because you're acquainted with the small grotto heaven's ancestor? The Supreme Laws of Nature shook its head. This is only one of the reasons. In fact, there's another reason. As she spoke, she paused for a moment before continuing, I know, weeds must be weeded out by the roots. However, with all due respect, is there any meaning to you fighting to the death with the little grotto heaven and the great spiritual god palace? Yi Xian was puzzled. What do you mean? The Supreme Laws of Nature looked at Yi Xian. A dragon will never go into a pond to fight for territory with a fish. Upon hearing that, Yi Xian understood. The Supreme Laws of Nature said again, you're too stubborn, and being too stubborn is easy to break. Just like this flying sword of yours, it's very fast, so fast that it doesn't belong to a speed that someone of your realm should have. However, is it really fast? Yi Xian bowed slightly. Senior, please guide me. The Supreme Laws of Nature said calmly, let's not discuss such low-level things. Upon hearing that, Yi Xian was stunned. Holy sh*t, this sounds familiar, didn't Qing'er say that to me before, she's saying it to me now, this is revenge, revenge. The Supreme Laws of Nature was about to leave with Dao Yi, but Yi Xian grabbed her arm. The Supreme Laws of Nature looked at Yi Xian. What are you trying to do? Yi Xian said seriously, Senior, please guide me. The Supreme Laws of Nature said calmly, is there any meaning in discussing such low-level things? Yi Xian hurriedly nodded. There's a meaning. To me, there's a meaning. The Supreme Laws of Nature looked at Yi Xian. But there's no meaning to me. Yi Xian blinked. But you're my master. The Supreme Laws of Nature frowned slightly. When did I take you in as my disciple? Yi Xian pointed at Dao Yi. Is she your disciple? The Supreme Laws of Nature nodded. Yes. But what has that got to do with you? Yi Xian blurted out, I like Dao Yi. She's my woman. If she's your master, then she's my master too. After saying that, she felt a little regretful. Holy sh*t, I was too rash. He looked at Dao Yi, and Dao Yi was also looking at him. I'm your woman? Yi Xian nodded. At a time like this, he couldn't back down. Dao Yi smiled. When did this happen? Why didn't I know about it? Yi Xian said, I like you. Dao looked at Yi Xian. You like me, so I'm your woman? Yi Xian looked at Dao. Do you hate me? Dao thought about it and said, I don't hate you, but I didn't say that I like you, did I? Yi Xian said, when I said that I like you, it wasn't because I wanted to ask for advice from you, senior. I really like you. Dao fell silent. Yi Xian walked to Dao and grabbed Dao's hand. Dao didn't refuse. Yi Xian looked at Dao. Would you let another man hold your hand like that? Dao still didn't say anything. Yi Xian said again, I don't know when we'll meet again, but no matter when, as long as you need me, let me know. As long as I'm still alive, I'll be there. Take care. After saying that, he turned and left. Dao looked at Yi Xian from afar and still didn't say anything. At this moment, the Supreme Law suddenly said, be careful. Dao looked at the Supreme Law. The Supreme Law said calmly, this guy is very cunning. And his skin is extraordinarily thick. Dao, but, the Supreme Law said again, I can see that too. Although this guy is a little petty, even a little childish, he's the kind of person who will treat you well if you treat him well. And if you were to treat him badly, he would also return the favor, and he would do it to the extreme. And his feelings for you should be sincere. However, if you fall in love with him, you have to be careful. Dao smiled faintly. Be careful of what? The Supreme Law looked at the distant horizon. Two aspects. First, in terms of strength, you might not be able to catch up to him. Second, this guy is cunning, thick-skinned, and has strength. You might not be his last woman. Dao smiled and said, he already has a few now. The Supreme Law looked at Dao. What do you think? Dao was silent for a moment before saying, I just want to learn the Tao of the universe's laws from Master. The Supreme Law nodded. Okay. Dao suddenly said, Master, is there another reason why you don't guide him? The Supreme Law said, he needs to settle down for a while. Dao nodded slightly. I understand. As if thinking of something, she said, Master, do you know about this god's graveyard? The Supreme Law nodded. Know about Dao? Why, did he provoke this god's graveyard again? No, did this god's graveyard provoke him again? Dao nodded. The Supreme Law sighed softly. Dao said in a low voice, is the god's graveyard very strong? The Supreme Law nodded. It's not something he can fight against now. Dao was a little worried and wanted to say something but stopped. The Supreme Law smiled and said, worried about him? Dao nodded. The Supreme Law shook its head and sighed. Don't you think you should be worried about the god's graveyard? Dao, the Supreme Law said again, it seems like you have really fallen in love with him. Silly girl. Dao, the destruction of the small grotto heaven had shocked the universe. No one knew how the small heavenly abode was destroyed, because everyone in the small grotto heaven that day, except for the heavenly demon nation king and Xiao Linlang, everyone else had been killed. Of course, this was not the main point. The main point was that Yi Xian was still alive. Yi Xian was alive, but the small grotto heaven was gone. One had to know that the small grotto heaven was backed by the Supreme Law, but now, the small grotto heaven was gone. But Yi Xian was still alive. Heavenly Demon Nation. On this day, a man came to the Heavenly Demon Nation. He wore simple clothes and had a sword wrapped in hemp rope on his waist. When the man came to the Heavenly Demon Nation, a middle-aged man stood in front of him. The middle-aged man was the Heavenly Demon Nation's crown prince. When he saw the small tombstone on the man's chest, his expression changed. The god's graveyard, the man nodded slightly. I am Lin Fan. I have come to ask your king. The middle-aged man hurriedly said, please come in. Inside a big hall. The Heavenly Demon Nation king looked at Lin Fan in front of him. What do you want to ask? Lin Fan said, not long ago, I felt the aura of an honorable. When I rushed to the small grotto heaven, there was no one there. But from what I know, you were there before that. The Heavenly Demon Nation king was silent. Obviously, he was here to find out information. Lin Fan asked again, what happened? The Heavenly Demon Nation king sighed. Yi Xian knows the honorable. Knows the honorable, Lin Fan frowned. Knows? The Heavenly Demon Nation king nodded. Yes. After a moment of silence, Lin Fan turned and left. The heavenly demon nation king suddenly said, "Sir, will the god's graveyard still target Xian?" Lin Fan shook his head and stopped. Just because he knows the Honorable, he can do whatever he wants. The god's graveyard is not a small grotto heaven. We don't need the Honorable's protection. If the Honorable asks, the god's graveyard can give her face. But the Honorable hasn't said anything. After saying this, he disappeared into the distance. Inside the hall, the heavenly demon nation king shook his head. What the hell? Didn't your people kill him first? You make it sound like he was the one who provoked you first. At this moment, the middle-aged man not far away said, "Father, the god's graveyard knows that Xian and the Honorable are enemies, but they still target him." The heavenly demon nation king shook his head and sighed. It's a matter of face. Of course, the most important thing is that they have the strength and aren't afraid of the Honorable. The middle-aged man said, "Then isn't this Xian very dangerous?" The heavenly demon nation king said softly, "I don't know if Xian is dangerous or not. All I know is that they are big shots. We can't afford to offend them." The middle-aged man. On the other side, Xian, who was riding on his sword, suddenly stopped. Not far away from him stood a middle-aged man and a woman in a green dress. He knew the woman in the green dress, she was from the building, and this middle-aged man was the building master of the building. The building master looked at Xian and said, "Young master, Yi knows the Honorable." Xian asked, "What's the matter?" The building master was stunned and then said, "Young master Yi, do you know how terrifying the god's graveyard is?" "You." A sword suddenly pressed against the building master's forehead. The building master's voice stopped abruptly. Xian looked at the building master and said, "Do the two of you complain about it every day?" "Oh." After saying this, he looked at the woman in the green dress and said, "Sorry, I forgot. You don't have that egg." The woman in the green dress. P.S. Please vote. Please vote. Xian sighed softly, "You too, I have no enmity with the two of you, nor do I wish to hurt the two of you. However, can you not come looking for me and emphasize how scary the graveyard of the gods is? I know they're scary, but they were the ones who provoked me first, okay? If they want to kill me, I can't resist and can only let them kill me." The owner of the small building said solemnly, "Young Master Yi, we have no ill intentions towards you. We just want to remind you." With a thought from Xian, the sword between the eyebrows of the owner of the small building immediately disappeared. The owner of the small building heaved a sigh of relief. In that instant just now, he was truly terrified. He could not even take a single strike from Xian. Xian suddenly said, "Previously, you told me that someone came to look for me in the graveyard of the gods. Who is it?" The owner of the small building said, "Previously, several major forces went to look for him, but he did not see anyone from the major forces. However, my people have seen him. He is a swordsman. And he is a very powerful swordsman." "Swordsman?" Xian blinked. "Swordsman?" The owner of the small building nodded. "He is the same as young Master Yi, a swordsman." Xian smiled. What was he least afraid of? It was a swordsman, but very quickly, Xian's smile disappeared. "I can't be careless and underestimate the enemy, not to mention people like Qing'er and his dad. Even a swordsman like Ai is not someone he can resist. I can't be arrogant, I have to keep a low profile." At this moment, the owner of the small building continued, "I wonder if I can ask young Master Yi a question." Xian looked at the owner of the small building and said with a smile, "Ask away." The owner of the small building said solemnly, "Young Master Yi, do you know Zun?" Xian nodded. "Yes." The expression of the small building's owner turned solemn. "Is it the familiar kind?" Xian gave a half-smile. "What do you think?" Xiaolu's landlord was dumbfounded. "Young Master Yi, don't tell me you have that kind of relationship with Zun." Holy sh*t. Xian was a little confused. What was this guy thinking? Seeing that Xian didn't reply, the building master was certain in his heart. At the beginning, he was only guessing. The reason why he guessed that kind of relationship was because Xian's smile was a little ambiguous. However, he did not expect that Xian and Zun really had that kind of relationship. This Zun keeps a male pet. The building master didn't dare to think too much. Xian did not explain much. He cupped his fists and said, "Your Excellency, farewell." With that, he turned around and left. This building was an intelligence department. and it would be of great help to him in the future. Since the other party was expressing goodwill, he naturally would not reject it. At this moment, the building master suddenly said, "Young Master Yi." Yi Xian turned around and looked at the building master. The building master said solemnly, "Young Master Yi, if you need anything in the future, just let me know." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Of course." The building master nodded, "Young Master Yi, take care." Yi Xian smiled, then turned around and disappeared into the horizon. Next to the building master, the woman in green dress suddenly said, "Landlord, do you think he can resist God's graveyard?" The building master said softly, "I have overlooked an important piece of information." The woman in green dress asked, "What is it?" The building master said solemnly, "If this young Master Yi is placed in God's graveyard, what rank do you think he would be among the younger generation?" The woman in green dress said, "He should also be favored by the heavens." The building master smiled slightly. "Before this, I felt that there were no forces in the universe that could compare to God's graveyard. However, does our building know all the forces in the universe?" The woman in green dress was silent for a moment, then said, "God's graveyard should already know that this young Master Yi knows a supreme. Will they still target him?" The building master nodded, "They will." The woman in green dress was puzzled, "Why?" The building master said, "Because of face. Of course, it's also because God's graveyard is not that afraid of supreme. You should know that there is more than one supreme in this universe." "More than one supreme," the building master continued, "let's wait and see." Soon, the two left. After parting ways with the owner of the small building, Yi Xian found a dead and silent starry sky and then entered the small tower. Naturally, he did not forget that Xiao Ta had a special ability. 10 years inside was equivalent to 1 day outside. Of course, he had to make good use of this heaven-defying ability. In the following time, Yi Xian began to study the way of spacetime. Actually, he could reach the mortal severing realm or even the spacetime realm now. However, he still did not choose to break through. His goal had never changed, and that was to reach the heaven ascension realm without limit. He wanted to reach it without limit. The world inside Xiao Ta was very big. While Yi Xian was cultivating, Xiao Ta would bring Xiaoan, the sword mausoleum, and Xiao Ling to play all day long. Xiaoan sat by a lake, her hands supporting her chin as if she was thinking about something. At this moment, Xiao Ling walked in front of Xiaoan, took out a spirit fruit and handed it to Xiaoan, "Eat." Xiaoan looked at Xiao Ling. On Xiao Ling's shoulder, there was a little guy. It was the divine level spirit vein. Xiao Ling sat beside Xiaoan, looking at the lake in the distance. "Xiaoan, you seem a little unhappy." Xiaoan shook her head slightly, "No." After saying that, she looked down at the palm of her right hand. In her palm, the black lotus imprint would squirm from time to time, as if it was about to come to life. She was very scared. She wanted to tell Yi Xian, but she did not dare, because this lotus imprint almost burned Yi Xian last time. She was very worried. At this moment, Xiao Ling giggled and grabbed Xiaoan's right hand, "Then let's go play together." The moment her hand was grabbed by Xiao Ling, Xiaoan's expression changed drastically. She was about to pull her hand back, but she soon found that the black lotus imprint did not react at all. Xiaoan was a little confused. Why did Xiao Ling have no problem grabbing her hand? While she was puzzled, Xiao Ling had already pulled her away. Time passed little by little. It had to be said that when it came to cultivation, time passed too quickly. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. On the other side, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the top of a mountain. At this moment, he was surrounded by nearly 80 time-dimensional rivers. It had to be said that this was really tiring, because each time he condensed a time-dimensional river, it would consume a lot of energy. However, Yi Xian was getting more and more excited. Limitless, he wanted to achieve limitless. As long as he could achieve limitless, his sword of time and space would also be limitless. Limitless sword of time and space meant limitless flying swords. If he could really achieve limitless, the current realm would no longer be meaningful to him. Of course, he still had to go through this process. Many things sounded simple, but he still had to go through them personally. It was just like how everyone knew that it would hurt to be cut by a knife, but if he did not cut himself, he would never know what that pain felt like. In addition to studying the Tao of time and space, he also studied his flying swords and drawing the sword to determine life and death. In the following time, Yi Xian immersed himself in cultivation. On this day, a swordsman came to the small building. This person was Lin Fan. When Lin Fan arrived at the small building, the building owner came out to welcome him. The building owner cupped his fists. Your Excellency. He did not dare to offend Xian, nor did he dare to offend the god's graveyard. Lin Fan nodded slightly. Help me. The building owner said, please speak. Lin Fan looked at the building owner. I want to know the whereabouts of that Yi Xian. Yi Xian's whereabouts. The building owner's face instantly turned serious. Your Excellency wants to kill him? Lin Fan nodded. The building owner was a little hesitant. Lin Fan looked at the building owner. Not willing? The building owner smiled bitterly. It's not that I'm not willing, but we also don't know where young Master Yi is. For an expert of his level, if he wants to hide, it will be hard for outsiders to find him. Lin Fan nodded slightly. Sorry for disturbing. With that, he turned and left. Behind him, the building owner said softly, if this young Master Yi goes to the god's graveyard to slaughter, it will be fun. Saying that, he shook his head and smiled. How is that possible? God's graveyard. That god's graveyard is not a small grotto heaven. Not long after Lin Fan left the building, a woman suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Great Spiritual God Palace's Xiao. Xiao looked at Lin Fan. You want to find that Yi Xian? Lin Fan nodded. You know where he is? Xiao shook her head. I don't know where he is, but I know someone who can contact him. Lin Fan said, who? Xiao said, follow me. With that, she turned and left. Lin Fan also followed. Soon, both of them arrived at Great Spiritual God Palace's Lingxiu Peak. Xiao brought Lin Fan directly to Li Xiuran. Xiao looked at Li Xiuran. Contact Yi Xian. Li Xiuran hesitated, then said, Peak Leader Xiao, I can't contact Brother Yi. Xiao stared at Li Xiuran. As long as you contact him, I will let you be a direct disciple. Li Xiuran shook his head. I can't contact him. Xiao squinted her eyes. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. With that, she pressed her right hand down lightly. Boom! Li Xiuran directly knelt on the ground, his knees instantly shattered. Li Xiuran clenched his fists. He glanced at the small grave on Lin Fan's left chest, then looked at Xiao. I can't contact him. Obviously, he had already recognized Lin Fan's identity. The people from the Graveyard of Gods were looking for Yi Xian. Brother Yi was in danger. Xiao looked at Li Xiuran. Looks like you want to die. With that, she pressed her right hand down lightly. Gotcha! In an instant, all the bones in Li Xiuran's body shattered. Li Xiuran's eyes widened, his entire face contorted, but he kept staring at Xiao. I can't contact him. He could actually contact Yi Xian, but he knew that if he contacted Yi Xian, then the people from the Graveyard of Gods would definitely be able to find Yi Xian. At that time, Yi Xian would be in danger. Yi Xian treated him like a brother. Why would he betray his brother? Xiao stared at Li Xiuran, her right hand slowly pressing down. Gotcha! Gotcha! Not only were all the bones in Li Xiuran's body shattering, even his flesh was cracking bit by bit. Li Xiuran laughed sinisterly. Kill me. You killed me. Xiao shook her head. Want to die? Your thinking is too simple. If you don't contact Yi Xian, I'll make you wish you were dead. As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her lily-white hand lightly. In an instant, pieces of Li Xiuran's flesh flew out. Death by 1,000 cuts. Li Xiuran laughed out loud. That's it? Is that all? Xiao looked at Li Xiuran. You've only known him for less than a month, and he's not related to you at all. Is it worth it to destroy your body and soul for him? Li Xiuran slowly closed his eyes. He's 100 times stronger than me, Li Xiuran, but he treats me like a brother. I, Li Xiuran, may not be a genius, but I, Li Xiuran, will never betray my brother. I can't make it. Xiao glared at Li Xiuran in front of her. Since you have such backbone, then I'll fulfill your wish. As she spoke, she was about to attack. However, an old man suddenly appeared here. The person who came was one of the 6 peak masters, Yu Luan. Ever since Qin Jiang died, he was now the palace lord of the Great Spiritual God Palace. Yu Luan said in a low voice, Junior apprentice sister, you've gone too far. Xiao snarled, what do you mean by too much? This person is a disciple of my Great Spiritual God Palace, but he is helping an outsider. Shouldn't they be killed? Yu Luan took a glance at Li Xiuran before saying, Junior sister, there's no point in targeting him. Xiao said angrily, I'm not targeting him, but he knows where Yi Xian is. Yu Luan frowned. Why can't you let go of your hatred? Xiao glared at Yu Luan. the one who died wasn't senior brother's disciple, of course senior brother can let go of his hatred. Yu Luan sighed softly and was about to speak when Lin Fan suddenly said, I only need to know Yi Xian's whereabouts. If he's willing to tell me Yi Xian's whereabouts, then I won't make things difficult for him. Similarly, our god's graveyard will not make things difficult for the great spiritual god palace. The graveyard of the gods. Yu Luan's expression turned grave and he couldn't help but glance at Xiao. He sighed again in his heart, he was even a little angry. Actually, what he meant was that the great spiritual god palace should not interfere in the matter between the tomb of the gods and Yi Xian, because the great spiritual god palace could not afford to offend either side, and now, Xiao had contacted the tomb of the gods. If the tomb of the gods really managed to get rid of Yi Xian, that would be fine. But what if they couldn't? What would happen to the great spiritual god palace then? If he expelled Xiao from the great spiritual god palace now, it would be equivalent to slapping the tomb of the gods in the face. The great spiritual god palace was caught in a dilemma. Xiao suddenly said again, senior brother, eldest senior brother's death is absolutely related to that Yi Xian. The great spiritual divine palace has no enmity with the great spiritual divine palace, so it is impossible for him to kill eldest senior brother. There is only one explanation, and that is that Yi Xian instigated the great spiritual divine palace to kill eldest senior brother. How can my great spiritual god palace not take revenge? Yu Luan was silent. Xiao continued, now that the graveyard of the gods has personally come forward, what are you still worried about? Lin Fan looked at Yu Luan, is there a problem? His tone was somewhat displeased. Yu Luan was shocked as he hurriedly replied, of course not. As he spoke, he looked at Li Xiaoran. If you can contact that Yi Xian, tell us. As long as you tell us, our great spiritual god palace will not make things difficult for you. Not only that, I can also promote you to a true disciple. Coercion and bribery. At this moment, the lower half of Li Xiaoran's body had already been sliced into countless pieces, but he didn't make a single sound. Li Xiaoran clenched his fists tightly, his entire body trembling. I don't know. I just don't know. Hearing that, Yu Luan frowned slightly, why are you doing this? Xiao suddenly said, it's fine if he doesn't tell me. I naturally have a way. As she spoke, she walked in front of Li Xiaoran and slapped his shoulder with her right hand. Boom! Li Xiaoran's entire body directly turned into powder, leaving only his soul. Xiao placed her right hand on Li Xiaoran's soul and in an instant, Li Xiaoran's soul directly ignited. Soul ignition. Li Xiaoran's eyes opened wide as his entire face twisted, unbearable pain. At this moment, he only had one thought, and that was to die. Xiao was extracting his memories. Not only was she extracting his memories, but she was also burning his soul. Actually, Xiao could only extract his memories and didn't need to burn his soul. But Xiao obviously wanted to torture him to death. It was very painful, but Li Xiaoran didn't even make a sound. After a moment, Xiao smiled sinisterly, you're very loyal, then I'll fulfill your brotherhood. As her voice faded, she retracted her hand. Boom! Li Xiaoran's soul directly ignited. Xiao smiled even more sinisterly, don't worry, I'll get that Yi Xian to accompany you very soon. As she spoke, she turned to look at Lin Fan, I can contact Yi Xian now. Are you confident in killing him? Lin Fan nodded, as long as Jizun doesn't appear, I have a 90% chance of killing him. As he spoke, he suddenly pressed his right hand lightly towards Li Xiaoran and the flames on Li Xiaoran's body immediately disappeared. Lin Fan said, if I kill him now, that Yi Xian probably won't come. Leave him with one breath and let that Yi Xian come. Xiao nodded, you're still the most thoughtful one. As she spoke, she took out a voice transmission talisman and crushed it. Xiao looked at the end of the horizon, her expression gradually becoming sinister. Yi Xian, it's time to pay with blood. Inside Xiao Ta. Yi Xian, who was cultivating, suddenly frowned. He directly left Xiao Ta and behind him, there were hundreds of time-dimensional rivers. It hasn't even been a day in the outside world, but inside Xiao Ta, several years have passed. When Yi Xian left Xiao Ta, the space in front of him suddenly trembled. Then, Xiao's voice came from the trembling space. A moment later, Yi Xian slightly narrowed his eyes and in the next moment, he directly disappeared from the spot. Great Spiritual God Palace, Lingxiu Peak. Xiao retracted her gaze and a sword light fell straight in front of her. Cao Xiu was shocked. So fast. Seeing Yi Xian, Yu Luan's expression instantly became solemn. Towards Yi Xian, he naturally didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. This was a person who could destroy a small cave. Lin Fan was also sizing up Yi Xian, his left hand already on the hilt of his sword. Yi Xian walked in front of Li Xiuran. When he saw Yi Xian's almost transparent soul, he slowly closed his eyes. Li Xiuran smiled slightly. Brother Yi, Yi Xian said softly, sorry. I've implicated you. Li Xiuran shook his head. I've implicated Brother Yi. Yi Xian suddenly turned to look at Cao Xiu. If you want to target me, just come to me directly. Why do you have to target him? He's a disciple of great spiritual God Palace. What wrong did he do? Why are you treating him like this? Cao Xiu sneered. What wrong? He knows you, that's a mistake. Yi Xian slightly narrowed his eyes. From today onwards, there will be no great spiritual God Palace in this world. Cao Xiu said mockingly, with just you. You. Before Cao Xiu could finish speaking, her forehead was directly pierced by a sword. Seeing this scene, Yu Luan's expression instantly changed. He said in horror, He was already speechless. Cao Xiu was about to reach Great Saint, yet she was insta-killed by Yi Xian just like that. At the side, Lin Fan also had a trace of disbelief in his eyes. Why is your sword so fast? Yi Xian looked at Lin Fan. You're from God's graveyard? Lin Fan looked at Yi Xian. Yes. Yi Xian turned to look at Cao Xiu and said with a smile, so he's the reason why you're so arrogant. As he spoke, he willed it in his heart. A ray of sword light flashed through the battlefield. The moment Yi Xian used his flying sword, Lin Fan's expression instantly changed, and he suddenly drew his sword and slashed forward. Although he had drawn his sword in a moment of desperation, it was still as fast as lightning. Boom! A ray of sword light shattered, and Lin Fan's body directly stiffened on the spot. It wasn't Yi Xian's sword light that shattered, but his own. Although he drew his sword very quickly, Yi Xian's flying sword was even faster. A sword of qi pierced through Lin Fan's forehead, an instant kill. Cao Xiu's face was filled with disbelief when she saw this scene. Yi Xian looked at Cao Xiu. Do you still have something to rely on? Fear appeared in Cao Xiu's eyes. How can you be so strong? This is absolutely impossible. This can't be real. At this moment, she had already broken down. This expert from God's graveyard was actually insta-killed by Yi Xian's sword. This was someone from God's graveyard, gone just like that. Didn't they say they would get rid of Yi Xian? Lin Fan also looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. Why is your sword so fast? Yi Xian glanced at Lin Fan. You want to know? Lin Fan nodded subconsciously. Yi Xian smiled. I'm not telling you. Lin Fan. At this moment, Yu Luan suddenly said in a trembling voice, Young Master Yi, my great spiritual God Palace. Yi Xian suddenly turned and slashed. A sword directly pierced through Yu Luan's forehead. Yi Xian looked at Yu Luan. Did I give you permission to speak? Yu Luan. Yi Xian walked in front of Li Xiuran. Li Xiuran smiled bitterly. Brother Yi, if I knew you were so strong, I would have contacted you. Sigh. He was indeed a little aggrieved. Damn it, if I knew this guy was so strong, I wouldn't have needed to use the hammer. He had suffered for nothing. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. He took out the green profound sword and said, Little soul, protect Brother Li's soul. The green profound sword directly absorbed Li Xiuran's soul nurturing. With the help of the green profound sword, Li Xiuran's soul that was about to completely disappear was directly stabilized, and Yi Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. Yi Xian turned to look at Yu Luan. The latter said in a low voice, Yi Xian, this matter is my senior and junior sister's fault. Don't implicate the entire great spiritual God Palace. Yi Xian suddenly said, I said it. From today onwards, the great spiritual God Palace is no more. As he spoke, countless flying swords suddenly slashed towards the depths of the great spiritual God Palace with a thought. Hiss. 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 In an instant, countless shrill cries resounded throughout the entire great spiritual God Palace. Yu Luan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Yi Xian, do you really want to go to such extremes? Yi Xian glanced coldly at Yu Luan, then looked at Cao Xiu. It was because I didn't go to such extremes that I almost caused Brother Li's death. So, from today onwards, I will kill anyone who is an enemy of Yi Xian and not leave any future troubles. As he spoke, over a dozen flying swords slashed out with a thought. In an instant, over a dozen bloody heads soared into the sky from the depths of the great spiritual god palace. In the distance, Xianxia was horrified. She looked at Lin Fan and roared furiously, "Aren't you from the tomb of the gods? Go get him. Come on, you." Lin Fan went silent for a moment before he said, "Can't you see that there's a sword in my head? Yu Luan. P.S. Honestly, what do you guys think when you see me shamelessly begging for votes every day?" In fact, Lin Fan was also shocked. He was a Descent Realm swordsman. Not only that, but he was also a genuine great sage. As long as he didn't encounter an ancient god realm expert, he was practically invincible. However, he was instantly killed by Yi Xian, and Yi Xian was only in the Heaven Ascension realm. This was too much. Yi Xian suddenly looked at Lin Fan. "You came to the tomb of the gods to kill me?" Lin Fan looked at Yi Xian. "Who the hell are you?" Yi Xian smiled. "My name is Yi Xian." As he spoke, a sword sank into Lin Fan's body, the Azure Profound Sword. The Azure Profound Sword madly absorbed Lin Fan's soul. Lin Fan suddenly opened his palm. In his hand, a red talisman directly turned into a faint light and disappeared into the horizon. Taking a look at the sky, Yi Xian said with a smile, "Are you calling for help?" Lin Fan stared at Yi Xian. "You will pay the price." Yi Xian smiled, "Perhaps. But you won't be able to see it." As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his sleeve. Boom! The Azure Profound Sword completely absorbed Lin Fan. Seeing Yi Xian kill Lin Fan, Yu Luan's face instantly paled. Grand Spiritual God Palace is finished. Completely finished. Yi Xian dared to kill people from the Tomb of the Gods. What more, their Grand Spiritual God Palace? As if remembering something, Yu Luan suddenly turned to Cao Xiu and roared, "Do you see what you did? Do you see it?" Cao Xiu's face was ashen. At this moment, she was also afraid. Even an expert of Lin Fan's level was killed by Yi Xian with a single strike. Just how strong was Yi Xian? At this time, Yi Xian turned and walked towards the Grand Spiritual God Palace. At this time, an old man appeared in front of Yi Xian. It was the young martial uncle. Little martial uncle looked at Yi Xian. "Can you spare my Great Spiritual God Palace?" Yi Xian smiled. "When she was targeting Li Shouran, why didn't you ask her to spare his life?" Little martial uncle said solemnly, "We were wrong." Yi Xian shook his head. "I don't need your apologies." Little Uncle Master suddenly said, "The one at fault is Cao Xiu. How can the rest of the Great Spiritual Palace be innocent?" Yi Xian looked straight at Little Martial Uncle. "You wanted to kill me. What wrong did Li Shouran do? Why did you target him?" Little Martial Uncle shook his head. "Young Master Yi, we are the ones in the wrong. We have nothing to do with the rest of the people from Great Spiritual God Palace. If we die, can you let them go?" Yi Xian looked straight at his junior uncle. "No." Right at this moment, an old man suddenly appeared here. It was the outer court elder, Gu Qing. Gu Qing bowed slightly to Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled, "Just call me Yi Xian." Gu Qing smiled bitterly. He wanted to plead for mercy but didn't dare to." Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before saying, "I'll give you face. But..." With that, he willed in his mind. Chi, the Azure Profound Sword entered Cao Xiu's body and started to absorb her soul. Cao Xiu stared at Yi Xian with eyes full of hatred. "Yi Xian, you will end up worse than me in the future." Yi Xian smiled, "Maybe. But I can see your end, but you won't be able to see mine." Cao Xiu wanted to say something but Yi Xian flicked his sleeve. Boom! Cao Xiu's soul was completely absorbed. Yi Xian turned to look at the palace lord of the Great Spiritual God Palace, Yu Luan. The latter still wanted to say something, but the Xianxian sword had already sunk into his glabella. Bang! Yu Luan was instantly absorbed. After he killed Yu Luan, Yi Xian looked at the junior uncle. "That little martial uncle." Little martial uncle was silent. Yi Xian pointed at Gu Qing. "From this moment onward, he's the palace master of Great Spiritual Palace. Do you have a problem with that?" Gu Qing's expression changed drastically when he heard this, and he hurriedly said, How can I be the palace master?" Yi Xian gazed at Gu Qing. "If you become the palace master, then I'll give you face. If it's anyone else, then I won't give it any face." Gu Qing spoke bitterly, I'm not strong enough. No one in Great Spiritual Palace will submit to me." Meanwhile, the junior martial uncle spoke abruptly, "Submit. My entire Great Spiritual Palace will submit to you." Yi Xian glanced at the junior martial uncle. and then he withdrew his thumb that was resting on the hilt of his sword. The junior martial uncle gazed at Gu Qing. I'll kill anyone who refuses to submit. Gu Qing hesitated for a moment before he nodded. He knew that if he didn't become the palace master, then Great Spiritual Palace would really be destroyed. Meanwhile, Yi Xian spoke abruptly, Elder Gu Qing, remember to contact me at any time if you have any problems. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished into the horizon. Elder Gu Qing turned around to look at the junior martial uncle, and the junior martial uncle spoke softly, he's actually become so strong. Even though Yi Xian was strong all those years ago, he wasn't so monstrous, but the current Yi Xian wasn't just strong, he was simply a freak, he was too terrifying. Besides ancient god realm experts, no one could stop Yi Xian any longer. Gu Qing had quite a complicated feeling in his heart. He hadn't expected that an outer court disciple he'd casually recruited would actually be so terrifying. After Yi Xian left Great Spiritual Palace, he found a place to reconstruct Li Xiaoran's physical body. With the help of the Azure Profound Sword, it wasn't a difficult task. 3 days later, somewhere by a lake, Li Xiaoran sat cross-legged in front of Yi Xian. At this moment, his aura was even stronger than before, because his soul had been strengthened by the Azure Profound Sword. Around an hour later, Li Xiaoran stood up and looked at Yi Xian. Brother Yi, thank you. Yi Xian smiled. Do you still want to return to Great Spiritual Palace? Li Xiaoran hesitated for a moment and said, I want to. Yi Xian nodded, sure. Now that Elder Gu Qing is the palace master of Great Spiritual Palace, if you return, you'll be able to help him a lot. Li Xiaoran smiled, Brother Yi, if I may be so bold as to ask, how strong are you now? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, under 3 swords, I'm invincible. Above 3 swords, 1 for 1. As soon as he finished speaking, he instantly regretted it. Meanwhile, Xiao Ta spoke abruptly, young master, I won't say anything when you say you're invincible under 3 swords, but your 1 for 1 above 3 swords is too much. Too much. Yi Xian, at the side, Li Xiaoran was suddenly curious, Brother Yi, who are these 3 swords? Yi Xian blinked, and then he smiled, my younger sister, my father, and my big brother. Li Xiaoran, Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, Brother Li, go back to the Great Spiritual Divine Palace. I'm going to be busy. Li Xiaoran nodded, Brother Yi, take care. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. After Li Xiaoran left, Yi Xian turned around and left as well. He went directly to the pavilion, and as soon as he arrived, the pavilion master came out to welcome him. The pavilion master cupped his fists, young Master Yi. He was already aware of what happened at Great Spiritual Palace. Yi Xian killed Lin Fan from God's graveyard, and it was an instant kill. Needless to say, when he heard this news, he was completely dumbfounded. Lin Fan was a great sage-level swordsman. Yi Xian smiled, Pavilion Master, I don't come without a reason. This time, I'm here to ask you about something. The Pavilion Master said, young Master Yi, please speak. Yi Xian said, where is God's graveyard? Hearing this, Xiao Lu's face was full of shock. Young Master Yi, you, Yi Xian smiled and did not say anything. After a moment of silence, Xiao Lu took out a scroll and handed it to Yi Xian. The entrance to God's graveyard is on this scroll. Yi Xian put away the scroll, then took out a storage ring and handed it to Xiao Lu. Thank you. The Pavilion Master glanced at the storage ring and hurriedly shook his head. There's no need for that. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, help me pay attention to the movements of the various powers, especially the God's graveyard. He didn't want something like Li Xiaoran to happen again. The Pavilion Master smiled, that's no problem. Yi Xian put away the storage ring, then I owe you a favor. The Pavilion Master was delighted. This was his objective, and that was to make Yi Xian owe him a favor. A favor was much more valuable than an eternal divine crystal. Yi Xian didn't say anything else, and he just cupped his fists. Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished into the horizon. The Pavilion Master looked up into the horizon and said softly, is he going to the God's graveyard? The God's graveyard. The Pavilion Master couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly when he thought of this. This was truly too absurd. Yi Xian flew on his sword, and he arrived at the entrance of God's graveyard in less than 2 hours. The gods I was located in a separate world, and their entrance was in a starry sky. Yi Xian stood before an enormous white hole, and the god's graveyard was just past this hole. However, he didn't go in. He didn't know much about God's graveyard, so he would probably be ganged up on and beaten to death if he went in rashly. Right at this moment, the white hole suddenly trembled, and then an old man walked out from within it in next to no time, a great sage. Xian glanced at the old man, and the old man noticed him as well. The old man frowned when he saw Xian. "Who are you?" Xian blinked. "Are you going to look for that Xian?" The old man gazed at Xian. "How do you know?" Xian said seriously, "I know where Xian is." The old man sized up Xian, and a hint of wariness appeared in his eyes. "Who the hell are you?" Xian was about to speak when the old man suddenly said, "You're that Xian." Xian was stunned. The old man stared at Xian. "You killed Lin Fan." Xian was about to speak when the old man turned and ran. The old man was very fast, and he entered the hole in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Xian's expression darkened. Damn it, the people of God's graveyard weren't so easy to fool, it would be very difficult for him to survive. At this moment, Sword Mausoleum's voice suddenly sounded, "Young master, I've been here before." Xian was stunned, and then asked, "You and your master?" Sword Mausoleum nodded, "Yes. Master has been inside before." Xian hurriedly asked, "Is she very powerful inside?" Sword Mausoleum immediately said, "Of course. Master is very powerful no matter where she goes." However, Master seemed to have lost one move when he fought with someone in there. Xian turned to look at the hole. He had been here before, and she had lost. Damn it, wasn't it a little boastful to say that he wanted to destroy God's graveyard? At this moment, Sword Mausoleum suddenly said, "Young master, you're not afraid, are you?" Xian was stunned, and then he laughed. "Can a small God's graveyard take one of my swords?" Sword Mausoleum said, "Then you go in, young master." Xian was speechless. Seeing that Xian didn't move, Sword Mausoleum said again, "Young master, are you really afraid?" Xian said seriously, "I won't kill today. Spare their lives." After saying that, he turned around and left. Sword Mausoleum was speechless. Not long after Xian left, an old man slowly walked out of the white star hole. As soon as the old man came out, the surrounding starry sky trembled slightly as if it had fallen a little. The old man wore a loose black robe and held a walking stick in his hand. He seemed to be carrying a heavy load on his back. He walked very slowly and seemed to have no strength left in him. The old man glanced around and frowned slightly. "Where is he?" At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from beside the old man. "Apotheon Mu, Xian has left." "Left?" Apotheon Mu nodded slightly. "I'm too late." As he spoke, he glanced at the end of the Star River in the distance. "I never expected that there would be such a genius in the outside world. He's not simple." The voice sounded again. "This person killed 2 people of my God's graveyard in a row. He can't be left alive." At this moment, some strange runes suddenly appeared in the space around Apotheon Mu. As these strange runes appeared, some flames actually appeared on the old man's body. Apotheon Mu frowned slightly. He thought for a moment and said, "I can't stay outside for too long. Find a way to let him enter my God's graveyard. Or lure him here." After saying that, he turned around and left. As soon as he entered the white star hole, the strange red runes around him suddenly disappeared. Restrictions. The supreme laws of nature had restricted many top-notch experts in this universe. After the old man left, the scene quickly returned to calm. After Xian left the entrance of the God's graveyard, he returned to Azure Prefecture. In fact, he wasn't a killer. As long as the God's graveyard didn't come looking for trouble with him, he couldn't be bothered to look for them. Wasn't it nice to cultivate every day and then accompany his lovely wife in the palace? Xian sat on the dragon throne with Tuoba Yen in his arms. Tuoba Yen said softly, "I don't think I'm pregnant." Xian blinked. "Then let's continue working hard." Tuoba Yen rolled his eyes at Xian. "Idiot." Xian laughed and wrapped his arms around Tuoba Yan's waist. Tuoba Yen looked up at Xian and said seriously, "I feel that something is not right." Xian asked, "What's not normal?" Tuoba Yen said solemnly, "Logically speaking, I should be pregnant." "But..." Hearing this, Xian frowned. "What do you mean?" Tuoba Yen looked at Xian. "How many children does your father have?" Xian said solemnly, 2. "I think I have an older sister." Nianxue, Thinking of this, he missed Sister Shui again. Unfortunately, he didn't know where she had gone to have fun. Tuoba Yan continued, then your father. Yi Xian suddenly interrupted Tuoba Yan's words. What do you mean my father? It's our father. Tuoba Yan blinked, a trace of warmth flowed in his heart. Yi Xian held Tuoba Yan's hand and said softly, you mean, the problem lies with me? Tuoba Yan nodded. It's very likely. Because of your bloodline. Bloodline power. Hearing this, Yi Xian suddenly understood. His bloodline power was very special. Could it be that his mother could give birth to him because of the immortal bloodline? Thinking of this, Yi Xian's face darkened. Qingqing, Yi clan, ancestral shrine. Ancestors above, Yi Xian has no talent and no virtue. From this moment on, Yi Xian's position as the heir is removed and Yi Lang will succeed him. The one who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a youth with a faint smile on his lips. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi clan's elders. Why? At this moment, a somewhat timid voice suddenly sounded in the ancestral shrine. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she rushed over despite her illness. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed slightly to the people in the ancestral shrine and said timidly, First Elder, my brother Yi Xian is the heir. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The First Elder looked coldly at Yi Ling. This is a matter of the clan. What are you interrupting for? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, not daring to look at the First Elder. However, she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral shrine. She once again bowed to the elders on both sides. Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan for the mining rights. He is fighting for the clan with his life on the line. His fate is unknown. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to strip him of his position. This is really unfair. Impudent. The First Elder suddenly raged, whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away from me. At this time, the new heir, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed, you should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The First Elder coldly replied, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan's guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said with some anger, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new heir, Yi Lang. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered, young master Yi Lang inherits the title of heir, it's everyone's wish. What are you shouting about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and Yi Ling's right cheek instantly turned red and swollen. However, she didn't cry, she just held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled, what's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded, you're not bad. After I become the heir, I need 10 personal guards. From now on, you'll be my personal guard. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed and quickly bowed deeply, this subordinate will go through fire and water for the heir, I'm willing to die 1,000 deaths. Yi Lang nodded slightly, drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't show mercy, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu didn't know what he saw, but he suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man wore a tight-fitting robe, which was torn and tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his expression was frighteningly gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his expression turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his expression changed. He quickly looked at Yi Ling, and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Ling did not stop there, and he rushed towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Ling in the ancestral hall suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Ling's expression turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, your man? As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's entire face was a bloody mess. As he screamed, Prince, save me, Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, who was crying for help. He walked up to Yi Ling. Seeing Yi Ling's appearance, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, brother, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be removed, and Yi Ling shall take over. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Ling. On both sides, there were the elders of the Yi clan. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian from his position, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and asked timidly, Great Elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. This is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting for? Leave. Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the Great Elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged, whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new prince, Yi Ling, suddenly laughed. He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder replied coldly, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Ling. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, Young Master Yi Ling inherits the title of prince. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Ling looked at the guard and smiled, What's your name? The guard quickly bowed, This subordinate, Zhang Mu, greets the prince. Yi Ling nodded, You're not bad. After I become the prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and quickly bowed deeply. This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the prince, even if it means death. Yi Ling nodded, Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Don't hold back, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Ling, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yiling's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yiling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang seemed to see something, and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yiling's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang dragging Yiling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yiling, and was about to speak. At this moment, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger, and before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Bang! Zhang felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. Yiling did not stop there, and charged towards Zhang again. At this time, Yiling suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you!" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang chest. Pooh! Zhang spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yiling's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped down on Zhang face. Zhang face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhang as he walked to Yiling's side. Seeing Yiling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yiling saw Yi Xian, tears welled up in her eyes. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang and kicked Zhang head. Peng! After parting ways with Mu Xiaodao and the other girls, Yi Xian returned to Azure Province once more. With the Azure Profound Sword, the entire universe was a little small to him. He could go wherever he wanted. In front of the palace, Tuoba Yan looked at Yi Xian. "You're leaving again?" Yi Xian nodded. After a moment of silence, Tuoba Yan said, "Take care." Yi Xian smiled. "You too." With that said, he hugged Tuoba Yan gently and placed his hands on Tuoba Yan's lower abdomen. "Don't worry too much about the child. I'll come back more often in the future. We just have to work hard." Tuoba Yan rolled his eyes at Yi Xian, his cheeks slightly red. Yi Xian kissed Tuoba Yan's bright red lips and said with a smile, "Wait for me to come back. We'll continue to have children." With that said, he turned into a sword light and disappeared into the horizon. Tuoba Yan looked up at the horizon, his gaze gradually becoming infatuated. Even though they were not together every day, their feelings grew stronger. In the starry sky, Yi Xian traveled on his sword. He closed his eyes slightly. During this period of time, he had met many of his good friends and was deeply moved. The world ahead was very exciting, but he must not forget the path he had taken. Many people should not have disappeared from his life just like that, especially those who had helped him in the past. He should not forget a single one of them. His heart. At this moment, Yi Xian finally understood one thing. It was actually very difficult to not forget one's heart. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly asked in puzzlement, "Xiao Ta, I've comprehended so much this time, but why haven't I broken through in my sword Dao? Is there a problem somewhere?" Xiao Ta said, "Young lord, maybe there's something wrong with your brain." Yi Xian's face instantly darkened. Xiao Ta sighed softly. "Young lord, you only have a little bit of life comprehension. Moreover, it has nothing to do with your sword Dao. Did you fart and comprehend something, and your sword Dao will also improve?" Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Ta continued, "However, there shouldn't be any disadvantages. Because you've realized your own problem." Yi Xian blinked, a little puzzled. "What's wrong with me?" Xiao Ta asked in return, "Didn't you realize that you've been a little arrogant lately and want to settle down?" Yi Xian frowned. "Am I getting carried away?" Xiao Ta was silent for a long time before he said, "Are you kidding me? Is it fun to tease a tower?" Yi Xian said seriously, "Xiao Ta, do you think I'm arrogant?" Xiao Ta said angrily, "Below the three swords, you are invincible. Above the three swords, one for one, were you the one who said that?" Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Xiao Ta said, don't tell me your words are not arrogant. Tell me, among the 3 swords, who can you exchange for? Yi Xian said, is bragging against the law? Xiao Ta was stunned. Yi Xian said, since it's not against the law, what's wrong with me bragging a little? Why? Xiao Ta was silent for a long time before he said, you're much more awesome than master. In terms of shamelessness, you've really surpassed your master. Yi Xian laughed. Xiao Ta, I've said before that the most important thing in this world is the skin of one's face. The same skin of one's face, but a different life. Those who laugh on the outside, cry on the inside, those who laugh on the inside, cry on the outside. The skin of one's face is the most unreliable thing in the world. What's the use of it? Xiao Ta was speechless. Yi Xian smiled. It's just like finding a wife in the secular world. A shameless person will never lack a wife. Xiao Ta sighed softly. Young master, I'm a little worried. Yi Xian didn't understand. Worried about what? Xiao Ta said, master is already very shameless. As for you, you've surpassed your master. It's not that you're shameless, it's that you don't have any. Now, I'm a little worried about your future children. In the future, this little one will inherit this shameless fine tradition of you too. How scary will that be? Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Ta was about to speak when the space in front of Yi Xian trembled slightly. In the next moment, a man walked out. It was the building lord. The building lord said in a low voice, young master Yi, the graveyard of gods wants to lure and kill you. Yi Xian frowned. Lure and kill me? The building lord nodded. The ancient gods in the graveyard of gods can't come out. Thus, they want to lure you into the graveyard of gods and kill you. They. Yi Xian suddenly said, their ancient gods can't come out? The building lord nodded. Yes. They're restricted by the supreme laws. The corners of Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. So, ancient gods can't come out, the building lord continued, thus, they want to lure you into the graveyard of gods and kill you. Yi Xian said, they definitely want to target the people around me. The building lord nodded. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Xian suddenly said, I only know Li Xiuran and Elder Gu Qing from the great spiritual god palace. With that, he disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, Yi Xian was already in the great spiritual god palace. Just as he arrived above the great spiritual god palace, an old man appeared in front of him. The old man looked at Yi Xian and said, I've been waiting for you. Yi Xian smiled. The graveyard of gods. The old man nodded. I want to invite you to the graveyard of gods as a guest. Your 2 friends are there as well. If you go, they'll return. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, what's your status in the graveyard of gods? The old man frowned. What do you mean? Yi Xian moved his mind, swish, a flying sword pierced through the old man's forehead. It didn't kill him directly, but only locked onto his soul. Not only that, but Yi Xian turned around and waved his sleeve. Swish. Swish, 4 flying swords suddenly flew out. Not far in front of him, the space around him suddenly exploded. Then, 4 men in black appeared in front of Yi Xian. Before these 4 people could react, the 4 flying swords had already sunk into the space between their eyebrows, subduing 5 people in an instant. Yi Xian looked at the old man in front of him and said with a smile, now, inform the people in the graveyard of gods to release my friends within an hour. Otherwise, I'll use the lives of 4 of you to exchange for the lives of 2 of them. 2 for 4, I think it's worth it. The old man stared fixedly at Yi Xian. At this moment, his heart was filled with extreme astonishment. He was at the peak of the great saint realm, yet now, he actually couldn't even block a single attack from Yi Xian. The strength of this young man before him was truly too terrifying. I've miscalculated, Yi Xian suddenly said. Do you have any other questions? The old man gazed at Yi Xian. Do you dare to go to the graveyard of gods? Yi Xian smiled, and then he flicked his sleeve. Bang, the old man's body exploded into pieces, and only his soul remained. However, the flying sword that was stuck in his soul was still there and hadn't vanished. Yi Xian gazed at the old man and said with a smile, inform the graveyard of gods to release them. Otherwise, I'll make the 5 of you vanish from this world immediately. You can give it a try and see if I dare. The old man fell silent for a moment, and then he opened his palm. A transmission talisman suddenly shot into the sky from his palm. A short moment later, the space above Xian suddenly trembled, and then an illusory middle-aged man appeared above them. An ancient god realm expert, however, it wasn't his true body, but an illusory image. The old man and the others hurriedly bowed when they saw the middle-aged man. Greetings, revered you. In the sky, revered you looked down at Xian, but he didn't speak. Xian's figure shook, and then he appeared in front of revered you. He looked at revered you and smiled. Release them. Revered you said, you're the first to look down on my graveyard of gods. Xian stared at revered you. Release them. Revered you said, why don't you come to my graveyard of gods? Xian flicked his sleeve. Hiss, the head of one of the experts from the graveyard of gods flew into the air. His soul was obliterated. Xian said, release them. Revered you stared at Xian, and then he waved his right hand lightly. In an instant, the space to his right split open, and Guqing and Li Xiaoran walked out. Xian waved his right hand, and the flying swords that bound the old man and the others instantly vanished. The old man and the others hurriedly retreated behind revered you, and there was fear in their eyes as they looked at Xian. In the sky, revered you stared at Xian. The members of my graveyard of gods won't die in vain. You kill a single member of my graveyard of gods, and my graveyard of gods will slaughter your entire family. Xian smiled, I'll be waiting for you. Revered you gradually became illusory. The old man and the others behind him hurriedly retreated. At this moment, Li Xiaoran and Guqing walked in front of Xian. Guqing was about to say something when Xian smiled and said, I'm the one who implicated you in this matter, not the other way around. I'm the one who should blame myself, not you. I'll take care of it. Just stay in the great spiritual palace. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light and vanished into the horizon. A ray of light suddenly descended from the sky at the entrance of the graveyard of gods, and then a man appeared at the entrance. It was Xian. Xian looked at the white hole, and then he turned around. Meanwhile, the old man and the others that he released had just arrived. He had the green profound sword, so he was naturally faster than them. The old man and the others' expressions changed drastically when they saw Xian. The old man quickly said, Xian, what are you trying to do? Xian smiled, kill them. The old man said angrily, Xian, the graveyard of gods has already fulfilled our promise and let them go. How can you do this? Xian frowned, didn't I let them go? I let you go. The old man glared at Xian, then why did you stop us? Xian smiled, are we enemies? The old man said, of course. As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something and his expression changed. Xian, you. Xian smiled, since they are enemies, it's not wrong for me to kill them, right? As he spoke, he opened his palm and a flying sword appeared in it. He glanced at the white hole in the distance. This place is 100 zhang away from there. Don't say that I, Xian, am heartless. I'll allow you to run 100 zhang first. The old man stared at Xian. Xian, you will die a horrible death. Xian smiled, someone once told me the same thing. His name was Tianyi, and now, the grass on his grave is already 10 zhang tall. Tianyi. Xian flicked his sleeve as soon as he finished speaking. In a split second, the profound azure sword flew out and absorbed the old man's soul. After killing the old man and the others, Xian turned around and looked at the white star hole. Smiling, he said, God's graveyard. At this time, the space in front of Xian trembled again. Then, Venerable you appeared in front of Xian. Still not the main body, Venerable you looked at Xian, not saying a word. Xian smiled, want to kill me? Venerable you said, you think we can't do anything to you? Xian spread his hands and said with a smile, die. Die. Venerable you stared at Xian, no one has ever provoked God's graveyard like this. Xian smiled, you seem to have forgotten the cause and effect. If I remember correctly, it was your people who wanted to kill me first, right? What, only your God's graveyard can kill me, but I can't kill your people? Venerable you said, you want to talk about right and wrong with my God's graveyard? Xian smiled, do you know how to talk about right and wrong? Venerable you stared at Xian, talk, but it depends on the person. If the one standing before me is a sovereign, of course, my God's graveyard is willing to talk about right and wrong. Pity, you're not. Yi Xian burst out laughing. It's so real. Venerable, you said, even if you have a sovereign behind you, my god's graveyard will kill you. Yi Xian smiled, I'm standing right here, come, I beg to be killed. Venerable, you stared at Yi Xian for a while, then turned and left. As a shadow, he couldn't do anything to Yi Xian. With Yi Xian's strength, only an ancient God Realm master could suppress him. It could be said that Yi Xian was the strongest under ancient God Realm, the absolute strongest. After watching Venerable Yu leave, Yi Xian remained silent for a moment, then turned around and left as well. In truth, he also wanted to fight a true ancient God Realm master, because right now, ordinary experts were no longer a match for him. Actually, at this moment, he kind of understood why his big brother kept seeking defeat. Defeat was the only option, only then would he know what he was lacking. His current problem was that he didn't know how strong he was. He didn't have a clear understanding of his own strength, he didn't even know what he was lacking. Therefore, he wanted to fight a true ancient God Realm master. Of course, he would not charge into the graveyard of the gods, because if he went inside, the other party wouldn't be fighting him alone, but ganging up on him. Although he was confident, he wasn't so confident that he could take on the entire graveyard of gods by himself. The cemetery of the gods. In front of a tomb, Yuzun stood quietly. Behind him were more than 10 tombs. Outside the tombs were endless mountains. It was desolate. Meanwhile, one of the tombs behind Venerable Yu suddenly trembled, and then an old man gradually walked out from within it. It was Apotheon Mu, who had appeared before. Apotheon Mu looked at the sky. The entire sky was gray and very oppressive. Apotheon Yu said softly, this person is indeed only in the Heaven Ascension realm, but his strength has far exceeded the Heaven Ascension realm. If he touches that level, I'm afraid even an ancient God Realm master is no match for him. Apotheon Mu said, since he's already an enemy, then get rid of him. Apotheon Yu said, we can't go out and kill this person. Moreover, this person seems to be acquainted with that supreme law Venerable. After a moment of silence, Apotheon Mu said, I'll go ask the Venerable. After saying that, he turned and left. After a while, Apotheon Mu arrived in front of a palace. This palace was magnificent and extremely luxurious. In the entire palace, there was only one statue, a statue of a woman. It wasn't a statue of the supreme law of the universe. Apotheon Mu bowed slightly to the statue. Supreme. After a moment, the statue suddenly opened its eyes. What's the matter? Apotheon Mu bowed again. We want to kill someone, but the other party may know the supreme law Venerable. The woman frowned slightly. It's that woman's people? Apotheon Mu nodded, yes. A cold light flashed in the woman's eyes. Why give her face? Just kill her. I'll block her side. Hearing this, Apotheon Mu was overjoyed and immediately bowed respectfully. Understood. It's just that the restrictions of the laws outside. Hearing this, the woman frowned again. That law was left by that woman. If I break it by force, it's equivalent to declaring war. There's no need for that now. How about this? I'll give you something. This thing can let you stay outside for a while. As her voice fell, a black wooden tablet suddenly appeared in front of the old man. The old man looked at the wooden tablet, which was painted with a small black word, Imperial. The woman said again, this thing can let you stay outside for an hour. After an hour, the word will disappear. You must come back, otherwise, that woman will not let you go. The old man bowed slightly. Understood. After saying that, he turned and left. Inside the hall, the statue of the woman slowly closed her eyes. After walking out of the hall, Apotheon Mu smiled. Originally, he was still a little nervous. After all, there was a supreme martial artist behind Yi Xian. Therefore, he was worried that the supreme martial artist he believed in would be hindered by the supreme martial artist of the supreme laws and would not let the Tomb of Gods kill Yi Xian. But now it seemed that he was worried too much. Not only did his supreme not stop him, but he was also willing to help. This was simply a pleasant surprise. The smile on Apotheon Mu's mouth gradually widened. Yi Xian, I hope you can still smile when the time comes. After saying that, he quickly disappeared into the distance. In a certain cloud, above this cloud, there was a small island. The small island in the cloud, Daoyi sat in front of a wooden table. On the wooden table in front of her, there were several talismans. Daoyi was focused on studying them. At this moment, a woman suddenly walked to Daoyi's side. Dao Yi suddenly looked up at the woman, her eyes full of excitement. This is the true law of the universe. The woman smiled and said, it's amazing, right? Dao Yi nodded, it's extremely profound. The woman chuckled, this is just the foundation. Once you study all of this, you'll realize that great saints and ancient gods are all ants. Dao Yi said in a low voice, Master, what level has that woman in a plain dress reached? A woman in a plain dress. The smile on the woman's face gradually vanished, and a moment later, she shook her head and sighed, I don't know. Dao Yi frowned slightly, even Master doesn't know? The woman nodded, that's the most terrifying thing. Because I've practically reached the peak of the current universe, and I don't even know it. In other words, she has already jumped out of the current universe. Dao Yi fell silent, and then she asked after a short moment, are there many experts at Master's level in the current universe? The woman said, not many. Just a few. Dao Yi hesitated for a moment and said, the Tomb of Gods also has an expert at Master's level behind it, right? The woman nodded, the Tomb of Gods has a deep relationship with that woman. As she spoke, she gazed at Dao Yi, you're worried about that shameless fellow? Dao Yi was speechless. The woman shook her head and sighed, silly girl. Why are you worried about him? Why? To be honest, you should be worried about the Tomb of Gods. Dao Yi hesitated for a moment and said, I'm afraid that he'll be killed before he can even wait for that woman in a plain dress to return. If he's killed right away, then based on that woman's character. The woman shook her head, forget about him. In any case, anyone who goes looking for him will suffer misfortune. The kind that suffers misfortune. Dao Yi was speechless. Within Xiaota, Xian sat cross-legged on the ground, and there were 480 time-dimensional rivers in front of him. Even though he hadn't attained limitless yet, he'd completely grasped the Tao of space-time. The reason he couldn't attain limitless was because of his soul. If he continued to condense it, his soul wouldn't be able to hold on. Xian suddenly waved his right hand, and with this wave, the time-dimensional rivers in front of him all disappeared without a trace. He had to think of a way to strengthen his soul. His biggest problem now was his divine soul. How could he strengthen his soul? Break through realms. If he broke through realms, his soul could be strengthened. Thinking of this, Xian suddenly hesitated. If he broke through, then he'd be at the mortal severing realm. And his goal was to achieve heaven ascension realm limitless. At this moment, Xiaota suddenly said, Young master, what you're thinking is wrong. Xian's face darkened. Xiaota, can you tell me how you knew what I was thinking? Xiaota said, I guessed. Xian said angrily, guess your head. Are you a god? You're still guessing, you. Xiaota suddenly said, Young master, why are you talking so much? Do you still want to listen to me? The corner of Xian's mouth twitched slightly, speak. Xiaota said, the reason why Sister Tianming can achieve Heaven Ascension Realm limitless is because she has already surpassed the Heaven Ascension Realm. Not to mention Heaven Ascension Realm limitless, she can achieve limitless in any realm. But you're different. You haven't even surpassed this realm, how can you achieve limitless in this realm? Xian thought about it, then said, what you said, seems to make a little bit of sense. Xiaota continued, you shouldn't be entangled with this realm and limitless, do what you should do. Xian pondered for a long time, then said, that makes sense. I didn't think that you, Xiaota, still have some use. Xiaota, Xian burst out laughing. He decided not to suppress his level anymore. In fact, he was also a little looking forward to what level he could reach after not suppressing his realm, space-time, little saint. He was definitely at the space-time realm at the very least. Just as Xian was about to break through to the next level, his expression suddenly changed. He left Xiaota. As soon as he left Xiaota, an extremely terrifying pressure suddenly descended from the sky. Then, a powerful force locked him in place. Xian looked into the distance. There, an old man was slowly walking over. The person who came was none other than Apotheon Mu. Venerable Mu, ancient god realm master. Xian looked at Apotheon Mu and frowned. You can come out? Are you surprised? Apotheon Mu smiled. Are you surprised? Xian glanced behind Apotheon Mu. Are you alone? Apotheon Mu looked at Xian. Is it not enough? Enough? Xian shook his head and laughed. I can fight 100 of you. Apotheon Mu stared at Xian. Young man, there's a limit to your acting. Xian. P.S. Asking for votes, one would be good too. Yi Xian laughed heartily. He spread out his palm, and the sword mausoleum appeared in his hand. In fact, he had long wanted to fight with a real ancient god-level expert, great saint, too weak, only by fighting with a real ancient god-level expert could he find out his shortcomings. After the sword mausoleum appeared, Yi Xian's figure flashed, and the next moment, a sword light tore through the field. Draw the sword to determine life and death. Moreover, it was the draw the sword to determine life and death with 482 superimposed swords. In the face of a powerhouse of this level, he must go all out and dare not underestimate him. Seeing the power of Yi Xian's sword, Apotheon Mu's brows wrinkled slightly, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. The power of this sword was far beyond that of a saint, and the guy in front of him was just at the Heaven Ascension realm, so abnormal. Apotheon Mu didn't think too much. He took a step forward and directly punched out, a very ordinary punch. However, it was this ordinary punch that instantly shattered Yi Xian's sword light. At the same time, Yi Xian retreated tens of thousands of feet away. As soon as Yi Xian stopped, the space behind him directly burned and then turned into nothingness. The power of one punch was so terrifying, a trace of blood slowly overflowed from the corner of Yi Xian's mouth. In this confrontation, he was completely defeated. However, the corner of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curved up. This was the opponent he wanted. Just then, Apotheon Mu suddenly pointed his fingers toward the sky. Boom! In the sky, a huge black vortex suddenly appeared, and the next moment, a huge fingerprint hundreds of feet long fell straight down from the black vortex. Rumble! At this moment, the entire star field began to burn. Fortunately, this star field was a dead and silent star field. Otherwise, this finger would most likely kill hundreds of millions of living beings. In the distance, Yi Xian's mind moved. In an instant, more than a dozen flying swords directly slashed at the giant finger. However, the giant finger was not affected in the slightest and still fell straight down. In the blink of an eye, the giant finger had arrived above Yi Xian's head. Yi Xian stomped on the ground with his right foot and pulled out his sword. Draw the sword to decide life and death. Yi Xian slashed at the tip of the giant finger. Boom! A wave of sword light shattered, and Yi Xian fell straight down from the sky. When he fell into a mountain range below, the mountain range instantly turned into nothingness. In a huge abyss, Yi Xian held the sword in his right hand and supported himself on the ground. Blood kept flowing from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with boundless battle intent. At this time, Apotheon Mu silently appeared in front of Yi Xian. Apotheon Mu looked at Yi Xian. No wonder they weren't your opponents. You are the first person in history to receive 2 of my moves with the cultivation of Heaven Ascension. Yi Xian smiled and said, again. The moment his voice fell, a flying sword suddenly slashed in front of Apotheon Mu. However, Apotheon Mu did not even move, and Yi Xian's flying sword directly shattered. At this moment, Yi Xian appeared in front of Apotheon Mu and slashed down with his sword again. This sword strike was different from the previous ones. This sword strike contained boundless killing intent. Apotheon Mu pointed with his fingers. Boom! Yi Xian's killing power disappeared in an instant. At the same time, Yi Xian retreated again. However, this time, Apotheon Mu also retreated several feet away. Not only that, but there was a sword mark on his fingertip. Apotheon Mu looked at the sword mark on his fingertip and fell silent. Yi Xian hurt him. In fact, this was basically impossible. Yi Xian was only in the Heaven Ascension realm. What a monster! Apotheon Mu glanced at Yi Xian in the distance. You really are a monster. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have killed the people of my god cemetery. With that, he took a step forward and was about to attack again, but at this time, a flying sword suddenly slashed in front of him. Apotheon Mu gently blocked with his fingers. Boom! The flying sword went straight, then shattered. Apotheon Mu looked at Yi Xian. This speed is meaningless to me. Yi Xian grinned, and the next moment, he had already rushed in front of Apotheon Mu. Before he could even draw his sword, Apotheon Mu directly punched out. The speed was even faster. Boom! With this punch, Yi Xian flew tens of thousands of feet away together with his sword, and the space within hundreds of thousands of feet behind him turned pitch black in an instant. An ancient god realm expert, his every word and action was enough to shatter the sky and split the earth. Apotheon Mu was about to attack again, but at this time Yi Xian suddenly said, "Wait a minute." Apotheon Mu narrowed his eyes. What? Yi Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I can't beat you right now. Apotheon Mu smiled, and then? Yi Xian said, let me improve my strength. Apotheon Mu laughed, give you 10 years? Yi Xian shook his head, half a quarter of an hour is enough. As he spoke, boom, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly swept out from his body, and this aura was getting stronger and stronger. Seeing this scene, Apotheon Mu frowned, what are you doing? As Yi Xian's aura grew stronger, the space around him began to boil. Boom, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes, and at this moment, he directly went from the Heaven Ascension realm to Juchen realm. Juchen realm, Yi Xian greedily took a deep breath, his right hand slowly clenched, and the space around him directly cracked bit by bit. In the distance, Apotheon Mu looked at Yi Xian, Juchen. Do you think you can compete with me just because you reached Juchen realm? What a joke. As he spoke, he was about to attack, but at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared from where he stood, and the next moment, a sword light suddenly slashed straight down from the top of his head. 560 overlapped swords to determine life and death. When this sword was unleashed, the heaven and earth directly exploded. This world simply could not withstand the terrifying power of Yi Xian's sword. Apotheon Mu's eyes flashed with a trace of shock, and without thinking much, he blasted out a punch. It was still a very simple punch. Rumble, a wave of sword light shattered, and Yi Xian was once again sent flying. However, this Apotheon Mu also retreated nearly 1,000 feet. After Apotheon Mu stopped, his right hand slowly clenched, his heart incomparably shocked. This guy was actually so terrifying after reaching the Juchen realm. Previously, although Yi Xian's sword was also strong, it did not cause any substantial threat to him, but now, Yi Xian's sword actually forced him back 100 feet. The most important thing was that Yi Xian had just reached the Juchen realm. In the distance, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes, and in his hand, the mausoleum of swords trembled slightly. Power. At this moment, he felt that his body possessed endless power. Juchen realm, although it was only a realm's difference, Yi Xian discovered that his strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. In the distance, Apotheon Mu suddenly said fiercely, but Juchen realm, do you think you can overturn the heavens? As his voice fell, he suddenly took a step forward. Rumble, the space where Yi Xian was exploded right away. In a second, Yi Xian felt thousands of forces were tearing his body apart. He was going to be smashed to pieces. Yi Xian was greatly alarmed, and he hurriedly drew his sword and slashed. Swish, a sword light tore down, and a powerful force suddenly erupted in front of him, and at this time, Apotheon Mu suddenly rushed in front of Yi Xian. He was just about to make a move when several sword lights directly slashed at him. Apotheon Mu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he flicked his sleeves. Boom, several sword lights shattered, and at this moment, Yi Xian had already retreated 1,000 feet away. Yi Xian pointed at Apotheon Mu, slash. Swish 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 swish, 4 sword lights slashed straight at Apotheon Mu from 4 directions, fast as thunder. Apotheon Mu was somewhat disdainful. He flicked his sleeves, and a powerful force surged out from his sleeves. His sleeves vibrated, and in the blink of an eye, the 4 rays of sword light were directly shattered. The speed was very fast, but for a powerhouse of his level, pure speed could not hurt him. In the distance, Yi Xian held the mausoleum of swords and sheathed it. Boom, a powerful sword momentum swept out from his body, and then surged towards Apotheon Mu like a wave. Rumble rumble rumble, Apotheon Mu glanced coldly at Yi Xian, and then he took a step forward. As soon as his step descended, Yi Xian's sword momentum directly collapsed. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly charged forward. With this charge, he instantly arrived above Apotheon Mu's head, and then he drew his sword and slashed. Draw the sword to decide life and death. Draw the sword to decide life and death that was overlaid with 580 sword lights. As soon as this sword was drawn, the surrounding annihilated space shattered once more. Apotheon Mu was shocked when he sensed the formidable power contained in Yi Xian's sword. He didn't dare be careless, and he clenched his right hand into a fist before suddenly blasting it forward, head-on. Rumble, the sword light shattered, and Yi Xian's entire body was blasted flying while Apotheon Mu retreated hundreds of feet. As soon as he stopped, his entire right arm split apart. This time, he was really injured. Of course, Yi Xian's injuries were even more serious. At this moment, Yi Xian's entire body had split apart. His body was unable to bear the backlash of that power just now. Fortunately, he had the undying bloodline and violet energy, otherwise, he might have died. Apotheon Mu raised his head and looked at Yi Xian with undisguised killing intent in his eyes. You must die. This Yi Xian was too monstrous, he couldn't be allowed to grow. Apotheon Mu was about to attack again, but at this moment, Xian suddenly said, "Wait." Apotheon Mu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he was about to speak when Xian suddenly said, "I still can't beat you right now." Apotheon Mu sneered, "At least you have some self-awareness." Xian said, "Give me some time." A trace of ridicule appeared on the corners of Apotheon Mu's mouth. "I'll give you 10 years, do you want it?" Xian shook his head, 15 minutes. As he spoke, boom, a powerful aura suddenly rose from his body, and then Xian's aura grew stronger and stronger. In a short while, a terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth suddenly filled the world. Space-time realm. Xian directly reached the space-time realm. Seeing this scene, Apotheon Mu was a little dumbfounded. In the distance, Xian suddenly said, "It's enough." Again. After saying that, he disappeared from the spot. A wisp of sword light tore through the field. 650 superimposed sword drawing techniques. In the distance, Apotheon Mu's eyes flashed ferociously. He took a step forward and clasped his hands together. A powerful force suddenly gathered from his body and then converged on his hands. In the next moment, he suddenly rushed forward. Rumble, the sword light suddenly collapsed, and then the two retreated again and again. Xian retreated tens of thousands of feet, and this time, Apotheon Mu also retreated tens of thousands of feet. After Apotheon Mu stopped, more than a dozen sword lights slashed over, and he waved his right hand. Boom! Boom, the sword lights shattered, but he retreated hundreds of feet again. The power of these flying swords was enough to threaten him. Apotheon Mu looked into the distance. At this moment, Xian was in an even worse state. Blood kept gushing out of his mouth. Although he had reached the space-time realm, there was still a gap between him and Apotheon Mu. In the distance, Apotheon Mu grinned, "It's just the space-time realm. Do you think you can overturn the heavens?" After saying that, he was about to attack again, but at this moment, Xian suddenly said, "Wait. Give me 15 minutes. As his voice faded, boom, another powerful aura swept out from Xian's body. Apotheon Mu was stunned. "You can play like this?" At this moment, Apotheon Mu was truly dumbfounded. How could Xian break through so easily? How could it be played like this? How could it be played like this? In the distance, Xian's aura skyrocketed, approaching the minor saint realm. Apotheon Mu stared at Xian. This time, there was fear in his eyes. Apotheon Mu was about to make a move when strange blood-red runes appeared in the space around him. Apotheon Mu was horrified. He quickly took out the wooden token, which had become illusory. "It's about to disappear." Apotheon Mu couldn't care about anything else. He turned around and disappeared. The restriction of the universe's law was no joke. In the distance, Xian frowned when he saw Apotheon Mu suddenly leave. Why did he run? Wasn't he going to continue fighting? After a while, Xian gently pressed his hands down. With this, the powerful aura on his body gradually calmed down. He didn't choose to break through to the minor saint realm, because he had broken through 2 realms in a row. His foundation wasn't stable to begin with. If he tried to break through to the minor saint realm, even if he succeeded, his foundation would be unstable, leaving behind many hidden dangers. Therefore, what he needed to do now was to stabilize his realm. Xian retracted his thoughts and looked at his body. At this moment, there were countless cracks on his body. In the battle with Apotheon Mu just now, he was completely defeated. Of course, this wasn't a bad thing, because he discovered the gap between himself and an ancient god realm expert. He had to admit that the gap between a great saint and an ancient god realm expert was too great. It was like heaven and earth. After a while, Xian directly returned to Xiaota's body. 2 hours later, all the injuries on his body had completely healed. After recovering from his injuries, Xian opened his palm, and the sword mausoleum appeared in his hand. After pondering for a moment, Xian came to a dead starry sky. He suddenly drew his sword and slashed, a slash with all his strength. This time, he directly superimposed 720 sword drawing techniques. As the sword fell, the entire starry sky collapsed layer by layer. 720 superimposed sword drawing techniques. This was his current limit. No, that was the limit of not using the power of the bloodline. If he used the power of the bloodline, he could become even stronger. However, be it the bloodline power or the green profound sword, he would not use them if he could. He didn't want to own too many things. After a while, Xian sat cross-legged on the ground and slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, countless pieces of information flowed into his mind. This was a sword down mark that his father had left in his body. As long as he reached the mortal severing realm, this mark of the way of the sword would open up a level, and now, he had broken through 2 levels consecutively. He had to admit that he was very curious about the sword down mark that his father and big brother had left behind for him. What could it be? Before long, the corners of Xianxia's mouth curled up slightly. His father had left him a sword technique, head lift. This was also a sword technique that his father had modified. This was originally a martial technique, but after his father improved it, it became a sword technique. 1 strike to the head. Xian was ecstatic. Why? Because this headlift sword was similar to his flying sword technique. Of course, this headlift sword was stronger. He was happy because he felt that this headlift could be perfectly combined with his flying sword, because the core of both was speed. However, this headlift involved more, especially higher requirements for the way of spacetime. Xian decided to cultivate this headlift first. He did not choose to look at the seal on the spacetime mirror. He did not look at his big brother's seal either. Greedy Green City, Yi family, ancestral shrine. Ancestors, Xian has no talent and no virtue. From this moment on, Xian's position as the heir is removed and Yilang will succeed him. The speaker was an old man dressed in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a young man with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yilang. On both sides were the elders of the Yi family. Why? At this moment, a timid voice suddenly rang out in the ancestral shrine. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yiling and she was Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the family wanted to remove Xian, she rushed over despite her illness. The black-robed old man frowned. Yiling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yiling bowed to the people in the ancestral shrine and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Xian is the heir. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Great Elder looked coldly at Yiling. This is a family matter. Why are you interrupting? Leave. Yiling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the Great Elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged. It's not up to a little girl like you to decide whether to strip him of his position or not. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new heir, Yilang, suddenly laughed. He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder replied coldly, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 guards of the Yi family rushed in. Yiling clenched her fists and said angrily, It's not fair. My brother has risked his life for the family for so many years. Even now, he's fighting for the family. The family is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new heir, Yilang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, Young Master Yilang inherits the title of heir. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yiling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded. Yiling's right cheek instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry. She just covered her cheek tightly. Yiling looked at the guard and smiled, What's your name? The guard quickly bowed, Subordinate Zhongmu greets the crown prince. Yiling nodded, You're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhongmu was overjoyed. He quickly bowed deeply, I'll go through fire and water for the crown prince. I'll do anything for you. Yiling nodded, Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Don't hold back. Understood? Zhongmu glanced at Yiling. When he saw the murderous intent in Yiling's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yiling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhongmu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man wore a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes. His face was dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this moment, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt dizzy, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there. He charged at Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, your man? As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the Yi clan elders. Why? Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that Yi Xian was to be replaced, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned, Yi Ling, what are you doing? The girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the hall, as she asked timidly, Great Elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly, this is a matter of the clan, what are you butting in for? Leave. Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the Great Elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged, whether he's crippled or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed, he should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder replied coldly, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, young master Yi Lang inherits the title of prince. What are you shouting about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard, and smiled, what's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed, subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince. Yi Lang nodded, you're not bad. After I become the prince, I'll need 10 guards. From now on, you'll be my guard. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply. I'll go through fire and water for the prince, and I'll do anything for you. Yi Lang nodded. Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Don't hold back, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Lang's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to see something, and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian was like a ferocious tiger, and before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there, and charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, your man? As he spoke, he stomped down on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, tears welled up in her eyes. Brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! External object. Yi Xian's external object is naturally the green profound sword. However, he doesn't really want to use the green profound sword. The current him really doesn't want to use his bloodline power and the green profound sword too much. However, if this Apotheon Mu uses an external object, he will definitely use it. Facing a powerhouse of this level, he doesn't dare to have the slightest contempt. If the other party uses an external object to directly kill him, that would be a pain in the ass. Yi Xian spread out his palm, and the green profound sword appeared in his hand. When he saw the green profound sword, Apotheon Mu said in a deep voice, the power of the universe's law origin. You really are that supremacy's person. Yi Xian said with a smile, actually, I don't really want to use external objects. How about we have a fair fight? Apotheon Mu said with a smile, I know, you want to use me to practice. However, I want you dead. As he spoke, he spread out his palm, and the piece of god paper slowly floated up. Looking at the paper, Yi Xian frowned, what is this thing? Apotheon Mu said with a smile, god paper. Yi Xian shook his head, I've never heard of it. Apotheon Mu laughed, Yi Xian, this is a real ancient divine object. As he spoke, he suddenly bit his finger and then wrote two blood-red words on the god paper, Yi Xian, Yi Xian. As soon as he finished writing, Apotheon Mu's entire body trembled violently. A powerful force suddenly gushed out of his body and then converged on the god paper. Boom, the god paper directly burned. In the distance, Yi Xian frowned, secretly vigilant in his heart, this thing is a bit mysterious. At this moment, the space around him directly burned. Nameless fire. Yi Xian was startled in his heart. He quickly urged his profound qi, and a powerful sword momentum swept out of his body. Boom! As soon as the sword momentum appeared, the surrounding space directly boiled up. However, the nameless fire still existed, not affected at all. In the distance, Apotheon Mu suddenly laughed and said, Yi Xian, this is Yang fire, a Yang fire that specializes in burning lifespan. In this world, other than venerables, not even ancient god realm masters can escape from this fire. As he spoke, he glanced at the divine paper. Once this paper burns out, you'll be finished as well. Yi Xian's face darkened. He discovered that his lifespan was indeed disappearing at an extremely fast speed, but he didn't understand why, directly targeting lifespan. Not only that, but he also discovered that his soul leaf was disappearing at an extremely fast speed. Xian couldn't help but look at the divine paper. Damn, this thing is a bit strange. At this time, Apotheon Mu suddenly smiled and said, "Are you in despair?" This fire was the yang fire of the human world. Nothing could invade it. Even the power of laws could not harm it in the slightest. In this world, it belongs to. At this moment, Xian suddenly swung his sword lightly. Boom, with a wave of his hand, the yang fire disappeared without a trace. Xian looked at Apotheon Mu. What does it belong to? Apotheon Mu's face was full of astonishment. Xian smiled and said, "This fire doesn't seem to be anything special. Could it be a fake fire?" Apotheon Mu stared at the azure sword in Xian's hand. "There's a problem with your sword." Xian blinked. "What problem?" Apotheon Mu's face was extremely unsightly. "Your sword," Xian immediately said. "This sword is called Azure Profound. It can cut all causes and effects in the world. As long as it's within the rules, there's nothing this sword can't cut." He paused for a moment and said, "I made this sword myself." "Bullshit." Apotheon Mu said angrily, "You made it yourself? Where's your face?" Xian raised the Azure Profound sword in his hand and said with a smile, "I'm not going to talk about this with you. Come, take this sword of mine." As he spoke, he suddenly disappeared on the spot. A wisp of sword light flashed across the field. In the distance, Apotheon Mu's face instantly changed. He crisscrossed his arms and pushed them forward. In an instant, the space he was in directly turned into an impenetrable wall. Facing Xian's sword, his instinctive sense of crisis made him choose to defend instead of facing it head-on. At this moment, the space he was in had condensed thousands of space-time, the strongest defensive stance. At this moment, Xian's sword arrived. The sword in Xian's hand directly passed through countless spacetime and slashed Apotheon Mu's arms. Boom, Apotheon Mu's body instantly disappeared, and his soul directly retreated nearly 100,000 feet away. Apotheon Mu was stunned. Xian was also stunned. Apotheon Mu was stunned because Xian's sword directly ignored his spacetime. His spacetime defenses didn't seem to exist in front of Xian's sword. This was simply impossible. As for Xian, he was stunned because he discovered that the Azure Profound sword could ignore spacetime. The core of the Azure Profound sword itself was time and space, and it even surpassed the time and space of the current universe. Therefore, it could directly ignore the time and space of the current universe. Xian looked at the Azure Profound sword in his hand. At this moment, he recalled Qing'er's words. The sword still had many functions, and he had to slowly experience them himself. At this moment, Apotheon Mu suddenly said, "Is this the sword that supremacy gave you?" Xian looked at Apotheon Mu and laughed. "What do you think?" Apotheon Mu was about to speak when Xian suddenly vanished on the spot. Apotheon Mu's face changed drastically. He wanted to flee, but Xian's sword was faster. The Azure Profound sword directly pierced between Apotheon Mu's brows. Apotheon Mu's soul stiffened. He was gone. He hadn't expected that not only would he fail to kill Xian after bringing the divine paper out, but he would be killed by Xian instead. Xian was scary. However, the sword in Xian's hand was even scarier. He wanted to inform the Tomb of the Gods, but the Azure Profound sword locked his soul, and he couldn't move at all. At this moment, the Azure Profound sword was frantically devouring his soul. Apotheon Mu looked at Xian. "We all underestimated you." Xian smiled. "I originally had no enmity with the Tomb of the Gods, but now there is. I won't talk to you because I know it's meaningless. So, either you die, or I die." Apotheon Mu slowly closed his eyes. As Xian said, the Tomb of the Gods and Xian had no enmity, but now, both sides were irreconcilable enemies. Apotheon Mu still wanted to say something, but Xian suddenly smiled and said, "Have a safe journey." After saying that, he spread out his palm. Boom, the Azure Profound sword directly absorbed Apotheon Mu's soul. After absorbing Apotheon Mu's soul, the Azure Profound sword trembled violently. "This is the soul of an ancient god realm expert. It's not an ordinary nourishment," Soul said excitedly. "Young lord, this soul is not an ordinary nourishment. It would be great if a few more came." "A few more?" Xian shook his head and smiled. "Little guy, do you think souls are cabbages? This is the soul of an ancient god realm expert. Soul giggled, if 2 more come, I can definitely break through. 2, Xian smiled and said, there will be a chance. Although there are few ancient god realm experts outside, there are definitely many inside the tomb of the gods. 2 ancient god realm experts' souls are not a big deal. Xian laughed, put away the azure profound sword, turned around and disappeared. Tomb of the gods, in front of a certain tomb, Apotheon suddenly turned around. Not far away, a tomb suddenly disappeared. Seeing this scene, Apotheon's expression changed. How is this possible? People die, the tomb is destroyed, and this tomb is Apotheon's tomb. Apotheon is dead. Apotheon's face was extremely unsightly. Was it Xian who killed him? But his first thought was that it was impossible. How could Xian kill Apotheon? Apotheon was a veteran ancient god realm expert. But what about Xian? He's just a spacetime realm expert, but if it wasn't Xian, then who killed him? Apotheon fell silent. It doesn't matter who killed him, it's troublesome. Suddenly, a voice resounded from the side, is he dead? Apotheon turned around, and a middle-aged man walked over slowly. Apotheon was slightly stunned when he saw the middle-aged man, and then he hurriedly said, Left Apotheon, why are you up? The left Apotheon shook his head, I feel slightly uneasy, that's why. As he spoke, he gazed at Apotheon's tomb, tell me about it. Apotheon nodded, and then he told the left about the enmity between Xian and the tomb of the gods. After a short while, Apotheon shook his head, it's not worth offending such a genius for such a trivial matter. Apotheon fell silent. Actually, he felt that it wasn't worth it as well, but who would have imagined that Xian was such a monstrous genius? Unfortunately, there were no ifs. Suddenly, the left Apotheon said, even the Supremes agree to kill him? Apotheon nodded, there seems to be some enmity between the Supremes and the Supremes. The left Apotheon smiled, then let's kill him. Apotheon gazed at the left Apotheon, and the left Apotheon said, people like Xian should either be friends or enemies, and they must be eliminated at all costs. A monstrous genius like him will be too terrifying once he grows up. Most importantly, the Supremes support us in killing him. Apotheon nodded, that's what Apotheon and I think as well. But now, Apotheon has fallen, and we don't know if it was Xian who killed him or if someone else helped him kill him. The left Apotheon suddenly said, why don't we lead him here? Apotheon smiled bitterly, both Apotheon and I thought so as well. But he's very cunning, and he won't enter this world easily. The left Apotheon asked, does he have any friends or family? Apotheon said, yes. But our people can't touch his family, because those of us who can get out aren't his match. And the few of us who aren't afraid of him can't get out because of the restriction of the laws. Saying this, he felt a little sullen. If they could get out, it wouldn't be difficult to kill Xian. The problem was, they who could suppress Xian couldn't get out. After a moment of silence, the left Apotheon said, then bring him here by force. Inside Xiao Ta, Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. At this moment, he was combining his flying sword technique with the head-lifting technique. Flying sword art, after a few years, Xian had perfectly combined the two. As for how powerful it was, he didn't know, and he wasn't sure if it could kill an ancient god realm expert. After all, an ancient god realm expert wasn't simple. After combining the flying sword art and head lift art, he unlocked the second seal of his father's sword imprint. As soon as the second seal was unlocked, 4 words entered Xian's mind, invincible sword domain. Invincible sword domain. Xian was stunned, something about the sword domain. Soon, more and more information entered Xian's mind. Gradually, Xian's expression became serious. Invincible sword domain, this was also a sword technique, however, this was only the upper part, and the core of this upper part was defense, using the sword as a domain to guard a realm. Defense, Xian began to study this invincible sword domain that his father had left behind. It definitely wouldn't be bad, moreover, he just happened to lack a defensive sword technique. This invincible sword domain was perfect. The core of cultivating this invincible sword domain was to comprehend the sword domain, and Xian just happened to have comprehended it. However, his sword domain was of little value and hadn't been very useful. However, after studying the invincible sword domain that his father had left behind, he found that he was wrong. This sword domain wasn't just a normal kind of terrifying. Moreover, he didn't have a thorough understanding of the sword domain, using the sword to form a domain, and this domain could be independent of time and space. A domain was equivalent to being independent of the current universe. Of course, it was very difficult to achieve this, however, he had all the time to study and cultivate. 10 years inside Xiao Ta was equivalent to 1 day outside. This was too abnormal. It was so abnormal that even he felt it was a bit excessive. This was a bit like cheating. However, he liked the feeling of cheating. How depraved, Yi Xian laughed. Continue cultivating. Somewhere in the clouds, a woman sat cross-legged in the sea of clouds. Her eyes were slightly closed, and she seemed to be one with heaven and earth. This woman was the supreme law of the universe. At this moment, the clouds in front of her suddenly parted, and in the next moment, a woman slowly walked over. This woman was the supreme behind God's graveyard. The universal law opened its eyes and looked at the woman. "Ce, your people have left God's graveyard." Ce smiled. "Really? Why didn't I know?" The universal law stared at Ce. "Your people are targeting that youth." Nie walked in front of the universal laws and said with a smile, "Isn't it normal for juniors to quarrel?" After a moment of silence, the universal law said, "Are you going to touch my people?" Miyi's eyes narrowed. "It's really your man." The law of the universe said, "He's my man. Chui, if you have something against me, don't target him. He's just a child." "Child?" Yi suddenly laughed. "Fan Duo, you are so funny. When your man killed my man, why didn't you say he was a child?" Fan Duo stared at Yi. "Don't touch him." The corner of Miyi's mouth curled up. "I'm going to move." Fan Duo suddenly stood up. She stared straight at him. "I told you. The grudges between us are our business. If you have anything, you can come at me. Don't touch him. If anything happens to him, I'll fight you to the death." She smiled and said, "Looks like you really care about him. The more you care, the happier I am, haha." With that, she turned around and left. Fan Duo glanced at Nie who had disappeared into the distance and said indifferently, "Don't hold back, target him to death." Inside the Xiao Ta, Yi Xian was still cultivating. Several years had passed. He had to admit that every time he cultivated, time passed by abnormally fast. Cultivation knew no time. In these years, he had not only thoroughly stabilized his realm, but he had also stacked drawing sword to determine life and death to 820. This was the limit of what he could do now. 820, in fact. His goal was 1000, however, he couldn't do it. Moreover, even 820 was a bit difficult for the Mausoleum of Swords to bear. Therefore, he had to find a way to improve the Mausoleum of Swords. Apart from that, he had also cultivated drawing sword to determine life and death to his limit. However, he still wasn't confident that he could kill an ancient god expert in an instant. When he fought against Apotheon Mu before, if he didn't use the Azure Profound Sword, he was always at a disadvantage. Of course, if he used the Azure Profound Sword now, he was 90% sure that he could kill an ancient god expert in an instant. The Azure Profound Sword's improvement was too terrifying. However, he still didn't want to use the Azure Profound Sword. After all, the Azure Profound Sword's power wasn't his own. External objects. In the past, he had relied too much on external objects, so his strength and mental state had improved slowly. Now, he wanted to rely more on himself. Of course, if others used external objects, or if the enemy was too strong, he wouldn't hold back. Besides drawing sword to determine life and death and lifting sword, he had also successfully cultivated the invincible sword domain. Domain defense, one sword, one domain, one world, the strongest defensive sword technique. As long as he activated the invincible sword domain, he was practically invincible within it. Unfortunately, he only had the upper half of it. The upper half was defense, so the lower half was definitely offense. He was very curious about this part of the attack, because the best defense was offense. After a while, Yi Xian decided to remove the sword mark his big brother left behind. However, at this moment, he seemed to sense something, and his brows suddenly furrowed. In the next moment, he vanished on the spot. Yi Xian had just left Xiao Ta when a shadow appeared before him. Apotheon Yu. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. "I'm very curious, how did you find me?" "Venerable Yu said plainly, was it difficult to find you?" Yi Xian smiled. "Forget it. Let's not talk about this. This time, you're just a shadow. It seems like you're not here to kill me. Why, are you trying to reconcile? Reconcile? Venerable Yu smiled, what are you dreaming about in the day? Xian laughed and waved his hand casually. Venerable Yu's shadow was erased. Xian was about to turn and leave when the space above his head suddenly trembled. Then, the space split open and a huge black mirror floated out, and the black mirror was facing him. Xian frowned. In the next moment, the space around him became illusory. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before a graveyard, God's graveyard. Xian's face darkened, he was forcefully sent to God's graveyard, and the black mirror was still above his head. At this moment, Venerable Yu appeared before Xian. In front of Venerable Yu stood a middle-aged man. It was the left reverend, two ancient God realm experts. The left reverend sized up Xian and frowned, space-time mirror. He didn't think that Xian was really just a space-time mirror. Xian looked around, it was dark and oppressive. Behind the left reverend and Venerable Yu was a graveyard. Xian looked curiously at the graveyard and asked, are there treasures here? Venerable Yu laughed, you're very calm. Xian looked at Venerable Yu, you want to fight me 2-on-1? Venerable Yu shook his head, no. Xian nodded. Good. Venerable Yu added, we want to fight you 5-on-1. 3 old men suddenly appeared behind Xian. All of them were ancient God realm experts. Xian was enraged, 5-on-1, where's your face? Where's your face? Venerable Yu laughed, we're shameless, what are you going to do about it? Xian laughed heartily, and with a thought, he disappeared from the spot. He disappeared without a trace. Venerable Yu and the others were dumbfounded. He disappeared right under their noses. At this time, Xian was outside the Tomb of Gods. In his hand was the profound azure sword. The profound azure sword could ignore space-time, and not only could it be used to kill, it could also be used to escape, as long as he wanted to escape. Not many in this world could catch up to him. Xian looked at the entrance of the Tomb of Gods in the distance. The corners of his lips curled up. He already knew the world inside the Tomb of Gods. As long as he wanted to, he could enter any place in the Tomb of Gods at any time. Of course, he was afraid of being ganged up on. If he was entangled by 5 ancient God realm experts, he would have a headache. However, to him, even if he couldn't win, he could still run, as long as he didn't fight to the death. Forget 5 ancient God realm experts, even 10 wouldn't be able to kill him. Within the Tomb of Gods, Venerable Yu and the others were stunned. He ran. This guy ran away just like that, and he ran right under their noses. Even now, they didn't know how Xian escaped. The left hall master spoke abruptly, we were careless. Venerable Yu spoke solemnly, how did he escape? There's a barrier between the Tomb of Gods and the outside world, but he didn't pass through it. He just vanished into thin air. This? The left hall master spoke softly, space-time Dao. He used space-time to escape. It'll be even more difficult for us to catch him. As he spoke, his expression darkened. He hadn't expected Xian to be proficient in space-time Dao. Venerable Yu asked, what should we do now? The left hall master spoke indifferently, there's only one way to make him stay here, and that's to make his loved one stay here. As long as he has someone he cares about here, he won't escape. Venerable Yu fell silent for a moment. According to what I know, while the Heaven Abode was looking for him, there's another person on the wanted list. The left hall master asked, who? Venerable Yu thought deeply for a while. It seems to be a woman in a plain dress. It said that she's Xian's younger sister, and they're quite close. If we can find this woman and bring her here, then we can use her as a hostage. That Xian will definitely give in to us. The left hall master fell silent for a while. Did you find her in the Heaven Abode? Venerable Yu shook his head, no. What they told me was that this woman hid herself out of fear. Then he looked at the left hall master. This is the only solution we have at the moment. That is to find this woman and bring her here. Otherwise, Xian won't give in. If he doesn't want to stay here, then we can't do anything to him. The left hall master said, then we'll find her. Find her at all costs and bring her to the Tomb of Gods. Venerable Yu spoke solemnly, we might have to use some ancient divine items. The left hall master closed his eyes slowly, use them at will. We must find her. Venerable Yu nodded, understood. P.S. 1 vote is also love, asking for votes. Although the update isn't ideal, I still want to ask for votes, thank you. It didn't take long for the entire God's graveyard to start searching for that woman. Moreover, the god's graveyard's power wasn't something a small abode could compare to. For a time, countless scouts had headed throughout the universe to search for that woman. In the building. In the building. The building master's expression was extremely gloomy. The woman by his side spoke in a low voice, "Why did the god's graveyard look for you?" The building master sighed softly, "They want us to help them find that woman." The woman frowned slightly, "They want to make a move on the people around Xian?" The building master nodded, "Yes." The woman said, "Help?" The building master fell silent for a moment, and then he said, "I'll contact Brother Yi and see what he has to say." As he spoke, he left and went downstairs. In a certain part of the starry sky, the building master had just appeared when Yi Xian appeared before him. The building master hurriedly said, "Young Master Yi." Yi Xian smiled, "Did something happen in the god's graveyard for you to come look for me personally?" The building master nodded, "They're looking for your younger sister." Yi Xian frowned slightly, "My younger sister? Which younger sister?" The building master's expression was slightly strange. "Does this fellow have many younger sisters?" Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Building master, you still haven't answered me." The building master hurriedly said, "They're looking for that woman in a plain dress." Yi Xian blinked. He found it hard to believe. "Why are they looking for her?" The building master spoke in a low voice, "They probably want to use her to threaten you." Yi Xian fell silent for a long time, and then he said, "Brilliant. What a brilliant move. I admire them. I, Yi Xian, admire them from the bottom of my heart." The building master hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "Young Master Yi, their plan is truly vicious. If they were to find your sister, you and your sister's situation." Yi Xian nodded, "I understand." The building lord glanced at Yi Xian, "I wonder what plans young Master Yi has?" Yi Xian said, "I originally had a lot of ideas, but I didn't expect them to do something like this. I don't have any ideas now." Tower Lord Xiao Lu, Yi Xian glanced at the small building's owner, "They asked you to help them search?" The building master nodded, "That's right. Of course, I won't really help them find it, they." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Help them find it." The building master was stunned, "Why?" Yi Xian said seriously, "If you don't help them find it, they might target you." The Tower Lord said in a deep voice, "But if I find it, Yi Xian smiled and said, "I won't blame you. On the contrary, they will thank you." The owner of the small building frowned, "Why is that?" Yi Xian blinked, and then he said, "Do as I say. I will bear all the consequences." The building master glanced at Yi Xian, and after a moment of silence, he said, "Okay." Yi Xian smiled and said, "If there's any news about God's graveyard, remember to inform me. I, Yi Xian, will always remember this favor." The building master cupped his fists, "Brother Yi, don't worry. If there's any movement, I will inform Brother Yi immediately." Yi Xian nodded slightly, "Okay." The building master said, "Brother Yi, take care." With that, he turned and left. After the building master left, Yi Xian suddenly said softly, "This god's graveyard is really something. Why did they suddenly take it so hard?" He really didn't expect God's graveyard to look for Qing. What kind of divine operation was this? He was stupefied. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, look at Xiaoan." Xiaoan, Yi Xian was shocked, and he hurriedly entered Xiao Ta. Within Xiao Ta, Xiaoan was lying on the ground, and flames were emanating from her body. Yi Xian was just about to approach when Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, don't come near. This fire will burn you to death." Yi Xian glanced at the flames, and then he said in a low voice, "What's going on with Xiaoan?" Xiao Ta said, "I don't know. She was playing around just now, and she suddenly burst into flames." At this moment, Xiaoan suddenly said with a trembling voice, "Big brother Yi Xian." Yi Xian hurriedly said, "Xiaoan, are you okay?" Xiaoan's entire body curled up, and he said with a trembling voice, "It hurts." Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and the green profound sword appeared in his hand. He directly slashed forward. Hiss! The flames on Xiaoan's body were directly split into two, and then they escaped from Xiaoan's body. After the two flames escaped from Xiaoan's body, they merged into one, and then turned into a human face. A human face. Yi Xian stared at the human face. "What are you?" The human face also stared at Yi Xian. "Ignorant mortal, you should stay away from the holy venerate." The Holy Venerate? Yi Xian looked at Shaoan in front of him. She is the Holy Venerate? As he spoke, he walked in front of Shaoan, and was about to carry her up, but at this moment, the human face suddenly said angrily, "You mortal, you have no right to touch the Holy Venerate, you." Yi Xian suddenly raised his hand, and he suddenly raised his sword. Boom! The human face was directly split into two by the green profound sword, but very quickly, it merged back into one, but it became a lot more illusory. After the two merged back into one, it looked at the sword in Yi Xian's hand. And its eyes were filled with fear. You mortal, this sword." Yi Xian glanced at the human face, and then said, "Who the hell are you?" The human face stared at Yi Xian, and then said, "I am the Fire Lord under the first god in the world." Yi Xian slightly frowned. "God?" The human face looked arrogant. "You mortal, why are you still not kneeling?" Yi Xian held the green profound sword in his hand, and raised it. "Believe it or not, I will cut you in half." The human face glanced at the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand, and it was obvious that it was very afraid. It hesitated, and then said, "Mortal, do you dare not to use the sword?" Yi Xian laughed. "This fire of yours is really shameless. I am a swordsman. If not a sword, what else can I use?" The human face stared at Yi Xian. "Mortal, you," Yi Xian suddenly said, "what do you mean by ordinary? I really don't like the way you act all high and mighty. If you dare to call me that again, I will immediately cut you up." The human face said angrily, "I am the Fire Lord, I have a godhead." Yi Xian laughed, and said, "What god?" Xianxia said that there is no such thing as a god in this world, only some relatively strong people, and when they become strong enough, they will call themselves gods. Bullsh*t. The human face was furious. What she said is bullsh*t. She knows nothing about power. Only an ignorant person would say such ignorant things. Yi Xian frowned, and at this time, Xiaota suddenly could not help but say, "I don't like what you said." The human face stared at Xiaota, and then said, "You mortal Ta, shut up, you have no right to speak to me." Yi Xian, hearing this, Xiaota instantly jumped up, "F*ck your ancestors. I gave you face, but you don't want it." As he spoke, he directly rammed towards the human face. Rumble. In next to no time, the tower and the flame started fighting. Yi Xian was shocked. He realized that after Xianxia's transformation, Xiaota was quite fierce. He could actually resist the human face's flame, even he was slightly afraid of that flame. At this time, Shaoan, who was in Yi Xian's arms, suddenly said weakly, "Brother." Yi Xian quickly looked down at Shaoan, and then he held Shaoan's hand with his right hand, and countless strands of violet energy surged towards Shaoan. Shaoan looked at Yi Xian and said softly, Am I going to die?" Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "Silly girl, you are just a little weak, how can you die?" Shaoan was about to speak, but the human face in the distance suddenly said, "Ignorant mortal, put down the Holy Venerate." Yi Xian looked at the human face, and the human face and Xiaota were entangled, and neither could do anything to the other. Yi Xian couldn't help but look at Xiaota. Damn, he realized that Xiaota had concealed his strength earlier. The flame of the human face was extremely terrifying, and even he was slightly afraid of it. But now, Xiaota was actually able to fight it for so long. Obviously, Xiaota had concealed his strength earlier. At this moment, the human face suddenly stopped, and it looked at Xiaota. "You stupid tower, you have some ability." Xiaota said indifferently, "Don't act tough in front of me. Let me tell you, I'm invincible under 3 strikes. I'll trade 1 for 1 above 3 strikes." As it spoke, it charged at the human face. Yi Xian's face was filled with black lines. Damn. Why does Xiaota know how to act tough now? 1 for 1, damn, this is too shameless. At this moment, Shaoan suddenly looked at the human face. You are?" The human face suddenly stopped, and it quickly said, "Holy Senior, I'm Fire Da. I'm your most loyal subordinate." Yi Xian suddenly said, "Aren't you the subordinate of the #1 deity in the world?" The human face said angrily, "Holy Senior is the #1 deity in the world." Yi Xian turned to look at Shaoan, and Shaoan was confused. I don't know anything." Yi Xian looked at Xiaota, who still wanted to fight. "Xiaota, wait. Let me ask it." Xiaota snorted, and then retreated to Yi Xian's side. Yi Xian looked at the human face. "How is Shaoan the #1 deity in the world? Can you tell me?" The human face said angrily, "You human, you don't deserve to talk to me." Yi Xian moved his mind, and the green profound sword flew out, boom. The human was blasted 30 kilometers away by the green profound sword, and as soon as he stopped moving, he started to vanish at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Yi Xian did not hold back this time. In the distance, the disappearing human face's expression changed drastically. When it saw that Yi Xian was about to attack again, it hurriedly said, "Mortal, human, we gentlemen use our words, not our fists. Let's talk, don't fight." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Speak, I'm listening." The human face hesitated for a moment before saying, "Human, where did you get this sword?" Yi Xian was about to speak when Xiao Ta suddenly said, "I forged it." The human face was speechless. Yi Xian was speechless. Hearing Xiao Ta's words, Yi Xian was a little speechless. This Xiao Ta was too shameless. Not far away, the human face said angrily, "How can you, a broken tower, create such a sword that transcends the rules?" Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Ta was instantly furious. "You are a snob. I am the #1 tower in the universe. My master is invincible." "Invincible?" The human face sneered. "What a joke. In this world, even the holy Venerable did not dare to say that he was invincible. Moreover, even if your master is invincible, what does that have to do with you?" Xiao Ta said, "My master is invincible, that means I am invincible. Understand?" Yi Xian was speechless. The human face stared at Xiao Ta. "You are so shameless. How can you say such things?" Xiao Ta was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly smiled. "Fire Lord of the Stars, you said that Shaoan is a great sage, so why did she become like this?" After a moment of silence, the Fire Lord of the Stars said, "Because of some special reasons." Yi Xian asked, "What special reasons?" The Fire Lord of the Stars glanced at Yi Xian. "Ordinary." With that, he glanced at the sword in Yi Xian's hand and changed his wording. "Human, there are some things that you are better off not knowing. Because it is not a level that you can reach now." After that, he paused and said, "I am doing this for your own good." Yi Xian smiled. "It seems that your background is really not ordinary." The Fire Lord of the Stars said proudly, "Of course. We are the earliest ancient gods in this universe. The real ancient gods, the kind that have broken away from the mortal body." Yi Xian smiled. "Do you know the supreme laws of the universe?" The Fire Lord of the Stars shook his head. "No." Yi Xian was silent. It seemed that this guy in front of him was not from the same era as the supreme laws. At the thought of this, Yi Xian could not help but glance at Shaoan beside him. The person he had randomly saved actually had such a powerful background. Shaoan was clearly a big shot. At this time, Shaoan suddenly grabbed Yi Xian's hand and said softly, "Big brother Yi Xian." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm here." Shaoan looked up at Yi Xian. After a while, she smiled. Before this moment, she was at a loss and uneasy, but at this moment, after hearing Yi Xian's words, she felt very safe. In the distance, the Fire Lord of Stars suddenly said, "Human, you." Yi Xian suddenly interrupted the Fire Lord of Heaven's words, "Your IQ is really low." Fire Lord flew into a rage. "What do you mean by this?" Yi Xian waved the Xianxia sword in his hand. "Is there anyone in your era that can compare with this sword?" The Fire Lord of Stars glanced at the Xianxia sword in Yi Xian's hand, his expression extremely ugly. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Seems like there isn't anyone." After a moment of silence, the Fire Lord of Stars said, "Human, who made this sword?" Yi Xian pointed at himself. "Me." Xiao Ta was speechless. The Fire Lord of Stars looked at Yi Xian. "I finally understand why that stupid tower is so shameless. It turns out that if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked." Yi Xian was speechless. The Fire Lord of Stars said again, "Human, I have long seen through your capabilities. With your current level, it is impossible for you to make this sword." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Let's not talk about this. I just want to know why you and Shaoan became like this." The Fire Lord of Stars said in a deep voice, "Human, knowing some things is not good for you." Yi Xian looked at the Fire Lord of Stars and said, "If it wasn't for Shaoan's face, I would have crushed you with one sword. Don't talk to me about gods or not. I, Yi Xian, do not worship gods. As for you, I hope you can correct your attitude because my patience has a limit. If there is a next time, I will crush your soul. Hearing this, the Fire Lord of Stars' expression suddenly became somewhat ugly. At this time, Yi Xian's left thumb was already on the sword hilt. The Fire Lord of Stars looked at Yi Xian, but Yi Xian's expression was very calm, without any killing intent. But he knew that if he refuted, this human in front of him would not hesitate to kill him. After a moment of silence, the Fire Lord of Stars said, "Rebellion." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Rebellion?" The Fire Lord of Stars nodded. "If there are gods, then there are demons." Yi Xian said, "You lost?" The Fire Lord of Stars' expression became ferocious. "Under normal circumstances, why would we be afraid of those ancient demons? It's just that we never thought that there would be traitors among us." "Traitors?" After a moment of silence, Yi Xian asked again, "Where are you?" The Fire Lord of Stars said, "Ancient God world." Yi Xian said, "Is it far from here?" The Fire Lord of Stars said, "Very, very far. Moreover, the people of this universe cannot reach where we are. Because the people here are still limited by space-time, but where we are, we have already surpassed space-time. It can be said that if they do not jump out of the circle of space-time, they will never be able to reach where we are." Yi Xian nodded, "I understand." Saying this, he turned to look at Xiaoan. "You will follow me from now on." Xiaoan nodded quickly, "Okay." The Fire Lord of Stars said quickly, "Human, the Holy Venerable wants to kill his way back to the ancient God world." Yi Xian said indifferently, "Kill his way back to the ancient God world like this? Are you out of your mind?" The Fire Lord of Stars still wanted to say something, but Xiaoan suddenly said, "You said you are my subordinate?" The Fire Lord of Stars nodded quickly, "Yes." Xiaoan said, "Then what I say, will you listen to me?" The Fire Lord of Stars smiled bitterly, "Of course." Xiaoan looked at the Fire Lord of Stars. "From now on, you have to respect Big Brother Yi Xian." The Fire Lord of Stars glanced at Yi Xian. He was about to speak when Xiaoan said, "Do you have any questions?" The Fire Lord of Stars was silent for a moment, then said, "This subordinate has no questions. It's just, Holy Venerable, forgive me for saying too much, but if he is with you, he will kill himself. He is not on the same level as us." "Shut up." Xiaoan suddenly interrupted the Fire Lord of Stars' words. The Fire Lord of Stars was startled and quickly lowered his head. "Holy Venerable." Xiaoan stared at the Fire Lord of Stars. "I don't know how strong we used to be, but I know that the current us does not have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of Big Brother Yi Xian. When we don't have strength, shouldn't we put away our arrogance?" Hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but look at Xiaoan, sighing in his heart. This Xiaoan was really not ordinary, but that's right, he's a super big shot after all. After a moment of silence, the Fire Lord of Stars bowed slightly. "This subordinate understands." Xiaoan nodded slightly. "You just told me that in my previous life, I was," the Fire Lord of Stars said, "not in your previous life. Holy Venerable, you just sealed your own memory and strength." Xiaoan said in a deep voice, "Is it to avoid those demons?" The Fire Lord of Stars nodded, "Yes." After a long silence, Xiaoan turned to look at Yi Xian. "Big Brother Yi Xian, if you let me follow you, then in the future, I may implicate you." Yi Xian was silent. As Xiaoan said, if he brought her along, there would be a lot of trouble in the future. Xiaoan tightly held Yi Xian's hand, a little nervous. After a moment, Yi Xian smiled and said, "Before you recover your memory, you are my sister. And after you recover your memory, we will talk about it at that time. What do you say?" Xiaoan quickly nodded. Yi Xian laughed, "Then you can stay in the tower first. This place is isolated from the outside world, very safe." Xiaoan nodded, "Okay." After a moment, Yi Xian came to a quiet place. He decided to open the sword imprint left by his big brother. As soon as he opened it, countless information poured into his mind. After a moment, Yi Xian's mouth slightly raised. It was a sword skill. The sword skill was seeking death. This sword skill was seeking death. This was a sword skill left by his big brother. The core of this sword skill was seeking death. "With this sword, I beg you to let me die." After careful study, Yi Xian found that it was not so much a sword technique as a belief in the doctrine of the sword, seeking death. At this moment, he felt the loneliness of his big brother. Being invincible was really a kind of loneliness. There were two opponents, but they could not fight for the time being, very lonely, very painful. This sword skill, seeking death, had two cores, one was attitude, the other was momentum. It was very difficult to learn, it was the most difficult of the three sword skills to learn, because only when one was really seeking death could one unleash the true power of this sword skill. If one did not have the desire to die, the power of this sword skill was really ordinary, and if one had the desire to die, the power of this sword skill had no upper limit. The stronger the desire to die, the more powerful this sword skill was. Xian sighed softly. This sword skill was used in desperate situations, because under normal circumstances, who would have the desire to die? He was not his big brother, who wanted to be killed every day. In other words, this sword skill was most likely to be used in desperate situations, that kind of desperate situation where one only wanted to die. Of course, he did not want to have such a situation, but he still had to cultivate, in case there was a time when it would be useful. In the following time, Yi Xian began to concentrate on studying this sword skill. Anyway, in this Xiao Ta, there was enough time. While Yi Xian was cultivating, God's graveyard was not idle either. God's graveyard used all its strength to search for the woman in the plain dress. Anyone who provided any information about the woman in the plain dress would be severely injured. Other than that, God's graveyard's internal information system was activated, and they began to search for the woman in the plain dress. After searching for an entire half a month, they'd finally found information about the woman in a simple dress. God's graveyard. A silhouette landed in front of a graveyard, bowed respectfully, and said excitedly, "Senior Yu, we have news about the woman in the plain dress." There was news. As soon as he finished speaking, the tomb suddenly trembled, and then Venerable Yu walked out. Senior Yu looked at the silhouette. "News about the woman?" The silhouette nodded, "Yes." Senior Yu closed his eyes slowly, and a smile appeared on his face. "Yi Xian, your good days are over. P.S. Asking for votes, asking for votes, asking for votes." Lord Yu withdrew his gaze and said, "Where is the woman?" The shadow said in a deep voice, "She is a little far from here. She appeared in the faraway Nightmare Star realm." Venerable Yu frowned. "Nightmare Galaxy?" The phantom nodded. "Yes." Venerable Yu said solemnly, "So far. Nightmare Galaxy realm, it was a place very, very far away from here." They had only heard of it, but had never been there, because it was too far. Although the graveyard of the gods was powerful, they did not have the ambition to unify the entire universe. Thus, they were somewhat unfamiliar with the other parts of the universe. Nightmare Galaxy realm, Venerable Yu said after a moment of silence, "Send someone to the Nightmare Galaxy, we must capture this woman." The phantom bowed slightly, "Understood." With that, he was about to leave when a voice suddenly sounded from the side. "Wait." The two of them turned around and saw the Left Hall Master slowly walking over. Left Hall Master looked at Left Hall Master Yu. "To ensure that nothing goes wrong, you have to go personally." Venerable Yu thought about it and nodded, "All right." The Left Hall Master said, "Yi Xian isn't a simple person. His sister shouldn't be a weakling either. Don't be careless and underestimate her. Be careful not to fail miserably." Venerable Yu nodded, "Of course." The Left Hall Master continued, "That's right. What is Yi Xian doing now?" The figure said, "He is in closed-door cultivation." After a moment of silence, the Left Hall Master said, "Venerable Yu, you must be quick. We can't give Yi Xian too much time. His rate of growth is too terrifying." Venerable Yu nodded, "Understood." With that, he turned around and walked into the splendid hall. Not long after, he asked for another wooden token. Because of the restriction of the laws outside, he needed the help of a supreme being to get out. Before long, Venerable Yu led a group of experts from the Graveyard of Gods and headed straight for the Nightmare Galaxy. At this moment, Yi Xian still didn't know that the people from the Graveyard of the Gods had gone looking for Qing Er. At this moment, he was still crazily cultivating his sword, seeking death. The more he cultivated, the more he found this sword skill interesting. One sword seeking death, putting everything else aside, this sword skill sounded very domineering. When fighting with others, he would shout, "One sword seeking death." He could suppress his opponent with his aura alone. While he was cultivating, the Fire Lord of the North had been helping Xiaoan recover her memories every day. Xiaoan didn't object because she didn't want to be a useless person. As for Yi Xian, the Fire Lord of God was much more polite now because he realized that not only was Xian's sword extraordinary, but Xiao Ta was also extraordinary. It was completely different from the spacetime outside. This was a little terrifying. Under normal circumstances, such a divine object should not exist in such a place. Therefore, he was quite curious about Xian's background. Time passed bit by bit, and in the blink of an eye, several years had passed. In the past few years, Xian had improved greatly in all aspects, especially his sword skills. It could be said that he had already stacked draw a sword to determine life and death from 820 to 880. This was his current limit. The only way to reach 1000 was to become a minor saint. Now, he had just stabilized his realm and didn't want to become a minor saint. It wasn't a good thing to increase one's cultivation realm too quickly. More haste, less speed. Besides draw a sword to determine life and death, his head lift technique had improved greatly as well. In terms of speed and power, it was at least 3 times stronger than before. In the past, his flying sword technique couldn't pose any real threat to ancient god realm experts. But now, his flying sword could pose a lethal threat to ancient god realm experts. All in all, his current strength had taken a qualitative leap compared to before. Ancient god realm experts weren't a threat to him anymore. Of course, his goal wasn't ancient god realm experts anymore. Xian left Xiao Ta and went to the pavilion. As soon as he arrived, the pavilion master appeared before him. The pavilion master spoke in a low voice, "Brother Yi, I've received news that your sister seems to have been found in the god's graveyard." Xian was stunned. "You found Qing'er?" The pavilion master nodded. "Yes." Xian fell silent for a moment before he said, "How amazing." The pavilion master was speechless. Xian shook his head and smiled. He really hadn't expected that he would actually find Qing'er in the god's graveyard. Needless to say, it was truly amazing. Because even he couldn't contact Qing'er, he hadn't expected that he would actually find her in the god's graveyard. Xian hurriedly asked, "Where?" The pavilion master spoke in a low voice, "In the distant Nightmare Starfield." Nightmare Starfield. Xian's brows knit together slightly. "I've never heard of it." The pavilion master laughed bitterly. "It's very, very far away. For us, it's a completely foreign star domain." Xian smiled. "Give me an address." The pavilion master frowned slightly. "You're going to rescue your sister?" Xian blinked and said, "Yes. I'm going to rescue my sister." Xiao Ta was speechless. Xiao Lu's house lord said solemnly, "Brother Yi, the one going this time might be an ancient god realm master." Xian frowned. "Only one?" The pavilion master was shocked. "One, isn't that enough?" Xian muttered softly. "Why don't they send a few more?" When the pavilion master heard Xian's words, he was completely dumbfounded. "Brother Yi, you want them to send more ancient god?" Xian blinked and then smiled. "Of course not." Saying so, he stood up and said, "Pavilion master, give me the address of the Nightmare Starfield. I need to hurry and rescue my sister. I'm afraid I'll be too late. My sister's life is in danger." Xiao Ta was speechless. The pavilion master nodded. "Indeed." Saying so, he pointed a finger and a white light entered Xian's forehead. Soon, a lot of information entered Xian's mind. At the side, the pavilion master said, "Brother Yi, you have to hurry. Otherwise, your sister's life is in danger. An ancient god realm master is no joke." Xian quickly nodded. "Yes, yes. Goodbye, pavilion master." Saying so, he turned and flew on his sword. The pavilion master looked at the horizon. After a long time, he said softly, "If the god's graveyard really captures Brother Ye's sister, then Brother Ye's situation." Saying so, deep worry appeared in his eyes. This time, the god's graveyard had paid a huge price to find Xian's sister. The enemy would definitely capture Xian's sister at all costs and use her to threaten Xian. At that time, Xian's situation would become extremely difficult. After leaving the pavilion, Xian used the profound azure sword to travel through time and space to the Nightmare Starfield. In fact, Xian was also a little excited. Qing'er, he also wanted to see Qing'er. He hadn't seen her for a long time. He wondered how she was doing now. His longing grew stronger and stronger. Inside Xiao Ta's house, Xiaoan was walking slowly by a river. Beside her was the Fire Lord of the North. Although Fire Lord didn't particularly like Yixian and Xiao Ta, he still respected Xiaoan very much. Xiaoan suddenly said, Fire Lord, I've been feeling a little uneasy lately. Why? Fire Lord's expression changed. Holy Venerable, you really feel a little uneasy? Xiaoan nodded. Yes. I even feel a little flustered sometimes. Fire Lord's expression turned ugly. Could it be that the ancient devil and the others have found us? It shouldn't be. This place is so far from the ancient devil realm. It's impossible for them to find this place. Xiaoan said in a low voice, I also don't know why I feel this way. Fire Lord hesitated for a moment and then said, Holy Venerable, you still can't recover all your memories? Xiaoan shook her head. There are some fragmented memories in my mind, but they are very messy. I can't gather them all. Fire Lord sighed. It must be the sequela of that year. Xiaoan smiled. Was I defeated that year? Fire Lord said angrily, how is that possible? If you hadn't been ambushed by your own people, how could you have lost to that ancient devil? Then, his expression turned ferocious. It's all that damn bitch's fault. She actually ambushed Holy Venerable. Otherwise, we wouldn't have lost that year. Xiaoan chuckled. That's still a loss. Fire Lord hurriedly said, no, if it was a one-on-one fight, even the ancient devil realm's #1 devil might not be able to defeat Holy Venerable. It's all that bitch's fault. She failed to live up to Holy Venerable's trust. Xiaoan looked at Fire Lord. Who is this she you speak of? After a moment of silence, Fire Lord said, Holy Venerable, one of your former subordinates. You trust her a lot. And you trust her the most. After a moment of silence, Xiaoan said softly, I understand. Fire Lord said fiercely, when Holy Venerable recovers your memories, we will kill our way to the ancient god world and kill that woman with our own hands. Xiaoan chuckled. Let's talk about that later. Fire Lord said in a deep voice, Holy Venerable, you have to stay away from that human. Xiaoan was puzzled. Why? Fire Lord said in a deep voice, you are a god, he is immortal. Xiaoan shook his head. Fire Lord, Brother Yixian is not simple. Fire Lord said, it's his sword that is not simple. He is very ordinary. Xiaoan asked, if he was very ordinary, why would the sword recognize him as its master? Fire Lord was silent. Xiaoan smiled. Brother Yixian is very good to his own people, but not to others. Fire De, be more respectful to him in the future. Otherwise, even if Big Brother Yixian doesn't kill you, I won't let you off once I recover my memory. With that, she walked off into the distance. Fire Lord of the South smiled bitterly. In an unknown galaxy, Xunyu led a group of God's graveyard experts through space and time. Their destination was the Nightmare Starfield. Venerable Yu looked at the endless starfield in the distance. Yixian, your doomsday is here. Beside him, an old man suddenly said, what if that Yixian doesn't save his sister? Master Yu sneered, he will definitely save her. Because this person was very sentimental. This is his weakness. An hour later, Venerable Yu's group entered Nightmare Starfield. After entering, Venerable Yu sized up the surroundings and asked, Bai Yi, do you know anything about this place? The old man called Bai Yi who stood behind Venerable Yu answered solemnly, a little, but not much. Venerable Yu said, tell me. Bai Yi said solemnly, there's a powerful force in this starfield, the White Chalk family, and they control the entire Nightmare Starfield. There's a special kind of spiritual energy here, the energy of life, and it's not inferior to the energy of eternal life. Venerable Yu asked, have you come into contact with them? Bai Yi nodded, I have. These fellows aren't very friendly. Venerable Yu fell silent for a moment, ignore them, our target is that plain-dressed woman. Bai Yi nodded and pointed ahead, according to our scouts, that plain-dressed woman appeared in Martial Spirit City not long ago. Venerable Yu said, let's go. To Martial Spirit City. Right at this time, a powerful aura suddenly swept over from afar. Venerable Yu frowned, and it didn't take long for an old man to appear in front of him. The old man wore a gray robe, and his hands were hidden in his sleeves. Wrinkles crisscrossed on his face, and he looked very old. The old man's eyes narrowed, an ancient god realm expert. Venerable Yu nodded. This gray-robed old man wasn't an ancient god realm expert, Whether it was ancient god Starfield or nightmare Starfield, both were bound by the supreme laws of the universe. The old man stared fixedly at the gray-robed old man. Since you've stepped into the ancient god realm, why are you still able to appear in this world? Venerable, you said indifferently, have you heard of God's graveyard? The old man frowned. God's graveyard? Venerable, you nodded. The old man asked solemnly, what are you doing in Nightmare Starfield? Venerable, you smiled. Don't worry, we're here to look for someone, we have no other intentions. The old man's eyes were still slightly guarded. Who are you looking for? Venerable, you said, a woman in plain dress. As he spoke, he turned to look at Bai Yi. Bai Yi waved his right hand lightly, and a portrait of the woman appeared before them. Venerable, you looked at the old man. Do you know this person? The old man looked at the portrait of the woman in the plain dress. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head. I've never seen her before. Venerable, you said in a low voice, this woman appeared in Lingwu City before. We are going to Lingwu City now. I hope you can help us. After a moment of silence, the old man said, all right. An ancient god realm master wasn't scary. What was scary was an ancient god realm master that could appear in this world. This meant that the other party must have received help from a supreme martial artist. Otherwise, there was no way he could have come out. Moreover, the graveyard of the gods was also a superpower. It would be beneficial to do them a favor. Under the old man's lead, the group arrived at Lingwu City. In front of the city gate, the old man said in a low voice, everyone, this spirit martial city is the capital of our nightmare tribe. Do not fight within the city. Venerable, you smiled, of course. The old man nodded and led Venerable you and the others into the city. In the city, Venerable you turned and looked at Bai. Search. White Knight nodded slightly, then disappeared with the experts of the graveyard of gods behind him. Venerable you looked at the old man. Just as he was about to speak, a voice came from the distance. An honored guest has arrived. Venerable you looked in the distance. Not far away, a middle-aged man was walking towards them. Beside Venerable you, the Nightmare Tribe's old man quickly introduced, Sir, this is our Nightmare Tribe's patriarch, Nightmare Abyss. Nightmare Abyss, Venerable you cupped his fists in greeting, Patriarch Nightmare Abyss. Nightmare Abyss nodded, I've heard of the graveyard of gods, but I've never been there. Venerable you smiled, Patriarch Nightmare Abyss, you don't visit without a reason. I'm here to look for a woman. Nightmare Abyss frowned, a woman? Venerable you nodded, that person has a grudge with our graveyard of gods, so she fled here. He cupped his fists in greeting, I humbly request Patriarch Nightmare Abyss's assistance. Nightmare Abyss fell silent for a moment, then looked at the old man beside him, Nightmare Forest, pass down my order, search for this woman. Nightmare Forest nodded, understood. With that, he turned and left. Nightmare Abyss looked at Venerable you, smiling, Venerable, how strong is this woman? Venerable you frowned, he really didn't know how strong that woman was. Nightmare Abyss looked at Venerable you, very strong? Venerable you smiled, no matter how strong she is, she's only a great saint. Nightmare Abyss nodded, that's true. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for an ancient god realm cultivator to appear outside. Since the woman was outside, there was only one explanation, she had not reached the ancient god realm. Venerable you added, although she's a great saint, don't underestimate her. Leader of the Nightmarish Abyss tribe, if your people find her, you must be careful. It's best if you come and inform me directly. Nightmare Abyss nodded, understood. He made an inviting gesture, Venerable, please enter the hall and rest for a while. I will inform Venerable when there's news. Venerable you nodded, then I'll have to trouble you. The group walked away. After Venerable you's group left, a man appeared on the street. This person was none other than Xianxia, who had chased after them, with the azure profound sword. Traveling through space was a walk in the park. Moreover, now that he knew the exact location of this place, he could come to this place at any time. Xianxia looked around, then opened his palm, revealing the azure profound sword. Xiao Hun, can you feel Qing'er's aura? Xiao Hun fell silent for a moment, then answered, I can't. Xianxia frowned, you can't feel it either? Xiao Hun answered, I can't. Xianxia's voice was solemn, is it because Qing'er isn't here? Xiao Hun answered, that's possible. Xianxia looked into the distance, the people in the Tomb of Gods said that Qing'er appeared here, it shouldn't be false. As he spoke, he looked around and frowned slightly. Could it be that she has already left this place? Moreover, he didn't quite understand one thing. Didn't Qing his father, and the others go to an unknown universe? Suddenly, Xiaohun said excitedly, "Young lord, I can feel big sister Qianming's aura." Yi Xian hurried to ask, "Where is it?" Xiaohun suddenly pointed to the right, "Over there." Yi Xian grabbed Xiaohun, then vanished on the spot. Almost at the same time, Venerable Yu suddenly stood up, "Found her." With that, he led the experts of the Tomb of Gods in the hall and vanished on the spot. The nightmare abyss hesitated for a moment, then followed them out. Somewhere in the sky, Yi Xian was flying on his sword, and he was very excited. "Qing I can finally see Qing Right at this moment, a horrifying aura suddenly swept over from his right. Yi Xian turned to look, and it was Venerable Yu and the others. Seeing Yi Xian, Venerable Yu was slightly stunned, then he narrowed his eyes. "Yi Xian." Yi Xian suddenly said fiercely, "Venerable Yu, you always target me and my sister. What kind of man are you?" Venerable Yu laughed. "Yi Xian, it seems you care about your sister a lot." Yi Xian stared at Venerable Yu. "Venerable Yu, you are an ancient god realm expert, don't you think it's beneath you to act like this?" Venerable Yu shook his head. "Yi Xian, you forced me to do this. If I didn't capture your sister, would you have obediently given in?" Yi Xian said solemnly, "I won't let you succeed." Venerable Yu laughed. "That's not up to you." Haha. Venerable Yu increased his speed. He didn't choose to attack Yi Xian because he knew that even if Yi Xian couldn't defeat them, if Yi Xian wanted to escape, they wouldn't be able to stop him even if they joined hands. Thus, he had to capture Yi Xian's sister first. As Venerable Yu and the others increased their speed, Yi Xian also increased his speed. Shortly after, everyone arrived at the foot of a mountain, and the malevolent abyss appeared before Venerable Yu and the rest. The nightmare abyss looked at Venerable Yu with a faint smile. "Venerable, if there's anything you need, just say the word." Behind him were more than a dozen great Sage Realm super experts. On the side, Yi Xian glanced at the nightmare abyss, not saying a word. Venerable Yu smiled. "Many thanks." He looked at the top of the mountain, and in the next moment, he appeared at the top of the mountain. At the same time, everyone else also appeared. At the top of the mountain was a small grass hut, and two people were sitting in front of it. A woman and an old man. The old man had white hair and an extremely aged face, and it was unknown how long he had lived. The woman was the woman in a plain dress. A chessboard was placed before them. Yi Xian smiled when he saw the woman in a plain dress. It really is Qing but it didn't take long for Yi Xian to frown because he noticed that the Qing before him wasn't her real body, it was just a clone. At this moment, Qing who was in the distance, suddenly turned around. She threw Yi Xian a look and smiled. "Brother." Yi Xian walked towards Qing and wanted to ask her about it. Meanwhile, Venerable Yu appeared near Qing and opened his palm, and two pieces of paper suddenly floated into the air. Divine paper. The two pieces of paper turned blood red as soon as they floated in the air, and then an extremely terrifying force appeared in the surroundings. Yi Xian frowned. These two pieces of paper are much more terrifying than the ones that Venerable Yu took out earlier. The treasures in the graveyard of the gods were truly extraordinary. The woman in the plain dress glanced at the two pieces of paper that had turned blood red. Her expression was calm. At this time, Venerable Yu looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "Yi Xian, do you know what this is?" Yi Xian shook his head. "I don't know." Venerable Yu said, "This is a godly paper from the ancient times. It was used by God Emperor. Not only does it contain the supreme Tao, it also has a strand of godly power. True divine power. If an ancient God Realm Master were to act, this paper could easily kill an ancient God Realm Master." As he spoke, he smiled faintly. "Yi Xian, as long as I move my mind, your sister will be incinerated into nothingness on the spot. Let me ask you, are you afraid or not?" Yi Xian glanced at Venerable Yu. "I'm so scared. I've never been so scared before. P.S. Horse at the end of last month. Vote for me if you still have tickets. The top 10 would get 1,000 yuan prize. To me, this is a huge fortune. Please." Venerable Yu couldn't help but roar with laughter when he heard Yi Xian. Just as he expected, Yi Xian really was a loyal person. So long as he used his sister as a hostage, Yi Xian would definitely give in. "I can finally deal with this troublesome fellow." Right at this moment, the white-haired old man suddenly said, "This paper seems to be mine." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the surroundings looked at the white-haired old man. Venerable, you looked at the old man as well. He sized the old man up but couldn't see through him, so he frowned. Who are you? The old man grinned. You're using the paper I left behind, yet you're asking me who I am. Venerable, you was stunned, and then he ridiculed. Your paper? The old man nodded. It is indeed mine. Venerable, you roared with laughter. How laughable. Do you know that this paper was left behind by a true God Emperor? What? Are you the God Emperor? The old man frowned slightly and replied with a question. Why can't I be the God Emperor? Venerable, you was stunned, and then he roared with laughter. The old man was quite speechless. Meanwhile, the Nightmare Abyss spoke abruptly. You said you're the God Emperor? The old man glanced at the Nightmare Abyss. What? The Nightmare Abyss smiled. According to my knowledge, there isn't a God Emperor in this universe anymore. The old man stroked his beard and smiled. There is, but all of you can't come into contact with him. The Nightmare Abyss was about to speak when Venerable you spoke abruptly. How absurd. A God Emperor hasn't appeared in this universe for hundreds of thousands of years, yet you're actually saying that you're the God Emperor? Isn't that too laughable? The old man shook his head and sighed. Junior, I noticed that your forehead is dark and there's a ferocious aura between your brows. I'm afraid you won't live long. Yet you're still laughing here. The old man is speechless. Venerable you smiled. I won't live long? The old man nodded. Yes. Venerable you roared with laughter. Besides those exalts, who else in this world can kill me? The white-haired old man sighed softly. Why is your generation so stupid? Venerable you stared at the white-haired elder. Will you die if you don't act? As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his sleeve, and a powerful force swept towards the white-haired old man. However, before that force could approach the white-haired old man, it disappeared without a trace. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed when they witnessed this scene, including Venerable you. He wasn't an idiot. The moment his power disappeared without a trace, he knew that something was wrong. Sovereign Yu hesitated for a moment and said, Senior, I offended you just now. The white-haired old man laughed and said, You're not hopelessly stupid. Venerable Yu said solemnly, Qianbei, the target of our god's graveyard is this woman. We have no intention of offending you. The white-haired old man fell silent for a moment before he said, I take back what I said just now. Zunyu, the white-haired old man looked at the plain-dressed woman in front of him. Senior, I've lost this game of chess. Senior, hearing the white-haired old man's words, Venerable Yu was stunned. Why did he address her as senior? She glanced at the white-haired old man. Since you've lost, then die. The white-haired old man laughed bitterly. Senior, I don't want to die. The woman's face remained emotionless. It was you who came looking for me. The white-haired old man's smile grew even more bitter. I didn't know that Senior was so strong. The woman in the plain dress waved her hand slightly, and the chessboard in front of her disappeared. She turned around to look at Yixian, who was not far away. I was going to look for you with this doppelganger as soon as I finished this. I didn't expect you to come to me. A clone. Venerable Yu's expression instantly changed when he heard her. You're just a clone. He wasn't able to discern her true strength at all. The reason Yixian was able to discern her true strength was because he was truly too familiar with Qing but this Qing gave him a slightly different feeling. Of course, while it was just a clone, it was still Qing. The woman paid no attention to Venerable Yu and walked towards Yixian. Meanwhile, Venerable Yu spoke ferociously, You're courting death. As soon as he finished speaking, he chanted in his heart. In an instant, the two blood-red pieces of paper in the sky started burning. At the same time, two rays of red light enveloped the woman, but she was completely unharmed. She raised her head and glanced at the two pieces of paper. In the next moment, they shook violently and vanished into nothingness. Venerable Yu's face instantly turned pale when he witnessed this scene, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. How could this be possible? The white-haired old man shook his head and sighed, My God. Who gave you the courage to do that? The woman suddenly looked towards Nightmare Abyss, and his expression changed drastically. He hurriedly bowed respectfully, Senior, I have nothing to do with the god's tomb. I'm just passing by. He wasn't stupid, and he'd naturally noticed how terrifying the woman was. Venerable Yu was an ancient god realm expert. Moreover, he'd even activated a divine artifact, but the woman was completely unharmed. What did this mean? It meant that she was far stronger than an ancient god realm expert. the woman looked at Yi Xian, do you recognize him? Yi Xian glanced at Nightmare Abyss and shook his head, I don't. He paused for a moment before continuing, he just said that he's willing to help the gods to eliminate me. The woman's brows raised slightly, is that so? As she spoke, she glanced at the Nightmare Abyss. Kill my brother? Nightmare Abyss spoke solemnly, Senior, my nightmare tribe has nothing to do with the god's tomb. My nightmare tribe will no longer interfere in the matter between Senior and the god's tomb. Farewell. He turned around and left as soon as he finished speaking, but at this moment, something strange happened. Hiss, before anyone could react, a sword pierced through Nightmare Abyss's forehead, everyone present was stunned. The woman looked at Nightmare Abyss, did I say you could leave? Nightmare Abyss's voice trembled, Senior, leave a way out, and we'll meet again in the future. The woman shook her head, I'll kill anyone who harbors ill intent towards my brother. She waved her hand lightly as soon as she finished speaking. Bang, Nightmare Abyss's entire body was obliterated. He completely vanished from this world, the expressions of the experts from the Nightmare tribe changed drastically, and one of them said angrily, aren't you going too far? The woman looked at the old man, you're not satisfied? The old man said angrily, my Nightmare tribe has a supremacy backing them as well. Supremacy? The woman frowned slightly, what kind of trash is that? Everyone was speechless. The old man stared fixedly at the woman, how dare you look down on a supremacy? The woman shook her head, call him over? The old man said angrily, what ability do you have to make a supremacy act against you? You. His head flew into the air, and his voice stopped abruptly, it wasn't the woman who attacked, but Yi Xian. The woman looked at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian smiled, this is a sword technique that I created. Qing what do you think? The woman hesitated for a moment, and then she said, not bad. Not bad, these words were obviously not true, Yi Xian laughed, Qing let's talk somewhere else. Don't let them waste our time. Qing nodded, alright. Right at this moment, one of the experts from the Nightmare tribe shouted angrily, don't leave if you have the guts. Yi Xian looked at the Nightmare tribe expert, what do you want to do? The expert sneered, do you dare to wait here for a moment? I'll go back and call for reinforcements. Yi Xian, on the other side, the white-haired old man shook his head, my god, this old man's IQ is so high that he's going to blind me. At this moment, the woman suddenly turned to look at the white-haired old man, who hurriedly said, Senior, I was rude before. Before meeting you, the old man had always thought that he had reached the peak of martial arts. But now that I've met you, I realize that I've been a frog in a well. The woman looked at the white-haired old man, whether I kill you or not depends on my brother. The white-haired old man hurriedly looked at Yi Xian and bowed slightly, young friend, please put in a few good words for me. Yi Xian smiled faintly, I can't accept such a bow from you, Senior. The white-haired old man laughed bitterly, of course you can. Because my life and death are in your hands. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then said, I have no enmity with you, Senior, so I naturally don't want you to die. Actually, he understood what Qing meant, Qing was creating an opportunity for him to make the old man owe him a favor, otherwise, with Qing's personality, if he really wanted to kill this old man, he would have done so a long time ago. When he heard Yi Xian's words, Qing nodded slightly, then I won't kill you. The white-haired old man instantly heaved a sigh of relief, and then he bowed once more, thank you, Senior, for not killing me. As he spoke, he gazed at Yi Xian, I'll definitely repay your kindness in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to leave. Meanwhile, Venerable you suddenly spoke with a trembling voice, didn't you say that you're a god emperor? The white-haired old man gazed at Venerable you, yes. Is there a problem? Venerable you was puzzled, if you really are a god emperor, then why are you so humble to her? The white-haired old man smiled, what do you think? Venerable you spoke furiously, you're not a god emperor. The white-haired old man opened his palm, and there was a piece of white paper there. He chanted a few words in his heart, and it didn't take long for the paper to start trembling. Gradually, a trace of extremely terrifying energy could be sensed within the paper, the energy of a god emperor. Venerable you felt like he'd been struck by a heavy blow, and his mind went blank. The white-haired old man smiled, do you know why I'm still alive? It's not that I'm strong. There are many who are stronger and more talented than me. However, most of them were dead. The reason why I've come this far is because I've always remembered a principle. That is, as a person, no matter when, you can't be too arrogant. You must always leave some leeway. When it's time to be a coward, you must be a coward. There's nothing wrong with being humble. With that, he turned around and left. When the white-haired old man left, his face was full of smiles. In fact, before meeting the plain-dressed woman, he had already started to feel complacent. Because in this universe, there was basically no one who could match him. But after meeting the plain-dressed woman, he once again emptied himself. The current him had undergone an earth-shattering change. He had a chance to climb to the next level. Today, he had been reborn from the ashes. In the distance, Venerable you seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly looked at the plain-dressed woman, staring fixedly at her. After calming down, he finally realized how extraordinary this woman was. Although it was only an avatar, the feeling this woman gave him was like the vast universe, unfathomable. She's stronger than God Emperor. The moment this thought appeared in his mind, Venerable you felt it was ridiculous. Was it possible? But if she wasn't stronger than God Emperor, why would God Emperor respect her so much? Gradually, Venerable you's face turned ugly. His rationality told him that this woman was definitely stronger than the white-haired old man. Right at this moment, an extremely terrifying pressure suddenly swept down from the sky. An ancient God Realm Master, Xianxia raised his head and saw a shadow appear in the sky. The ancient God Realm Master of the Nightmare tribe had come out, but it wasn't his main body that had come, it was just a shadow. In the sky, the ancient God Realm Master looked down at the Xianxia below. Don't you think you're a little too ruthless? The plain-dressed woman looked at the ancient God Realm Master. Who are you? The shadow answered, Nightmare Lin, the Grand Elder of the Nightmare tribe. The plain-dressed woman nodded. Where is the Nightmare tribe? This was the question she wanted to ask. The shadow stared at the plain-dressed woman, sneering. What, you want to annihilate my Nightmare tribe? The plain-dressed woman said, point me in a direction? The shadow pointed to the right. Go to Lingwu City, 1,000,000 li away. The plain-dressed woman opened her palm, revealing the profound azure sword. Go. The moment her voice fell, the profound azure sword flew out. In the sky above Lingwu City, the profound azure sword fell straight down. Boom. When the sword fell, the entire Lingwu City was wiped out, and at this moment, the green profound sword directly absorbed nearly 1,000,000 souls. Not far from Xianxia, the figure suddenly turned his head. In the next moment, his eyes were filled with disbelief. At this moment, he was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye, because his real body was gone. On the other side, Venerable Yu's eyes were filled with disbelief. At this moment, his heart was filled with fear. This woman had really annihilated the nightmares with a single slash. At this moment, he believed that the white-haired elder was God Emperor. He believed that this woman was even more terrifying than God Emperor. The reason why this woman could exist in this world was because she was stronger than a supreme being. The laws of the universe could not bind her at all. The graveyard of the gods was finished. Venerable Yu's face was pale. Xianxia glanced at the illusory figure of the nightmarish tribe. She opened her palm, and the Xianxian sword appeared in her hand. The sword's aura began to surge madly. In that split second, she absorbed the souls of more than 10 ancient God Realm masters, and the number of masters below the ancient God Realm was uncountable. What a windfall! The illusory figure stared at Xianxia with a vicious expression. You annihilated my nightmarish tribe with a single thought. You will be punished by the heavens for your actions. At this moment, Venerable Yu suddenly said softly, the heavens cannot punish her. This kind of expert had surpassed the supreme laws of the universe. How could the heavens punish her? The woman in the plain dress pulled Xian's hand and turned to walk away. The illusory figure suddenly roared in anger, I curse you to die a horrible death. Xianxia stopped abruptly and turned to look at the illusory figure. If curses work, why do we still cultivate? The illusory figure wanted to say something else, but Xianxia waved her hand and turned him into nothingness. The nightmarish tribe had completely disappeared from this world. Xianxia turned to look at Venerable Yu. Xianxia suddenly waved her sleeves. Boom! Venerable Yu and the others were wiped out in an instant, killed in an instant. She didn't even give them a chance to speak. Xianxia pulled Xian away. Along the way, Xianxia suddenly asked, are you wondering why I'm here? Xian nodded, yes. Xianxia said, if you hadn't come, I would have killed that old man. Xian didn't understand, why? Xianxia said, he's already half a step out of this universe. He's a huge threat to you. Yixian hesitated, then said, so you want to kill him? Qing'er looked at Yixian, yes. Yixian smiled bitterly, Qing'er, you don't have to do this. Let me walk the rest of the way alone. If I really can't win, you can help me. How about that? Qing'er nodded after a moment of silence, all right. Yixian said softly, my goal is to surpass you, big brother, and dad. So, let me walk the rest of the way alone. Qing'er said, just surpass me. Yixian didn't understand, why? Qing'er said, surpassing me means surpassing them. Yixian was speechless. Yixian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, Qing'er, tell me honestly. Who's stronger, you, father, and big brother? In fact, he was really curious about Qing'er, dad, and big brother's strength. Out of the three, who was more powerful? Qing'er said calmly, ask them next time. Yixian smiled bitterly. Qing'er suddenly stopped moving. She raised her head to look towards the horizon and said softly, my main body has already left this universe. Yixian said after a slight hesitation, is it very far? Qing'er nodded, as you are now, you can't leave this universe. Yixian was puzzled, why? Qing'er blurted out, because it's weak. As she spoke, she hesitated for a moment before she said, this universe is weak. Yixian, Qing'er turned to look at Yixian, it's because I'm going to leave that I'm worried about you. That's why I left this avatar. Yixian said with a smile, I am very strong now, too. Qing'er nodded, much stronger than before. Yixian smiled, don't worry, Qing'er. I'll take care of myself from now on. Qing'er smiled, good. As she spoke, she glanced into Yixian's body and said, there seem to be two unfamiliar existences in the pagoda. Yixian was about to speak, but Xiao Ta suddenly said, big sister Tianming, there's a very arrogant fire in the tower. I said you're invincible, but he ridiculed me and said you can't be invincible. Yixian, meanwhile, Shaoan and Fire De appeared. Shaoan glanced at Qing'er, hesitated for a moment, and then bowed slightly, big sister. Fire De suddenly said, holy Venerable, what does she have to make you bow to her? Meanwhile, Xiao Ta snickered, this idiot Fire De is about to be taught a lesson. Qing'er glanced at Fire De, what do I have to make her? Fire De looked at Qing'er, she's a holy Venerable, and she's beyond mortals. What about you? Qing'er flicked her sleeve. Bang, a ray of sword energy pierced through Fire De, and in an instant, Fire De started vanishing at a visible speed. At this moment, Fire De was horrified, and his eyes were filled with terror. You, Shaoan hurriedly bowed respectfully, big sister, please spare his life. Qing'er looked at Yixian. Yixian fell silent for a moment, and then he smiled, Qing'er, forget it. We're brother and sister, so let's not kill each other anymore. Qing'er nodded, and then she opened her palm. A ray of sword energy suddenly flew out from within Fire De's body, and then it fell firmly into Qing'er's palm. Qing'er glanced at Fire De who was still in shock, the so-called gods of this world have only given themselves titles. Childish and laughable. Fire De spoke in a low voice, your strength is extraordinary, and I'm not a match for you. However, I'm not convinced that you look down on gods like this. Yixian suddenly said, Fire De, Qing'er doesn't need you to obey. Fire De said in a low voice, you look down on gods like this because you've never seen a real god. A real god breaks away from the mortal body, and casts a divine body, godhead, and divine soul. That's something you can't even imagine. Yixian looked at Qing'er, what is this divine body he's talking about? Qing'er was silent for a moment, and then she shook her head, too low level. I don't know. Yixian, Fire De said angrily, arrogant. Your Excellency, you're too arrogant. You don't even know what a divine body is, and you dare to look down on gods, you. Qing'er suddenly looked at Shaoan, she is the god you've been talking about, right? Fire De said, yes. Qing'er looked at Shaoan, and the latter was a little uneasy, big sister. Qing'er walked to Shaoan, and she placed her right hand on his shoulder. Boom, in an instant, a powerful aura swept out from Shaoan's body, Shaoan's eyes widened, and in an instant, countless information rushed into her mind, and countless memory fragments began to condense. A moment later, the plain-dressed woman withdrew her right hand, and at this moment, Shaoan had undergone a tremendous change. Shaoan slowly closed her eyes, and half of her hair turned snow-white, next to her. Fire De said in a trembling voice, "Holy Venerable, have you recovered your memory?" After a moment, Xiaoan opened her eyes, and her gaze fell directly on the plain-dressed woman. The plain-dressed woman said, "Attack." "Attack." Xiaoan was silent. Next to her, Fire De suddenly said, "Holy Venerable, you really recovered your memory." Haha. Laughing, he suddenly looked at the plain-dressed woman. "Holy Venerable, show her what a god is." She. Xiaoan suddenly turned and slapped. Slap. Fire De's voice stopped abruptly, and his face flew several hundred zhang away. Fire De was stunned. Fire De looked at Xiaoan in disbelief. "Holy Venerable, you hit the wrong person. Hit the woman in front of you." Xiaoan glanced coldly at Hua De and then at the plain-dressed woman. "Please enlighten me." As she spoke, she opened her right hand. In an instant, the entire world actually started to disappear bit by bit. All things wither, including heaven and earth. P.S. Please vote. All things wither, including this world. Yi Xian took a deep look at Xiaoan. After recovering his memories, Xiaoan is more than terrifying. His strength is definitely not lower than the supreme laws of the universe. So many mysterious experts. In fact, as God Emperor said, there are many experts in this universe. However, without reaching a certain level of strength, one can't come into contact with that circle. One can't be complacent and conceited. Not far away, Qing'er suddenly opened her palm, and a ray of sword light flew out from her palm. In an instant, the world returned to normal. Seeing this, Xiaoan's pupils suddenly constricted. "You," the woman glanced at Xiaoan, and then walked over to Yi Xian. She took Yi Xian's hand and walked towards the distance. Beside Xiaoan, Hua De suddenly said, "Saint, this." Xiaoan slowly closed his eyes. "I lost." Hua De frowned slightly. "How is this possible?" "You." "Shut up." Xiaoan suddenly turned to look at Hua De. "From now on, I'll castrate you if you speak any more nonsense." Hua De. On the other side, Qing'er took Yi Xian towards the mountains in the distance. Qing'er held Yi Xian's hand, and the two of them walked very slowly. Yi Xian suddenly said, "Qing'er, what level of strength do I have to reach to jump out of this universe?" Qing'er said, "About 10 times stronger than that white-haired old man." Yi Xian. Qing'er turned to look at Yi Xian. "It's not that easy to jump out of a universe. But I believe you can do it." Yi Xian smiled. "I will definitely do it." Qing'er nodded. "I will wait for you." After saying that, she paused and said, "No matter how long it takes." Yi Xian's heart was filled with warmth. He held Qing'er's hand tightly. Just like that, the brother and sister slowly walked into the distance. About half an hour later, Qing'er suddenly stopped. "I have to go." Yi Xian looked at Qing'er. "Is this avatar going to disappear?" Qing'er nodded. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, "All right." Qing'er looked at Yi Xian and said softly, "Live well. You're my only motivation to live on. Without you, my life will become meaningless." Yi Xian smiled bitterly. "Qing'er, do you not care about anyone else besides me?" Qing'er shook her head. "No." Yi Xian was silent. Qing'er gently stroked Yi Xian's cheek. "If you can't keep up with me, then wait for me. Wait until I reach the end of this universe. Then I will come back for you." With that, her body became illusory. Yi Xian smiled. "I want you to wait for me." Qing'er smiled, "Then I'll wait for you to come find me." Yi Xian said seriously, "I won't let you wait too long." Qing'er nodded. "All right." With that, she disappeared. She left just like that. Yi Xian was silent for a moment. Then, he said softly, "Wait for me. I can't let Qing'er down. Qing'er has sacrificed too much for me." Right at this moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly sounded from the side. Yi Xian collected his thoughts and turned around. It was Xiaoan. At this moment, Xiaoan wasn't the same Xiaoan from before. Xiaoan gazed at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Yi Xian said with a smile, "Are you leaving?" Xiaoan replied, "Soon." Yi Xian thought for a moment and asked, "Are you going back to take revenge?" Xiaoan shook her head. "My current strength is far inferior to when I was overthrown. So, I need to recover my strength first." She paused for a moment and continued, "I want to stay with Xiao Ta for a while longer." Yi Xian came to an understanding. Xiaoan wants to use Xiao Ta to recover his strength. Indeed, there's no better place to cultivate than Xiao Ta. Xiaoan glanced at Yi Xian. Can I? Yi Xian smiled. How long? Xiaoan fell silent for a moment. I don't know. Yi Xian frowned. Are you badly injured? Xiaoan nodded. A little. Yi Xian was slightly hesitant. Xiaoan's background wasn't simple, and his opponent wasn't simple either. Even though he wasn't afraid of trouble, he didn't want to cause trouble for no reason. Xiaoan continued. It won't take too long. I really need this bit of time. Yi Xian said with a smile, all right. Xiaoan glanced at Yi Xian. Thank you. Yi Xian said, there's no need to thank me. Just keep fire virtue in check. No one will be able to protect him if he talks back to Qing'er like this again. Xiaoan nodded. Don't worry. He'll be fire virtue obediently in the future. Yi Xian blinked. Can I ask you if there's anything I don't understand? Xiaoan replied, sure. Yi Xian asked, what realm are you at? Xiaoan replied, the molded soul realm. Yi Xian's brows furrowed. The molded soul realm? Xiaoan nodded. Above the ancient god realm is the molded body realm, and above the molded soul realm is the molded soul realm. Simply put, after reaching the ancient god realm, one can mold a divine body, a godhead, and a divine soul. Finally, one can break away from the mortal body and become a god. Become a god? Yi Xian asked solemnly, are you considered a god? Xiaoan nodded. Yes. Yi Xian asked again, then what does Qing'er belong to? Xiaoan asked, the senior just now? Yi Xian nodded. After a moment of silence, Xiaoan answered, I don't know. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiaoan looked at Yi Xian. I don't know what realm she has reached. At this moment, her heart was filled with shock. Even she couldn't sense what realm the plain-dressed woman had reached. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that even the terrifying Xiaoan couldn't sense Qing'er's strength. Xiaoan said softly, her strength is beyond my understanding. Saying that, she slowly closed her eyes. In truth, she was extremely shocked at this moment. She was the top expert of her generation, and there was almost no one stronger than her. But she didn't expect that plain-dressed woman's strength to exceed her understanding. How terrifying was this? At this time, Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, Xiaoan, stay with Xiao Ta and recuperate. Xiaoan nodded, many thanks. Yi Xian smiled, you're welcome. Xiaoan glanced at Yi Xian and nodded slightly, if there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Yi Xian said, of course. Xiaoan nodded and turned to leave. Of course, she took Fire De with her. After Xiaoan left, Yi Xian opened his palm and the azure profound sword appeared in his hand. Yi Xian hastily asked, Xiao Han, have you broken through? Xiao Han answered excitedly, not yet. But I can break through at any time. Yi Xian said, then hurry up and break through. Xiao Han said, young lord, if I choose to break through, I might need to go into seclusion for a period of time. Yi Xian smiled, it's fine, go into seclusion. I can handle the matters outside. Xiao Han said, all right. Then young lord, take care. Yi Xian laughed heartily, all right. Xiao Han entered seclusion. This time, Xiao Han directly devoured more than 1,000,000 souls, including many ancient God Realm masters. It could be said that Xiao Han really made a killing this time, and Yi Xian was also looking forward to the Azure Profound Sword's breakthrough. The current Azure Profound Sword was already close to invincible. If it broke through again, how terrifying would it be? Without thinking too much, Yi Xian left Xiao Ta. He did not linger in Nightmare Starfield but returned to Azure Province. Time to have children. As for the God's Cemetery, he was not in a hurry. It was not too late to take revenge after having children. Having children was the most important thing. Otherwise, Tuoba Yen would be too lonely in Azure Province alone. God's Cemetery. In front of a tomb, the left hall master's face was extremely ugly because Venerable Yu's tomb had shattered. This meant that Venerable Yu, who went out to search for the plain-dressed woman, was dead. Was he killed by the plain-dressed woman? The left hall master frowned, his eyes filled with doubt. With Venerable Yu's strength, unless the universal law intervened, no one could kill him. Could it be that the universal law intervened? With this thought in mind, the left hall master turned and left. A moment later, the left hall master arrived at the grand hall. He walked up to the statue of the female Venerable and bowed slightly. Venerable. The statue opened her eyes, and then the left hall master spoke in a low voice, Venerable, you is dead. The woman frowned slightly, he's dead as well? The left hall master nodded, he's dead as well. It might have been the supreme law that did it. The woman's brows knit together even more tightly when she heard this. A short moment later, the woman said, if it really was her, then I'll kill Xianxia myself. As soon as she finished speaking, she closed her eyes slowly, and the statue returned to normal. High up in the clouds, Fan Duo, who was teaching Daoyi, suddenly raised her head because a woman was walking over slowly from afar. It was the Supreme Exalt, Taoyi. Taoyi walked over to Fan Duo. Did you kill my subordinates? Fan Duo frowned slightly. I killed your subordinates? Taoyi stared fixedly at Fan Duo. I've lost 2 ancient god realm subordinates. Who else could it be but you? Fan Duo chuckled. Taoyi, do you think I would make a move against 2 ancient god realm ants? Taoyi spoke coldly. Both of them died because they targeted Xianxia, and Xianxia is one of your subordinates. Besides you, I can't think of anyone else who would kill them. Fan Duo thought for a moment and said, Taoyi, I'm actually a little curious. There's no enmity between you and Xianxia, so why do you keep trying to kill him? What's in it for you? Could it be because he's one of my subordinates? Taoyi's expression was icy cold. You seem to be mistaken. It was your subordinates who killed my subordinates first. Fan Duo shook her head. There's no point in talking about that. As opponents of many years, I just want to give you a piece of advice. Don't offend that kid for no reason. If you have something against him, then target me. Really? Taoyi walked over to Fan Duo and stared fixedly at her. The more you care about him, the more I want him dead. Fan Duo glanced at Taoyi, and then she started laughing from extreme rage. I beg you to kill him. Quickly go kill him. If you don't kill him, I'll look down on you. Go quickly, I'll cheer for you. Taoyi laughed. It seems that you really care about her. Seeing that you care about him so much, I'm really happy, really. Fan Duo was speechless. Ciyi left. Whereas Fan Duo was speechless, she and Ciyi could be considered arch-enemies, and they had never been on good terms. She didn't expect that Ciyi would go after Xianxia. Could that guy Xianxia be targeted? Fan Duo shook her head. Ciyi going after Xianxia wasn't a bad thing for her, because if Ciyi provoked the plain-dressed woman, he would die without a doubt. However, she was worried that the plain-dressed woman was temperamental. If something really happened to Xianxia, that woman would kill everyone here. At this time, Daoyi suddenly said, Master, she seems to hate you a lot. Fan Duo nodded. I also hate her a lot. Daoyi smiled faintly. Can you tell me more? Fan Duo smiled. My master and her master belong to the same master, so we can be considered to be from the same sect. And her master died in my master's hands. Daoyi asked, revenge for killing your master? Fan Duo nodded. Daoyi's voice was soft. No wonder. Fan Duo walked to the side and looked down, speaking in a soft voice. 2 ancient god realm masters have fallen. I wonder if she was the one who made a move. Daoyi suddenly asked, Master, how many supreme masters are there in this universe? Fan Duo answered, about 4. 4, Daoyi nodded, looking pensive. Fan Duo suddenly said, that woman will probably go after him like crazy. Daoyi did not reply. Fan Duo turned to Daoyi, smiling, aren't you worried? Daoyi softly said, shouldn't we be worried about her? Fan Duo blanked for a second, then smiled, indeed. As she said this, her expression suddenly changed. She turned around with disbelief in her eyes. Daoyi asked, what's wrong? Fan Duo solemnly said, that woman has broken the laws below. Now, ancient god realm masters are no longer restricted. Daoyi looked at Fan Duo. Is she declaring war on you? Fan Duo nodded. You can say so. Daoyi asked in a deep voice, will she deal with him personally? After a short moment of silence, Fan Duo said, I'll go hold her back. After saying that, she disappeared directly. Daoyi remained silent, his eyes filled with worry. After staying in the Azure Prefecture for a few days, Xianxia left the Azure Prefecture and headed for the Tomb of the Gods. Vengeance must be taken. In the god's graveyard, the left hall stood in front of the statue of the woman. The statue looked down at the left hall. That woman is currently restraining my main body. I cannot come to this world. I have already broken the nomological power of this world. You can come and go as you please. The left hall master bowed slightly. Understood. The female statue looked at the left hall master. Don't disappoint me again. The left hall master said, definitely not. The statue slowly closed her eyes. The left hall master turned and left. As soon as he left the hall, he frowned. In the next moment, he disappeared on the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already in the graveyard. At this moment, Xian was also there. Xian had come looking for him of his own accord. The left hall master looked at Xian. Unlike before, there was a solemn look in his eyes. The god's graveyard had already lost 2 ancient god realm experts. If he still looked down on Xian, then he would truly be a fool. Moreover, Xian had come to the god's graveyard of his own accord. There was definitely something fishy going on. Xian smiled. You're looking for me? The left hall master glanced at Xian. Did you kill Venerable you? Xian smiled. Take a guess. A complicated look flashed through the left hall master's eyes. The stupidest thing we've ever done in the god's graveyard was to target you because of a small grotto heaven. However, we had no choice. The outside world is like an ant to us. We won't argue with an ant about right or wrong. Now, you have the right to argue with us, but it's already too late. Xian nodded. It's indeed too late. Either you kill me, or I'll destroy you. The left hall master smiled. Come, Xian. Let me see how monstrous you are. The space around the left hall master and Xian suddenly changed. In the next moment, the two arrived in a deathly stillness in the starry sky. Space-time shift. The left hall master was about to make a move when Xian suddenly said, You can come out. The left hall master smiled. Yes. Xian said solemnly, As far as I know, there are restrictions outside. You can't come out as you please. However, Venerable Mu and Venerable you were able to come out. In other words, you have a supremacy helping you from behind. The left hall master nodded. Yes. Xian smiled. So it was a supremacy who wanted to kill me. But I don't understand. When did I offend a supremacy? The left hall master looked at Xian. Isn't the supremacy behind you the supreme law of the universe? Xian frowned. Who told you that? The left hall master frowned as well. Isn't the person behind you the supreme law of the universe? Xian smiled. If I'm not wrong, the supremacy behind you thinks I'm one of her people. That's why she made you go against me so desperately, right? The left hall master's expression suddenly turned ugly. Xian wasn't a member of the supreme law. If he wasn't a member of the supreme law, then whose was Xian's person? It was impossible for an ordinary person to nurture such a monstrous genius. At this moment, the left hall master really regretted it. Why did they have to provoke Xian? Regardless of whether Xian was a supremacy's person or not, they shouldn't have provoked him. It really wasn't worth it. Would there be any benefits in killing Xian? No. If Xian was just an ordinary person and killing him would make them feel better, then they would kill him. However, the problem was that Xian wasn't an ordinary person. What a loss. Even if he went back on his word now, it would be meaningless. The supremacy had personally given the order to eliminate Xian, so he couldn't possibly go against the supremacy's order. The left hall master collected his thoughts and looked at Xian. Let's fight. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and a ball of black energy suddenly rose slowly from it. In the distance, Xian smiled. He opened his palm, and the mausoleum of swords appeared in his hand. Then, he walked towards the left hall master. He walked very slowly, but he was very calm and confident. The left hall master stared fixedly at Xian. A moment later, he suddenly slapped the ball of black energy in front of him. Boom! In an instant, the surrounding stars turned pitch black. Domain, it was a form of domain. As the star field turned pitch black, in the endless darkness, streams of terrifying devouring power surged towards Xian like a tide. They were going to devour him. The devouring energy had even devoured the spatial energy in this area. Xian suddenly stopped moving, and then he held the mausoleum of swords horizontally in front of him. Defend! As soon as he finished speaking, the sword domain appeared, the invincible sword domain. as soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, the devouring energy had stopped around 3 m away from Yi Xian. It couldn't enter. The area where Yi Xian resided was an invincible area. It was impenetrable by all techniques. Even the devouring energy was unable to corrode Yi Xian's sword domain. It was his strongest defense. The left hall master's expression became slightly unsightly when he witnessed this scene. The sword domain. Yi Xian smiled. Yes. The left hall master asked, you created it yourself? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, my father taught me. Xiao Ta was slightly surprised. Why does this young master suddenly want to save face this time? The left hall master gazed at Yi Xian. Who's your father? Yi Xian chuckled, a very formidable swordsman. The left hall master fell silent for a moment, and then he suddenly vanished on the spot. In the next moment, a powerful force blasted towards Yi Xian. At this moment, the entire deathly silent starry sky started to die bit by bit. However, that force was still obstructed outside the sword domain. It couldn't advance an inch. Yi Xian was slightly shocked in his heart as he gazed at the left hall master. The sword domain was much more terrifying than he'd imagined. It really was the strongest defense. Even an ancient god realm expert like him was unable to break through his domain. How formidable! The left hall master retreated to his original position and stared fixedly at the area where Yi Xian was standing. Yi Xian's sword domain was far stronger than he'd imagined. Yi Xian suddenly laughed. Come, take my sword. As soon as his voice fell, he vanished on the spot. In the distance, the left hall master's expression changed abruptly, and he punched out. With a single punch, a powerful fist aura instantly shattered the entire star field. Head on, it was a tit for tat. At this time, Yi Xian's sword arrived. Rumble, as a wave of sword light exploded, the left hall master retreated tens of thousands of zhang away. Sword draw to decide life and death. 880 overlapping sword draws to decide life and death. The left hall master's body started to vanish as soon as he stopped. One sword to shatter his body. The left hall master found it hard to believe. He raised his head to look at Yi Xian and was about to speak when Yi Xian raised his finger lightly. Rise. Chi. Before the left hall master could react, his head flew into the air. One sword cut off his head. Instant kill. With a wave of his right hand, Yi Xian locked onto the left hall master's powerful soul with a sword light. This was a powerful soul that could nourish Xiao Hun. The left hall master's soul stared fixedly at Yi Xian. At this moment, his heart was filled with fear. He had never imagined that he would be defeated so easily. Wasn't Yi Xian only at the space-time realm? At this moment, the left hall master could sense that Yi Xian was indeed only at the space-time realm, but why was his battle prowess so terrifying? There was no answer. Yi Xian did not waste any words. He directly sent the left hall master into Xiao Ta's body for Xiao Hun to absorb. In any case, for Xiao Hun, this kind of powerful soul was better than nothing. In the starry sky, Yi Xian looked at the mausoleum of swords in his hand, a faint smile on his face. The current Huang Xiaolong could easily kill an ancient god realm master without the profound azure sword. Invincible. Yi Xian suddenly laughed. At this moment, he felt invincible, truly invincible, and this feeling was really a kind of loneliness. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian suddenly returned to Xiao Ta. He came before Xiaoan and said with a smile, Xiaoan, I have a defensive sword skill. Try attacking me. Xiaoan glanced at Yi Xian. Are you sure? Yi Xian laughed. Of course. As he spoke, he directly took out his sword domain. Invincible within the sword domain, Yi Xian looked at Xiaoan and said with a smile, come. Xiaoan thought for a moment, then disappeared on the spot. The next moment, boom, the sword domain instantly shattered. Yi Xian's entire body was instantly sent flying several tens of thousands of zhang away, finally smashing heavily into a mountain. Among the rubble, Yi Xian continuously spat out blood. His eyes were somewhat dazed. I don't want to cultivate anymore. What's the point of cultivating hard? Defeated in one move. At this moment, Yi Xian was a little shocked. What happened to being invincible? His confidence of being invincible vanished at this moment. Xiaoan walked in front of Yi Xian and pulled Yi Xian up. Yi Xian looked at Xiaoan. How much strength did you use just now? Xiaoan thought for a moment and said, 30%. Yi Xian lay down again. Don't pull me. I'll lie down for a while. Xiaoan was speechless. 30%, Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Xiaoan had only used 30% of her strength and almost killed him. If she had used a little more, would he still have a chance to live? Moreover, Xiaoan was not at her peak. What happened to the invincible sword domain? Yi Xian shook his head with a bitter smile. Xiaoan sat next to Yi Xian and said softly, "Your sword technique is very strong." Yi Xian turned to look at Xiaoan. Xiaoan looked at Yi Xian. "Very strong." She said it very seriously. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. "But I can't even take 30% of your strength." Xiaoan said softly, "I've been cultivating for at least 1,000,000 years." 1,000,000 years, Yi Xian fell silent. Xiaoan continued, "The reason why you find it unbelievable is because you haven't taken my strength seriously." Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Indeed. In his opinion, his current strength should be the kind that would not be weak against anyone except for the 3 swords. However, the cruel reality told him that he was still far from it. Xiaoan glanced at Yi Xian. "These sword techniques of yours have endless potential. Cultivate them well because the current you is still unable to unleash their true power." After saying that, she got up and walked into the distance. Yi Xian also got up and left after a moment of silence. Of course, he would not be defeated. On the contrary, he was a little happy, because failure would allow him to discover his own shortcomings. He still had a long way to go. On the other side, Fire De was beside Xiaoan. He said, "Holy Venerable, the person behind this guy is so strong. Should we use him to deal with Ancient Devil?" Xiaoan suddenly turned around and slapped him. "Pa!" The fire virtue was sent flying. Fire De was dumbfounded. Xiaoan coldly glanced at Fire De and said, "If he treats me with sincerity, I will treat him with sincerity." With that, he quickly disappeared into the distance. Hua De felt a little wronged. Xiao Ta suddenly appeared in front of Fire De. "You were beaten again? TSK. Does it hurt?" Fire De, very soon, one tower and one fire started fighting again. Yi Xian had returned to the graveyard of the gods. Naturally, he would not give up so easily. The graveyard of the exterminating gods. Yi Xian arrived at the graveyard. There were tens of thousands of tombs in the graveyard. Looking at the tombs, Yi Xian thought, "Damn, don't tell me they're all ancient god realm masters." At this time, Yi Xian suddenly turned around. Not far behind him stood an old man. The old man was staring at him. Yi Xian sized up the old man. This old man was also an ancient god realm master. The old man said softly, "The left reverend is dead." Yi Xian nodded, "Yes." The old man glanced at Yi Xian, "You killed him." Yi Xian smiled, "Yes." Saying so, he looked around, "I'll let you fight the best." He was the best at fighting. The old man was silent for a moment, then said, "You want to find the strongest?" Yi Xian nodded, "Yes." "Or, all of you can come at me together." The old man glanced at Yi Xian, then said, "I'll take you to the strongest. But the other side is very, very strong. Do you dare to go?" Yi Xian laughed heartily, "I'm invincible." "Do as you wish." The old man nodded, "Follow me." With that said, he turned around and walked to the side. Yi Xian followed, and a while later, the old man led Yi Xian to a palace. Yi Xian looked at the palace and couldn't deny that it was luxurious. Yi Xian looked at the old man, "Inside?" The old man nodded, "Yes." With that said, the old man walked into the palace. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then followed behind the old man. Experts like Xiaoan were extremely rare. As long as it wasn't this kind of expert, he was invincible. The old man led Yi Xian into the inner palace. The old man stopped in front of the female statue, then turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at the female statue, "It's her?" The old man nodded. Yi Xian was about to speak when the female statue suddenly opened her eyes. Yi Xian frowned, he had an uneasy feeling. The old man bowed slightly to the female statue, "Supremacy, we can't do anything to this person." He didn't choose to fight to the death with Yi Xian. Even the left hall master had died at Yi Xian's hands, and this meant that the graveyard of the gods couldn't do anything to Yi Xian anymore. In order to not lose any more people, he directly brought Yi Xian to see the Supremacy. "Didn't you want to kill Yi Xian, Supremacy? Do it yourself." Staying alive was more important than pleasing the Supremacy. The woman looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then said, "Are you the strongest here?" The woman was expressionless, "Yes." Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, I'm just here to take a look, nothing else. Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and ran. However, as soon as he ran to the entrance of the hall, an invisible barrier blocked his path, and then a terrifying aura enveloped him. Yi Xian's face instantly sank. Damn it, I was too careless. Yi Xian turned around to look at the woman, and she said indifferently, why are you running? Yi Xian said in a low voice, you're that supremacy? The woman said coldly, very smart. Yi Xian smiled, I don't understand. There's no enmity between us, so why do you want to kill me? The woman looked at Yi Xian, what do you think? Yi Xian fell silent for a moment, then said, because of the supreme laws of the universe. The woman said, you're one of her people, so isn't it normal for me to kill you? Or did she not tell you about the enmity between us? Yi Xian frowned slightly, I'm one of her people? As he said, he hurriedly said, is there some kind of misunderstanding? The woman stared at Yi Xian, misunderstanding? What misunderstanding are you talking about? Yi Xian said seriously, I have nothing to do with her. We've only met twice. There's really no need to involve me in the enmity between you two. Disgusting. The woman suddenly said angrily, I really feel bad for that fan duo. Do you know that she didn't hesitate to block my real body for you, and you actually said that about her? Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? Yi Xian was a little speechless for a moment. That supreme law was helping him? He was a little embarrassed. The woman said again, the person she values is actually so unbearable. How ridiculous. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that the supreme law was actually helping him, however, he was a little puzzled as to why it was helping him. Although they had met before, it was complete nonsense to say that they had any feelings for each other. Moreover, his intuition told him that the supreme law didn't really want to see him. Meanwhile, the woman said, don't worry, I won't kill you just like that. I'll kill you in front of her. As she spoke, she slowly raised her right hand and pressed it down lightly in Yi Xian's direction. Bang, the space around Yi Xian started to shrink. Of course, Yi Xian wouldn't just stand there and wait for death. He immediately drew his sword and slashed. He drew his sword to decide life and death. Bang, the space around him collapsed with a bang. At the same time, the entire hall started to tremble violently. If it wasn't for the barrier around the hall, it would have been obliterated by that strike just now. The woman instantly frowned when she saw Yi Xian destroy her power. Meanwhile, cold sweat appeared on the forehead of the old man from the god's graveyard. Fortunately, he brought Yi Xian here. Otherwise, no one in the god's graveyard could suppress Yi Xian. The woman suddenly said, you have some ability. Yi Xian gazed at her, the enmity between you and her is between the two of you. I feel that there's no need to drag me into it. What do you think? The woman laughed coldly, who do you think you are? Are you even worthy of bargaining with me? I'm your ancestor. Yi Xian suddenly pointed his sword at the woman, don't you want to kill me? Come. I'm right here. I beg for death. The old man from the god's graveyard was dumbstruck. This fellow actually dares to treat an exalt like this. The woman stared fixedly at Yi Xian, I'll fulfill your wish. As she spoke, she suddenly opened her right hand and was about to attack. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly charged forward and swiftly drew his sword and slashed at the statue. Draw to decide life and death, 880 overlapped sword draws. The woman flicked her sleeve. Bang, an expanse of sword energy shattered, and then Yi Xian instantly retreated explosively to the entrance of the hall. Meanwhile, over a dozen flying swords suddenly arrived by the woman's side. However, all of them stopped when they were just a dozen inches away from the woman. They couldn't get close at all. The woman gazed at Yi Xian while a wisp of disdain arose on the corners of her mouth, the strength of an ant. As she spoke, she pressed her fingers together and swept them lightly. Bang, the flying swords instantly shattered. The woman suddenly threw a punch at Yi Xian from a distance away. Yi Xian's pupils constricted, and he swiftly raised his sword to block. Invincible sword domain, bang. In an instant, the sword domain he resided in had warped while formidable energy ceaselessly struck his sword domain. However, he forcefully resisted it in the end. The woman frowned when she witnessed this scene. Sword domain. Yi Xian gazed at the woman, and then he pressed his fingers together. Hiss. The statue's throat suddenly split open, one sword to the head. Almost at the same time, the woman pressed down lightly with her right hand. With this pressure, the crack on her throat returned to normal. Xian's face darkened when he saw this. I can't beat him. Since he couldn't win, he didn't hesitate at all. He turned around and slashed with his sword. Boom, the space suddenly shattered, and the next moment, he directly fled outside. The woman glanced at Xian, who had already fled outside the main hall, and said expressionlessly, trying to escape? You are thinking too much. As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her right hand and clenched it lightly. Time reversal. Boom, Xian, who had already escaped outside the hall, suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he reappeared in the hall, maintaining his previous escape posture. At this moment, time flowed backward. Supreme Being, inside the hall, Xian's face darkened. He knew that he had underestimated these so-called Supreme Beings. Xianxia could disregard masters of this level, even Xiaoan, but there was still a big gap between him and a master of this level. He couldn't stay with Xianxia for too long, otherwise, everyone would look like ants in his eyes. The woman looked at Xian. Didn't you say you wanted to run? Keep running. Xian collected his thoughts, looking at the woman. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? Saying so, he disappeared from the spot. In the distance, a sword light fell from the top of the woman's head. The corner of the woman's mouth curved into a mocking smile, flicking her sleeve. Boom, Xian was sent flying, but he did not fly out of the hall because another invisible barrier appeared at the hall's entrance. When Xian came to a stop, a trickle of blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then turned to look at the woman's statue. Although this woman was not in her true form, an ancient God Realm Master could not be compared to her. The difference between a Supreme Being and an ancient God Realm Master was like heaven and earth. The woman suddenly raised her right hand and pressed down. In the distance, Xian's eyes narrowed. The space above his head suddenly poured down like a great mountain. Xian's right hand raised the sword horizontally to block. Sword domain, boom, Xian's body trembled violently. Although the sword domain blocked this terrifying force, Xian was clearly suffering. His face was extremely pale, and blood flowed out of his mouth. The woman's heart was also filled with shock. She did not expect Xian to be able to hold out until now, not to mention Xian, even if it was an ancient God Realm Master, this avatar of hers could kill him in a second, but Xian had endured until now. There was something wrong with this guy. In order to avoid any changes, the woman's eyes flashed with a trace of cold-killing intent. She opened her palm, and countless blood-red talismans suddenly appeared in the hall. The moment these blood-red talismans ignited, the space Xian was in began to burn. Xian's face darkened. What kind of power is this? Xian activated the invincible sword domain once more. The space around him returned to normal the moment the invincible sword domain appeared, but his face swiftly turned pale. His sword domain was withstanding that terrifying power. At this time, Xiaoan's voice suddenly sounded in Xian's mind. This is a divine spell. The woman in front of you is not simple. Xian blinked. And, what is a divine spell? Xiaoan said, it's an extremely ancient technique, be careful. Xian said, don't you want to exchange a few blows with this woman? Xiaoan replied with a question, it's best if I don't. Because if I do, then I might draw an even stronger enemy to me. Xian suddenly said, didn't you attack Xianxia just now? Xiaoan replied, the workings of the heavens are automatically concealed wherever she is. Can you not? Xian was speechless. Xiaoan continued, she isn't in her main body, so you can deal with her. Xian smiled, all right. As he spoke, he gazed at the woman. At this moment, the space around his sword domain was burning. Moreover, his sword domain wouldn't be able to hold on for long. I have to take the initiative to attack. Xian suddenly withdrew his sword domain, and then he took a step forward. As soon as he did, the blood within him started to boil. Bloodline energy, bang, Xian was completely covered in blood. The woman frowned when she saw Xian activate his bloodline energy. Your bloodline. Xian suddenly vanished on the spot, and a blood-red sword light suddenly slashed down from above the woman's head. Draw the sword to decide life and death, but this time, it wasn't 880, but 960. After activating the power of the bloodline, his strength had received a huge boost. Because his bloodline was also a growth-type bloodline, the stronger he was, the stronger his bloodline leaves would be. The woman's eyes narrowed as the sword descended, and she pressed her fingers together to block. Bang! The statue instantly retreated into the depths of the hall. and the entire hall split apart at this moment. The old man from the god's graveyard was forced into a corner by the powerful sword aura. The old man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glanced at Yixian in disbelief. This guy is so powerful, he can actually force a sovereign back with a single strike. Although the sovereign before him wasn't in her main body, she was still a sovereign, but this guy actually forced a sovereign back with a single strike. What kind of monster did the god's graveyard provoke? In the distance, the woman who'd been pushed back by Yixian had a look of disbelief in her eyes. You. Yixian suddenly vanished on the spot and slashed at the woman again. A ferocious look flashed through the woman's eyes. You're courting death. As she spoke, she clenched her right hand into a fist and smashed it forward. Rumble. As soon as the two forces collided, the entire hall suddenly trembled violently, and then it exploded into nothingness. The barrier's energy had vanished without a trace. The woman stared fixedly at Yixian. No wonder they couldn't kill you. I have to say that even I underestimated you. Yixian suddenly pressed his fingers together and pointed at the woman. Slash. As soon as he spoke, over a dozen flying swords slashed towards the woman from all directions. The woman flicked her sleeve. Bang! The flying swords instantly shattered. Meanwhile, Yixian appeared above the woman, and then he drew his sword and slashed. Meanwhile, the woman's body suddenly became illusory. Bang! As soon as Yixian's sword descended, a strand of formidable force suddenly surged from the sword in his hand to his entire body. Rumble! Yixian's figure was instantly blasted flying, and he flew for an entire 30 km. Meanwhile, the woman appeared in front of him again, and then she smashed her fist down towards Yixian's head. It was a very calm punch, and it was even very, very slow. However, Yixian's expression changed abruptly. That was because this woman's punch had surpassed time, it had surpassed space and time. Yixian didn't dare act carelessly, and he hurriedly activated his sword domain. Bang! Yixian was pushed back by another 30 kilometers, but he'd forcefully resisted the woman's punch. If it wasn't for the sword domain, then he wouldn't have been able to resist a single attack from her. The gap between them was quite huge. Yixian wiped off the blood on the corners of his mouth, and then he gazed at the woman. The woman opened her palm, and then a ball of flame suddenly arose within it. In the next moment, an ocean of flame suddenly appeared above Yixian. The woman's cherry lips parted slightly. Incinerate. As soon as she finished speaking, the space around Yixian's sword domain instantly started burning. Yixian suddenly issued a command in his heart, and then countless rays of sword light crisscrossed around him. However, his sword wasn't able to slash apart the flames. The woman stared at Yixian and said, "Let me see how long your sword domain can persist for." Yixian slowly sheathed his sword in his right hand, and then he slowly closed his eyes. Bang! A strand of formidable sword energy suddenly swept out from within him. The woman stared at Yixian while she slowly clenched her left fist. Yixian had given her too many surprises. There were truly too many pleasant surprises and surprises. In the distance, Yixian suddenly opened his eyes, and then he swiftly drew his sword and slashed. Hiss! This slash instantly tore apart the flames in front of him. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly appeared in front of him, and then she smashed her fist towards him. The heavens and the earth trembled with this single punch. This punch smashed directly onto Yixian's descending sword. Rumble! Yixian instantly retreated explosively. At the instant that Yixian retreated, the woman suddenly pressed forward and smashed her fist towards Yixian again. Yixian's pupils constricted, and he raised his sword to block it. Rumble! Yixian instantly retreated over 30 kilometers away along with his sword. After he stopped moving, Yixian spat out a mouthful of blood essence. However, the woman didn't give Yixian a chance. She appeared in front of Yixian again and was about to attack when Yixian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Bang! A blood-red ray of sword light slashed straight down towards the woman's head. Moreover, the woman's figure suddenly became illusory. Rumble! The sword light was instantly shattered as soon as it descended, and then Yixian retreated explosively once more. Meanwhile, Xiaoan's voice suddenly resounded in Yixian's mind. That's a divine body. Your sword can't harm her. A divine body. Yixian wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth and said, "But this isn't her true body." Xiaoan said, "It isn't her true body, but this clone of hers is a body as well. Ordinary swords can't harm it. So you have to use that divine sword of yours." The green mystic. Yixian's face fell. The green mystic sword was still breaking through. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly said, "Come. Let me see how monstrous you are." As she spoke, she suddenly pressed her fingers together and pointed them at Xian from afar. Rumble, the space where Xian resided suddenly exploded apart, and then countless strands of mysterious energy shot towards Xian. The energy of space. Xian was shocked. This time, he didn't utilize his sword domain, and he went head-on against it instead. He drew his sword and slashed again. However, he didn't execute sword draw to decide life and death this time. He drew his sword madly, he slashed it wildly, bang. Bang. Bang, bang. Bang. Numerous rays of light shot out like a storm from the space where Xian resided. In an instant, the energy of space in the surroundings was completely blasted into pieces. Not far away, the woman frowned. Have you gone mad? Xian's eyes gradually turned blood red, and he laughed fiercely. Come. Continue. As he spoke, his figure vanished on the spot. An expanse of blood-red light flashed like a thunderclap. The woman took a step forward, and with that step, the blood-colored sword light was forced to a stop by her. It was Xian. Rumble. Xian wasn't even able to react before his figure was blasted flying again. However, over a dozen blood-red flying swords shot towards the woman at the exact same instant that he was blasted flying. The woman waved her hand lightly. Bang! The flying swords instantly vanished without a trace. The woman gazed at Xian, and Xian had stood up again. He'd been struck down over and over again, but he'd stood up again and again. The killing intent in the woman's eyes grew denser as she gazed at Xian, who'd stood up again. The woman slowly clenched her right fist, and then an invisible force suddenly swept through the heavens and the earth. At the same time, Xian's pupils constricted. At this moment, he sensed the aura of death. Death. Xian suddenly roared with laughter. Woman, didn't you want to kill me? I seek death. Come, kill me. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly swung his sword. He sought death with this strike. He didn't seek victory with this strike, he sought death. Author's note: I seek votes on the last day. I've been working hard to accumulate more manuscripts, and I'll erupt once I accumulate more. Seeking death with a single strike. At the instant that Xian attacked, the entire world suddenly collapsed. Seeking death. At this moment, Xian's aura had reached a peak. The mysterious energy in the world was directly crushed by his aura. At the same time, a ray of light slashed towards the woman. The woman opened her right hand, and then she lightly pushed it forward. Bang! She'd actually forcefully blocked Xian's attack. However, the gods' graveyard that they resided in had started to die bit by bit. Their strength was too formidable, and the world was utterly unable to endure it. A moment of silence ensued. Bang! The woman was forcefully pushed 300 m back by Xian's attack, and she just stopped when Xian suddenly pressed his fingers together. Head snatch. It was the head snatch technique that was enhanced by the power of his bloodline. The woman's throat suddenly split open. She frowned slightly, and then she pressed down lightly with her right hand. Her throat returned to normal. Meanwhile, Xian suddenly charged in front of her, drew his sword, and slashed. Bang! In an instant, the woman was pushed over 300 m back. She'd just stopped when over a dozen blood-red flying swords slashed towards her. The woman raised her arm to block it. Bang! The sword light shattered, and the woman was pushed back another 300 m. When she finally stopped, her entire body was covered in cracks. Xian was just about to attack again when the woman suddenly flicked her sleeve. Xian's pupils constricted, and he raised his sword to block it. The invincible sword domain. Bang! The space where Xian resided was suddenly obliterated, but Xian was still there, and his invincible sword domain had forcefully blocked the woman's formidable strength. Actually, if he didn't have the invincible sword domain, then he wouldn't even have the chance to attack. Because he wouldn't be able to withstand a single attack from the woman without the invincible sword domain. The woman glanced at her cracked body. After a moment of silence, she gazed at Xian. At this moment, there was a rare trace of seriousness in her eyes. Xian's current strength was still like an ant to her. However, Xian's sword skills were not simple at all, especially this sword domain. He was actually able to block her power. This was not normal. There was also the power of Xian's bloodline, which was also very abnormal. In any case, Xian was a little abnormal. Right at this moment, Xian suddenly took a deep breath, and then numerous strands of sword energy surged incessantly from within him. The woman looked at Xian. Continue. Yi Xian looked at the woman. Then let's continue. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared on the spot. The woman flicked her sleeve. Rumble, the space in front of the woman exploded, and a powerful force instantly engulfed Yi Xian's sword light. At this moment, countless flying swords suddenly slashed at the woman. A flying sword condensed from the sword of space-time. These flying swords were extremely fast, but no matter how fast they were, they could not get close to the woman. The only real threats to the woman were draw the sword to decide life and death and decapitation. Although the woman was powerful, Yi Xian's sword domain could block her power. However, if this continued, it would be more and more disadvantageous for Yi Xian. On the other side, the elder in the graveyard of gods stared at Yi Xian, who was fighting with the supreme woman in the distance. At this moment, he could be said to be extremely shocked. This Yi Xian was actually so powerful. Were the left hall master and the others crazy? They actually went against this freak. As for the woman fighting with Yi Xian, she became more and more shocked because she discovered that the bigger Yi Xian was, the stronger he was. Soon, she understood. Yi Xian was using her to practice his moves. Although Yi Xian had cultivated in Xiao Ta's body to some extent, he had never fought in real combat, and ordinary experts were not his match at all. However, he could not defeat those who were too strong, such as Xiaoan. The woman before him happened to be a suitable candidate. After the woman found out about Yi Xian's intentions, she naturally would not let Yi Xian have his way. She started to attack wildly, but Yi Xian's sword domain forcefully blocked all of her attacks. Not only that, but Yi Xian could also counterattack. As they fought, both sides entered a stalemate, and neither could do anything to the other. Yi Xian was at a slight disadvantage, but the woman could not kill him. Neither of them could do anything to the other, and the graveyard of gods was in trouble. Because both of them were destroying without restraint, the graveyard of gods did not dare to stop them. It could only take some graves with it and run away. This was the first time in history that the graveyard of gods had moved graves. At this moment, Yi Xian was suddenly blasted away. This time, the woman did not attack again. The woman looked at Yi Xian, and her statue body was covered in cracks. Yi Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and grinned. Continue. As he spoke, he was about to attack again. However, the woman's body suddenly became illusory. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Why did you stop? The woman did not speak. She just stared at Yi Xian, and then she gradually vanished. It didn't take long for her to vanish completely. Yi Xian frowned. Up in the clouds, Tongyi suddenly opened her eyes, and then her expression became ferocious. Aunt. As she spoke, she was about to leave and head to the lower dimensions. Meanwhile, Fan Duo appeared in front of her. Tongyi stared fixedly at her. You're trying to stop me. Fan Duo smiled. Your clone is gone? Tongyi stared at her. You seem very pleased with yourself. Fan Duo shook her head. Tongyi, we've been enemies for hundreds of thousands of years. Even though I really want you to die, you can't touch the man down there. Tongyi ridiculed. Do you think I can't touch him just because you say so? Fan Duo glanced at Tongyi. He's not one of my people. You can target me if you want to. Tongyi stared fixedly at Fan Duo. It doesn't matter if he's one of your people or not, because he's succeeded in infuriating me. He must die. Fan Duo sighed softly. Cultivation isn't easy. Why seek death? What a joke. Tongyi sneered. Who does he think he is? Killing him is courting death? Fan Duo spoke indifferently. Up to you. With that, she turned around and left. Tongyi fell silent. She didn't go look for Yi Xian because she'd noticed that something was off. After pondering for a moment, she turned around and left. In the god's graveyard, Yi Xian lay on the ground. He'd returned to normal. He'd gained a lot from the battle with the Supreme Woman. One had to admit that it was very easy for a person to grow through battle. In the beginning, he'd been practically suppressed by the woman, but later on, he was able to deal with her with ease. He couldn't just bury himself in cultivation, he had to constantly fight opponents. Yi Xian turned around and glanced at the surroundings. At this moment, all the experts of the god's graveyard had fled. Even the clone of a supreme couldn't kill Yi Xian, so the experts of the god's graveyard naturally wouldn't stay and wait for death. Yi Xian didn't go look for them because they were meaningless to him. Right at this moment, Xiaoan suddenly appeared by Yi Xian's side. She glanced at the surroundings and said, if that woman had been her true body, then you wouldn't have been able to last a single move. Yi Xian looked at Shaoan. Is there a huge gap between us? Shaoan nodded. Very. Yi Xian fell silent. Shaoan looked at Yi Xian. If you want to go against her, then you must overcome a threshold. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, what is it? Shaoan said, the laws. Yi Xian's brows furrowed slightly. The laws? Shaoan nodded. Every universe has its laws, and this universe has them too. The reason she was able to suppress you before was because she is above the laws. The reason you were able to go against her was because of those terrifying sword skills of yours. If it were any other sword skill, you would have been long dead. Yi Xian nodded. Indeed. As you said, the reason I was able to go against her was because of these sword skills that I created myself. Xiao Ta was speechless. Shaoan turned to look at Yi Xian. She just stared at Yi Xian as if she was meeting Yi Xian for the first time. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. What's wrong? Shaoan said, the sword skills that you created yourself? Yi Xian asked, what's wrong? Shaoan said, are you serious? Yi Xian blinked. You don't believe me? Shaoan hesitated for a moment before saying, you. I'll keep quiet. Yi Xian was speechless. Shaoan suddenly said, do you want to cultivate a divine body? Yi Xian looked at Shaoan. I'm only in the space-time realm now. Shaoan shook her head. It's fine. The cultivation system over there is different from here. The current you can already cultivate a divine body. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, I can directly skip several realms and cultivate a divine body? Shaoan said, I've already said that the cultivation system here is different from the cultivation system over there. You don't have to cultivate the next realms of this universe. Yi Xian blinked his eyes. Really? Shaoan nodded. Sure. Yi Xian smiled. All right. Shaoan nodded slightly. It's not difficult to cultivate a divine body. You need to first understand the difference between a mortal body and a divine body. It's a metamorphosis and a qualitative change from a mortal to a divine body. This process is like a cocoon turning into a butterfly. As she spoke, she suddenly pointed at the space between Yi Xian's eyebrows. Boom, countless information surged into the space between Yi Xian's eyebrows. After a moment, Shaoan retracted her finger and said, this is the cultivation method, as well as some of my insights and experiences. Yi Xian bowed slightly. Thank you. At this moment, his heart was undoubtedly shaken. Divine body, to Qing this was still like an ant. However, it was different for Yi Xian. He also wanted to reach the level of Qing and ignore all realms. However, he also understood that if he did not experience all the realms, how could he ignore all the realms? Yi Xian retracted his thoughts and returned to Xiao Ta. In the following time, he began to cultivate his divine body. Shaoan did not return to Xiao Ta. She slowly closed her eyes. As if she had sensed something, her pupils suddenly shrank. She suddenly raised her head, and somewhere far away, a man suddenly opened his eyes. In the next moment, the man's eyes were filled with fear. Holy Venerable! You're really still alive. As he spoke, he directly left the hall and went straight to a temple. In God's graveyard. Shaoan withdrew her gaze. Shaoan opened her palm and Fire De appeared in her hand. Shaoan looked at Fire De and said, you informed them. Fire De said, yes. Shaoan slowly closed her eyes. You want to drag Xiao Xuanzi down with you? Fire De said in a low voice, yes. Holy Venerable, we can only rely on the strength of the person behind him to kill the ancient devil and that woman. Shaoan suddenly clenched her right hand. Boom, Fire De's entire body became illusory. Shaoan looked at Fire De coldly. Are you telling me what to do? Fire De grinned, Holy Venerable, you can kill me, but even if you give me another chance, I will still do the same. Shaoan stared at Fire De, this matter has nothing to do with him, do you understand? Fire De nodded, I know it has nothing to do with him, but we must drag him down with us. We must make the ancient devil and that woman target him. Only then can the person behind him be with us. Shaoan slowly closed her eyes. Fire De said, Holy Venerable, in that battle, almost all of our people died. Without external help, it will be difficult for us to take revenge. And this Yi Xian, he is our best chance. Xiaoan glanced at Fire De. You can leave. Fire De was stunned. Xiaoan softly said, you swore to follow me, I can't bear to kill you, but I also don't want to keep you by my side. You can leave. Fire De trembled, Holy Venerable, you can scold me, you can kill me, but you can't drive me away. Xiaoan shook her head, I told you, if he treats me with sincerity, I will treat him with sincerity. He let us recuperate in Xiao Ta's body, but we schemed against him. Such behavior is shameful. Saying that, she glanced at Fire De. Fire De, I know you are doing this for my own good. You also want revenge, but even if it is revenge, you should not resort to unscrupulous means. Whether it is a human or a god, there should be a bottom line. You have followed me for many years, I can't bear to kill you, but I also can't keep you. You can leave. Fire De begged, Holy Venerable, I have no home, if you drive me away, where can I go? At this moment, Xian suddenly appeared on the scene. He heard the conversation between Xiaoan and Fire De. Xiaoan looked at Xian, we should part ways. Xian looked at Xiaoan, are you afraid of dragging me down? Xiaoan said, if I leave now, I won't drag you down. Xian said, then how will you recover? Xiaoan was silent. The best place is Xian's Xiao Ta, because 10 years inside was equivalent to 1 day outside. As long as she stayed here for a few more days, her injuries would be completely healed. Not only that, but she would also have extra time to cultivate and advance to the next level. After all, she had been asleep for more than 100,000 years. During this time, her enemy had not been sleeping, but cultivating, but now, if she didn't leave, Xian would be implicated. Xian suddenly looked at Fire Lord and said, you want to drag me into this mess so that Qing can intervene in your affairs. Fire De nodded. Yes. Xian looked at Fire De. Do you know Qing's temper? Fire De glanced at Xian. I don't know. Xian smiled and said, don't play these tricks in front of her. Otherwise, you will regret it. Plot against Qing. In fact, he knew that Qing's IQ was also very, very scary. But now, she didn't want to play with it anymore. For Qing, playing with IQ was for those without strength. Xian suddenly said, Fire De, for Xiaoan's sake, I won't kill you. As she said, you can go. Fire De was silent for a moment, then he respectfully bowed to Xiaoan and turned to leave. Xian looked at the distant Fire De, thinking about something. Xiaoan suddenly said, he won't give up. Saying that, she looked at Xian and said, I have to go. Xian was silent for a moment and said, how long will it take for your people to get here? Xiaoan said, about half a month. Xian smiled and said, then you can stay for 14 days. After 14 days, you can leave, okay? Xiaoan looked at Xian and said, you actually want to kill Fire De, right? Xian nodded, I want to kill him because of this. This guy is not a good person. If he leaves, he will become a disaster. Xiaoan asked, then why don't you kill him? Xian smiled and said, because of you, of course. Xiaoan looked at Xian and said, because of me? Xian smiled and said, if not because of you, who else can it be? Xiaoan, I don't know how strong you were before, but when I met you, I simply treated you as a younger sister, and it is the same now. I don't want to affect the good karma between us because of Fire De. Xiaoan was silent for a long time and said, I also want to kill him. But I can't do it. What he did. I am very sorry. I never thought of using you. Xian nodded and said, I know. Xiaoan looked at Xian and said, when I leave, I will help you kill that woman. Xian shook his head and said, I let Fire De go because of you, not because I want to exchange with you. Xiaoan said, I know. I killed that woman because I wanted to help you, not because of you setting Fire De. Xian shook his head and smiled and said, let's not talk about this anymore. I will cultivate, and you will heal. Xiaoan nodded and said, I will go for a walk. Xian said, okay. With that, he directly returned to Xiao Ta. Xiaoan turned around. With that, she directly vanished. When she reappeared, she was already in a region of stars. And Fire De was not far in front of her. Seeing Xiaoan, Fire De was stunned. Xiaoan looked at Fire De and without any nonsense, she waved her right hand and a white light directly enveloped Fire De. Fire De looked at Xiaoan and said, Holy Venerable wants to kill me? Xiaoan shook her head and said, I won't kill you. But I want to imprison you. Imprison you for 10 years. After 10 years, you will no longer be a threat to him. With that, she waved her right hand and the white light was directly sent into an unknown space and time. Imprison Fire De for 10 years, Xiaoan turned and left. Inside Xiao Ta, Xian sat cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate his divine body. In fact, it was very difficult. It was definitely not easy to go from a mortal body to a divine body, but fortunately, with the experience left by Xiaoan, he could get twice the result with half the effort. Moreover, Xiaoan could guide him at any time. Somewhere in the clouds, Tongyi stood quietly. Behind her was an old man in a black robe. Tongyi said, I want to know everything about Yixian. Remember, everything. The old man in black bowed slightly and said, Understood. With that, he quietly disappeared. Tongyi's eyes slowly closed. About an hour later, the old man in black appeared again and bowed slightly. Supreme, this person is not simple. Tongyi said, Speak. The old man in black said, Two are not simple. First, the person behind this person is not simple. There are two people behind this person, a man and a woman, both swordsmen. Both of them have appeared in the lower realm. According to the people in the lower realm, these two people have never used a second sword to kill someone. Tongyi said softly, Yixian's sword skill should be from these two people. The old man in black nodded, yes. Tongyi said again, what about the second one? The old man in black said in a deep voice, Yixian has an extremely powerful sword in his hand. This sword is called Green Mystic, and it is extremely extraordinary. Not only does it contain the power of the supreme laws of the universe, but it also contains the Tao of spacetime. Moreover, it is the power of spacetime that far surpasses our current universe. Tongyi frowned slightly, far surpasses? The old man in black said, yes. As for the rest of the sword, I don't know because Yixian himself rarely uses this sword. With that, he paused and said, Yixian went to the Nightmare Star territory before, and the Nightmare family in the Nightmare Star territory has been destroyed by someone. The person who was killed was that woman in plain dress. Clan annihilated, Tongyi asked softly, was it easy? The old man in black answered, one sword. Tongyi turned around, only one sword? The old man in black nodded, only one sword. Another silence. The old man in black continued, this woman is extraordinary. She was the one who forged Yixian's sword. The fact that she was able to forge such a divine sword means that her strength. At this point, she didn't say anything else. Tongyi asked, you're trying to say that her strength has reached our level? The old man in black nodded, yes. Another silence. The old man in black continued, Venerable One, during my investigation of Yixian, I discovered another thing. Tongyi said, speak. The old man in black said solemnly, this person's growth speed is terrifying. I have never seen anyone grow faster than him. Tongyi frowned slightly, what do you mean? The old man said, not long ago, this person couldn't even defeat an ancient God Realm Master's clone, but not long after, he could already kill ancient God Realm Masters. When he returned from the Nightmare Starfield, his strength could easily kill ancient God Realm Masters in a second. Not only that, he could even fight with a Venerable One's clone. His face turned solemn as he said this. In less than a month, his cultivation didn't change much, but his battle prowess became more and more terrifying. After a moment of silence, Tongyi asked, is he one of Fanduo's people? The old man in black said, I don't know, but as far as I know, one of his women is learning the Tao of Law from Venerable Fanduo. There must be some relationship between them. But it might not be the kind we think. She looked at Tongyi, Venerable One, I have a thought. You're trying to say that if he's not one of Fanduo's people, then the reason his sword has Fanduo's origin power is because someone forcefully took Fanduo's origin power, and Fanduo didn't dare resist. Not only that, but Fanduo also accepted someone from the lower realm as her disciple because of someone else? The old man in black nodded, yes. Hearing this, Tongyi slowly closed his eyes. His expression gradually turned solemn, a person that even Fanduo had to give face to, the woman in plain dress, was she really that terrifying? A moment later, Tongyi suddenly said, there's one more thing, when Yi Xian faced Venerable Fan Duo, he was neither servile nor overbearing. Tong Yi said softly, he was neither servile nor overbearing when facing me, which means he has seen people as strong as us, or even stronger than us. The old man in black nodded. Tong Yi asked, how much do you know about the woman in plain dress? The old man in black shook his head, not much. But now, there's no news of her. Even if I use the Supreme Heaven's Eye, I can't find her. He looked at Tong Yi, Venerable One, if you really want to kill this person, you might have to deal with the man in green and the woman in plain dress behind him first. After a long silence, Tong Yi said, I won't kill him. The old man in black looked at Tong Yi and said, although killing Yi Xian can vent my anger, there's no benefit. Not only is there no benefit, but we might also provoke some unknown powerful enemies. As for taking the initiative to find those two, am I crazy? It's fine if I can beat them, but if I can't, wouldn't I just be sending myself to die? I'm not stupid, why would I do such a stupid thing? After saying this, she turned and left. The old man in black. P.S. Happy New Year, everyone, today is my 18th birthday, can I ask for a monthly ticket? Hearing that, the black-robed old man shook his head and smiled. Then what do you plan to do, Supremacy? After a moment of silence, Tong Yi said, continue the investigation. The more detailed, the better. The black-robed old man nodded. All right. With that, he was about to leave. At this moment, Tong Yi suddenly said, don't provoke him. The black-robed old man nodded. Understood. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished into thin air. Tong Yi slowly closed her eyes. Invincible? She had never thought that she was invincible. There was always someone better than her. She was only the supremacy of this universe, and even in this universe, she was not the strongest. Above the supremacy, there was still the God Emperor, and she herself knew that there were still two God Emperors alive right now. Of course, she did not like Yi Xian. However, she would not make an enemy out of some unknown powerful enemy just because she was unhappy. That would be stupid. A moment later, Tong Yi turned around and left. Inside Xiao Ta's room. Under Xiaoan's guidance, Yi Xian's cultivation could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. Now, he was only half a step away from attaining the divine physique. On a certain mountain peak, Yi Xian and Xiaoan sat opposite each other. Yi Xian asked, Xiaoan, if I cultivate to the divine physique, will I be invincible? Xiaoan nodded. Sort of. Of course, nothing is absolute. Yi Xian nodded. Understood. Xiaoan turned to look at the horizon and said softly, I have to go. Half a month was almost up, Yi Xian said, how are your injuries recovering? Xiaoan said, I have almost recovered. I can deal with my opponents now. Yi Xian nodded. Then I won't keep you. Xiaoan nodded slightly. You are now only half a step away from attaining the divine physique realm. This half a step seems very close, but it is actually very far. Because many people are unable to take this step in their entire lives. Yi Xian asked, do you have any suggestions? Xiaoan said, just let nature take its course. Yi Xian nodded. Understood. Xiaoan added, take care. With that, she got up and left. Yi Xian suddenly said, I'll send you off. Xiaoan glanced at Yi Xian and nodded. All right. The two of them disappeared into the Xiao Ta. In the starry sky, Yi Xian accompanied Xiaoan into the distance. Xiaoan said, if you encounter the woman's original body right now, you still need to be careful. Yi Xian nodded. I will. What about you? Are you going back to take revenge? Xiaoan nodded. Yi Xian was just about to speak when Xiaoan suddenly raised his head. In the next moment, the end of the starry sky split open, and then 9 enormous dragons flew out while dragging a palace behind them. The 9 dragons were all colossal creatures, each of them at least 10,000 feet long. As soon as the 9 dragons appeared, the entire starry sky began to boil like water. Xiaoan said softly, we're too late. Yi Xian was speechless. Right at this moment, the 9 dragons flew above Xiaoan, and the palace's door suddenly opened. After that, a woman in a red dress walked out slowly. The woman wore a red dress and a feathered crown on her head. She had picturesque features, and a sheathed sword hung from her waist. The sword was a meter long and 2 fingers wide. The scabbard was painted with strange beasts, and there was a small red word at the top of the hilt, Imperial. There were two old men behind the woman. Both of them lowered their heads slightly, and they were completely lifeless. The woman walked down the stone steps. In the end, she arrived at the head of an enormous dragon, and then she looked down at Xiaoan and said with a smile, "And Wu Juan, you're really still alive." Xiaoan looked at the woman. "Are you disappointed?" The woman smiled. "A little." Xiaoan turned to look at Yi Xian. "You go first." Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, "Can you handle it?" Xiaoan nodded. "You go first." Yi Xian was about to speak. Meanwhile, the woman's gaze suddenly descended onto Yi Xian, and she smiled. "This is?" Xiaoan glanced at the woman. "Jingji, didn't you come here to look for me?" The woman called Jingji smiled. "We came here to look for you. However, I heard from Huda that he knows a young man, and this young man possesses an extremely heaven-defying divine artifact. Supposedly, the space within this divine artifact is different from the space in the outside world. 10 years in there is equivalent to a day in the outside world." As she spoke, she gazed at Yi Xian, and her smile grew even brighter. "Is that true?" "Huda," Yi Xian frowned. "Damn it, Huda really wants to drag me down with him." Xiaoan turned to look at Yi Xian. "I'm sorry." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "I'll kill him the next time I see him." Xiaoan nodded. "All right." Meanwhile, Jingji suddenly smiled and said, "Looks like this young brother really does possess such a divine artifact." As she spoke, she spread open her palm, and her smile grew even brighter. "Young brother, this thing is rather useful to me. Can you give it to me? So long as you give it to me, I can guarantee that you'll be able to leave this place alive." Yi Xian glanced at Jingji and smiled. "Miss, I have no intention of interfering in the matters of the ancient god world. As for that divine artifact, it was left to me by my younger sister, so I really can't give it away. Of course, if it's someone on our side, then I can give it to her." Jingji blinked. "Someone on our side? What do you mean?" Yi Xian said seriously, "Even though I can't give it to an outsider, if she's my woman, then she isn't an outsider." "How presumptuous!" An old man behind Jingji suddenly shouted angrily. In the next moment, a terrifying aura directly locked onto Yi Xian, and in an instant, the space where Yi Xian was directly annihilated. Meanwhile, Xiaoan waved her right hand, and the mysterious energy that enveloped Yi Xian directly vanished. The old man glanced at Xiaoan, and a trace of fear flashed through his eyes. He didn't dare to attack again. The corners of Jingji's mouth suddenly curled up slightly, and he smiled. "Huda said that you're a smart person. Moreover, your skin is especially thick. He told me to be absolutely careful when facing you. I can't tell for now whether you're smart or not, but your skin is really thick." Yi Xian smiled. "What else did Huda say?" Jingji lightly stomped his right foot on the dragon's head, and the 9-headed dragon slowly descended. In the end, it stopped 300 am above Yi Xian and Xiaoan's heads. Jingji looked at Yi Xian. "He told me that besides Xiao Ta, you also have a very, very valuable sword. Not only that, he also said that you have a younger sister who is especially good at forging divine objects. I think her name is Qing, right?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." Jingji smiled. "Where is she?" Yi Xian turned to look at Xiaoan. "Huda is not a good Huda." "Xiaoan," Jingji suddenly said, "Little brother, I'll give you one last chance. If you're willing to hand over Xiao Ta and the sword that Huda mentioned, I can let you leave alive. Of course, if you're willing to take them out for me to see, and they aren't divine weapons like Huda said, I'm also willing to let you go." Yi Xian was silent. If he took them out, he definitely wouldn't be able to leave. Even Xiaoan valued Xiao Ta so much. This meant that Xiao Ta's terrifying ability was very rare even in the ancient god world. At this moment, Xiaoan suddenly said, "Go. I'll stop them." Yi Xian shook his head. "It's no use. If they kill you, they'll still come looking for me. I never thought that I, Yi Xian, who has been wise my whole life, would be tricked by a Huda. Ashamed. Ashamed." Xiaoan softly said, "I'm really sorry." Yi Xian laughed. "Xiaoan, you don't need to apologize to me." Xiaoan looked up at Jingji. Let's not involve him in our grievances. Is that okay? Jingji looked at Xiaoan and smiled. Are you begging me? Xiaoan was silent. Yi Xian suddenly took Xiaoan's hand and smiled. Since it's come to this, there's no point in saying more. Just fight her. Xiaoan thought for a moment and then said, fighting is not a problem, but why are you holding my hand? Yi Xian smiled awkwardly. I'm a little flustered. I feel more at ease holding your hand. Xiaoan glanced at Yi Xian. How many women have you deceived with this trick? Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, Jingji suddenly smiled and said, Gentlemen, I didn't come all the way here to watch the two of you flirt. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. Since you're unwilling to hand it over obediently, then I can only kill you and take it myself. Left General, kill him. As soon as she finished speaking, an old man behind her suddenly vanished on the spot. At the instant that the old man vanished, Xiaoan was about to attack. However, Jingji suddenly gazed at Xiaoan, and a powerful strand of sword energy enveloped Xiaoan. At the same time, a ray of light descended from the sky and slashed towards Xiaoan. A trace of disdain flashed through Xiaoan's eyes. She stomped her right foot lightly against the ground and shot into the sky. She was going head-on. On the other side, Yi Xian's expression changed drastically when the old man vanished, and he swiftly drew his sword and slashed. Draw to decide life and death. As soon as he swung his sword, an expanse of light suddenly erupted in front of him. Rumble, Yi Xian instantly retreated explosively, and he'd moved 5,000 kilometers back. As soon as he stopped moving, a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of Yi Xian's mouth. Yi Xian wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth, and then he couldn't help but curse in his heart as he gazed at the old man who'd retreated 3 kilometers as well. Damn it! How long has it been? My enemies are acting strangely again. How can they play like this? The left general glanced at his right hand, and there was a deep gash on it. A trace of surprise flashed through his eyes as he gazed at Yi Xian. A mortal like you actually injured me. Yi Xian wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth again, and then he vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, a ray of light suddenly appeared above the left general, and it slashed down like a thunderclap. The left general opened his palm, and a spear appeared there before he swung it with his right hand. Boom, a ray of spear light shot out and slashed the ray of sword light into pieces. But right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. After the flying sword, it was time to draw the sword to decide life and death. Right now, even if he didn't use his bloodline power, he could still stack 900 sword draws to determine life and death. The moment the sword appeared, the world shook. The left general's pupils constricted when he sensed the terrifying strength of Yi Xian's attack, and he raised his spear to block it. Rumble, along with a deafening explosion, the left general was instantly pushed back thousands of feet. Yi Xian blinked, before looking at the sword ruins in his hand. He sighed from the bottom of his heart, this sword skill that I've created isn't just any ordinary awesome. I'm such a genius. Xiao Ta. At this moment, the left commander who stood before Yi Xian was filled with disbelief. He was an expert at the divine physique realm, however, he'd been injured by an ordinary person. How could this be possible? The left commander gazed at Yi Xian. It's that sword technique of yours. At this moment, he discerned how extraordinary Yi Xian's sword technique was. Yi Xian said with a smile, again. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. Hiss, a strand of sword light flashed through the battlefield. A wisp of ferocity flashed through the left commander's eyes. He didn't dodge and allowed Yi Xian's sword to stab the center of his forehead. Bang! In an instant, the left commander's body turned illusory, but it didn't take long for him to return to normal. After that, both of them retreated explosively. As they retreated, Yi Xian pressed his fingers together and made a slight movement. He'd taken the head with a single strike. The left commander's pupils constricted while his throat had been split open. However, his body turned illusory again in the next moment, and the injury on his throat had vanished when he returned to normal. Yi Xian frowned when he witnessed this scene. He knew that once one attained the divine physique realm, one would possess a unique defensive ability. However, he was also aware that such a defensive ability couldn't be utilized frequently because it consumed a huge amount of energy. At this moment, fear had appeared in the left commander's eyes. After all, these sword techniques that Yi Xian had executed were already capable of posing a material threat to him. There's something strange about this young man. Meanwhile, Jingji and Xiaoan suddenly stopped in the distance. Jingji placed her left hand on the hilt of her sword as she gazed at Xiaoan and smiled. You're much weaker than before. Xiaoan spoke softly, you're much stronger than before. Jingji smiled, you'll surpass me if you work hard. However, I won't give you the time to do so. Xiaoan gazed at Jingji, then let's continue. Jingji was just about to attack when she seemed to have noticed something, and she suddenly turned to look at Yixian. You're still alive? Yixian smiled, are you very disappointed? Jingji gazed at the left commander. The left commander spoke solemnly, hallowed Lord, he isn't simple at all. Not simple? Jingji looked at Yixian and said with a smile, looks like you're not ordinary. Yixian glanced at the sword in Jingji's hand and asked, are you a swordsman? Jingji nodded. Yes. Swordsman, Yixian looked at Jingji and said, let's make a bet. Do you dare? What bet? Jingji asked with a smile. Yixian said, I'll take a strike from you. If I do, give me another month. Jingji shook his head and smiled. Why should I bet with you? I'm now. Yixian suddenly raised his head. The supreme law of the universe. Help. Everyone, in the starry sky, there was no movement at all. Yixian felt a little awkward. At this time, Jingji suddenly frowned. She turned her head and saw a woman slowly walking over from a distance. It was Fanduo. Fanduo looked at Yixian and didn't say anything. Seeing Fanduo, Yixian hurriedly said, Master, you're here. Master, hearing Yixian's words, Jingji slightly frowned and looked at Fanduo. You're on the same side. Fanduo was about to speak when Yixian hurriedly said, of course we're on the same side. Fanduo glanced at Yixian and didn't say anything. Jingji smiled. I don't think you're on the same side. Yixian hurriedly walked to Fanduo and bowed slightly. Beautiful master, please help me. Fanduo smiled. For your sake or for her sake? Yixian said, for Daoyi's sake. After a moment of silence, Fanduo looked at Jingji and said, we're on the same side. In the end, she still chose to form a good relationship with Yixian, because she was invincible. Jingji smiled. So be it. It doesn't matter. Yixian looked at Jingji. In terms of numbers, we're even. If we fight head-on, you don't have a 100% chance of winning, right? Jingji nodded. Yes. Yixian said, it took you half a month to get here from ancient god world. In other words, if you continue to call for reinforcements, it will take another half a month, right? Jingji looked at Yixian and said with a smile, so, you want to buy Lord and Wuju in half a month's time? No, if that small tower of yours is really a divine weapon like Fire De said, 10 years inside is 1 day outside, and half a month's time, tsk. Little brother, you really calculated well. Yixian smiled. You're really smart, just like me. Jingji laughed. You're really interesting, little fellow. Come, didn't you want to take my sword? Are you ready? At the side, Fanduo suddenly said, you don't have to take her sword. Jingji smiled. If you don't, then we'll fight now until my people arrive. Yixian suddenly looked at Xiaoan. How's her character? Xiaoan said indifferently, if her character is good, she wouldn't have betrayed us in the first place. Yixian looked at Jingji. Your character isn't very good. Jingji smiled. Character is like face, it's the most useless thing in this world. What's the use of it? Yixian was speechless. Xiao Ta suddenly said, little lord, you've met your match. Yixian's face was full of black lines. This kind of shameless person was a bit difficult to deal with. Jingji suddenly put his left hand on the hilt of his sword and smiled. Since you don't want to take my sword, then let's fight until my people arrive in half a month. With that, she was about to attack. At this time, Yixian suddenly said, I'll take your sword. Xiaoan suddenly appeared by Yixian's side and shook her head. You're not a match for her. Yixian smiled, it's just a single strike. It's fine. Xiaoan frowned slightly and was about to speak when Yixian smiled and said, don't worry. Jingji suddenly smiled and said, bring it on. As she spoke, she suddenly appeared in front of Yixian, and she was about to draw her sword with her left hand. However, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly in the next moment, And then she slammed her right fist towards Yi Xian's head. This sudden turn of events caused Yi Xian's expression to change drastically. Damn it, this woman isn't using her sword but her fists, she doesn't play by the rules. At this critical moment, Yi Xian utilized his sword domain, invincible sword domain. Bang, Yi Xian instantly retreated 30 kilometers away, and the reason he stopped was because Xiaoan had appeared behind him. Yi Xian clenched his fists tightly, and his entire body was trembling. His sword domain had been destroyed, his body had almost been destroyed. No, if it wasn't for Xiaoan, then his body would have been destroyed. It was Xiaoan who forcefully protected his body. Jingji suddenly smiled and said, "Your sword domain was very interesting." Yi Xian took a deep breath, and then he looked at Jingji and grinned. "Didn't you say you would use your sword?" Jingji smiled. "What realm are you at?" "What realm am I at?" "It's like the difference between the heavens and the earth. However, you dared to ask me to draw my sword. There's definitely something fishy about this. Even though I don't know what it is, I know that you definitely have a way to resist my sword. So, I didn't draw my sword." Yi Xian smiled. "I was careless." Jingji roared with laughter. "However, I'm quite curious. I'm curious about why you think you can resist my sword." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "Because I'm a swordsman. I just want to experience a powerful sword cultivator. I don't have any other intentions." Jingji looked at Yi Xian. "Really?" Yi Xian nodded. "Really?" Jingji blinked. "Then take my sword again, I'll let you see a powerful swordsman. Don't worry, I promise you that this time, I'll really draw my sword." Yi Xian smiled. "How about this, you take my sword first. Then I'll take your sword. What do you think?" Jingji smiled and didn't say anything. Yi Xian laughed. "You're not afraid that I'll kill you in a second, are you?" Jingji smiled. "You're trying to provoke me." Yi Xian smiled. "I still have a very powerful sword technique, and I think it should be able to pose a threat to you. But I'm not sure." The left general suddenly said, "Holy Lord, this person's sword technique is indeed quite good." "A powerful sword technique," Jingji smiled. "Now that you mention it, I'm a little interested. Come, I'll take your sword. I hope your powerful sword technique doesn't disappoint me." Yi Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "You don't mind if I treat my injuries first?" Jingji smiled. "I don't mind." Yi Xian nodded, sat down cross-legged, and began to treat his injuries. Jingji suddenly looked at Xiaoan and smiled. "And Wu Juan, I didn't expect you to know such an interesting person." "How interesting?" Xiaoan slowly closed his eyes and didn't say anything. Jingji didn't look for trouble. She looked at the Supreme Law Fan Duo. "Your Excellency, do you really want to get involved in this mess?" Fan Duo was silent. Jingji continued. "He's getting involved in the ancient god world's affairs. Do you know about the ancient god world? It's a place where the martial arts civilization is higher than this universe. If you get involved with him, I'm afraid it won't end well." Fan Duo asked, "Do you know him?" Jingji glanced at Yi Xian. "Him?" Fan Duo smiled. "Yes." Jingji smiled. "You know nothing about the ancient god world." Fan Duo said, "You know nothing about that woman." Jingji's eyes narrowed. "That woman?" Fan Duo smiled. "There's no need to say more. I'll take this good karma. Even if it turns into an ill-fated karma, I won't regret it." Jingji suddenly turned to Yi Xian and smiled. "It seems you really aren't simple." At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stood up and walked toward Jingji. "Miss, I created this sword technique myself. It's extremely powerful, you have to be careful." Jingji smiled. "All right." Yi Xian suddenly disappeared. Jingji narrowed her eyes and pressed her left thumb against the hilt of her sword. At this moment, Yi Xian appeared in front of her. Jingji flicked his left thumb and the sword suddenly flew out. At this moment, Yi Xian's sword fell. At the instant Yi Xian's sword descended, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. Sword intent. At this moment, Yi Xian used the sword intent left behind by his father. Boom, in front of everyone's eyes, Jingji was suddenly sent flying, and the moment he was sent flying, his body directly shattered, and countless streams of light scattered, her divine body shattered. However, her soul was forcibly preserved. Jingji looked up at Yi Xian. "This isn't your sword intent?" Yi Xian asked. "It's mine." Jingji narrowed his eyes. "It's not yours." Yi Xian said seriously. "What's my father's is mine. Is there a problem?" Everyone. P.S. A reader named Unfettered One asked me to ask. How can it be cured in such a short time? At this moment, everyone in the surroundings was shocked. Xian destroyed Jingji's body with one sword strike. Of course, they were not shocked by Xian's strength, but the sword Dao Will that Xian displayed just now, that was just a wisp of sword Dao Will. Jingji suddenly smiled. Everyone looked at Jingji. Jingji looked at Xian and said with a smile, "It seems that I need to know you well." Xian said with a smile, "We can get to know each other better." Jingji smiled brightly, "Definitely." After saying that, she and the people around her returned to the palace. In the next moment, the 9 dragons pulled the palace and slowly disappeared into the starry sky. Xian said softly, "Can you stop them from leaving?" Xiaoan shook his head, "No." Xian turned to look at Xiaoan, "Her body has been destroyed. Can't we kill her?" Xiaoan shook his head, "No." Xian was silent. Xiaoan suddenly asked, "That wisp of sword Dao Will?" Xian said with a smile, "It belongs to my father." Xiaoan nodded slightly, "Your father is really powerful. Just like your sister." Xian suddenly said, "I have an elder brother who is as powerful as my father and my sister." Xiaoan's expression froze. At the side, Fondwa's face couldn't help but twitch. "This guy is simply a freak." At this moment, Xian suddenly said, "Xiaoan, how long do you think they will come again?" Xiaoan looked into the depths of the starry sky. She didn't leave. She just escaped into the space-time. She will wait for her people to come. 10 days at most. After 10 days, her people will come. Xian said in a low voice, "So, we only have 100 years?" Xiaoan nodded, "Yes." Xian asked, "Is it enough?" Xiaoan glanced at Xian, "It's completely enough. But since you helped me, she and the ancient devil won't let you go." Xian asked, "If I don't help you, will they let me go?" Xiaoan shook his head. "No." Xian smiled and said, "Meeting you and getting to know you, is it my misfortune?" Xiaoan's expression gradually turned cold. "Forget it." Xian smiled and said, "But I don't regret it." With that, he turned around and left. Xiaoan was stunned, and then his cold expression gradually softened. Fan Duo spoke abruptly, "Be careful of him. He's gaudy and skilled at deceiving women." Xiaoan said, "I think he's pretty down to earth." With that, she turned around and left. Fan Duo shook her head and sighed. "Practical? Is this bastard honest?" This was the biggest joke in the universe. At this moment, Swanee suddenly appeared on the field. Tongyi glanced at Xian and Xiaoan in the distance. "Who is that woman?" Fan Duo said, "Ancient God World." Taoyi frowned slightly. "That place?" Fan Duo glanced at Taoyi, "You seem to know." Taoyi said indifferently, "I know about Daoyi. I heard that the people there think highly of themselves and call themselves gods." With that, she paused and said, "How did Xian provoke the people of that place?" Fan Duo said indifferently, "Guess." Swanee looked at Fan Duo, "Even if you don't know how powerful the ancient god world is, you should know that it's not an ordinary place. Yet, you still stand on his side. This means that the woman behind him is even more terrifying than the ancient god world." Fan Duo smiled. "Swanee, what? You've given up on killing him, why?" Swanee said indifferently, "Is there any benefit in killing him? If there is, then there is only one benefit, and that is to vent my anger. But it's not worth it to lose my life for this anger." Fan Duo chuckled. "I thought you would target him to death." Swanee stared at Fan Duo, "What is his background?" Fan Duo shook her head, "I don't know either." With that, she turned around and left. Swanee stood there in silence. At this time an old man suddenly appeared in front of Swanee. It was the Left General from before. The Left General said, "Your Excellency, my holy lord invites you." Swanee smiled, "Invite me?" The Left General nodded. "Holy lord said to chat." "Chat." Swanee thought for a moment, then smiled, "Sure." The Left General said, "Please." The two disappeared into the starry sky. Soon, Swanee arrived in an unknown starry sky. Swanee looked into the distance and saw a floating palace. It was Jingji's palace. Swanee followed the Left General to the front of the palace. As soon as they arrived, Xianxia came out to greet them. At this time, she had recovered her physical body. Xianxia smiled, "Welcome, Supreme Swanee." Swanee smiled, "Holy Lord can call me Swanee." Xianxia blinked, "Then I won't be polite." "Swanee, I am an honest person and don't like to beat around the bush. I invited you here this time because I want to invite you to deal with Xian and Supreme Fan Duo." Swanee smiled, "Shouldn't it be Littlein?" Xianxia smiled, "Yes. It's good that we have a common enemy." Swanee smiled and did not speak. Xianxia looked into the distant starry sky and smiled, "Swanee, can you tell me about Xian? I don't know much about him." Swanee was silent for a moment, then said, "He is not a simple person. His background is mysterious, and the person behind him is very powerful." Xianxia looked at Swanee and asked, "How powerful is the person behind him?" Swanee shook her head, "I don't know." "I don't know," Xianxia chuckled and said, "How interesting. I didn't expect to meet a second generation." Swanee said, "Ordinary forces cannot raise a person like Xian. He must have a powerful force behind him. Looking at this universe, other than the ancient god realm, are there any other powerful forces?" Xianxia knew, too. One is the ancient demon, and the other is the very one. She shook her head and smiled, "But he can't be from these two forces." Swanee frowned, "Are you sure?" Xianxia nodded, "Yes." Swanee was silent. Xianxia smiled, "It looks like there are powerful forces we don't know about." Then she looked at Swanee, "Miss Swanee, do you have any plans?" Swanee smiled, "I need to go into seclusion for a while." Xianxia blinked, "You won't join us to deal with Xian and Supreme Fan Duo?" Swanee shook her head, "I'm tired. I don't like fighting and killing anymore." "Good luck to you, Sacred Lord." Then she turned around and left. Xianxia watched Swanee leave and smiled, but didn't say anything. Beside her, Shujiang suddenly said, "Sacred Lord, we can't give Xian and Lord and Wu that much time." Xianxia smiled, "Of course I know we can't give them that much time, but the problem is, how do we kill them?" "Are you going to kill them?" Shujiang lowered her head. Xianxia slowly closed her eyes, "How long until our people and the ancient demon clan arrive?" Shujiang said, "Our people need about 9 days, and the ancient demon clan should arrive in 7 days. Xianxia suddenly said, "Tell our people that if they don't arrive in 7 days, I will shatter their souls." Then she glanced at Shujiang, "Don't lose to the ancient demon clan and everything. It's too embarrassing." Shujiang hurriedly lowered her head, "Understood." Xianxia said again, "Also, help me do one thing, and that is to investigate Xian. The more detailed, the better. Don't leave out any details, including how many times he pees a day, understand?" Shujiang hesitated, then said, "Sacred Lord, we also need to investigate how many times he pees a day." Xianxia looked at Shujiang, "How many times he pees a day, we can infer whether he has a weak kidney, understand?" Xianxia didn't say anything else, turned around and left. Inside Xiaotao's room, Xian sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. Healing, he hadn't fully recovered from the previous battle with Xianxia. Half an hour later, Xian took a deep breath, his injuries were all healed. Xian went to Shaoan, "Help me achieve divine body." Divine body, the battle with Xianxia made him understand that there was still a big gap between him and Shaoan and Xianxia. He had to reach the divine body realm, only when he reached the divine body realm could he fight with Shaoan and Xianxia. Shaoan said, "As long as they don't trouble you during this time, there won't be a problem." Xian said, "No matter what, we have to hurry." Shaoan nodded, "Let's start now." In the following time, Shaoan began to help Xian improve with all his strength. Somewhere in the starry sky, Xianxia sat in front of the main hall, reading an ancient book with great interest. At this moment, Shujiang suddenly appeared in front of Xianxia. Shujiang bowed slightly, then took out a scroll and handed it to Xianxia, "Sacred Lord, this is all the information on Xian." Xianxia put down the ancient book in her hand and took the scroll. After reading for a while, she gradually frowned. After a long time, Xianxia put down the scroll and said softly, "Don't touch this person." "Don't touch this person." Shujiang frowned slightly, and he hesitated for a moment before he said, "Sacred Lord, although the woman in a plain dress and the man in green are strong, they might only be experts at the body form realm." "We." "Idiot." Xianxia suddenly interrupted Shujiang, if they're really only at the body form realm, how could they destroy my divine body with a strand of sword Tao will? And that woman in a plain dress wiped out 1,000,000 living beings with a single strike of her sword. Although I can do it as well, you've overlooked something, and that's how much strength she used to wipe out those powerful living beings. Is 100% of her strength the same as 10% of her strength? Zhujiang fell silent. Jingji continued, besides that, Supreme Fan Duo was still willing to help Yixian after seeing us. Why? Is she out of her mind? No. It's because she feels that the person behind Yixian is stronger than us. As she spoke, she stood up and said, the divine object that Yixian has, 10 years inside the object is 1 day outside. Not to mention me, even the god ancestor couldn't achieve such a divine sense. And to achieve this, there's only one possibility, and that is to reverse the spacetime of this current universe. Not only that, but to reverse the spacetime of our universe. Speaking of this, she looked up at the starry sky, and a trace of fear flashed in her eyes. I speculate that the woman in a plain dress is very likely to have jumped out of this current universe. Jump out of the current universe, the left general suddenly said, how is that possible? Jingji smiled and said, why not? The left general said in a deep voice, Holy Lord, even in Wujuan and the Demon Lord couldn't jump out of the current universe. How can anyone do that? Jingji frowned and said, what kind of logic is that? Just because they can't jump out of the current universe doesn't mean others can't. The left general smiled bitterly. They are all geniuses among geniuses, Jingji asked again, then how can you be sure that no one is more talented than them? The left general was speechless. Jingji smiled and said, don't measure everyone with your own thinking and knowledge because some people may be beyond our understanding. Do you understand? The left general nodded slightly. I understand. She paused for a moment before continuing, but Holy Lord, if the person behind him is as powerful as you think, what should we do now? Give up? Jingji shook her head. We can't give up. The left general frowned and said in confusion, why? Jingji smiled and said, let the ancient demon clan fight him. The left general was shocked. Jingji blinked and said, we know that the person behind him is powerful, but do the ancient demon clan know? We don't. Moreover, the ancient demon clan is also very powerful. Let them fight against Yixian and we will support them from behind. Isn't that good? The left general said in a deep voice, will the ancient demon clan fight against Yixian? Jingji smiled and said, yes. The left general asked, why? Jingji smiled and said, because Yixian has already joined forces within Wujuan. We don't dare give Wujuan too much time and the ancient demon clan doesn't dare to. Of course, we need to do something. With that, she slowly closed her eyes. The left general did not dare to disturb her. He knew that his holy lord was up to something again. After a long time, she suddenly opened her eyes and said, inform the ancient demon clan that Wujuan's strength is rapidly recovering. If they don't hurry, Wujuan at his peak will appear in front of them again. The left general bowed slightly and then retreated. Jingji lay on the chair. After a while, she smiled and picked up the ancient book in her hand to continue reading. Inside Xiao Ta. Under Shaoan's guidance, Yixian had truly improved by leaps and bounds. At this moment, Yixian finally understood how important it was to have someone to guide him, because he could avoid taking too many detours. Originally, he was already half a step into the divine physique echelon, and after several years of bitter cultivation, he had now reached the most crucial moment of forging his divine physique, but there was a small problem, divine power. He had to borrow the power of a god to create a divine body. In front of Yixian, Shaoan said in a deep voice, I overlooked a problem, and that is that there is no divinity power in this universe of yours. Yixian smiled bitterly. Sis, is this a joke? Shaoan shook his head. I've neglected this problem. Yixian said gravely, only divine power can do it? Shaoan nodded. Yixian glanced at Shaoan. Shaoan said, I have divine power, but if I forge a divine body for you, it will consume a lot of divine power. If that's the case, I won't be able to progress any further. Once their people and the powerful ancient demons arrive, we will be in great danger. Besides, even if I use my divine power, it might not be enough for you. After a moment of silence, Yixian said, can I use another power? Xiaoan asked, what power? Yi Xian said, Qing'er's power. Xiaoan was slightly taken aback. Then, he said, you can contact her? Yi Xian shook his head. I can't. But. As he spoke, he opened his palm and the Qingxian sword suddenly appeared in his hand. The Qingxian sword had broken through. Although only a few days had passed in the outside world, it had been decades in this Xiao Ta. At this moment, Little Soul had completely absorbed the souls from before. As for what level it had reached, even she did not know, perhaps only Qing'er knew what level it was now. Little Soul suddenly said excitedly, young lord, do you want to fight? Yi Xian laughed. Little Soul, do you like to fight now? Little Soul said, I can devour more souls. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. You little guy. As he spoke, he looked at Xiaoan and said, Xiaoan, I have a bold idea. I want to use this sword to forge a divine body for me. Not only does this sword contain formidable and terrifying power, but it also has the power of Qing'er. In terms of power, it should be enough. After a moment of silence, Xiaoan said, I've never done it before. I've never heard of anyone doing it. Yi Xian smiled. Then I'll be the first to do it. Xiaoan looked at Yi Xian. Are you serious? Yi Xian nodded. I'm serious. Xiaoan said after a moment of silence, I can give it a try. But I don't know what unforeseen consequences will occur. Yi Xian smiled. It's fine as long as you don't die. Xiaoan glanced at Yi Xian. Don't worry, you won't die with me here. Yi Xian laughed and said, then let's begin. As he spoke, he stabbed the green profound sword into his stomach. Bang, an extremely terrifying force suddenly erupted from within Yi Xian. In an instant, Yi Xian's eyes opened wide, and he felt like his body was about to explode. Meanwhile, Xiaoan hurriedly said, circulate the mental cultivation technique I gave you, quickly. Yi Xian didn't dare act carelessly, and he hurriedly circulated the mental cultivation technique Xiaoan had given him. It didn't take long for him to start absorbing Little Soul's energy. Yi Xian spoke solemnly, Little Soul, will this really not harm you? Little Soul chuckled. It won't. It's just that young lord needs to bring me along in the future. Yi Xian laughed. Of course. Little Soul said, continue. I feel like your absorption is a bit slow. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiaoan took a deep look at Little Soul. Yi Xian's absorption wasn't slow at all. In fact, it was extremely fast, and it was a huge amount. But Little Soul said it was very slow. In other words, this sword was even more terrifying than she'd imagined. What level had this sword reached now? She didn't know. After this sword broke through, even she couldn't see through it. Just like that, time passed bit by bit. After Yi Xian devoured the energy contained within the green profound sword, his aura rose madly and explosively. Moreover, under Xiaoan's guidance, his body started to change bit by bit. However, she continued to stare at it with rapt attention. Because she'd never done this in the past, and she was afraid that an accident would occur. After all, the energy within the green profound sword wasn't divine energy, so she wasn't sure if it would work. In any case, she had to give it a try first. Time passed slowly, and Yi Xian's aura grew stronger and stronger. In the end, the entire world within the prison pagoda began to tremble. On the side, Xiaoan's expression became more and more solemn. The slightest carelessness could consign Yi Xian to eternal damnation. About 2 hours later, Yi Xian's body began to tremble violently. Xiaoan frowned slightly. How do you feel now? Yi Xian's voice trembled. I feel like I'm about to explode. Xiaoan said solemnly, the energy contained within this sword is too terrifying. Saying so, she looked at Yi Xian. Can you hold on? Yi Xian said, just barely. Xiaoan nodded. Circulate the energy within your body according to the method I've taught you. Yi Xian said, okay. Saying so, he began to slowly guide the powerful energy within his body. In this way, time passed little by little. About a day later, Yi Xian found his body was slowly transforming. Xiaoan said solemnly, your body is transforming, and this proves that this method is feasible. However, you must not be careless. Yi Xian nodded. He naturally didn't dare to be careless because this was no joke. Xiaoan stared at Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian's body was transforming at a speed visible to the naked eye. But she noticed that sword threads were actually concealed within Xian's skin. Xiaoan couldn't help but frown when she saw this scene. Sword threads, is it because of the sword? Of course not. It's because Xian had combined it with his invincible sword physique when he was cultivating his divine physique. He'd only wanted to give it a try, but he hadn't expected that it would actually work. Divine physique combined with invincible sword physique. Just like that, a month passed. At this moment, Xian's aura had calmed down. All of a sudden, Xian got to his feet. As soon as he stood up, the space around him was torn apart. Xiaoan spoke softly, he did it. He did it. Xian opened his eyes and raised his hands slightly. In an instant, the wrinkled space he'd created shattered once more. Meanwhile, Xiaoan spoke abruptly, this isn't your divine physique. Xian gazed at Xiaoan, and she spoke solemnly, this is even more terrifying than your divine physique. As she spoke, she gazed at Xian, you added another mental cultivation technique. Xian nodded, the invincible sword physique. Now, I have both a divine physique and a sword physique. Currently, there were countless sword threads concealed within his body. It was extremely effective when he fought others in close combat. Xiaoan said, let me explain the profundities of the divine physique to you. Xian hurriedly replied, all right. Even though he'd attained the divine physique realm, he was still quite unsteady and unfamiliar with this realm. Fortunately, he had Xiaoan by his side. After that, Xian started to familiarize himself with this realm under Xiaoan's guidance. In some unknown part of the starry sky, Jingji sat before a hall, and there was a pile of ancient books by her side. During this period of time, she'd been reading when she had nothing to do. Reading was one of her hobbies. Suddenly, the left general appeared in front of Jingji, and he bowed slightly, hallowed lord, a fiend envoy from the ancient devil clan has arrived. Jingji blinked, and then he said, invite him in quickly. The left general withdrew, and it didn't take long for him to arrive before a black-robed old man. The black-robed old man bowed slightly, hallowed lord. The left general hurriedly said, you're finally here. The black-robed old man glanced at Jingji, and then he said, has Wujuan recovered her strength? Jingji shook her head, not yet. However, she won't just recover her strength in 3 days at most, she'll even become stronger than before. The black-robed old man frowned slightly, why? Jingji said in a low voice, because she met a man who possesses a lot of divine objects, and one of them is a Xiao Ta. That pagoda is extremely terrifying. 100 years inside it is equivalent to a day outside. The left general looked at Jingji, and he was slightly dumbfounded. The black-robed old man's frown deepened, how is that possible? Jingji said seriously, it's absolutely true. It's said that this object came from outside the universe, and it's now recognized that young man as its master. Moreover, he's now together with Wujuan. What a headache. Moreover, he helped Wujuan fight against me, and he even said that he would bring Wujuan back to the ancient god world and massacre the ancient devil clan. The left general was speechless. P.S. The question I asked yesterday was really asked by a reader. He told me that he's always somewhat powerless, and I'm not a doctor, so I definitely don't know. So, I helped him, I swear on my character that I really helped him. Bathe the ancient devil clan in blood? A wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of the old man's mouth, him? Jingji sighed softly, demon envoy, don't underestimate him. He's so young, yet his combat strength is terrifyingly formidable. The old man glanced at Jingji and asked, what's his background? Jingji hesitated for a moment and said, his background is ordinary. He was just lucky enough to obtain a few divine artifacts and change his fate. As you know, such things are common even in our world. The old man frowned slightly, he even threatened to annihilate my ancient devil clan and the hallowed halls? Jingji nodded, yes. The old man was slightly puzzled, why would he dare to say that? Jingji grinned brightly, of course, it's because he doesn't understand the ancient devil clan at all. If he did, would he dare to say that? The old man nodded slightly, in that case, he's just a petty person intoxicated by success. Jingji withdrew his smile and spoke seriously, even though he's quite arrogant, his combat strength can't be underestimated. The old man asked, where is he now? Jingji hesitated for a moment and said, it's quite risky to look for him now. Why don't we wait for our people to arrive? The old man shook his head, they're just 2 people. What's there to fear? Xianxia thought for a moment and said, all right. I'll help you hold on Wu Juan back while you deal with that young man, all right? The old man hesitated for a moment and said, how's Wu Juan's strength now? Xianxia spoke solemnly, he's at least 80% recovered. But don't worry, I'll keep him busy. Even if I die in battle, I won't allow him to interfere with you killing that young man. The old man glanced at Xianxia, the hallowed lord is very loyal. Xianxia smiled, then let's go look for that young man now. The old man nodded, all right. It didn't take long for them to vanish into the starry sky. Xiaoan, who was teaching Yi Xian in the Xiao Ta, suddenly looked up, they're here. Yi Xian nodded. The two of them left Xiao Ta. As soon as they left Xiao Ta, Xianxia and the others appeared before them. Yi Xian glanced at Xianxia and then at the black-robed elder beside him. Ancient demon clan? Xiaoan nodded. Xianxia glanced at Yi Xian and said with a smile, little brother, we meet again. She looked at the black-robed elder beside her and said, this is the demon envoy of the ancient demon clan. Brother, he wants to see your magical Xiao Ta. Can you take it out for me to see? Yi Xian smiled. I'm afraid not. Xianxia turned to look at the demon envoy, a bit helpless. He doesn't give me any face. The demon envoy lightly said, why bother wasting words with him? Then, he looked at Yi Xian. Are you the one who said you wanted to destroy the ancient demons? Yi Xian frowned. Did I say that? Next to him, Xianxia suddenly said, you did. Yi Xian looked at Xianxia. You framed me. Xianxia blinked. Do you know what kind of relationship Wu Juan has with us? We are mortal enemies. But you helped him, so you are our mortal enemy. Yi Xian looked at Xianxia. What kind of game are you playing? Xianxia smiled. Young Master Yi, how about this? We will kill Wu Juan and you don't interfere. Don't worry, as long as you don't interfere, we won't target you. Yi Xian suddenly smiled. You investigated me. You. Xianxia suddenly disappeared, he directly attacked, however, he did not attack Yi Xian. Instead, he attacked An, who was next to him. After attacking, Xianxia said, Demon Envoy, I will stall Wu Juan. You quickly kill that boy. Hearing Xianxia's words, the demon envoy's eyes fell on Yi Xian again. The next moment, he disappeared. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly pulled out his sword. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword. Boom, the sword light shattered and the demon envoy retreated thousands of feet away. When he stopped, his body instantly cracked. The demon envoy was stunned. Not only the demon envoy, but Xianxia, who was secretly watching from the side, was also stunned. Damn, this guy became stronger again. Xiao Ta really has that kind of terrifying ability. Yi Xian has reached the divine physique echelon. This guy crossed so many realms in one go. In the distance, the demon envoy looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. Yi Xian was about to attack but seemed to think of something. He turned his head and looked at Xiaoan, who had stopped, and said with a smile. Let's go. Xiaoan glanced at Yi Xian and didn't ask why. She walked to Yi Xian's side and left. Xianxia didn't stop them. At this time, the demon envoy walked to Xianxia's side and was about to speak when Xianxia suddenly slashed with his sword. Before the demon envoy could react, he was directly wiped out. Not far away, the left general's eyes were filled with disbelief. Holy Lord, Xianxia blinked. Did I kill him? The left general was stunned, and then he said, Yi Xian killed him. Xianxia smiled. How smart. The left general said in a low voice, Holy Lord, Yi Xian has become stronger again. If the ancient demon clan finds out about his origins, I'm afraid they won't choose to fight him to the death. Xianxia said softly, the ancient demon clan will fight them to the death. Because they don't dare to let Lord Wu grow stronger. As she spoke, she slowly closed her eyes. I don't dare to either. He has the divine pagoda, and if he continues to cultivate like this, our hallowed church and the ancient demon clan won't be a match for them. Hearing this, the left general's face became serious. That demonist was slightly stronger than him, but just now, Yi Xian had destroyed his body with a single slash of his sword. Not long ago, Yi Xian was slightly unable to defeat him, but now, Yi Xian's strength has grown to such an extent this speed of growth is too terrifying, Xianxia suddenly said, help me investigate everyone around Yixian. The left general said in a low voice, Holy Lord, you mean, Xianxia smiled. Everyone has a weakness, don't you think so? The left general nodded. Very well. Saying this, he turned and left. Xianxia slowly closed her eyes, and a moment later, she opened her palm and a black stone suddenly appeared in her hand. She muttered a few words, and the black stone turned into a black light that floated in front of her. Gradually, a shadow appeared in the black light. Xianxia smiled. Things have changed. A moment later, the shadow said, has she recovered to her peak? Xianxia shook her head. No. But soon. The shadow said, so soon? Xianxia knew, she knows a man who has a divine artifact, Xiao Ta. The space inside the pagoda is different from our universe, it is said that 100 years inside is a day outside. The shadow said in a low voice, impossible. Xianxia smiled. I also think it's impossible, but do you think there is a need to lie to you? The shadow fell silent. Xianxia continued, just now, that young man killed your demonic envoy. 2 days ago, he was only a space-time realm profound practitioner, but now, he is already at the divine physique realm. In a few days, I believe he will reach the divine soul realm. The shadow said, why does he have such a divine artifact? Xianxia smiled. He was lucky, I obtained it by chance. She naturally wouldn't say that someone had specially forged it for Yixian. What kind of person could forge such a divine artifact? After a long silence, the shadow said, if it is really as you said, and that the pagoda has such a divine aura, then why is that young man only at the divine physique realm? Xianxia smiled. That's because he didn't know Wujuan before. At that time, he couldn't come into contact with people at our level. But now, he knows Wujuan, and he has come into contact with a higher level of martial arts civilization. That's not the point. The point is that Wujuan can now use his Xiao Ta to restore his full strength and reach a higher level. Think about it. If she uses Xiao Ta, would you and I still be a match for her? The shadow was silent. Xianxia said, the two of them are working together. If we don't get rid of them now, we will be the ones getting rid of them in the future. After saying that, she paused and said, let's see if you want to fight or not. If you choose not to fight, then I will bring people back to the Saint Hall now. The shadow was silent for a moment. Wait for me. Xianxia said, tell the very race that he has that divine artifact. The shadow asked, why? Xianxia said softly, don't think about taking it for yourself. That is impossible. After thinking for a moment, the shadow said, don't tell the very race first. I will come personally. After saying that, the black light dissipated. Xianxia shook her head and smiled. How greedy. But that's fine. As she said that, she suddenly turned her head. General of the Right. An old man appeared in front of her. Xianxia said, issue a wanted order to the entire universe for the people around Yixian. Anyone who kills anyone around him will get. After saying that, she frowned. What is so precious in this universe? The General of the Right said, the divine level spring of immortality. Xianxia smiled. Anyone who kills anyone around Yixian will get a divine level spring of immortality. The General of the Right said, Sacred Leader, are you trying to delay Yixian and prevent him and Wujuan from entering Xiao Ta to cultivate? Xianxia nodded. If he cultivates for another month, I'm afraid I won't be his opponent. We can't give him that time. The General of the Right nodded. Understood. After saying that, he disappeared. Xianxia slowly closed her eyes. After a long time, she suddenly turned around and left. In some part of the universe, Yixian suddenly turned to look at Xiaoan. Why don't you ask me why I want to leave? Xiaoan said, tell me, I'll listen. If not, I won't listen. Yixian shook his head with a smile. Then do you want to know? Xiaoan nodded. Yixian said softly, what do you think of Xianxia? After a moment of silence, and said, sinister. Yixian said, she has investigated me. She must know about Dad and Qing'er. She must be afraid of them, so she wants to use the ancient demon clan to fight me. She is not only scheming against me, but also against the ancient demon clan. Xiaoan looked at Yixian. how are you going to deal with it? After a moment of silence, Xian said, what we need is time, and what she is most afraid of is time. So, she must be targeting us. At this moment, the space in front of him suddenly trembled. The Tower Master sent a message. After a moment, Xian said with a smile, he has started to issue a wanted order for my family. Xiaoan asked again, how are you going to deal with it? Xian slowly closed his eyes. After a moment, he said, Xiaoan, you all know about this universe. That is to say, there is a universe beyond this universe, right? Xiaoan nodded. Yes. Xian looked at Xiaoan, do you believe that I am from outside the universe? Xiaoan hesitated and said, I believe you. Xian. Xian was speechless. Xiaoan, you believe my nonsense? Xiaoan looked at Xian, I believe. Xian was completely speechless. He believed that. Xiaoan suddenly said, tell me your plan. Xian smiled, if I'm not wrong, that woman and the ancient demon race want to know my background. Since that's the case, I can tell them my background. Xiaoan said, outside the universe? Xian nodded. Xiaoan asked, and then? Xian said, scare them to death. Xian laughed, Xiaoan, you're so cute. As he spoke, he looked around and opened his palm. A voice transmission talisman appeared in his hand, and he crushed it. A moment later, the building master appeared. Xian smiled, building master, do me a favor. The building master nodded, brother Yi, speak. Xian said, help me send a message to all the worlds, say that I, Xian, am from outside the universe. I'm an outsider. An outsider? The building master was shocked, brother Yi, are you really an outsider? Xian's face darkened, you believe me? The building master nodded, of course. Xian, he had to say, he was indeed speechless. Why would anyone believe such nonsense? At this moment, the building master smiled bitterly, brother Yi, do you know why I believe you? Xian said, I'm curious. The building master said in a deep voice, because you're too mysterious. Not only you, but the people behind you are also mysterious. Most importantly, your speed of improvement is too terrifying. When I first saw you, how strong were you? And now, I can't see through you. Geniuses and monsters are all trash in front of you. In any case, you're too abnormal. So, I believe you when you say you're an outsider. Xian shook his head and smiled. All right. Help me inform the myriad worlds that I am an outsider. Not only that, help me issue a bounty. Say that anyone who kills my family and friends will be rewarded with 100 spring of immortality, and anyone who kills me, Xian, will be rewarded with 1,000 spring of immortality. The owner of the small building frowned slightly, his face full of confusion. Brother Yi, this is, Xian smiled but said nothing. The small building's master suddenly said in a deep voice, I understand. 10 springs of eternal life. Someone must have done it, but what about 100? There must be no one left, because the reward was too high, it was abnormally high. The building master turned around and left. Soon, a bounty notice was sent out. After learning that killing one person would earn 100 spring of eternal life, some of the people who were tempted gave up. 100 divine level springs of eternal life. Was this divine level spring of eternal life a cabbage? No one believed this nonsense. In some unknown space, the left general suddenly appeared in front of Jingji. He whispered a few words in front of Jingji. After a while, Jingji shook his head and smiled. Interesting. The left general said in a deep voice, Saint Lord, do you want me to go myself? Jingji rolled his eyes at the left general. If you touch his family, with his personality, won't he fight you to the death? The left general frowned. Then what should we do now? Jingji knew. This person's family and friends are his weakness. However, we can't be the first bird to stand out. We have to let the ancient demon clan go. Once the ancient demon clan does this, they will definitely anger this person. At that time, both sides will fight to the death. The left general hesitated. Then he said, Saint Lord, don't you think you overestimated Xian? Jingji looked at the left general. You still haven't changed your mind. The left general said, I admit that Xian is extraordinary. However, no matter how extraordinary he is still from this low-level starfield. If he hadn't met Lord Wujuan, I'm afraid he wouldn't even know what a divine body is. At this moment, the left general suddenly appeared. The left general said in a deep voice, Saint Lord, rumor has it that Yi Xian is an outsider from outside the universe. Outsider, Jingji frowned. Who spread this? The left general shook his head. I don't know the exact source, but it is spreading. It is said that Yi Xian is from outside the universe. Nonsense. The left general suddenly said, how can Yi Xian be from outside the universe? This is utter nonsense. Jingji looked at the left general and smiled. Tell me, why can't he be from outside the universe? The left general said in a deep voice, that's impossible. Jingji asked again, why is it impossible? The left general said, Saint Lord, you don't really believe that he's from outside the universe, right? Jingji smiled. Why can't I believe it? The left general said in a deep voice, Yi Xian is so flashy. He must have spread this rumor to divert our attention. Jingji nodded. You're half right. The left general hurriedly asked, what about the other half? Jingji lay on the chair. She smiled and said, outside the universe. I'll say it again. We can't assume that others can't do what we can't. The left general smiled bitterly. Saint Lord, I know that you know he's lying. Right? Jingji slowly closed her eyes. I hope he's telling the truth. The left general and the left general were puzzled. Jingji said softly, I'm even more afraid that the person behind him has jumped out from this universe. Jumping out of this circle is much scarier than entering it. As she spoke, she slowly closed her eyes and pondered in her heart. A short while later, her expression gradually became solemn. Outsider, on the surface, Yi Xian was not an outsider, because some of Yi Xian's actions, especially his understanding of martial arts, did not seem like an outsider at all. Moreover, Yi Xian loved to brag, he bragged every day. Since Yi Xian was not an outsider, there was only one possibility. The person behind Yi Xian had already jumped out of this universe. Even if he hadn't, his understanding of the Great Tao must have far surpassed this universe. Jingji's expression became even more solemn. The woman in the plain dress, the man in the green robe, these two people were still a mystery. Because not only could she not find them, she could not even find some basic information about them, they were too mysterious, and after Yi Xian's enemies saw the woman in the plain dress and the man in the green robe, they were basically all dead. At this moment, the left general said again, Saint Lord, are you really worried about the man in the green robe and the woman in the plain dress? Jingji looked at the left general and said with a smile, yes. The left general said in a deep voice, Saint Lord, on the surface, these two people are indeed very strong, but they are certainly not strong enough to jump out of this universe. There are two reasons. First, to jump out of this universe, even God Emperor can't do it. No matter how strong they can't be so strong that they surpass God Emperor by too much, right? Second, if they really jumped out of this universe, why did they leave Yi Xian here? Jingji shook his head and smiled. The left general said, what I said makes sense, right? Stupid. Jingji stared at the left general. Even now, you still look down on the people of this universe. Why do you look down on them? Because you have a sense of superiority. It's like a person from a big city going to the countryside with a sense of superiority. And this sense of superiority will kill you one day. The left general was silent. Jingji said with a smile, I know, you must be thinking, since the person behind him is so strong, why do we still have to be enemies with him, right? The left general nodded. Jingji asked, do we have to be enemies with him? The left general frowned, puzzled. What do you mean? Jingji blinked and said, isn't it the ancient demons who are his enemies? The left general was speechless. The right general glanced at Jingji and sighed in his heart. His Saint Lord was trying to kill the ancient demons and Yi Xian. In fact, he admired his Saint Lord. In terms of strength and talent, the Saint Lord was no match for Wujuan. Not only was she weaker than Wujuan, but she was also weaker than many people. But she was the most intelligent person in the entire Saint Hall. Even now, Saint Hall's power was lower than that of the ancient demons and the very ones, but Saint Hall was still able to survive. It was also able to survive among the two superpowers. Unfortunately, she was not on good terms with Wujuan, otherwise, the Saint Hall would have been stronger than the ancient demons and the very race. Right at this moment, Jingji suddenly walked towards the distance. The left general asked, "Saint Lord, what are you doing?" Jingji smiled and said, "You don't know anything about this, so I will do it myself." Then, she disappeared into the distance. After Jingji left, the left general suddenly said, "Does the Saint Lord want to destroy the ancient demons?" The left general said softly, "Shouldn't they?" The left general was silent for a moment and said, "But I think Wujuan is a bigger threat." The left general said, Wujuan is a bigger threat to the Saint Lord, and the ancient demons are a bigger threat to the Saint Hall. She chose to deal with the ancient demons first, which means that the Saint Hall is more important to her. The left general sighed. Actually, Wujuan is not suitable to be the Saint Lord. However, she is also very powerful. The left general looked at the left general. Don't you understand? The Saint Lord fought for the throne because she wanted to vent her anger. She is the daughter of the old Saint Lord, but the old Saint Lord said she was not as good as Wujuan. He shook his head and sighed. The old Saint Lord is also, the sacred sky's internal strife could not be blamed on Jingji. The left general suddenly said, "Can Wujuan and the Saint Lord reconcile?" The left general was speechless. "Do you think this is a game?" He turned and left. After Jingji left the hall, she began to shuttle through time and space. Soon, she arrived at a small city. Azure Province, Jingji slowly walked to the front of an imperial palace hall. As soon as she arrived in front of the hall, a group of imperial guards blocked her way. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded behind her. "Let Senior in." The group of guards made way, and Tuoba Yen appeared in front of everyone. Jingji looked at Tuoba Yen and smiled without saying a word. Tuoba Yen smiled and said, "I am his woman." "Senior, are you going to use me to threaten him?" Jingji smiled. "What if I say yes?" The corners of Tuoba Yan's mouth curled up. "I'm afraid you won't succeed." As she spoke, her soul began to burn. Suicide. P.S. I'm too ashamed to ask for a vote, ask for a tip, thank you. She didn't hesitate to commit suicide, because Tuoba Yen knew that since she could find this place, it meant that her strength wasn't something she could resist, only death awaited her, because if she didn't die, Xian would be threatened by her, and she might be humiliated as well. Nearby, a trace of surprise flashed through Jingji's eyes. What a fierce woman. As she spoke, she pressed down lightly with her right hand. Boom, Tuoba Yan's body returned to normal. Tuoba Yan's face sank. Jingji smiled. "Ask your men to leave." Tuoba Yan glanced at Jingji and waved her right hand lightly. The soldiers around her retreated. Jingji smiled. "Your man is here." As soon as she finished speaking, Xian appeared beside Tuoba Yan. Without a word, Xian drew his sword and slashed. In the distance, Jingji suddenly drew his sword as well. Boom, a wave of sword light suddenly erupted. Tuoba Yan's expression changed drastically. This aftershock was enough to destroy an entire kingdom. At this moment, Xian suddenly unleashed his sword domain. Boom, that remnant might was directly suppressed by him. Xian looked at Jingji in the distance with seemingly tangible killing intent in his eyes. Jingji smiled. "You seem to have gotten stronger." Xian asked, "Shall we go somewhere else?" Jingji hurriedly shook his head. "No." Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, and his left thumb pressed against the hilt of his sword. The corners of Jingji's mouth curled up. "If you make a move, this small place will be gone." Xian fell silent. If they were to make a move here, the entire Azure province would be gone. Jingji was about to speak when Xian suddenly smiled and said, "Miss Jingji, you're a guest. Shall we talk inside?" Jingji glanced at Xian and said with a smile, "All right." After the three of them entered a large hall, Xian and Jingji sat opposite each other, and Tuoba Yen personally poured tea for them. Xian smiled and said, "Miss Jingji, tell me the purpose of your visit." "I just want to know more about you," Jingji said with a smile. Xian picked up the teacup and took a light sip, and then he said, "Young miss wants to understand my father and Qing. Jingji nodded. "Yes. Would young Master Yi like to talk about it?" Xian looked straight at Jingji. "My father is invincible. Qing Yi is invincible." Jingji's right fingers trembled slightly. She and Yixian looked at each other. What level of invincibility? Invincible in a small world, or invincible in a great world, or... Yixian suddenly said, always invincible. Invincible all the way, Jingji smirked. Really? Yixian nodded. I rarely lie. Jingji shook his head and smiled. As far as I know, your favorite thing to do is to fool others. However. With that, she looked at Yixian and said, I believe you. Yixian stared at Jingji and asked, do you really believe me? Jingji nodded. Yes. Yixian pondered for a moment and said, you want to use me to fight the ancient demon clan, and then your Saint Cathedral will reap the benefits. Jingji nodded. Yes. Yixian asked, are the ancient demon clan that stupid? Jingji smiled. They are not stupid, but they have to kill you, just like I have to kill you. Yixian was silent for a moment and said, because of Shaoan. Jingji nodded. Besides her, there is another reason. It is because of the divine item you have. With that small pagoda, dominating the entire universe is just around the corner. Yixian was about to speak, but Xiao Ta suddenly said excitedly, damn, young master, am I so popular now? Yixian, small tower continued to say, little lord, I feel that my status should be raised. What do you think? Yixian said calmly, how about we join hands to kill dad and you become the master? Xiao Ta thought for a moment and said, our strength is still a little bit lower than master's. Yixian shook his head. Damn, this Xiao Ta is getting arrogant. At this time, Jingji smiled and said, young master Yi, I heard that you have a very powerful sword. Can I have a look? Yixian said with a smile, what will I get? Jingji blinked. What do you want? Yixian asked, what can you give me? Jingji thought for a moment and said, I can give you some information about the ancient demon clan. Yixian shook his head and smiled. They are your allies. Jingji smiled. Apart from myself, there is nothing I can't sell. Yixian gave him a thumbs up. Awesome. Jingji took a sip of tea and said, can I have a look? Because I'm a swordsman and I'm very interested in swords. Do you understand? Yixian opened his palm and the green profound sword appeared in his hand. He passed it to Jingji. The moment he received the green profound sword, Jingji's expression instantly became solemn. What a terrifying sword, that was her first thought. After a while, Jingji returned the sword to Yixian. Yixian took the sword and said with a smile, I thought you were going to rob me. Jingji shook his head. Since you dared to give it to me, then it proves that you are not afraid of me robbing you. There is no need to do such a stupid thing. Yixian smiled and did not say anything. Jingji was silent for a moment and said, do you know what's the most terrifying thing about this sword? Yixian shook his head. I don't know. Jingji knew. It's the space-time Tao contained in it. Although the space-time Tao did not surpass the current universe, the person who used it must have an attainment in space-time that surpasses the current universe. Only in this way could the person condense the space-time Tao of the current universe into this sword. Besides that, there are some strange things about this sword that even I can't understand. As she said that, she looked at Yixian. Are you selling this sword? The corner of Yixian's mouth twitched. What do you think? Jingji shook her head and smiled. It seems that you are not willing to sell it. Yixian said, Miss Jingji, I don't really want to be enemies with you. Jingji knew. Then don't help in Wujuan. If you don't help her, I can promise you that I will never be enemies with you. This is the truth. Yixian said with a smile, can you be friends with Mizan instead of enemies? Jingji knew. Yes. As she said that, she paused for a moment and said, unless one of us disappears. Yixian shook his head and sighed. What grudge? Jingji smiled. Are you willing to give up Shaoan? Yixian shook his head. No. Even if I give up Shaoan, you won't let me go. Because Xiao Ta is very tempting, isn't it? Jingji thought for a moment and then said, that's right. Yixian smiled. Miss Jingji, tell me about the ancient demon clan. Jingji took out a scroll and handed it to Yixian. This is the information about the ancient demon clan. I've already written down the names of the super experts, as well as those who pose a threat to you. Yixian glanced at it and then frowned. There are so many threats to me? Jingji asked with a smile. Do you think you are very strong? Yixian, Jingji picked up the teacup and drained it in one gulp, and then he said, don't look down on the ancient devil clan. Because the people behind you might have the qualifications to disregard them, but you don't. As she spoke, she stood up to leave. When she reached the door, she suddenly turned to look at Yixian. Your woman is not bad. Cherish her. After saying that, she disappeared. In the hall, Tuoba Yan grabbed Yixian's hand and softly said, I've dragged you down. Yixian shook his head and smiled. What nonsense are you talking about? Saying this, he tightened his grip. He held Tuoba Yan's hand tightly and said softly, don't do something so foolish in the future. Do you understand? Tuoba Yan was silent. Yixian slowly closed his eyes. This time, he had some lingering fear. If Jingji really captured Tuoba Yan and held him hostage, Tuoba Yan suddenly said, I'll join Xiao Ta. Yixian smiled and said, no need. Tuoba Yan was puzzled. Why? Yixian said softly, because even if you go in, they'll use Azure Province to threaten me. I can't put the entire Azure Province in there, can I? Tuoba Yan frowned. Yixian said, I have to take the initiative to attack. Tuoba Yan looked at Yixian. Yixian smiled and said, in the past, I was always passive and waiting for others to hit me. That's why I fought back. But now. As he spoke, he looked at Tuoba Yan. I want to take the initiative to attack and kill all threats. Tuoba Yan said softly, I support you. Yixian hugged Tuoba Yan, turned around, and disappeared. Tuoba Yan looked at the horizon with a trace of worry in his eyes. After leaving Azure Province, Yixian returned to the Sword Alliance. At this moment, Sword Ju and the others had reached the space-time realm. Yixian gathered Sword Ju, Sword Fanatic, and the other swordsmen, then sent all of them to Xiao Ta and had Xiaoan guide them. Although he didn't have enough god force to help Sword Ju and the others reach the divine physique realm, he wanted to nurture them to the ancient god realm so that they could build a solid foundation and then cultivate their divine physiques. With Sword Ju and the others' talent, as long as they had enough cultivation resources, it wouldn't be difficult for them to reach the ancient god realm. After all, Sword Ju and the others all had the Sword Dao mark left in their bodies by his father. The higher their cultivation, the more layers of the Sword Dao mark, and the more benefits they could obtain from his father. How could the things his father left them be ordinary? Definitely not. With enough cultivation resources, Sword Ju and the others would become super experts in the future. After arranging everything, Yixian left Xiao Ta and went to the house. As soon as he arrived, the house owner came out to welcome him. Yixian looked at the house owner. How many people do you have? The house owner answered solemnly, more than 100,000. Hearing this, Yixian's eyelids twitched. More than 100,000? The house owner nodded. Yixian thought for a moment, then opened his palm and a scroll appeared in front of the house owner. This is the method to cultivate a divine physique. You can cultivate it first, and in the future, I will help you search for God Force to help you achieve a divine physique. The house owner blanked for a second, then quickly bowed deeply, his voice trembling. Thank you, young Master Yi. Yixian said, have all your subordinates temporarily put down their work and serve only me, is that all right? The house owner quickly answered, of course. Yixian said in a low voice, 2 things. First, send someone to follow my family and friends in secret. Send someone to follow every friend and family member. Don't disturb them. If anyone tries to harm them, just inform me immediately. The house owner nodded, all right. Yixian said, some people will enter this cosmos soon, and I need to know immediately when they arrive. The house owner said, the Templar and the legendary ancient demon clan? Yixian glanced at the house owner, you know a lot. The house owner smiled embarrassedly, that's what I do for a living. Besides the woman in a plain dress and the man in a green shirt behind you, I can more or less find out about the others. Yixian nodded, inform me once they arrive. Also, keep a close watch on the Templar. Inform me immediately if they do anything. The house owner quickly said, all right. Yixian turned around and left. At this moment, the sword ruins in his hand had become the green profound sword. End of chapter 1832. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.